Hey people, Shinobi no Kami here. This a new fanfic that I will be uploading in 9 to 10 hour long parts. In this fanfic, Kurama is a female who trains Naruto to be strong and powerful like her. There is a small harem of 3. So let us see how the elemental nations, specifically Konoha, are rocked to their very foundations by Naruto, who's been under the tutelage of the most powerful Biju in the world. So let us begin. Prologue October 10th, the Kyuubi, it's almost upon at the gates. We can't hold it back any longer. A bloodied Konoha shinobi yelled, while pointing past the large village entrance. Meanwhile, standing above the northern gates of Konoha was an old man, who at first glance most would think should be nowhere near a war zone. But for those of the Hidden Leaf village, he was their greatest hope at this trying time. He was the Sandaime Hokage, and although not the current leader of the village any longer, was still one of the strongest shinobi the village had. He let a slow stream of smoke leak out of his mouth before setting his pipe down on the ground. Setting his gaze back upon the most powerful Biju known to exist, he shouted orders to the nearly demolished shinobi army standing before him. Calm down. All we have to do is hold it back until the Yondaime's preparations are complete. Do not throw your lives away needlessly. This foe is beyond any of you, do not think otherwise. Anbu, force the beast back and get it into the forest, we need space for the Yondaime's plan. The shinobi army regained their stability and hope after their ex-leader's words. The Anbu began throwing jutsu after jutsu against the behemoth they were facing, and while not harming the beast, did as was ordered, getting it into a clearing within the forest a mile away from the village. Hospital, Kushina-chan, gomenasai, I'm sorry, very sorry, this is the only way the Kyuubi can be stopped from destroying the village. A blonde-haired man spoke softly to his wife, who had just given birth to a healthy baby boy. This man was the Yondaime Hokage of the Hidden Leaf village, Namikaze Minato. But why? Why him, Minato? Why our precious Naruto? Will you really leave me with nothing once this is over? She yelled out accusingly, while she rocked her baby back and forth in her arms as she cried heartbroken. She was a very beautiful woman with red hair flowing down to her mid-back, and the bluest eyes you'd swear was the ocean. She was very strong both physically and emotionally, but it was her personality that told you who she really was. She disliked fighting, and never understood anyone who would choose violence to get what they wanted. Despite this, however, when it came down to it, she was a fierce shinobi, deadly and beautiful. The phrase, "if looks could kill," would come to mind at first glance when she was adorned with her Junin battle gear. Her reputation was well deserved, back when she was still a full-time shinobi, but that was years ago. Now she was currently the head of the Uzumaki clan, a clan well known unto itself for their shinobi prowess. He smiled down at his crying wife. Because he is our own Sochi, son, how could I ask someone else to sacrifice their child when I didn't even have the faith to choose my own? I'm sorry, my Koichi beloved, but it has to be him. As for me, well, I am the Hokage after all. Minato leaned down and kissed his wife, caressing her cheek slowly, remembering every detail of her face before he picked up his son. He gave one final glance to his wife. Between her cries she nodded to him, knowing that no matter how much she begged, it had to be those two that saved the village from this beast. I love you, Kushina, she heard him say. With the last syllable spoken, the Yondaime disappeared in a flash of brilliant yellow light. Forest, the Kyuubi, tired of playing games, was about to launch one of its more devastating attacks against the remaining shinobi army, when a large puff of smoke blurred the battlefield. Sorry I'm late, all of you. A voice called out from within the smoke, easily recognized by the shinobi to be their Hokage. Everyone please get back, you have done your job, now please get medical attention for yourselves and others, leave the rest to me, he ordered. The shinobi were hesitant to leave, but reluctantly did as was ordered, leaving only the Yondaime on top of his summoning, the frog boss himself Gamabunta and the Kyuubi. Hey old man, I need a favor. Minato seemed to speak to himself until a plume of smoke appeared next to him on top of the frog's head. What is it, Hokage-sama? He smirked at the wizened man. First, you can drop the Hokage-sama crap. And second, I need you to take care of my Sochi, who is just outside the gates in a clearing like this one in the forest. Take him back to Kushina once I finish with the Kyuubi. And make sure he is treated fairly by the village. I know people can be unfair to Jinchuriki, but Naruto is a hero, not a demon, and I want him treated as such. He frowned at his request. I will do as you asked, Minato. I don't suppose that you'd let me be the one to sacrifice myself to seal it, would you? Gomen no can do. There are too many unknowns with sealing a biju like this. Only the person who knows the mechanics of the jutsu intimately should do it, in case something goes wrong. Guess you're their leader again after this. Good luck with that paperwork though. He finished with an evil yet happy smile to his friend. Sarutobi placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, smiling back, before nodding and disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The Yondaime began the intricate set of hand seals to begin his jutsu, while the Kyuubi and Gamabunta faced off. After nearly 30 minutes of non-stop fighting, the jutsu was finally ready. Goodbye everyone, please take care of yourselves, and I hope my faith wasn't unfounded with my son. Goodbye my Koishi, Naruto, I love you, I'll be watching you. He thought before biting his hand and activating his technique. Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin, spirit sealing method. A white light could be seen blinding anyone looking at the battle. Once the light dimmed and everyone looked back at the spot the Yondaime and Kyuubi just stood, nothing was there. Sarutobi, once again Hokage, entered his village with a small bundle in his arms. The savior of Konoha Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He quickly reached the Uzumaki compound where Kushina had rested after the long birth, and quietly knocked on the door to her room. Please, just leave me alone, I need to be alone. She pleaded weakly to the sound against her door. Sarutobi knew she was only a moment away from crying again over what she thought be the loss of both her husband and only child. Ignoring her pleas, he slid open the door and entered. Kushina-san, I'm here to give you an important package that Minato left for you. He whispered to her, while walking up to the bed she laid in, only to put the small bundle at the side of the bed, before slipping out the door. She noticed his motions, and curiosity getting the better of her, she picked up the bundle and unwrapped it, and to her surprise and utter joy it was her son, it was her Naru-chan. Although she noticed the new seal on his stomach as well as the 6 prominent whisker marks adorning his cheek, she didn't care. She had her son back, and that's all she cared about. I will always love you my little Naru-chan, no matter what. Nothing will stop me from loving you now that I have you back in my arms. She promised him as she rubbed his little cheeks with her finger lovingly. Chapter 1. Abandonment. 2 years later, although the village hidden in the leaves had recovered from the Kyuubi's onslaught, there was still a black mark on the village that wouldn't be forgotten for many years. The village itself was holding up fairly well. The main problem was the amount of shinobi still left. Most died on that day 2 years ago, and the numbers have been low ever since. Most of the village citizens that knew this were surprised they weren't already fighting against Iwa for their lands. God knows they would lose that battle eventually. So they could only be glad that a miracle has kept that from happening so far. However, with the times as they were, many of the remaining shinobi considered officially leaving the village and going to another to start a new life with a more stable environment. One such group decided on exactly that. The Uzumaki clan. Currently inside their compound, Kushina and Sarutobi discussed her clan's decision on departing the village. Kushina-san, don't do this. The village needs you and your clan's strength now more than ever. I know this is a troubling time for your clan. It's a troubling time for everyone. But the only way we can get past this is if we all stay together and rebuild this village like a family. He pleaded. Hokage-sama, I know what you are trying to say, and although I can understand where you are coming from, I'm in the same predicament. My clan is nearly gone because of what happened 2 years ago. There are only a few dozen of us left. Not only that, but I've seen the way this village looks at not only Naruto, but the clan itself for housing and their past protection him. The glares and the whispered voices of demon whore, evil, demon lover. So don't tell me about family and in this village. Especially since this ill will towards him has transversely rained down upon the rest of the clan. Which is why myself and what's rest of my advisors have decided on the only plausible course of action. I Uzumaki Kushina, head of the Uzumaki clan, hereby banish Uzumaki Naruto from this clan. I will be putting him into the orphanage, and leaving him to you in the village once we leave. Sarutobi couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew about the glares and words, but he never thought they would affect the clan this much, and especially not the Naruto's own mother. For the past 2 years she seemed to love the boy unconditionally. Confusion was clearly written on the old Hokage's face. What is the meaning of this, Kushina? Why are you abandoning him? You never cared about what the villagers thought before. So why now? Do you really not love? A heavy hand slammed down on the table between them, halting his sentence, and he saw an icy glare marred on Kushina's face, with her jaw clenched tightly, a look that made him both slightly flinch and bite back a gasp. He had only ever seen that expression on her face when she was ready to kill an enemy who so richly deserved death. Don't you dare ever question my love for my Sochi-san, Sarutobi. I love my Sochi, I'd do anything for him, I'd kill to protect him, I'd die in order to let him live. She barked, her glare only hardening at him. But that thing residing in his room isn't my Sochi, at least not anymore. Tell me, Sarutobi, do you have any idea what it's like to have a Sochi that your neighbors, your friends, your entire community hates with an undying passion? Do you have any idea what it's like to run into your Sochi's room in the middle of the night because you heard strange sounds only to find him thrashing around unconscious with red chakra all over him, ripping the sheets with claws and tearing the pillows apart with fangs like an animal, like Kyuubi? Do you have any idea what it's like to wake up in a cold sweat because of the nightmares you've had every single night since that dreadful night a year ago, depicting your own Sochi who looks like a demon kill your loved ones and lay siege to your home, all with a bloody smile on his face and looking at you with the same eyes at it? She yelled out, before going wide-eyed, not realizing until it was too late what she just admitted. Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock at her confession. He accessed the Kyuubi's chakra. Why wasn't I informed? Why didn't you tell me, Kushina? I need to get Jiraiya here to make sure the seal isn't breaking. He growled at his friend's disastrous actions. She gave him a deadpanned look. I may be a retired Junin Sarutobi, but I was the wife of a seal master. Do you honestly think Minato-kun taught me nothing of his arts? I know about the Shiki Fujin and its abilities. The seal is not in jeopardy of breaking. But that doesn't explain what I saw that night nor how it's possible. There is a safety seal within the larger seal that was supposed to prevent its chakra from manifesting until an appropriate age. If that wasn't there, then what would stop it from breaking free? Because surely a 2-year-old's mental will, whether subconscious or otherwise, couldn't be strong enough to hold it back alone. And besides, what would the village think if they felt its chakra once again? They'd go on a rampage and have you take him from the house and kill him to protect the village. That was the reason I put those seals on the mansion in the first place, should such an event like this happen unexpectedly. Her explanation allowed the Hokage's shoulders to slump in relief, before his eyes hardened towards her. She had still yet to explain everything about her decision for her son. She easily saw this and scowled, knowing he wouldn't give up until he knew why she did what she did. It's because after everything, the villagers, the nightmares, the chakra incident, I realized that reality was trying to tell me something. Something that I refused to believe, but I knew deep down in my heart to be true. That my Naru-chan had died, that night the chakra took him over, that I lost the one piece of Minato-kun I had left in this world. And now every time I look at him, all I see is the demon that was sealed inside him and what it has taken from me. Naru-chan may not have become the demon itself until that night, but now all I see when it smiles, that pseudo-warm smile, and hear when it tell me it loves me, is its evil smirk and its cold, lifeless laugh. Laughing and smirking that it is still alive while Minato-kun is dead and my little Naru-chan is trapped inside his own body, probably knowing that if Naru-chan dies, so does it. She explained, as tears of a mother's mourning and wife's emotional anguish fell down her face, before she recovered and got back her steely gaze, the tears still flowing down. As for its banishment, it is what is best for the clan. The less we now associate with it, the better when we leave this village. She stated in a monotone voice, now devoid of any emotion. Sarutobi could see she spoke the truth. She only saw her own son. The savior of the village is the demon now. His heart broke. The one person that he thought would always be by the boy's side was the one to actually order his exile. I see, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, nay. Very well, obviously nothing I can say or do will change you or your advisor's mind on this. However, as Hokage, I would like to know where you and the clan are headed. Kushina nodded at his request, finding it understandable considering his position. We have received an offer to be the new bodyguards of a powerful lord deep in my native land of Whirlpool Country. We will be leaving the village tomorrow. I see, very well then, I'll have the departure papers ready before then. He said, getting up from his spot, heading towards the door and sliding it open before turning back to her. This is probably the only time I'll ever say that I'm actually glad Minato is dead right now, because if he saw what you are doing to your own child, he would probably kill himself. You should be ashamed, Kushina. He finished and walked out, wanting to get the taste of this clan out of his mouth. The next day, the northern gates were filled with one of the most powerful clans in Konoha. Said clan was preparing the last items to their wagon for the long journey to Whirlpool to start their new lives. The Sandaime Hokage was there as well to see them off, and wish them well in their new village. So you are really going through with this, Kushina? He asked, sullenly staring at the happy little blonde boy, next to his mother. She scowled. Yes, it will not follow us where we are going. Our reputation will not be tainted any more than it already has because it took the body of my Sochi. She released her hold on Naruto and gave him over to an Anbu standing next to the Hokage. If that really is your wish, I only pray Naruto never remembers this, because he would never forgive you. He surrendered, glancing at the now confused boy. Kushina bowed slightly to her ex-commander-in-chief, before signaling for her clan to leave. Naruto tensed when he saw his mother begin to walk away, and not call him to follow. Ka-san, he called out. The clan kept walking, sneering at the boy as he called out to her. Ka-san, he screamed louder, thinking she just didn't hear him. Nothing, they simply kept walking and were already a good distance away from the gates. Seeing this, Naruto began to struggle with the Anbu that was holding him, with frightened tears beginning to fall down his cheeks. In Naruto's over-emotional state, an instant flash of red chakra surged through him, stunning the Anbu, forcing him let go. Without missing a step, Naruto began to run to his family, hoping to catch up, hoping maybe they just forgot him. Damn, I was really hoping to avoid this. I know Naruto will never forgive me if he find this out too. Sarutobi thought with a disappointed frown, before signaling the Anbu that had been holding Naruto to proceed with the plan. Naruto was a mere 20 yards away from reaching his mother, when he saw a bunch of Iwa shinobi jump out of the surrounding forest and attack the clan. The surprise attack was devastating, and most of his family was killed on the spot. His mother was barely able to stand from the 5 kunai lodged in her body now. Tears freely flowed from the boy's eyes as he could only watch his family get slaughtered right in front of him. Finally, the boy couldn't take it anymore and screamed a blood-curdling scream. As he watched his mother stabbed to death a few yards away, the shock to his system was too much before he simply blacked out. I see, so Sarutobi-san had a plan just in case after all. I'm not surprised though, seeing how he is your Hokage, Kushina stated as the rest of her clan simply watched in disgust, as well as mild satisfaction as the Anbu picked up the boy, slid his mask back over his eye, and shunted back to gate. Let's go, we have a long way to our new home, everyone. Kushina ordered. The gates, I heard that scream, a simple genjutsu would have sufficed. That was more than was necessary for the plan I discussed. Sarutobi said to the Anbu with a hint of venom in his voice. Gomenasai Hokage-sama, I just thought if I made it as real as possible, the boy would accept it that much easier when you tell him what happened. The Anbu answered back, with a hidden smirk behind his mask. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at his subordinate. Do not think it will be that easy. Meet me at my office tomorrow morning for your punishment, Kakashi. There has already been enough screaming today, I do not wish for more. Sarutobi took the boy from Kakashi and disappeared towards the orphanage. Chapter 2. A friend emerges 4 years later. October 10th, a young boy could be seen running through the moonlit streets of Konoha, exhausted beyond what a boy his age should be, yet still running nonetheless. He had bright blonde hair and ocean blue eyes, with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He was the savior to the Hidden Leaf Village, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. But for those who lived in Konoha, he was only the demon. He wore disgusting garbs not fit for any person to wear, they smelled horrible, and were ripped to shreds, barely hanging onto his obviously malnourished body. He turned a darkened corner and met the one thing he wished he hadn't, a dead end. He turned to run back, but alas, the mob of villagers and some shinobi had caught up to him, cornering him in that dreadful alley. Off finally stopped running, nay demon. A man sneered, good, I was getting tired from running after your little ass. Another agreed, we'll take good care of you, demon, just like the Yondaime would have wanted for desecrating his only son's visage. A third one concurred. The mob slowly walked towards the boy who was huddled against the wall crying, wishing for someone, anyone to help him. Why are you doing this to me? I never did anything to you, I'm not a demon, I'm just me. I just want to be left alone, please. He pleaded, tears running down his dirtied form. Ah. The little demon wants mercy, how detestable. Where was your mercy when you were slaughtering our Ka-san's mothers, and Tu-san's fathers, our Oni-san's sisters, and Oni-san's brothers, huh? The first man barked back. The mob lost all self-control after the final words of their family's losses was spoken, and simply beat the hell out of the little boy cowering in fear of them. Right before the final blow was struck, the boy turned into a log to the mob's frustration. They turned to see the half-conscious, bleeding, and broken boy in the arms of one of the few people who had ever protected him from them. Sadly, he was one if not the strongest person in the entire village, the Sandaime Hokage. And just what the hell do yo people think you are doing to him? Sarutobi yelled, letting his ki wash over the mob, making most into crying, sniveling babies. We were simply finishing what the Yondaime started, and what he'd want us to finish if he was still alive. The demon took over his only Soshi's body for Kami-sama's gods, Sake Hokage-sama. One of the few ninjas associated with mob had gasped out. He narrowed his eyes at the group. I see, well, I've told you fools for the past 5 years what happened, and I'm tired of repeating myself. Anbu, take care of these fools, they have broken my law and will pay the consequences. A squad of Anbu puffed out of nowhere, and did the hand signs of the infamous Uchiha clan's signature move. After the fires finished the mob off, and the screams finally subsided, Sarutobi shunted into his office with a medical team already prepared for the boy. It only took a few hours for the medics to stop the healing, knowing the demon will do the rest of the work. They'd rather save their real chakra for people who truly deserved it. The Hokage dismissed them, however not before having a little chat about medical ethics and certain lessons involving a searing hot kunai and certain appendages and orifices. After about 10 minutes, Naruto finally awoke from his bloody encounter, finding himself not in the alley anymore but an office. He tensed up and shot glances for the nearest exit. It's okay, Naruto. You know you are always safe in this office. And voice all too familiar to Naruto called out. You saved me again, Oji-san, grandfather. Hi, yes. And those men won't be bothering you again, Naruto. I bet you are hungry, I'll go get us some tea and snacks, nay. Naruto's stomach growled at the mention of food, and furiously nodded his head, erupting a small laugh from the old Hokage before leaving. Naruto decided to explore the office while he waited, and was checking the bookshelf when he noticed a book that seemed out of place for where it was. He pulled the book out, but it stopped mid-pull when one of the floorboards popped up. Of course, being a curious child, Naruto knew no better, and went to check out what was going on. He lifted the floorboard and saw 2 scrolls, one being a lot larger than the other, as well as a box with a strange symbol etched into the top of the wood. Naruto randomly picked up one of the scrolls, unfurled it and began to read, never realizing this little incident would change his life forever. October 25th, Dear Sarutobi-san, as requested, I've sent this letter to let you know my clan and I have reached our destination in Whirlpool Country safely. There were a few problems along the way, but nothing we could not handle. The Lord seems impressed with our strength and very happy with our Kekkei Genkei, and as a result he has already hired us for his protection. Also, our clan has integrated into the shinobi ranks of this country, and have been out on a few high-ranked missions already. Other than that, I have nothing left to report to you. I hope your health is keeping you strong. I also hope that the demon is keeping himself quiet as to not attract attention. Even though we are not a part of the village anymore, I don't want the village's reputation to be tarnished by the demon that used to be my Sochi. Be safe and stay well, Hokage-sama. Uzumaki clan head, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto was literally shocked stiff from what he just read. The scroll fell out of his hands without the pressure of his fingers gripping it and made a thud on the wooden floor when it landed. Wah, what's going on? I don't understand, I saw them die. Even my Ka-san didn't live. But this scroll, was dated 15 days after they died. Either it's a lie, or Naruto thought before it dawned on him, after picking up the scroll and rereading the last sentence. It's not a lie, they all left me here. They didn't want me anymore and left me in this village. Even my own Ka-san thinks I'm some kind of demon and wanted nothing more to do with me. He concluded his thoughts before he fell to his knees and broke down crying from learning the harsh truth. Sarutobi re-entered his room with a smile and a plate of snacks and tea, only to witness what he hadn't expected. Or at least not come to witness for another decade. The secret floorboard opened with its contents spilled across the floor and the owner of them crying after obviously reading their contents. Naruto. Quick as a flash, Sarutobi was at the boy's side patting his head in a comforting gesture, hoping the boy hadn't read too much. But fate wasn't on his side, it seemed. Oh, OG-san, why did my Cause-san leave me? I'm not a demon, am I? He questioned between his cries, his voice sounding desperate and guilty. No sooner had he spoke did the old Hokage snatch the boy up in a hug, and repeatedly tell him that was a lie. After some time Naruto stopped crying but stayed in his grandfather's arms. What happened that day, OG-san? I saw my whole family killed, and yet I just learned from this scroll not only is my entire clan still alive, but my own Cause-san seems happier and healthier, without me. With a heavy sigh, he explained to Naruto in detail of his backup plan with a certain Anbu in case the boy had tried to follow the family that day 4 years ago. Naruto, after absorbing the tale, at first looked at the Hokage with utter hatred and betrayal. But soon realized that he was actually happier thinking his family was dead than learning the truth of his own abandonment, and hugged the old man once again in appreciation for trying to protect him, even if it was lying to his face every day. They stayed like that for nearly an hour before Sarutobi realized Naruto had actually fallen asleep. He looked at the boy with a sad smile. He must have worn himself to the point of exhaustion. But I can't blame him. He learned so much that he wasn't supposed to yet. I hope this won't change things for him too much. He whispered, never realizing just how this one event would change the Naruto he knew forever. Mindscape. Naruto awoke to the sound of water dripping. He looked around completely scared from the lack of familiarity of where he was. 1 minute he was in the Hokage's office and the next he is in a place that reminded him of a semi-flooding sewer. Finally getting to his feet, he noticed pipes running along the ceiling, and decided to follow them, hoping they'd lead to a way out. After a few minutes of the twists and turns while walking along the path that seemed to go on forever, he reached a rather large open room. What was curious though was that about a few dozen yards away was a set of golden gates, and in the center of it above where the keyhole appeared was a piece of paper with the word, seal, written across it. Astounded by the sheer size of the gates, Naruto absent-mindedly trudged towards them, never realizing the danger just beyond those shining bars. So, you have finally come, Naruto, a deep voice bellowed out, seeming to come from every direction of the room. Naruto was startled to say the least at the booming voice, and wanted to run. Run far away, but there was no escape because the voice seemed to come from every direction. He had only one real choice, realizing that he didn't know how to escape, and going back the way he came would just make him lost, to stand there and find out exactly where this voice came from. Gomenasai. I don't really know where I am or why I'm here. Just want to leave if that's okay. He yelled out, his tone doing nothing to hide his fear. The voice returned, only this time laughing soundly. Do you wish to know these things then? Hi, I'd also like to know who you are. He answered. The voice snorted in amusement at his answer. I will answer the first 2 questions, and if I deem you worthy I will introduce myself. As for where we reside, we are inside your own mind. As for why you are here, well, not even I can answer that. This is your body after all. But the why should not matter, because it is very fortunate for you to have done so, this early. It answered sagely. I see, arigato. So I'm inside my head, so it's like I dream, I guess. But if that is true, why don't I know your voice? And why is it fortunate for me to be here with you? Perhaps I should introduce myself even if you aren't worth to know right now. You might be able to prove it after this conversation is over. Naruto, come closer to the gate if you wish to know what I am. The voice said before sighing and taking in a breath, giving Naruto enough time to walk to within a few feet the gates. I am a demon, to put it as simply as I can. To be more specific, I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the Lord of all Biju. More importantly right now, I am your prisoner in this place. The voice finished, before walking up to the gates as close as it could, revealing itself. Naruto almost jumped out of his skin when the voice's form came into the light. After all, it's not every day you come within a few yards of a 50-story red fox. Why, you're huge. Quite astute. As for your observations about where we are, you're wrong. This isn't like a dream at all. This is literally your mind, the deepest recesses of your mind, but your mind nonetheless. By now, you already know why you didn't recognize my voice, so I will not waste the time to explain. As for the last thing, it's fortunate because I was not expecting you to show up for another half-decade or so. Which means we can start your training more than 5 years sooner than I had planned. After learning what the voice was, Naruto listened intently to each word spoken, trying to understand the best he could. After the fox finished the explanation, Naruto, though getting some questions answered, more seemed to pop into his head, and he voiced them without consequence. How exactly did you get imprisoned, as you put it, inside me? And what training? You mean like shinobi training? Isn't it a bit early to be training as a shinobi? I'm only 6. That is an interesting story. My imprisonment occurred the very same day you were born, and your father died. The story that was told to you about my fight with your village and Yondaime Hokage, that was only the half-truth. While I was defeated, I was in no way killed. Your father simply sealed my soul, inadvertently destroying my physical body, into a newborn baby, you. Now, while I dislike losing, in all of its forms, I must commend your father in his actions, as dangerous as they were, and I have a begrudging respect for him for his sacrifice. The same way as I respect you for yours, even if it wasn't your choice. Which is why I decided that when you came to me, whenever that was, I would train you in the shinobi arts. Naruto absorbed the story like a sponge. When it finally hit him, he finally understood why everyone called him a demon and wanted him dead. So, I'm a demon then, he whispered to himself with a sad smile on his lips, though Kyuubi easily heard him. Well, at least I now know why everyone hates me and my own Ka-san and clan abandoned me. Arigato for the explanation and the compliment, Kyuubi-san, he said, trying his hardest not to cry, but soon let the thought go and let his head fall and cry into the flowing pool at his feet. Ha. Trust me, little one, you are the farthest thing from a demon, and I should know. You must understand that the humans in your village aren't attacking you because they want to. It's because they cannot reach me in here. So they think that by hurting the container they are also hurting the prisoner. You are simply a means to an end. Of course, if they weren't blind to their hate and sadness, they would know that all they were doing is hurting an innocent child. Now, I'd like to change the subject back to training you. I would like to begin as soon as possible. Meaning, once you get out of here, I will need you to ask your Hokage to leave the village to train, but do not mention I will be the one training you. If he asks, just tell him that you want to learn to defend yourself, which is still true, so you won't be lying. Naruto was listening, as his cries became less and less, until he completely stopped and just watched as the Biju explained things. How can I believe you? How do I know you aren't trying to trick me somehow? You tried to destroy the village. You took my 2-san away. You made my Ka-san hate me. How can I possibly trust you or your words? He yelled, not knowing what to make of this situation. He silently wished his mother or father was with him to guide him. The Kyuubi's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the boy's outburst, before narrowing dangerously, and when Naruto saw its teeth glisten vicious, he mentally wished he could take back his outburst. Do not question my pride by accusing me of lying, especially to a mere human such as yourself, boy. I may respect you, but I have killed mortals like yourself for far less than what you have just done. It bellowed, clearly not happy with Naruto. However, after its pause, its eyes seemed to soften, if only a little bit. But to answer your questions, what reason would I have to lie to you? To escape. If I could have escaped, I would have within the first days of my imprisonment. To influence you mentally or physically. I can easily do that now, but I have no inclination to. You have suffered enough by the hands of your own community, I need not add to it. As I said before, I respect your sacrifices to hold me at bay, and respect is given rarely to a mortal by any demon, and even more rare by their lord. I have no proof to give you so that you may trust me, aside from my words. It is up to you whether you believe what I've said or not and wish for my assistance. It finished, its tone clearly softer than moments before. Naruto stared at the large beast, trying to discern whether it was lying to him or not. He didn't want to believe it because the fox was one of the people to actually tell him truths he had been wanting to know for several years. Also, if what the fox said was true, that means it could have easily taken over his mind or body anytime it wants, but only held back because of its simple respect for him. He let out a sigh, his thoughts swimming on what to do or believe. He wasn't sure whether to completely believe the beast. But so far it has done nothing to harm him, nor trick him in any obvious way. I'll trust it. For now. He mentally concluded. I understand. Naruto spoke again, letting a small smile graced his lips before bowing low, surprising Kyuubi once again. Arigato, thank you, Kyuubi-sensei. I believe you and what you have told me is the truth. I will do as you instructed, and speak with Oji-san about leaving. And arigato again for allowing me the honor of learning from you. I will do my best to show your respect wasn't unfounded. Anyo, if I may ask a few things though? He questioned submissively, getting a slight nod from the beast. Anyo. You don't exactly seem to be the bloodthirsty demon everyone describes you as, so if I may ask, what possessed you to attack the village? The second question is just curiosity about what you will be teaching me. A low rumbling from the throat of Kyuubi slightly shook the room, as it let out a growl at Naruto's first question, before what could be considered an almost sad expression dawned on its face. I have allowed you to know what I am. The first thing you just asked I do not feel you have any right to know at the present time. Perhaps when you show me as my student you are worthy, I will tell you. As for your second question, I will be teaching you many things, most of which all shinobi must learn, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. However, since I am a demon with the knowledge of a millennia at my whim and an almost limitless jutsu library under my belt, your training will be different to say the least. You will not only learn basic ninjutsus, taijutsus, genjutsus that all shinobi learn, but long-lost jutsu that no one has witnessed for at least 500 years, and could only hope recognize from the earliest recordings of chakra usage in the world. Aside from that, I will also be teaching you kenjutsu, as well as several of my personal onoppo jutsus. When your training is complete, I can guarantee that you'll be the strongest shinobi that has ever, or will ever walk the face of the mortal realm. It explained, and by the end its maw stretched into a crooked but not evil smile. Naruto's eyes went wide at everything the demon told him. Ideas raced around in his mind a mile minute. He never would have guessed that the thing that caused him so much pain could actually be such a blessing in disguise. Though after rethinking the last line the Kyuubi spoke, he couldn't help but grow a giant grin across his face at the implications. Let's get wild. The Kyuubi chuckled at the boy's new enthusiasm. Very well, first things first, my student, you must get out of your mind so you can ask your Hokage for permission to leave. But do not worry. The moment you entered this place, a connection was made between us, so now we are able to speak to each other telepathically. One more thing, Naruto. It explained, getting a nod from the boy, before its eyes took on soft and sad look with his smile turning into a guilty frown. For what it's worth, about your two-san and family, gomenasai. It apologized, slightly bowing its head. Its apology made Naruto's eyes go wide. Never before had any of the people of his own village apologized for his clan's behavior towards him, let alone their own actions against him. And yet here was the very beast that caused all this to occur, bowing and apologizing to him when it certainly had no real reason to do so. Hi, Kyuubi-sensei, and, arigato. But it's them that should also be sorry for abandoning me like that. As you said, you and I are not the same, I am no demon. He answered back, bowing yet again, with a slight hatred in his voice towards everyone who hurt him. Thinking back to his original thoughts about this place being like a dream, Naruto concentrated in his mind, reciting, "This is just a dream," before he vanished from view inside his mindscape. Hokage's office. Also, you've finally awoke, Naruto. The old Hokage spoke with slight relief in his voice, looking at the stirring boy he placed on the small couch in the corner of the room. Naruto opened his eyes, and smiled gently to two-aged man. Hi Oji-san, guess I got a little emotional, didn't I? Hey. Well, that nap certainly helped me come to terms with a few stuff, believe it or not. And actually I have a big favor to ask you, he said, while getting up and standing in front of the Hokage before bowing. Oji-san, I wish to ask for permission to leave the village to receive training to become a shinobi, so that I may defend myself against attacks like this from villagers or other shinobi who wish to harm me." To say Sarutobi was shocked at the boy's request would be an understatement. However, he could certainly understand the boy's reasoning, seeing what a shinobi's strength can do firsthand. He was torn. However, if it were up to him, he'd just let the boy go to train. But the village council would never allow it. They'd fear that another hidden village would capture him and kill him, taking away their advantage of a Jinchuriki, or worse yet, use his untapped power against them later. Looking at the pure determination and hope in the boy's eyes, he grunted in defiance and snapped his fingers, waiting only a moment before an Anbu-clad man shunshed into the room. "Hi Hokage-sama. I have a personal S-ranked mission for you, Anbu-san. I wish for you to take Naruto here out of the village and teach him the ways of the shinobi. I will leave it up to you in what form you teach him, what you teach him, but know this: I want him back in 6 years' time to graduate the academy. However, contact me once a month on his progress and skills learned. I do not wish to be out of the loop for when he finally returns. As for your identity, until this mission is over, your codename will be Yamato." The Anbu saluted his leader. "Hi Hokage-sama, I accept this mission." The man, now known as Yamato, responded, taking off his Anbu mask and smiled at the young boy. "We will leave tonight then," he finished before grabbing Naruto and was about to shunshin out of the office when the Hokage spoke up. "Wait, Yamato," he ordered, walking to the open floorboard, picking up the other unopened scrolls and a small wooden box, handing them to Naruto. "You should take these, Naruto. It may not have been your time to read these, but it seems fate has other plans. And I know whatever else are in these will probably make you stronger, so take them, they are your birthright." Naruto looked shocked for a moment before giving his grandfather man a smile and hug. "Arigato Oji-san," he thanked, grabbing the scrolls and box, letting Yamato shunshin them away. "This is going to leave me with a rather large headache in the morning, I just know it," Sarutobi thought, rubbing his temples, already feeling the migraine start from the inevitable council meeting that will occur later. Orphanage. Naruto's room. Yamato and Naruto appeared in the middle of his room in a plume of smoke, the ragged place smelling of mold and rust. "The boy lives in this place. The Yondaime would be furious if he was still alive. Of course, if he was still around, none of this would be happening," Yamato thought as he shook his head while scanning the small room. "Naruto. You have 10 minutes to grab anything of importance to you for the trip. Might I suggest clothes and food?" "Hi, Yamato-sensei," Naruto said before running around his room looking for anything useful he might need. The 10 minutes went by quickly, and when Naruto told Yamato he was finished, grabbed the boy's shoulder and left the room. "North Village gates, ready, Naruto. Hi. We'll head to the border of Fire Country so we can have our privacy while training." "Hi, Yamato-sensei." After the little dialogue, the two were off for their 6-year training trip. But what no one realized is that they would be seeing a legend being born that day. After a few miles of walking, something in the back of Naruto's mind kept prodding him. Until a low voice could be heard, if only just barely. "Naruto, Kyuubi-sensei. Hi, good, you can hear me now. It took nearly an hour of yelling to get your attention. Gomen, guess my head is just a bit full at the moment with all that's happened today. What was it you needed me for, sensei? When I said I would be training you, I meant that. You are my student and my student alone. I will not have you be taught under anyone else but me, is that understood?" "Hi, Kyuubi-sensei. Good. Now what I need you to do is as quickly as you can run in the opposite direction of Yamato, and I will do the rest. And do not worry, I will not harm you with what I have planned, so trust me as your sensei and do as I have ordered." Naruto gulped slightly, not liking the word harm, but didn't see the reason his sensei would have any reason to harm him, especially after their chat. "Hi," he thought, before drawing a long breath and turning in the opposite direction, running as fast as he could. Yamato didn't notice for a few seconds since Naruto was slightly out of his peripheral vision, but noticed soon after the boy took off. "Oi, Naruto, where are you going?" he yelled, jogging after the boy. Naruto simply ran, his legs burning from running as fast as he could for so long, but soon noticed something strange. He watched as transparent flames began to rise and engulf his body. He was scared and nearly decided to stop when he remembered his sensei's words, and just kept running. Yamato was nearly upon the boy when the final bit of flame flicked across Naruto's blonde hair, and the next moment, the boy vanished. Yamato was stunned. At first he just thought the boy actually had some knowledge of the shinobi arts and used a substitution, but dismissed that when he could not feel the boy's chakra anywhere, he literally vanished without a trace. Hokage-sama isn't going to like this one bit, Yamato sighed out, praying the punishment to light, before running back to the village. Hokage's office, forgot something Yamato-san. Sarutobi called out to thin air while signing paperwork, before a puff of smoke revealed the Anbu. No Hokage-sama, more like lost something, he answered, immediately feeling ki wash over the room. Before I do something I'll regret, tell me what happened, Sarutobi finished. Well, I don't really know myself. 1 minute we were walking together, then Naruto started to run away from me. Then next a transparent flame engulfed him and a moment later he was completely gone, no chakra signature or anything, he just vanished. The ki immediately died, and Sarutobi slumped in his chair, realizing what might have happened. The Kyuubi came into contact with Naruto somehow, and was able to use one of its jutsus to escape. What should we do, Hokage-sama? With the Kyuubi involved, there is nothing we can do, we don't know the demon at all. Hell, we don't even know why it attacked Konoha, most people just assume because it's evil. It could have taken Naruto anywhere, hell it could have been Naruto this whole time too, just trying to get an opportunity to escape. And I played right into its hands. We have no leads or insight to its plan, therefore all we can do is hope Naruto is somehow safe. Yamato-san. For now your mission is over, please pretend like this night never happened, understood? Hi Hokage-sama, Yamato answered before disappearing. Damn it Kyuubi, just what in the hell are you planning with him? Sarutobi thought before taking up his pipe and inhaling a long drag. The news of the demon's disappearance spread like wildfire in the following week. Celebrations took place, as most of the population of Konoha cheered the hopeful death of Uzumaki Naruto. Much to the Hokage's grief, during said celebration, word got out to the younger generation of Naruto's tenant. Many drunken fools lost their lives that week. Sarutobi however couldn't have argued more against those fools' thoughts, he just wished Naruto would come back. Little did everyone know that his wish would be granted. But the Naruto that returned to the village, would not be the same Naruto that everyone remembered who had left. Chapter 3. A legend is born 6 years later. For the past 6 years, there was an air of peace inside the Hidden Leaf village. Citizen and shinobi alike seemed happier and more at ease knowing that the darkness that was the Kyuubi wasn't still lurking in their midst. Little did they know the village's darkest secret, and most vile possession was about to walk right back into their village, just as he had walked out of it all those years ago. Northern Gates, walking along the dirt road headed towards the gates of one of the most powerful villages in the world, a shinobi could be seen. Nothing much seemed out of the ordinary about him. He was fairly tall, his silver hair spiked in such a manner that seemed to add almost a full half-foot to him. His lazy walk indicated his lack of motivation to do anything, or the fatigue of a mission he had just completed. The oddest thing was however that he was walking while seeming to keep his eyesight completely focused on a little orange book in front of his face. And if one were to listen intently, one would hear perverted giggles coming out of the man every so often. The other strange thing was his face. It was almost completely covered, partly by his headband, which could be considered strange on its own. He wore his shinobi headband angled diagonally, fully covering his left eye. The rest of his face, save for his right eye and upper right cheek, was also covered by a shinobi mask, used to hide the identity of the user. Coming upon the gates, the man could hear the 2 gate guards complaining about their jobs. Not having much to do himself, he simply waited and read until the pair noticed him in the large archway. After a while the bickering finally ended and the 2 guards noticed their guest, still lazily waiting for them. "Ah Kakashi-san, you're back from your mission, I see. Well, even knowing it's you, I still expected you not to be back for another week at least. How did it go?" Izumo spoke, knowing Kakashi from a few previous missions they were on together. Can't really complain. It was a rather simple rank. A bunch of bandits and ronin were trying to terrorize a town which is under the protection of Konoha, so I dealt with them. He responded lazily, not taking his eyes off his precious book. Not surprising from the copy ninja himself. Well, I won't hold you any longer. Welcome back, Kakashi simply nodded to him and walked nonchalantly into the depths of the village. Once out of range of the guard house, Kakashi jumped to the nearest rooftop and set his hands in a familiar sign, before a puff of smoke engulfed him and he returned to his true form. The form of Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sighed and shook his head. That was far too easy. Oji-san needs to put some better genjutsu-oriented guards at the gates. Not like it would have made a difference, Naru-kun. You know, only Dujutsu users, and those with certain Kekkei Genkei bloodline ability can sense this jutsu, while only other demons have the ability to dispel it. A muffled voice from within the recesses of Naruto's jacket answered. Naruto smiled warmly and unzipped his jacket to allow a little fox to climb out and jump on his shoulder, wrapping its tail comfortably around his neck. The little fox yipped and licked the man's cheek before resting its head against his neck. He scratched the fox behind the ear, making it lightly purr. Hi, right as usual, Natsu-chan. Guess it's time to see the old man. He's probably been worried sick, he finished with a bit of guilt obvious in his voice, before bounding off to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower, damn this paperwork, Minato, I swear, even if it wasn't for the protection of the village, you'd have still used that fuinjutsu just to get out of any more of this damnedable paperwork. Sarutobi grumbled loudly, from behind his paper-littered desk. Tisk, never thought I'd hear the Hokage whine about his job, it's quite unbecoming of a leader, nay. A voice teasingly scolded out of seemingly everywhere inside the office. Show yourself, I know where you are, I just don't know who you are. And if you are good enough to sneak into this office without setting off any alarms, then introductions can wait, since I don't believe there will be a need for them, in a few seconds. Sarutobi said, already in his best defensive stance he knew, since he didn't know how powerful the enemy was, so going on the offense wasn't the best course of action right now. You forgot me already. I'm heartbroken, I mean it's only been about 6 years since we last saw each other, and here I thought we had grown close, Oji-san, Naruto finished, still hidden but with a large smile plastered on his face. He knew the Hokage was old, but he was still quite spry, and would get it in a minute. A long silence filled the room before Sarutobi's face lit up, and fell back into his chair in shock. Naruto, is that really you? Naruto decided enough was enough with the smoke and daggers routine, and stepped out of his hiding spot. To say Sarutobi was shocked was a rather large understatement. He wasn't expecting Naruto to return in such a feat of skill. And if that wasn't enough, how Naruto looked would have certainly put the poor man in the hospital with a heart attack if he wasn't a veteran shinobi. The best way to describe the Naruto the Hokage saw in front of him now was a mini Minato. Standard Konoha Junin garb down to the T was worn by the boy. His hair was longer and more wild, but his blue eyes still shone with the same light as they always had. Kami-sama Naruto. You look just like your two-san, only shorter, he said, chuckling when the boy's eyebrow twitched at the mention of his height. By the way, Naruto, who is your sleeping friend? He asked, noticing the little fox asleep around on Naruto's neck. Naruto smiled, while once again scratching the fox's ear, getting something akin to an animalistic moan from it. She is my dear and close companion. She's been with me ever since I left this place 6 years ago. By the way, Oji-san, do you mind sending your Anbu out of the room? I didn't go through all this trouble to get in your office undetected to have them listen to what I have to tell you alone. Yamato-san can stay, however, since he was my sensei for however brief it was. He requested with a knowing smirk. Sarutobi smiled at the boy, who seemed to simply be nonchalant about everything, while just paying attention to his little companion. The Hokage snapped his fingers and a squad of Anbu made themselves known. They all bowed and left through the door but one, leaving only the three. Gomen Naruto, but you have to understand that it was necessary just in case the Kyuubi was still in control of you. Though in my opinion if it was, the village wouldn't still be standing, and I'd be in trouble. Save for you and a few others, you're correct, this village would be rubble. The fox thought, making Naruto chuckle lightly. Well, since the topic has actually changed to why I'm here, might as well get to it. But first I want to explain a few things about the Kyuubi. Firstly, there was a very good reason why it attacked the village 12 years ago. Secondly, while you are correct that the Kyuubi isn't controlling me, the fact of the matter is that Kyuubi had never controlled me at all. I left at my own discretion, and it was actually Kyuubi that was my sensei while I was gone. The final thing, because of this seal's purpose other than containment. Who you see before you isn't the real me. Oh, and the Kyuubi is a woman, hence why I never said him or he. He finished, rapidly went through a short series of hand seals, while the little fox jumped to the floor right next to him. Kai, release. He spoke before a large plume of smoke surrounded both him and the fox. The smoke soon dissipated, and both Yamato and Sarutobi were speechless, their mouths hanging open at the sight. Instead of a teenage Naruto standing before them, there were now two people who looked to be around their late 20s or early 30s. The man on the right was rather tall, and very handsome. He had an athletic-looking body, his toned muscles not overly huge but still quite visible, only slightly straining the fabric of his shirt and pants. He was wearing official Konoha shinobi attire, although the color scheme was obviously his own. His flak jacket was a very dark orange with the Namikaze family seal on the back and was open in the front. His pants, shoes, and short-sleeved shirt all black, with two kunai holsters on each thigh, and his blank shinobi headband strapped to his left arm. He also wore a black mask like Hitaki Kakashi does, but he had already drew it down from his face. However, the most dramatic change was the man's physical appearance itself. His once golden blonde tresses now were a dark orange matching his flak jackets in color. His once ocean blue eyes were now a beautiful dark amethyst, with slits running down their middles. His whisker marks which identified him as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi were now more pronounced across his face, as were his teeth that were now elongated into fangs and nails into claws. His normal ears were now replaced with orange fox ears with white tips that ended a few inches above where his hair stopped. And if that wasn't odd enough, there were also 5 white-tipped orange fox tails swinging back and forth behind him. To the man's right stood a very beautiful woman, a few inches shorter than him but no less intimidating respectively. She too had an athletic body, but still had very generous curves, along with a rather well-endowed chest. Her garb was quite similar to the man's, only her colors were black and red. She wore an opened blood-red flak jacket also with the Namikaze family seal. Her pants, sandals and sleeveless shirt were all black, however she wore no mask to hide any part of her face. Her physical appearance more than the man's, both shocked and put fear into Yamato and Sarutobi, as well as give them both a few lewd thoughts in the backs of their minds despite the situation. She had fire crimson hair which fell to her mid-back, with a few strands falling over her face. Her eyes shone with a deep ruby glow with black slits down their middles as well, both cunning and playfulness easily detectable within her orbs. 3 pronounced whisker marks, and elongated fangs adorned her flawless face. Her claws easily apparent while her hands were resting on her hips in a bored manner. Fox-like ears and 4 swaying tails behind her were also apparent, only they were red with black tips instead of dark orange. The best phrase that could easily describe the two together were, deadly sexy. Wah, what exactly is going on here, Naruto? What the hell happened to you? And just who is this woman? The Hokage finally formed the words he had been searching for while he assessed the changes. Naruto just smiled at his grandfather's dumbfounded look. That is a long story, Oji-san. And right now I'm too tired to tell you the whole story. But I promise I'll tell you everything in the greatest detail tomorrow morning. But to answer your quicker questions, because of the fusion of my chakra and Kyuubi's, I had to become what humans call a Hanyu, a half-demon, to accommodate all of her chakra in my body. This is my Hanyu form you see before you, and is now my true form. For your second question, now don't freak out or anything because there is nothing to worry about, I assure you. This was the fox you asked me about earlier, just in another form. Her name is Natsumi. But most humans know her as the Kyuubi or Kyuubi no Kitsune. Both Yamato and Sarutobi both took an unconscious step back after learning the identity of the beautiful woman standing in front of them. Naruto, just how is this the Kyuubi? Your father sealed her. If she is out, then that means that the seal failed and she can go on a rampage. The Hokage choked out before bringing both his hands into his cage robes in search of his kunai. If you described by freedom in this form to be correct, then I very well could go on said rampage and destroy this pathetic village. Natsumi sneered in a low voice indicating her seriousness. That's enough scaring the wits out of Oji-san, Natsu-chan. Naruto said in a sing-song voice, while he got behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Natsumi felt his strong arms wrap around her, and she just let out a soft sigh leaning back against him. Okay Naru-kun. But only because I know he is precious to you. She responded, nestling her head in the crook of Naruto's arm. Both Sarutobi and Yamato quirked an eyebrow at the show of affection the two just showed each other. Are you too? Yamato let the question float, while raising his hand in a fist next to his face, leaving his pinky out and wiggling it slightly. If so, how is that even possible? Naruto just smiled at what Yamato was getting at, and just hugged Natsumi closer before answering. That is part of the story, so you'll have to wait. But like I said before, I will let you know everything tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Oh, and I do not want any unwelcome guests, so I expect only you two in the room when I get here. So till then I'll wish you a good day. He finished preparing to leave. Wait Naruto, there are some things you should know about the village. After you left the more ignorant villagers held a week-long celebration at your disappearance, and eventually word got out to your generation of who you are. So even though most people think you are dead after so long, they still know you were the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. I just thought you should know, maybe it'll help you conform back to village life here, but I truly apologize for letting your secret get out like that, whether you were here or not. Sarutobi apologized, bowing lightly to the man and his companion. Naruto thought over what he heard, and just smiled at his grandfather. It's okay Oji-san, even if they didn't know already, they would know soon enough since I'm back. I'm not ashamed or sad to be Natsumi's jailer. It's given me an opportunity to be something I could not be without her, plus she is a great sensei. I learned so much from her that I never would have with any other sensei. He said with a smile, not noticing the slight blush across the cheeks of the woman he still held in his arms. But since that fact remains, I will keep up a hench so the villagers don't go crazy over my return yet. Naruto released Natsumi from his grip, went through a few hand seals creating a puff of smoke, and Naruto was now hinged so his tails were gone, his ears were back to normal, his eyes had normal pupils but still held their magnificent shade of purple, and his mask was over the lower half of his face. His uniform was back to the standard Konoha Junin colors, even the Namikaze symbol was replaced with the red swirl like all leaf flak jackets had. Natsumi was back to her little fox form that she had entered in as, sitting back on Naruto's shoulders, while nuzzling her snout against his cheek. I'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow Oji-san, if you need me before then I'll be at my Two-san's estate. Remember what we talked about and what you saw, doesn't leave this room. Naruto finished, heading towards the door of the office before stopping. Oh right, Anbu, he said seemingly to himself before a purple translucent flame surrounded him, shunshining him out of the office. Rather impressive, Shunshin effect, Yamato-san, what do you think about this development? Yamato furrowed his brow. I think this village will be a lot less quiet from now on if Naruto has come back for certain, especially with what he said he is now. Sarutobi started rubbing his temples from the anticipating days to come with Naruto's return inevitably being spread throughout the village like wildfire. Yes, I can already see the riots starting, he sighed. Actually glad to get back to his paperwork to keep himself occupied from thinking about the future. Yamato bowed and left the Hokage to his devices, returning to his Anbu duties. Konoha, Naruto was walking down the rather desolate streets of the village, it still being early in the morning. He hadn't thought many people save for Shinobi to be up yet, so he had no need to rush around to get to his Two-san's compound. He swiveled his head back and forth, taking in the sights that were new to him since he left, as well as the fond ones that he had missed. His short and quite literal stroll down memory lane was abruptly stopped when Natsumi puffed out of existence after sniffing the air, causing Naruto to lose concentration to his surroundings right when he turned a corner and bumped into someone. Hey, watch where you are going. A feminine voice lowly yelled out. Gomenasai, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, here let me help you. Naruto apologized, crouching down to help her with the bag of groceries that she has spilled during their collision. I should make you pay for all this, she retorted with a sigh, while getting off her butt after landing on it from the fall. They had picked up her groceries without another word spoken or even looking at each other. There was one last item left on the ground which they both tried to grab, causing their hands to touch for only a moment before retracting from each other. The woman finally looked to the man she had bumped into, only for her eyes to go wide as dinner plates. "It's you," she whispered out accusingly. Naruto too had finally looked at the woman, and was rather surprised to see who it was as well. She was wearing a doctor's uniform, only slightly greener to designate her a veterinarian, which covered her entire body up to her knees. Her ninja headband wrapped loosely around her neck, slightly concealed by her uniform's pulled-up collar. "Wow, Hana-san. Well, it is certainly a surprise to see you out this early. How have you been since we last saw each other?" Naruto questioned, chuckling over the coincidence. "Oh, you remembered what she looked like?" Natsumi teased. "Hey, well, what can I say? The saying is true, we all like a little animal in the opposite sex, after all. And who have we met that is more animal than her? Plus she was quite cute back then, and has only grown more beautiful since then. Hell, even you said she was rather attractive when we first saw her." Naruto retorted with a subconscious smirk. Flashback 2 years ago. Forest surrounding Konoha. Mizuki. How could you betray the village like this? How could you betray me like this? A younger-looking Hana screamed at a white-haired man holding a bloody kunai in one hand, and a large scroll in the other. "Simple really, I needed to prove my worth to Iwa. And stealing the forbidden scroll of sealing from the village was the perfect way. Konoha has gotten fat and weak from all this peace. It's sickening to watch as a shinobi like us. I decided I would go to a village that has more to offer me and the skills I possess as a shinobi. As for you, Hana, well, what can I say, you had the greatest body from your graduating class. And I needed some stress release from all the missions I went on, which you gave, and even more than I first imagined. I remember the way you used your tongue, and twisted that body of yours. I'd take you right now if I didn't have more pressing matters to attend to. But I certainly won't ever forget your taste, just like fresh strawberries." He finished, while licking his lips and looking at Hana in a very carnal manner. Hana didn't know what to do. She was only a newly ranked chunin, and the rest of her team had been killed by either traps laid out for them, or by Mizuki himself. She was totally alone with even her nin dogs already unconscious, weaponless, and drained of chakra, as well as heavily bleeding on her right arm with a deep wound from a shrapnel trap. Mizuki saw her trying to think of something to turn the tables, but smiled when he saw the hopelessness in her eyes at her situation. "I couldn't help but notice you've finally realized there is nothing left that you can do. And despite me thinking of taking you with me and becoming my slave, I doubt Iwa would allow it and would just kill you anyway, so I'll do the merciful thing and let you decide how I'll kill you." He jumped from his superior standpoint on a tree limb above her, hitting the ground with a thud, and slowly walked up to her with the scroll now latched onto his back. He bent down and picked her up with one arm by her flak jacket, and looked into her eyes, before grinning madly and leaned towards her, sliding his tongue across her sweat-ridden neck, and up her face, stopping at her cheek. Yes, definitely strawberries," he said in a husky and slightly insane voice. In a last-ditch effort before she died, Hana reached over and sunk her fangs into Mizuki's neck, easily breaking the skin, and when she tasted blood only clamped down harder. "Arg, you stupid bitch. Get the hell off of me," he yelled before stabbing her in the stomach with his kunai, making her scream and let go. Mizuki threw her off him and pressed a hand to the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, while looking at the crumpled form of Hana, as his blood dripped from her mouth and down her chin. He snarled, "Fine. I thought I was being generous with letting you choose the method, but you are being very difficult, so I will just choose for you." He walking over and grabbing one of her comrade's bloody katanas, before going back to her with a smirk. "You really were the best fuck I ever had, but I guess I have to put this bitch down." He spat, before raising the sword for the finishing blow. Mizuki was about to bring the sword down, ending Hana's life, when a large wave of flames seared towards him from the bushes just outside of the clearing. Mizuki saw the attack and jumped back away from Hana. He looked for who used the jutsu. It wasn't a jutsu he had ever seen before, so he was rather on edge and already in a defensive stance because it could very well be some backup for Hana. The wall of flame finally died down, revealing a man wearing Konoha shinobi garb while crouching down in front Hana. Hana had seen the whole thing, from the flames attacking Mizuki to the man appearing out of nowhere in front of her, who was now healing her wounds. The only reason she wasn't trying to get away, other than the fact she couldn't, was that he was a Konoha shinobi, from the clothes he wore. "Just who the hell are you?" Mizuki shouted, but received no reaction from the man. The man just finished healing Hana's more serious wounds, before finally looking up at her. She held back a breath the moment her brown eyes met his dark amethyst. After what Mizuki said about her and their relationship, and the predicament she was in, he had no idea why she was blushing when she looked at this man, but she couldn't lie to herself and say the man wasn't very handsome, or at least what she could see of him anyway. "Try not to move till I'm finished healing you, alright?" He ordered softly and received a nod in understanding, before he stood up and faced the still unnerved Mizuki. "I'm just a shinobi passing by. But I happened to overhear your conversation with this young woman, and decided to say hi." He smiled though it couldn't be seen with the mask covering his face. "If that's so then just leave, this has nothing to do with you, if you don't I'll have to kill you too after I finish off that bitch you just healed." The man simply shrugged and did a few hand seals before taking a knee and pressing his hand to the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu summoning technique. The man brought his hand up slowly, and out of the ground came a katana with a red hilt, resting inside a black sheath. The man grabbed the sword when it completely finished coming out of the ground, hooked it to his left hip, and pulled out the sword letting the blade slide across his thumb so the entire edge was covered in blood. Hake. Shinku Kaijin release, Crimson Ash. As soon as the last word was spoken the blade burst into flame. No, to be more exact, the blade itself turned into the flame that was now being jutting out of the red and black hilt. The man did a few test swings with the new sword. With each arc the flames seemed to move and grow almost like the tail of a comet that followed the main flame where the steel blade once was. It then resumed its natural state and size when the sword stopped moving. Mizuki was taken aback at what he had seen. He wasn't one to admit his fears to anyone. But he was scared now and all three of the people still conscious knew it simple by his body language. Seems I'll have a new sword after this is done as well. He bluffed while smiling the best he could while hoping the man couldn't sense his apprehension to fight. "If you believe you can take it from me then try, but if I were you I'd just return that scroll to her and be on your way. Because I can assure you that any other route you take now will not be pleasant." The man stated coldly, looking straight at Mizuki with an emotionless gaze, as thin strings of purple chakra began to slowly radiate off his body. His body is actually giving off chakra. Hana thought, flabbergasted at this fact. She had never heard of visible chakra except with certain jutsus, usually a rank or higher. And yet this man was giving off chakra from sheer force of will and emotion alone. "Why? You think you can scare me? Well, try this kinjutsu I learned from this scroll." Mizuki threatened before putting his fingers in a cross seal. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. The entire field puffed in a plume of smoke revealing nearly 25 Mizuki clones. The original simply had an arrogant smirk plastered across his face, reveling in his superiority over the intrusive man. "It's the quality of the shinobi, not the quantity. If you took this lesson to heart you would have used the chakra required for that jutsu for a more effective one against me," the man retorted, before swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. As the blade arched the flame tail began extending outward almost 50 feet, easily cleaving the shadow clone army in half, as well as a few dozen trees. After the tail returned, the man saw Mizuki, who was still alive if only known by his blood-curdling screams. Most of his clothing had burned to a crisp while his right arm had multiple gashes. However, the oddest thing was that his gashes and clothes were actually still aflame. If the smell in the air indicated anything, it was that the flame still burned both the open flesh of the wound and any blood that seeped out along with the fabric that still rested on his body. Mizuki tried to pat the flames out, but they simply burned hotter and fiercer, causing the man to scream in even more agony. "You cannot put that flame out, only I have the power to call it back. If you give up and promise to never return to Konoha I will let you leave," the man offered, never taking his gaze off the screaming man. "Or, why? You put that fancy sword down and listen to what I say and maybe I'll consider letting the bitch live," Mizuki chalked out through gritted teeth. The man turned back to Hana only to see another Mizuki holding her hostage with a kunai against her throat in front of a tree. "Tsh, missed one, I must be losing my edge," he though berating himself for the slip-up. The man did as he was told while facing the real Mizuki, and dug the sword into the ground with the sharp edge facing Mizuki at his feet. "Good, now move away from the sword," he ordered. The man followed the order, and took 10 large steps away from the sword closer to Hana and the clone. Mizuki began to limp his way towards the sword, keeping a deadly gaze on the swordsman. Mizuki was about a foot away from the sword and went to grab it, but the man had other plans and in one swift motion brought his right arm in a vertical arc above his head. Out of nowhere the dormant sword seemed to grow a life of its own and moved in the arc motion the man just did. To Hana it seemed like time stood still. One moment Mizuki was about to grab the sword, the next said sword was lodged into both the trunk of the tree only 3 inches from her shoulder, and down the middle of the shadow clone's head. The next moment another blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the forest as the vicious plan of the man came full circle. The real Mizuki was the one who screamed. Why? Because as Hana was witnessing his body was cleaved cleanly in half down the middle, so cleanly in fact Mizuki's body didn't register the slice until just then when his 2 halves began to separate from each other, his screams dying with it. If Hana wasn't so completely exhausted she'd have probably thrown up, from what she has just witnessed this stranger do. Her body flinched when the man jerked his arm back, the sword pulling out of the trunk and flying back to him, catching the hilt in his hand. The man began to fumble with the hilt for a minute, before resheathing the sword and it poofed out of existence. He used ninja wire to tie the hilt of his sword to his wrist, she though surprised, but finally answering the question of just how the hell he pulled off that attack. The man began to walk back towards her, and from sheer fear her knees buckled and she fell on her butt against the tree. She closed her eyes tightly, when the man reached her and took a knee in front of her. She had no idea what the man planned on doing now, whether it be make her his slave, kill her, or the worst thing she could think of, rape her. After a few moments nothing happened, but then a warm sensation enveloped her body when a hand gently grabbed her upper arm and another pressed itself against her stomach. She slowly opened her eyes to see the man with a look of concentration in his eyes, as her entire body was encased in a light purple aura. After a few minutes he released his grip and stood up looking down at her. I just finished healing the rest of your wounds so you should be okay to move around freely. But I suggest taking it easy for a while till you regain enough chakra, he said in a warm tone, a tone opposite of what he was speaking to Mizuki with. He held out his hand to help Hana to her feet. She hesitated for a second before taking it, being pulled to her feet. She took a moment to regain her stability, before she finally took in all that happened. Her entire team was dead, her nin dog was close enough to it, though she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the man was currently healing him. She is pretty cute, don't you think, Naru-kun? Natsumi asked inside his head with a sly voice, only getting an affirmative nod in response. She just stared at the destruction and havoc the surroundings had taken, not only from the battle of her squad and Mizuki, but also the man's flame attack. The ground and surrounding underbrush were all scorched along with nicks, cuts and holes. The man came back to her side with her dog in his arms, giving him back to her, and then latched the scroll to her back with some wire. Gomen for your team. But there is nothing more you can do for them. You should go back to Konoha and alert the Hokage about this and to send a medical team to clean this up. The man suggested sadly, before turning and walking towards the denser part of the forest form whence he came. Matt, wait, what's your name? She asked, her voice slightly panicked. If for nothing else she wanted to at least know the name of her savior to maybe repay him one day. I don't need thanks or recognition for what I did, I simply did what was right, that is all, take care. He retorted bluntly, taking a final look back at her with what she thought was a large smile across his masked face, before he vanished into the forest. Arigato, Shinobi-san, she whispered against the billowing winds before heading back to Konoha, hoping that she'd meet the mysterious shinobi again to maybe thank him properly. Flashback end, Hana's shocked expression reverted to a saddened one when she remembered that day of betrayal and death. I've been okay since then, she answered quietly, images still flashing in her mind. He offered her a small smile, slightly visible through his mask. That's good, you're a strong woman and a steel-nerved kunoichi. It's why I left you on your own back then. I knew you could handle yourself after I healed you. And I knew what happened wouldn't keep you down for long. Hana blushed slightly for the compliments, as they both stood up after getting all her groceries back in her bag. Gomen, about yelling at you before. Quite alright, Hana, I should have been paying attention to where I was going. Was completely my fault, he said, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I assume you are walking home since you have groceries, would you mind if I walked you home? It's the least I could do for bumping into you and delaying you. He offered kindly. I appreciate th gesture but no need really, my house is right here. She answered, turning her head towards the rather large house with the Inuzuka clan symbol above the doorway they were currently standing in front of. Ah, hey, alright then, well I've delayed you enough I think, so I'll let you get inside. Be safe Hana, I'll probably see you around. He finished taking his hand off her shoulder and began walking. Wait, please. Tell me your name. You left me without one for 2 years. I would like to know it this time. Hana shouted, shrinking slightly at how loud and panicked she sounded. Naruto turned to her, a small smile on his face as he got into a thinking pose with his pointer finger tapping his chin. Well, let me ask you first, what do you think of the demon boy Uzumaki Naruto who disappeared from the village 6 years ago? In a flash after he finished his question, he was being painfully pressed against the gates of the Inuzuka's property, by a feral-looking Hana with a kunai pressed against his throat. Her eyes shone in an almost uncontrolled rage, her fangs gritting so tightly you'd think they would have chipped from the pressure. Don't you dare call Naruto that ever again, do you understand me? Naruto is not Kyuubi, he is just a young boy who had the unfortunate fate to house the most powerful Biju node to exist, he is our savior not a demon. And I don't care even if you did save me back then, I swear to Kami-sama I will take great pleasure in skinning you alive and feeding you to my nin dogs if you call him that again in my presence, do I make myself clear? She growled out, making her point known by making a small cut across Naruto's neck and mask drawing a few drops of blood. Wow. She is quite protective of you Naru-kun, and if memory serves you've never even met her before that day. Hey, she'll be a bit embarrassed once she finds out that she is attacking the very person she is trying to protect. Natsumi said with a chuckle. Hi, you're telling me, though now I'd like to know why she is. You are right, I've never met her before that day, so I don't know how she knows me or why she is acting like this. Though she certainly went up a few pegs in my book of people I like. He thought back with a smile. Okay, Gomen, I didn't know people even still liked him, and even more so since he left. I won't call him a demon again, I promise. Hana looked into the man's purple eyes for any indication he was lying but found none. She slowly released her grip on his flak jacket that held him to the gate in her kunai before taking a few steps back from Naruto. Hi, well there are, my family and I will always be loyal to that boy no matter what. So don't go spewing nonsense about him that isn't true. She answered before a shout broke the tension. Oi, people are trying to sleep. Oh Hana, it's you, what are you doing out here? A woman in a red kimono shouted after just emerging from the Inuzuka's porch. Oh, and who is the man there? She asked, just noticing Naruto against the gate. Gomen Ka-san, I was just coming back from the vets with groceries when I bumped into my friend here. Hana said with a flush across her cheeks from embarrassment. Oh, well, get you and your friend inside so you can continue talking without waking up the neighbors. I get enough complaints from them about the kennel, I don't need any from my kids too. Sume said in a stern voice, while eyeing Naruto. Finally, after 2 long years she is finally talking to men outside of her team. Hopefully this may lead somewhere, she needs the companionship, especially after what Mizuki did to her. She thought as she watched her daughter and young man enter the house. Inuzuka compound, Naruto strolled inside the house of the Inuzukas only to have his sense of smell attacked with the essence of dog. The house he noticed was surprisingly large compared to how it looked from the outside, but still held a homely feel to it. From the entrance there was the kitchen to the left, a living room to the right, while going straight led to some stairs leading second floor, presumably the floor containing bedrooms and bathrooms. And if you went past the stairs to the left, it led to, if the sound being any indication, the kennel Sume mentioned earlier. Naruto couldn't quite dwell on the finer descriptions of the house, because Hana's mother began to push him deeper into the house and into the living room, where a small oak table stood in the middle of the room. Please make yourself at home, mister. Sume said, leading him to take a seat at the table. Truth be told, I'd like to talk to both of you if you wouldn't mind. There is something I have to ask you, before I introduce myself. Naruto answered, trying to change the subject of introducing himself. Sume quirked her eyebrow, easily telling the man was apprehensive and name himself. She took his hint and played along, knowing she'd get the answer out of him before he left. Alright, I'll make us some tea then. Naruto let out a soft sigh, thanking God Hana's mother had dropped the question, for now anyway. He looked around the room slowly, noting a few things, such as family pictures and the like. He smiled softly, seeing a picture of Hana smiling with her nin dog companion, which looked like it was taken after he had saved her. I'm glad she was alright after all, he thought to himself, before Hana's voice knocked him from his current thoughts and into a set of brand new ones when he looked in her direction. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when he saw Hana enter the living room. She had now abandoned her loose-fitting uniform for a snug short-sleeve black t-shirt with "Can't touch this alpha bitch" in white lettering on the front that showed off her rather sizable bust, which he failed to notice from previous meetings, and black shorts stopping halfway down her thighs to give him a very generous view of her long and toned legs. Her hair, which had been prior to then bound in a ponytail, was now freely flowing down to her shoulder blades behind her, with her headband resting nonchalantly just under her collarbone. Wow. He calm down there, Naru-kun. Natsumi teased, but still, wow, is right, didn't think she was packing that. Kinda, heat, under that Chunin vest or doctor's uniform, did you? She teased even more. Quote. Quote. Naru-kun. Natsumi asked, snickering lightly at the man's lack of attention. Quote. I'm just glad I have this mask over my face, and table in front of me, he finally said. All he could now hear was Natsumi's full-blown laughter in the back of his mind after his statement. Hi, I doubt she'd be as entertained as I was when you first saw me, if she saw those reactions from you right now, she responded through giggling fits. Did you even hear what I said? Hana asked, her brow twitching slightly at noticing the glazed-over look in his eyes as she talked to him, after she grabbed a seat at the table. Before Naruto registered her question, she noticed an odd scent in the air floating around him. At first she couldn't place it. But it soon clicked, and she was none too happy, even if a slight blush adorned her cheeks and what it meant. What the hell? The bastard is ogling me like a piece of meat. I wouldn't be so pissed about it if he not only didn't diss Naruto earlier, but wasn't so obvious about it with his scent. Even if he does smell good enough to eat, she thought angrily, and then furiously at her final thought, quickly squashing it just as quickly as it was formed. Naruto was knocked yet again out of his thoughts, and had the decency to look sheepish at her question. Gomen, there was something important on my mind, would you mind repeating? I said, just because my Ka-san invited you in to not forget what I said outside. She repeated, with a slight vein bulging on her forehead, knowing exactly what important things were just on his mind. I made you a promise, I do not plan on breaking it, and again I apologize for how I phrased my question. But it was rather important that I asked you. Tea is ready. And what was important? Sume asked while walking into the living room with a small tray of tea and teacups. Well, Ka-san, I should probably begin with the fact that this was actually the man that saved me from Mizuki Tem 2 years ago. Sume listened to her daughter speak as she took a seat at the table and began to pour the tea. She abruptly stopped with a shocked expression on her face the moment she heard that the very man who she invited into her house and was sitting across from her was the man that had saved her precious and only daughter, and less important to her but still important, Inuzuka clan heir. Sume put the teapot down, and moved back from the table slightly to get into a kneeling posture used for people of respectable status, such as a clan leader, kage, or daimyo. Ari, arigato. Arigato for saving my Masumi daughter. I don't know what I would have done if I lost her that day. Arigato. Sume thanked him, through almost inaudible sobs. Mama. It's alright, Inuzuka-san. I already told your daughter that I don't need thanks for what I did, I simply did what was right. That Mizuki person had no right to betray the village like he did, and more importantly treat Hana the way he did. If I wasn't in a rush when I got there, I would have made his death a lot more deserving than I made it. And I'm just glad that Hana got back to her feet. I would have hated to see such a strong and beautiful woman like her sulking over what that asshole did. Naruto said reassuringly, with a slight unseen blush after only realizing what he called Hana. Oh, seems my hopes weren't unfounded. I won't meddle as my Musume's personal affairs, but that doesn't mean I still can't hope. Sume thought after hearing his words, and little slip up. Sume got up from her position and rejoined the pair at the table, wiping the last remnants of tears from her cheeks. He thinks I'm beautiful. Hana mentally questioned, while trying to hide her light blush at Naruto's compliments. Still, arigato. And please call me Sume, she finished with a smile towards the purple-eyed man, who the two females could tell was smiling back. Anyway, Ka-san, as you know, I never got his name back then, so meeting up with him this morning out of the blue I asked again, but he just answered my question with another question. What do you think of the demon boy Uzumaki Naruto who disappeared from the village 6 years ago? Hana quoted, going back to her story after feeling her blush leave her cheeks. The very moment Hana finished reiterating Naruto's question, Sume's appreciation for the man disappeared, and was replaced with a growling Inuzuka clan head staring back at him. Naruto was quick to apologize for his snafu, hoping the older woman would take it to heart. After a long minute of nothing but light growls from the matriarch, she returned to a neutral stance with the man. I had the same reaction, just a little more physical, which was probably the noise you heard outside. However, before you had come out, I was able to answer his question, but he never answered mine. Both Inuzukas looked expectantly at Naruto once Hana finished, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Anyo, well, Inuzuka-san, before I tell you both, I'd like for you to elaborate on what Hana meant by, my family and I will always be loyal to that boy no matter what. I will admit to you that I know Naruto, quite well in fact. But I don't recall him ever mentioning your clan during our talks about Konoha, that is why I phrased my question the way I did. I purposely did it to see the kind of reaction I'd get out of Hana. Knowing Naruto the way I do, it would be dishonorable to him if I befriended anyone who despised him in this village. I have heard from the boy many stories of how he was treated here, so I had to be sure about Hana's feelings towards him. And since she had stated such a high claim, I wished to simply know what she meant. Sume was pouring herself and the pair the tea while Naruto explained his motives. She took a sip of tea after passing out the cups, and sighed afterwards before speaking. Well, we may not look it, but the Inuzuka clan was actually the personal bodyguards of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime and Naruto's Tusan. Whenever he left the village, whether it be for vacation, war, treaties, no matter the reason, we Inuzuka were always by his side to put our lives on the line to protect him. However, after Minato-sama had settled down with Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's Ka-san, our priorities changed. He had ordered our clan to not only protect him, but his family as well, since they were an extension of himself. We accepted our new charges with no grievances, and for a time things were normal, well as normal as a life of a shinobi can be anyway. Sume stopped talking for a moment to take another sip of her tea before starting up again. Then, Kyuubi came. Being a Konoha shinobi yourself, I'm sure you know the history, so I won't bore you with the details. Anyway, after the battle, we found Minato-sama dead. But his wife and son still alive, so we continued as their protectors because Minato-sama still lived inside them both. However, 2 years after the Kyuubi's attack, Kushina along with her clan left Konoha for greener pastures, but not before exiling Naruto and leaving him to the savages our clan once called villagers. From that moment, as clan head, I rescinded Minato-sama's order for protection of her. She left the village and more importantly abandoned her only child. To the Inuzukas, that is unforgivable. After only a few days of being put in the orphanage, I had gone to the Hokage and begged him repeatedly to allow my clan to adopt him. But he wouldn't hear of it. He not only told me that the council would never allow the adoption to go through, but also that he didn't want another one of the important shinobi clans to leave because of the villagers' hate for the boy and anyone who protected him. He simply stated that he would do his best to make sure Naruto was doing okay. So from then on we just protected Naruto as best we could from the shadows. But with the Hokage giving my clan missions on a daily basis, it was hard to protect him as well as we had hoped. Then 4 years after Kushina's departure, Naruto himself disappeared from the village and hasn't been seen since. But even so, the Inuzuka clan will remain loyal to that boy and protect him as well as his reputation here as best we can, because that was the wish of our greatest hero, and we will honor it no matter what. Sume finished explaining and slammed her cup on the table to emphasize her point. By the time her story had finished, Naruto's eyes widened so much you'd swear they'd pop out any moment. I never knew anyone cared about me that much aside from Oji-san. They They were even planning on adopting me. Naruto thought, shocked beyond belief, and actually trying his hardest to not let his features show how happy he was to hear what Tsume said. In all honesty, the lonely child that still remained inside him wanted to cry right then. Well, Naru-kun. Not everyone in this village is as heartless or stupid as most. I mean, statistically speaking, there had to be at least a few dozen people in this large village that either have no problem with you or even believe you are a savior for your sacrifice. I guess you just met the clan that is at the top of this list. Natsumi said in a warm tone, sending Naruto a mental picture of her giving him a loving embrace, since she couldn't really do it at the moment. Hi, right as usual, Natsu-chan, he thought back with a smile, sending her a mental picture with him giving her a deep kiss. I see, arigato for your explanation, Tsume-san, that answered any lingering questions I had. Naruto spoke quietly before taking a long sip of tea, still trying not to show his emotions. A quick silence rose in the room, the sounds of sipping the only break from it. Hana had watched Naruto the whole time while they listened to her mother's story, and saw a myriad of emotions play through his eyes. She had wanted to question him on several occasions as to why he was reacting so deeply, but decided to wait. However, the silence was getting to her. She had so many questions, and if she didn't get them now she would probably explode. Okay, so we answered your question. Now answer ours. Who are you? And how do you know Naruto? As well as, can you tell us if he is alright at the present time? Should I tell them, Natsu-chan? After that story, I think it's only right, Naru-kun. Other than the Hokage, I can't imagine a group more deserving to know everything that's happened to you than the Inuzukas, especially after all they did for you and your two-san. You're right. Oh, do you want to stretch your legs a bit? Sure, Kage Bushin is fine. Naruto noticed after having his inner dialogue, that both women were starting to get impatiently. He whispered his apologies for the wait, took a sip of tea, let out a deep sigh, and cleared his throat before beginning. Well, I can't answer your questions, but in the opposite order you asked them, if that's alright. He asked, getting a confused nod from the female pair. Naruto is perfectly fine right now. He is healthy and is actually training in the shinobi arts. And if I may say, he is quite good, but that's besides the point. Your last two questions I can't actually answer at the same time. I know Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto because he paused his sentence, and went through a set of hand seals, before a puff of smoke shrouded his side of the table. I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He finished, as the last of the smoke disappeared, leaving Naruto in his true form, and Natsumi next to him, while both Inuzuka women gawked at who they were looking at. What the hell is this? You aren't Naruto. You look nothing like him. Tsume shouted, jumping from the table into a defensive stance, her nin-dog coming out of nowhere to her side ready to fight. Hana herself was simply too shocked at the person sitting in front of her to even move at first, but then came to her senses and jumped towards her mother. Please wait. I really am Naruto, just give me a minute to explain, I can prove I'm him. He pleaded. Hana just stared at the demonic-looking man, searching his eyes for any inclination of deceit. She just stared into his purple orbs, almost hypnotized by them. As she stared, something in the pit of her stomach pulled on her brain. She wasn't sure why, but it was simply telling her to trust what he is telling them. And ever since Mizuki's betrayal, following her gut instinct has gotten her out of a lot of situations that could have cost her her life. After a moment of inner debate, she released her stance and stood upright, letting out a soft sigh. Ka-san, I believe him. Tsume only took a split second to look in her daughter's eyes, and knew that it was her gut that told her to believe him. She took a long angry look at Naruto, before releasing a heavy sigh and standing from her stance as well. You have 1 minute, Naruto, she spoke, almost growling out the name. Naruto mouthed a silent, thank you, to Hana for diffusing the situation, before letting the women get back to their seats at the table. Anyo, well, I somehow doubt words will prove my heritage, so a technique only a select few including my father could know, of which I'm sure you'll recognize. He said before putting his hand, palm up and open in the middle of the table so everyone could see. For a moment nothing happened. But then a slight wind began to pick up around the room, seeming to be pulled towards Naruto's palm. Soon after, the wind picked up even more, and in his palm an almost marble-sized translucent purple ball of chakra formed. The wind picked up slightly more when the ball increased size exponentially, to cover up most of Naruto's still open hand. As the winds died down, the last bit of swirling chakra entered the ball, finishing the summoning of the jutsu. Ra. Sen. Gone. Sume spoke through shocked breaths, from not only not seeing this jutsu after so many years, but that this man really had learned and mastered it. Hana had only heard about this famous jutsu from her family, gossip, and historical records of the Yondaime Hokage. However, seeing it merely inches from her was mind-blowing. To her the jutsu was beautiful, the swirling winds inside the stable ball looked like the winds were dancing together. If she didn't know just how dangerous the jutsu was, she probably would have been tempted to touch it. But it wasn't one of the Yondaime's signature moves for nothing. Naruto looked at the two sheepishly. Well, I hope this proves to you who I really am. Because of your clan's history with my two-san, I'm sure you know that jutsu can only be learned by a select few people. Those being any of his blood kin including myself, or in Uzumaki because of their Kekkei Genkei and his marriage to Uzumaki Kushina. But as I'm sure you know, because of the difficulty and power of this jutsu, only the next Uzumaki shinobi heir and clan head are allowed to learn it. Naruto paused his explanation for a moment to let them understand where he was going with this. Once he got the nods of approval from them, he continued. Well, since my two-san is dead, and I'm obviously in Konoha, instead of with the Uzumaki clan, it means that I can only be a blood relative. And Namikaze Minato only had one son, me. Plus, who else do you know that has whisker marks on his face? He finished, before pulling his mask down to finally reveal his full face to the women. Only a second after losing his mask was he tackled to the ground by a sobbing Sume. He was so surprised by her emotional outburst, in fact he almost lost his grip on the Rasengan, but dispelled it before it left his hand. Naruto. You're back. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again after you left the village. Sume sobbed out into his chest. Naruto was still shocked, before he was able to regain his composure and smile at the crying women on top of him. He slowly pulled her into a hug, and just said soothing words of apologies. After some time Sume regained some slight composure and let go of the man, but before she was able to move off him he pulled her back to him and he gave her another embrace, before whispering something in her ear. Arigato Sume-san, and Gomen for making you worry about me for so long. Ka-san. Sume physically stiffened at what Naruto just called her. She pulled away slightly to look up at the man, and saw a genuine smile across his fanged face, and happiness in his eyes. She smiled back and hugged him once more, tears flowing again. After about another 5 minutes the two calmed down and separated, both joining the table at their original positions. Well, I'm glad everything worked out here. I was afraid things would get messy if Naru-kun wasn't able to explain who he was. Natsumi said nonchalantly with a small smile, taking a sip of tea from Naruto's cup. Both Hana and Sume looked back at the women who almost seemed to come out of nowhere, though both being a bit sheepish knowing that this was just because they ignored her presence from Naruto being back. Gomen. But who are you? Hana questioned. Well, I just wanted to wait till Naru-kun finished his introduction before mine. This is Natsumi. She is my companion, and has been since I left the village 6 years ago. Naruto explained, trying not to blush too much when she slung herself around his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Both Inuzuka women perched an eyebrow at the two, each having a thought about it, not knowing just how familiar they were. This girl is getting a bit too close to him. Wait, why do I care if she is close to Naruto-kun? Wait. Did I just say, kun? I mean, yeah, the guy are gorgeous, but that doesn't mean I like him or anything, does it? I mean, we just really met, even if he did save me back then. Hana thought, a debate now raging in her head about her feelings of the newly discovered Naruto. Seems he might be taken after all. Well, unless Hana gets it together she is gonna lose him. And I really do think he'll be so good for her. Sume thought, hoping her daughter would get out of her man rut, and just claim Naruto as hers. Naruto, noting the intense gazes he was getting, tried to change the subject, before either of them had a chance to question him. Anyo, I'm rather surprised, to be honest. When I went to go see Oji-san, even he and Yamato-san freaked about how I looked. But you guys don't seem fazed at all. Both women were knocked out of their thoughts when he spoke. Sume was the first to get her answer out, and chuckled a bit. Naruto, look at us. We have inherited canine traits as a clan thanks to our kinship with our nin dogs. Slitted eyes, slight fangs and claws, increased sense of smell, etc. You would look a lot different to most people, but to our clan you don't look all that different from us, other than the ears and tails anyway. She remarked. With a small smirk, Naruto looked at both his mother and Hana, and realized that she was right. Save for his tails and ears, he would look almost like an Inuzuka. Though I would like to know where you got them from, Tsume said with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Actually, I will be explaining everything that's happened to me for the last 6 years to Oji-san tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and well, I feel it only right that anyone from the Inuzuka clan who would wish to come and listen to my story as well is welcome to. He responded with a smile. I will tell my clan about it and let them decide for themselves, but I will go. I'd like to know what my old charge has been up to for the last 6 years. She answered with a light chuckle. He laughed with her. Good, but sadly it's getting dark. We've been talking for a long time, and I'm actually quite tired after just getting back today from a 6-year vacation. Naruto flashed through some hand seals, letting the smoke envelope him and Natsumi, giving him the look he had before he revealed himself to them, and Natsumi back in the seal. He got up from his seat, bowed to his hosts, thanking them for believing him and their hospitality, before walking towards the exit. Tsume nodded to him, and looked down at the table slightly downcast for a second while biting her lip in fear. Should I ask him? She thought, said question raging through her head like a hurricane, not receiving any clear answer in her mind out of sheer fear of Naruto's answer. Naruto. She stuttered. He turned back to the matriarch. Hi. I need to know if you really meant it when you called me Ka-san. She asked, fear and apprehensiveness evident in her eyes. He smiled warmly at his new mother. Hi, of course it was Ka-san. If it wasn't for the council's interference you would have adopted me anyway, right? And what you said you did for me and tried to do, that are things only a Ka-san would do for her child. So yes, I do mean it when I call you that. You are more of a Ka-san to me now than Uzumaki Kushina ever was. He explained, spitting out the name of his biological mother. Naruto took a moment to look at Hana, who was also looking back at him. He smiled to her before making another statement. Although at the moment, I'm slightly happy you weren't able to. He paused. Tsume was about to cry at this statement before he saw her reaction and quickly continued. Anyo, well, because it would be rather awkward to ask if my sister would want to grab dinner with me after visiting Oji-san tomorrow. Gomen, I thought about maybe asking later, but since I was left with an opportunity to ask now, I just took my shot. He finished with a noticeable blush and a large nervous smile that made his eyes close as he scratched the back of his head. Tsume's reaction did a complete 180 when she heard that Naruto was asking her 2-year man-less daughter out for dinner. She tried to hide her smile, but a small one pulled at her lips, as her thoughts were raging on the subject. Hana, say yes, damn it. Please don't reject him like all the other guys who have asked you out since the incident with Mizuki. He is a good, strong man, and by our discussion this afternoon I can tell he only has the truest intentions when it comes to women. Please, sweetheart, for your own happiness, say yes. She thought, while looking at her daughter with pleading eyes. Hana, on the other hand, was rather floored at Naruto's statement. That was actually the last thing she was expecting to hear from him, especially after how close Natsumi and he seemed to be. A blush just as noticeable as Naruto's graced her own cheeks now as she held an inner debate. Should I say yes? She thought to herself before a voice inside her head spoke. You should, Hana, her conscience answered, but what if he is like all the other guys that have asked me out after Mizuki? You know, they were only after one thing. I mean, he was ogling me the moment I came down after I changed. That is true, but if you noticed, he was quite nervous about asking you to dinner. I mean, he is still blushing. Guys only trolling for a quick romp, act confident the whole time, because even if you say no, they will just go to the next girl in line. That's true. But what if? No, buts, woman. Her conscience harshly interrupted her. Hana, Naruto is a good man, a bit strange. But he is a strong, kind person, and will treat you right if you let him in your heart. After the talk at the table, you know he wouldn't dare harm someone who lets him close to them or he lets close to himself. Hana. You need to get past what happened with Mizuki Tem, and try to find happiness, and I believe Naruto is the man that can give you the greatest happiness you'll ever know. Plus, You know he has the hots for you already after his reaction to what you came into the living room wearing. I mean, any guy unless they were gay would have had the same reaction when you came in wearing that. You can't very well blame him for being sexually attracted to you. And more importantly, I already know you find him. How did you put it before, good enough to eat? I saw your thoughts about him when he fully dropped his hench too. I don't recall you ever trying those positions you had Naruto starring in, even with your longest boyfriend Mizuki, as much as I loathe to mention him again. Just give the hunk a chance. Her conscience finished in a teasing voice. Hana had the decency to HMPH, but also heavily blush while she thought about what her conscience said, and after a few moments decided that after all that's happened it was right. After all, Naruto had protected her from Mizuki with his life, not even knowing her, so just imagine how he would treat someone that he is close with. Okay, she concluded. Agreed. Hi, Naruto-kun, I'd love to have dinner with you tomorrow. She finally answered with a warm smile. All right then, he said, just barely holding in his happiness that she said yes. If you aren't at the meeting, I'll pick you up here at 7 p.m. okay? He waited to let her nod affirmative before continuing. Okay, well I'll be off then, I'll see you tomorrow Kase-san, Hana-chan. He said with a wide smiling before leaving the Inuzuka compound. Hana blushed at the chan suffix he added before leaving. She got up from the table and headed towards the stairs in her room, before being delayed by her mother. Hana, I'm glad you agreed. It's about time you got a good man in your life after that last one. And I'm definitely sure that Naruto is a good man, and if things happen to get serious later on, I'm just as sure that he will make you very happy. Hana just smiled happily with a full blush reddening her cheeks before nodding and continuing up the stairs. Not even one day back, and he's already turned this house upside down. He had me crying my eyes out from everything, me crying. Not only that, but he also melted my daughter's frozen heart, and is making her blush so red it could make a tomato jealous. That man is something else. I'm really happy for you, my Masumi. Sum thought as she shook her head with a smile, while heading into the kitchen to make dinner. Namikaze Mansion. Naruto just entered his father's house and immediately went to one of the many bedrooms, after deactivating the blood seals surrounding the mansion. He quickly dropped his henge, and summoned an unhinged Natsumi who without a step launched herself at him, grabbing him in a deep kiss. Well, that was a rather interesting first day back now, wasn't it, Naru-kun? She spoke with her arms around his neck, and his around her waist. Sure was Natsu-chan. And I'm just glad it all worked out in the end too, especially during my discussion with Hana-chan and Ka-san. I still can't believe they cared about me so much and I didn't have a clue about it. He answered, pulling her so there was no space between their bodies any longer. Well, I'm just glad there are people still loyal to the Yondaim's wish after so long. She retorted, before leaning up and giving him a short kiss, while caressing his whisker marks with her thumb, causing him to take in a sharp breath and physically quiver from the touch. Forgot just how sensitive your whiskers were. Normally I'd take full advantage of the situation, but I can tell you were rather exhausted after today, so I'll make a rain check for, later name my Foxy-sama. She cooed in a seductive voice, before softly sucking on, and moaning against his bottom lip to emphasize her intentions, causing him to quiver even more from her touch. Naruto's eyes closed at the feeling, a small groan escaping his throat, but before he could enjoy it more she stopped. He opened his eyes from the lack of contact to see her on the bed in a submissive but sexy lying back position with her four tails spread across the bed, garbed in only a see-through red nightgown that didn't leave much to the imagination, with a coy smirk. Kami-sama, I'm just glad she is wearing something underneath that. He thought, noticing her bra and panties while a drip of blood fell down his nose. I heard that, Foxy-sama, she mentally cooed back to him, while her smirk only growing wider. And Gomen, but that rain check includes, little, Foxy-sama too. She ordered while pointing at the increasing bulge in his pants. I'm going to get you back for being so evil, you know that right? He questioned with a mischievous smile while undressing himself. And I still don't know how you changed so damn fast. He chuckled, shaking his head playfully, now clad only in his boxer briefs and black t-shirt. Trade secret, Naru-kun, she said with a pompous smirk. Plus, why shouldn't I be evil, when I so love it when you try to get me back, nay Foxy-sama. She finished with the tip of her finger barely in her mouth, with a coy and sexy expression on her face. Naruto just shook his head at her antics and got into the bed with her. They quickly wrapped themselves up in each other, with their tails wrapped up too, acting as a soft, furry blanket, before kissing each other deeply. Night my Shinku Kazaki, Crimson Queen, night my Foxy Sama. They both fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, wishing that morning wouldn't come too soon. Morning, Hokage's office. It was almost 9 a.m. inside the Hokage's office where Yamato and Sarutobi sat patiently waiting for Naruto, when the door to the Hokage's office opened. Anaru, oh, Sume-san, Hana-san. What are you two doing here? I know neither of you have any for missions today. And I don't wish to be rude, but I have an important meeting in a few moments, and can't be disturbed. I hope you understand and can wait until I'm finished to talk with me. Sarutobi said, trying his best to not sound rude to the matriarch, and clan heir to one of the best tracking clans that Konoha has to offer. Well, actually that's why we are here, Hokage-sama. Naruto invited us to this meeting last night as well. He can verify it if you wish, Sume responded, bowing in apology. No, it's fine, just wish he had told me about inviting others. I was only aware of myself and Yamato-san to be present when he told me. But if you know when this meeting was to occur and at whose request, then there is no need to prove anything. He responded, waving his hand dismissively. Arigato Hokage-sama, she answered, now walking deeper into the room with Hana in tow. A moment later the clock in the room began to chime, showing it to be 9 a.m. on the dot. As soon as the clock stopped, a voice entered the room, easily recognized by all the occupants. Ohayo, good morning, I hope everyone slept well last night. Naruto's sing-song voice rang out in front of the closed door. Everyone turned to see Naruto and Natsumi in their true forms, wearing their unique, orange, black, red, black style shinobi clothing. Hi, the group seemed to chorus out in unison. Good, well, since this is a rather long story, I suggest we all grab a seat. He offered, walking towards the Inuzuka pair with a large fanged smile, with Natsumi close behind. He and Natsumi walked past the pair, but not before he whispered something into each of their ears. Guess only Hana-chan and you could make it, Neika-san. He asked, only getting a nod and soft smile in return. I'm really happy you could make it, Hana-chan, he said with a wink after turning to her from Sume, causing her to slightly blush. Naruto and Natsumi took their seats, as the Inuzukas took some on the couch in the corner of the room. Once everyone got comfortable, all eyes were on Naruto, who coughed forcefully. Well, I'm sure you guys already know why you are here, so. He paused his sentence, before forming a set of hand seals as a purple aura flashed throughout the room. Anapo, Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu, Demon Art, Sound Silencing Barrier Technique. Now I can start. He finished with smile before beginning the story of the past 6 years. Chapter 4. Training, Year 1. Naruto's age, 6. Naruto's mental age, 6. Konoha Forest. 6 years ago, in a clearing of a forest at the border of Fire Country, a red transparent flame erupted and dissipated just as suddenly, leaving a small blonde boy in an orange jumpsuit gasping for air in its wake. Take deep breaths, Naruto, Kyuubi instructed. Hi. He rasped out. After about 10 minutes Naruto recovered and stabilized his breathing. He looked around but couldn't recognize any part of the forest. Anyo, Kyuubi-sensei, where am I? We are currently at the border of Fire Country, Naruto. Naruto's expression grew shocked. How? We were just a few miles away from Konoha a few minutes ago. Remember I told you I can influence you mentally or physically anytime I please. Well, I used one of my jutsus to get us here. As for why we are here, it's for training. You are still protected in the land of fire, but I don't want any interruptions with your training either, hence why we are at the border. There shouldn't be anyone from Konoha around here for a few months to look for you, and by then we will be gone. Naruto nodded in understanding, before sitting crossing his legs and waiting patiently for his new sensei to begin the lesson. Before we begin, you need to first learn the academic points of being a shinobi before you can even learn how to wield the powers of one. I will warn you, since as a child you may bored easily, that you will have to pay attention for hours at a time on lectures before I actually begin to teach you jutsus. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto frowned at the prospect and sighed in defeat. Hi, Kyuubi-sensei. Good, now try to find a nice spot to rest, I want you to get some sleep. You've had a trying day, and tomorrow you begin your training. Kyuubi instructed. Naruto nodded, and get his backpack to begin looking for a suitable spot in the lush forest. After looking for some time he finally found one that would suit his needs perfectly. It was a little enclave inside a trunk of a rather large tree. It supported him while he slept, and kept him fairly hidden from people, predators or nature itself. Once he finished unpacking, he nestled himself into the tree and fell asleep soon after. Mindscape. Naruto woke up to a familiar sound on water dripping into a large body of water. He opened his eyes to find himself in his mindscape once more. He wasn't frightened this time, however a look of confusion was on his face this time. He followed the pipes once more to get to Kyuubi's cage, finding the large fox waiting for him. Welcome back Naruto. Naruto's logic kicked in and quickly bowed to the fox, before standing back upright and moving closer to the golden bars. Why am I here Kyuubi-sensei? Because I wanted to speed up the process of training you. Kyuubi responded before closing its eyes and a wave of red flashed throughout the area. I just activated my Hitotoki Hayameru no Jutsu, time-quickening technique, inside your mind. As the name suggests, it actually quickens the time in your mind. Or if you want to go another route, makes it seem as though time slows down in the real world. The advantage to this is that now I can teach you twice as much in your head I ever could have outside of it. A side effect however is that because it is literally your mind speeding up, your mental age would also grow faster. Naruto was rather confused, he was only 6 after all. The idea of 2 different sets of time was confusing to say the least, quite apparent by his deer-in-headlights facial expression. Kyuubi could only chuckle at the boy, before it continued. In other words Naruto, if you spent 2 whole hours in your mind just listening to me, and then went back into the real world, only 1 hour would have really passed, but your mental state would still be 2 hours older, understand? Naruto thought for a moment before a large smile raced across his face, and he nodded his head enthusiastically. You're saying that my mind will grow faster, but time is still normal outside, right? He asked, getting a slight nod from the fox, making his grin even wider. So are you going to be teaching me something now Kyuubi-sensei? Hi, because this is your first time I will go easy, but don't expect me to be lenient later. I will be teaching you the history of shinobi and chakra, and how beings have come to harness and bend the elements to their whims via chakra. Naruto smiled, his eyes clearly showing excitement and interest, as he simply sat there and listened to the wizened fox sharing its wisdom. Many hours went by, and just after finishing an example of how a Kaden fire jutsu works, Kyuubi finished its lecture. Alright Naruto. It's been about 16 hours in here, so your body should be rested enough to begin the physical training I have planned for you today. Okay Kyuubi-sensei. I'll be leaving then. That session was cool, I didn't think that shinobi were so fancy. Naruto joked with a smile before bowing to his sensei and phased out of his mind. Real world. Even though he believed Kyuubi, it was still hard to believe that only 8 hours had passed in this time. He enjoyed the sounds of the forest just waking up with him, it made him rather happy and calm. Naruto, grab some breakfast from your backpack, stretch and then we'll begin your physical training. Naruto did as he was told and got a box of cereal he had packed. After eating he stretched out his body as best he thought it should be before giving Kyuubi the go-ahead. Alright, now that you are done we can start. Just so you know what you are getting into, by the time you go to sleep tonight, I want you to have completed 0.200 push-up, 200 sit-ups, 200 log kicks, 200 log punches, 200 chin-ups, as well as run 5 miles. You may think this is a lot for your first day, but if you forgot I am here, plus this is important fitness for a shinobi's physical abilities. You need to be able to both give and take blows. This training will help you cool with the physical pain of fighting. I suggest you get started on your running. Without my chakra your endurance is quite lacking right now. Naruto was rather blown away at his new regimen, but was still excited to begin his life as a shinobi. He did as the Kyuubi suggested and started off on running, and finished it but later than he would have liked. He then started on the rest of his workout, letting the hours pass by as he bled and sweated while finishing his tasks. Eventually he finished them, and grabbed a quick ramen cup for his dinner, though it took him a while to build a good enough fire to heat the water he had found and a steam well enough to soften the noodles. After dinner he put out the fire and went back to the tree to get some rest. Mindscape. Naruto heard the usual drips and simply got up and followed the pipes once more. He reached the cage and bowed respectfully before taking a seat on the floor. Did you finish the physical training I gave you today? Kyuubi asked in a bored tone, getting a nod from its student. Very well, I would continue where I left off yesterday. But I'm not a school teacher, so I'm going to skip all of the filler information about chakra and its history, since I gave you the most important points last night. Today I will teach you about controlling chakra to do things like enhance your physical performances, such as running, jumping, etc. You will learn the many ways chakra can help you in most things that you do every day. By the end I expect you to attempt and accomplish some of the easier exercises. Be warned, Naruto, that what you do accomplish physically here will not be transmitted to your body. So when you wake up you will mentally remember what to do, but your body will have to relearn how to do it. Learning anything physical in your mind just allows you to learn it faster in real time because you already know what you need to do, you just need to reapply it to your physical body. Naruto was a bit annoyed that he'd have to reteach himself out of his mind every physical thing he learned. But he still couldn't help but be excited that he was actually learning to use chakra. After many hours of lectures and then trial and error, Naruto finally got a grasp on controlling his chakra. Much to his disappointment, when he was really starting to get into all the different things he could do, Kyuubi's voice rang out, getting the boy's attention. I see you have a fairly decent grasp of chakra control. I'm rather impressed for someone at your age to do so. But with your Ka-san's Kekkei Genkai I'm not surprised. Kyuubi said, though mentally slapping itself for mentioning Naruto's taboo. Not much to Kyuubi's surprise at the mention of Kushina, Naruto's grin turned into a scowl, and his jovial eyes took a rather hateful look. So, Kushina left me a Kekkei Genkai ne? What is it, Kyuubi-sensei? Will it at least be more useful to me than she was? Naruto asked in an emotionless tone. Kyuubi mentally cringed at the boy's reaction to his mother, but quickly steeled itself and get back to the point at hand. I would say so, Naruto, it is actually one of the stronger Kekkei Genkai I've ever come across. It may not be a dujutsu like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan or Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that reside in Konoha. But in sheer ingenuity, raw power, and nearly limitless applications I doubt anything could match it. Sadly though, because it doesn't have a physical outward manifestation, the Uzumaki clan never had any reason for naming it. However, I did learn what it entailed before I was sealed. For all intensive purposes it's a chakra multiplier. Their Kekkei Genkai bestows upon them literally 4 times the chakra reserves of normal people. The best example I can give you is yourself actually. After you were born but prior to my sealing in you, you already had the chakra reserves of a mid-level genin, which for being a newborn baby is amazing to most people. But this is commonplace for Uzumaki babies. Of course, after my sealing in you, your personal reserves shot through the roof because of our fusing chakra. So I'd estimate that after I was sealed in you and the fusion started, your reserves jumped to mid-chunin level before you were even 1 year old. But getting back to their abilities, because of this large chakra capacity, they were able to learn harder level jutsus sooner than most shinobi of the same age or rank, easily reaching higher shinobi ranks at younger ages. And after a time they had actually decided to make their own jutsu style named after themselves. They took versions of the most known jutsus in Fire Country and hybridized them with their Kekkei Genkai. These jutsus, although very similar in both hand seals and performance to use them compared to their original counterparts, were in a league of their own when it came to their results in the field. Truth be told, as was the Uzumaki clan and their personalized jutsus that had forced me back into the forest where I fought with your Two-san. That is the gist of one of your Kekkei Genkai, Naruto. And with the training I'll be giving you, you'll be thanking the high heavens for it. Naruto absorbed the entire topic like a sponge, and although he hated his mother and her clan for what they did, he could not deny the Uzumaki blood that ran through his veins and the advantages their Kekkei Genkai gave him, no matter how much he wished it. Knowing that sulking would do nothing to alleviate his feelings towards them, he grew intent on learning anything he could about their abilities and making them his own. Arigato, Kyuubi-sensei, I'm sure my Kekkei Genkai will help during my training as well as afterwards, he said, bowing. Also, what did you mean by just one of my Kekkei Genkai? Do I have more? It's fine, you deserve to know what is inside of you, whether it be me or something else. I will not keep that from you if you ask. As for your question, you have another Kekkei Genkei, and a third one that is my own. The second one is your two sands actually. This one as well doesn't have a name because as with the Uzumaki it has no outward manifestation. The reason U2-san was called the Yellow Flash was because of his ability to use the Hiraishin no Jutsu, a jutsu which no one since has been able to successfully use to my knowledge. However, what you probably don't know is that the Hiraishin itself isn't his Kekkei Genkei, it's just a jutsu he created when using his true Kekkei Genkei. Much like the Juken is used by the Hyugas Byakugan and Tsukuyomi, Amaterasuer for the Uchiha's Sharingan. Officially though, his Kekkei Genkei has to do with the cells in his body, which allow him to move at the speed of light without having his internal organs and bones crushed from the sheer pressure exuded at that speed. Because of his Kekkei Genkai's ability to keep his body in a stable state at ungodly speeds, it became only natural that only his bloodline could actually harness the power of the Hiraishin no Jutsu after its creation. And so that is your second Kekkei Genkei, Naruto. As for your third, it's not really a Kekkei Genkei per se, mainly because it's not in your blood, it's in your chakra. I like to call it a demon limit, but I digress. When you get older and you absorb more of my chakra, you'll gain some of my abilities and likenesses. But you won't have to worry about what they are for some time. I'd rather have you concentrate on your training for now. Naruto just stared at the large fox for a good 10 minutes before a reaction finally erupted from him, in a long and rather maniacal laugh. So, you're pretty much telling me I'm going to be an awesome shinobi when I get older after all your training? He asked excitedly. Well, I certainly wasn't exaggerating when first told you that after my training you're going to be the strongest shinobi that this realm will ever see. The fox grinned back, liking the boy's attitude towards all that he was told. But don't let all I told you go to your head. You still have to survive my training, Naruto. And now that you know your limits, I won't be going easy on you. Hi, Kyuubi sensei. He smirked back, not being able to wait to get back to training. Okay, now get back out. It's about time you started your physical training again. Hi, Kyuubi sensei. He yelled before phasing out of his mind. Real world. Naruto woke up from his sleep refreshed as usual, did a few stretches before grabbing a quick bite to eat, and waited for instructions from his sensei. Alright Naruto, first I want you to get your body under control of your chakra like you had done in your mind. Naruto nodded, and took the last few morning hours to reacquaint his body with chakra control. Once he had it down to where he is currently in his mental training, he stretched some more, knowing his real training was coming soon. Very good Naruto. You actually got your body a bit more used to chakra control than you had it in your mind. Now for today's regimen, I want you to do 500 push-up, 500 sit-ups, 500 log kicks, 500 log punches, 500 chin-ups, as well as run 25 miles. But I don't want you to use your chakra except for your last 200 reps of each set, and last 15 miles. I want you to both build up your body's toughness and strength, while also getting used to using your chakra for different things. It will be good practice for you. Hi Kyuubi sensei. He acknowledged before bounding off. This is how things went for Naruto and Kyuubi's training. The boy would learn ninjutsus, genjutsus, taijutsus, and shinobi history while he slept in his mind. Then took those lessons he had learned and incorporated them into his body while he was awake. Kyuubi was rather impressed. The boy was like a well-oiled machine when it came to lectures and training, and sooner than either of them realized 8 months of their training went by. 8 months later, Naruto had just finished his daily regimen of tasks that his sensei had him currently following. He was now up to 2,100 reps of every exercise, running for 50 miles, did weapons practice, chakra control exercises such as tree climbing and water walking. He also began learning rudimentary jutsus such as the substitution Henchbushin. Naruto himself now looked a lot more fit than he had prior to leaving the village. His body grew more, thanks to his training, and his sensei for teaching him important survival skills as well. Naruto was currently picking up the Suriname and kunai he had been practicing with earlier and put them away before he went to grab some fish he would grill up for dinner. Naruto began cooking the fish over the fire he made with the only elemental jutsu Kyuubi was willing to teach him at that time, which was for survival's sake only. Naruto, hi Kyuubi sensei. I think we have spent enough time here. Tomorrow I want to head to Wind Country, more specifically to Suna. You need to learn people skills, as well as a few Doton earth and Futon wind jutsu. Yes, I am finally allowing you to learn elemental jutsu outside of your mind. However, your daily regimen will not change, so do not push yourself with learning a bunch of new jutsu all at once. You will have time, so don't rush into things, understand? Naruto listened intently to his sensei and was actually a bit sad to have to leave this place that was his home for nearly a year. But on the other hand, the prospect of going to a new place and even learning jutsu was too exciting to pass up, and a smile fell upon his face. "Hi Kyuubi sensei," he answered before grabbing his fish and ate merrily. As he slept, Naruto did mental training with his sensei as usual. This training was commencing much faster than his physical training simply because of the time he spent doing it. By now he had learned all the concepts of ninjutsus and their elements, the activation and dispelling of genjutsus, and the pros and cons of different taijutsu styles. He was currently learning the concepts of nature manipulation in chakra and the results it can have on jutsu, as well as the little information that the Kyuubi had on healing chakra. Kyuubi had finished its night of lecturing early because it wanted Naruto to get an early start towards Suna. Naruto awoke, had a quick breakfast, and headed towards the land of wind after packing his stuff. Kyuubi knew this realm like the back of its paw and knew every shortcut imaginable to get to Suna faster. It only took Naruto half the day to get to the outskirts of the desert using his chakra to enhance his speed, and the directions from his sensei. "Wow, this looks like a giant lake, only with sand instead of water," Naruto said, gaping towards the nearly never-ending sea of sand. "Trust me Naruto, it's a lot bigger than you think. And if we want to get to Suna before nightfall, I think you should use my chakra." Naruto nodded and grinned happily. Naruto didn't want his sensei to know, but for some reason anytime he used Kyuubi's almost unlimited chakra supply, it always felt warm and welcoming inside his body. He didn't know why it was like that. His own chakra felt cool and calming, but the red chakra he could honestly say he enjoyed using simply because of the feelings it gave him. No sooner had his grin appeared, was he already kicking up a dust storm in his wake, heading towards the hidden sand village. "Sand village? No, you can't play with us, you freak," a young boy screamed at another young child with dark red hair. "But why not? You guys need another person, right?" The redhead spoke, confused on what the problem was. "We do, but we don't want you to be it, so why don't you just leave?" Another boy shouted, before grabbing a pebble and launching it at the redhead, hitting him in the face. The little redhead was rather scared when he saw the group of boys move towards him. Sure, he hadn't actually done anything to them, hell, all he asked was to play with them. But that still didn't stop something in his subconscious from snapping. The boy grabbed his head in pain and began to groan slightly, falling to one knee, before the sand on the ground around his feet began to shift around almost like it was alive. The sand picked up faster, and then out of nowhere a large missile of sand shot out at the boy who threw the rock. The sand was almost to its target before a voice called out, halting its attack, falling to the ground immediately. "Hey, what are you guys doing to that poor kid? You know it isn't nice to pick on others." The voice rang out. "What's it to you? You must not live here if you don't know this kid is just some freak," the pebble-throwing boy retorted snidely. The mysterious boy disappeared soon after the sentence was said, before all 7 boys who were bullying the redhead toppled over in pain, bruises appearing on their bodies. They looked back at the mysterious boy, fear evident in their faces, before they all ran home in fear and pain. "Hey, kid, you okay?" he called out to the redhead, whom looked up to see bright blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes staring at him. The redhead was still scared though, and when the blonde leant his hand down to help him up, the sand from before clamped down on the hand and crushed it with a sickening crunch. The blonde cringed and slightly cried out in pain, as the sand slunk away, showing a now bloodied stump. The blonde stood up and closed his eyes in concentration before red chakra encompassed his hand, repairing the crushed bones and ripped skin. Once his hand was better, the blonde tested it out, and nodded in satisfaction on its recovery before looking back towards the redhead, who was just staring at him in pure shock and fear. "Hey, you mind not doing that again, it really hurt," he blonde said with a smile on his face before extending his hand once more to the boy. Slowly but surely the redhead got courage enough to grab the boy's hand and was helped to his feet. Naruto smiled while still shaking the boy's hand. "My name is Kazama Arashi, I just came here from Konoha." What's your name? The redhead was rather taken aback from Naruto's behavior. No one had ever stayed around him for more than 5 minutes. Especially if they lived in this village, and even more especially if they saw the weird sand thing he did. Not even he knew what it was or why it happened. However, something inside the boy told him to try to be friends with this weird blonde-haired boy. And he did just that, finally beginning to put in an effort to shake. I'm Sabaku no Gaara, the redhead said, still apprehensive about talking too much to the boy. Gaara, a cool name. Gaara, surprising himself, actually had the nerve to smile at the boy's simple adjective towards his name. They soon returned to their normal stances and went to a swing set that was nearby. A quiet atmosphere hung around the two as they swung. After some time, Naruto couldn't take the silence and spoke. So, Gaara, why were those kids, picking on you? Gaara physically stiffened at the mention of the other kids, but relaxed after remembering what Naruto had done to them. He held a downcast expression. I don't really know, they keep calling me a demon, or freak, I'm not sure why. It might have to do with that sand thing that attacked you. Or they hate me because I'm the Kazekage's son and not them. Naruto frowned at his answer, before smiling. I see, well, other than crushing my hand, I think that sand thing is pretty cool. And you must be pretty strong if you are the son of the leader of the village, right? I guess. I haven't really thought about it. I'm usually worried about people yelling or throwing things at me. Wow, he is really similar to me. Naruto thought offhandedly. Gomen, I know how you feel though. Naruto paused before sighing. Back in my village, people didn't like me either, also for things I can't control. He finished, leaving what he meant hanging in the air. Gaara looked up from the ground towards the blonde boy, wondering what happened, and voiced his curiosity. What things couldn't you control? Was it something like my sand? He grinned. Remember that red chakra? Well, people saw that and didn't think it was natural either, so they called me names and tried to hurt me too. I think we are actually pretty similar, you and I. After a few moments, Gaara let out a small smile. Hi, perhaps we are Arashi. Their conversation continued on for several hours while getting to know one another, with Naruto even getting a few laughs out of the usually negative redhead. However, Naruto soon noticed how late it was getting and decided to try to find a hotel. However, Gaara had other plans, and invited the blonde to his family's mansion to spend the night after learning of the boy's plight. After a good 10 minutes of arguing, Naruto finally gave in, and they were off to Gaara's home. During the walk, Naruto and Kyuubi had a conversation between themselves. Naruto. Hi Kyuubi-sensei. And if I may be so bold as to ask, where were you? You were rather quiet while I was talking to Gaara. This is your life, Naruto, you must live it your way. I will not be interfering in it when I don't have to. However, I do wish to talk to you about your new friend there. I'm sure you've guessed that the sand attack that crushed your hand isn't normal, correct? The fox questioned. Hi. But it seems Gaara doesn't know what it is either. I'm not surprised, Shukaku was never one for pleasantries or introductions, Kyuubi stated offhandedly. Shukaku. Hi, from the history of shinobi that I thought you should remember there are 9 biju in this realm. Shukaku is the Ikibi, and if I'm not mistaken he is the one controlling the sand, meaning that your friend is actually exactly like you, a Jinchuriki of the Ikibi no Shukaku. But it seems Shukaku hasn't talked with his host yet, so the poor boy doesn't even know he is a Jinchuriki, hence why he doesn't know what the sand is. I see, should I tell him? That is up to you. Being a Jinchuriki yourself, you can relate to the boy like no one else can, and even become good friends. Whom may later on prove to be a valuable ally, so I would say to tell him. But only him of who you really are. I understand, sensei. Arigato for the advice, I will see what I can do. Naruto said respectfully before zoning back into the walk. A few minutes after his talk, the two boys came upon a large mansion with the Kazekage symbol etched into the front gate. Gaara simply nipped his finger and pressed the blood to the symbol, before the gate swung open, letting both boys pass. Gaara and Naruto walked into the house and was greeted by one of the many servants who took care of the house. After explaining who Naruto was, the servant left to get his father. A few moments passed before a tall man in cage robes entered the small area. He was a fairly tall brown-haired man, who didn't look all that welcoming to his son and guest. So I hear you had to save my son from a bunch of kids bullying him, he said in a gruff voice. Well, it was 7-1, hardly fair I think, Naruto retorted. 7 huh? Well, I suppose I owe you my thanks for saving him then, Mr. Kazama Arashi. Naruto cut in to introduce himself. Kazama-san. Now then, what can I do to make us even? I dislike owing people favors. He asked in a slightly peeved voice. Naruto asked for lodging and a possible sensei to teach you Doden and Futon jutsus for the next few months. Anyo, would it be possible to find me lodging for a few months? I'm rather strapped for money right now. Oh, and maybe a sensei to teach me some Futon jutsu that your village is so famous for, as well as a few Doden. He requested, while bowing respectfully. The cage quirked a curious eyebrow at boy's request. He figured the boy would just want money, but his requests were actually quite strange to him. If you promise to stay out of the way, you may stay here. Letting you stay in a hotel under my orders free of charge would be too troublesome with the paperwork I'd get. However, for your second request, as the cage of this village, I would like to know why such a young boy who has no ties to any shinobi village would wish to learn our village's jutsu. He now asked suspiciously. Arigato Kage-sama for the hospitality, I promise to not get in your way while here. And, well, truth be told, my parents and I were planning to move here, but while we were in the desert we were ambushed by a bunch of shinobi bandits and both my parents were killed. I was barely able to escape when a sandstorm occurred and I could get away, finally ending up here. The reason I want to learn jutsu is so that if that happens again I can protect myself. My parents were ex-shinobi, so they taught me the basics of being a shinobi. But that alone won't help me in the real world, so I hope you can help me. Naruto said, lying through his teeth and finding it pretty easy to make up a story like that on the spot. Gaara's father stared at the boy, examining him with strict scrutiny, but finding no deceit in his voice, posture or eyes. His eyes had actually softened slightly at the mention of his parents dying. He himself was still heartbroken over the loss of his wife after Gaara's birth. Most people see the cage as a heartless and cold man who cares nothing for his family and only his position as the village leader. But that's just because he has to be for appearance's sake. After all, if the cage is weak, the village is weak. He loves his 3 children very much, but it's hard to show it when your wife died right after the last one is born, and then dealing with the pressures of being a leader to an entire village. Gomenasai for your parents, Kazama-san, for now my home is your home. And I will see what I can do about getting you a sensei, perhaps Baki could do it. He answered softly, but still holding its natural gruffness. Naruto bowed respectfully again. Arigato Kage-sama, and you may call me by Arashi if you wish. He doesn't seem like such a cold person once you get to know him, or happen to pull on one of his heartstrings like I accidentally did. Naruto, though, with a light-hearted inner chuckle. You are probably tired. Gaara, show Arashi-san here to one of the guest rooms. And also introduce him to your Oni-san, older brother, and Oni-san, older sister. He ordered before leaving towards a room which looked like an office. Both Gaara and Naruto bowed to the cage as he left for his office. Gaara then had Naruto follow him through the halls of the mansion. Soon enough they were at a door, obviously for children, with the colors being much different than the rest of the house. Gaara slid open the door and walked inside with Naruto close behind. The room was surprisingly bright compared to the rest of the house, obviously for the children's sakes. Gaara led Naruto farther into the room, and into a side room where 2 children were playing. A boy with brown hair playing with a train set, and a girl with blonde hair much like Naruto's playing with a doll. Kankuro, Tamari, Gaara called out. Both children slightly stiffened at the voice's owner before looking at him, though soon noticing Naruto's presence close behind, gaining slightly shocked expressions. Gaara never brought people home. Gaara, Tamari said in a slight shout. Gaara noticed the looks he was getting and was getting slightly apprehensive about the whole situation. But before anything was said, his savior finally spoke, saving him the trouble of breaking the silence. Hi, my name is Kazama Arashi, I'm Gaara's friend. Who are you two? He shouted curiously at both the words the boy spoke and sheer volume he spoke it in. The 2 just looked even more shocked. I'm Sabaku no Kankuro. Gaara's Oni-san. The boy spoke. I'm Sabaku no Tamari. And I'm Gaara's and Kenkuro's Oni-san. The girl finished. Naruto nodded with an almost calculative expression on his face, before a grin spread on it. Cool, Gaara didn't tell me he had a ni-san and ne-san. Do you mind if I play with you guys? The two looked rather apprehensive but nodded nonetheless, and showed him a toy chest with Gaara behind him. The children played for nearly an hour, just simply playing with the toys and each other. Not many words were spoken. But in this situation none really needed to be said. Just for the fact that all four seemed to enjoy each other's company now was enough to go on. However, Naruto became tired and soon asked Gaara to show him to the guest room to get some rest before he met his sensei. Gaara did so and left Naruto to his own devices to get settled in, before heading back to his room to continue playing, noting both Kankuro and Temari were already in bed as well. Mindscape. Like clockwork, Naruto woke up in the sewer-like environment, before going to the golden cage. Seems like you had a fun day, Naruto, Kyuubi said in a bored tone. He nodded with a smile. Hi, they were pretty fun. I'm glad Gaara was able to open up around me. I'd feel sad if someone who is like me doesn't want to be my friend. Hi, that would be unfortunate, but luckily that isn't the case, so do not worry about what ifs. You should be worried about the fact that with everything you did with that boy, you skipped today's physical training. Kyuubi left the insinuation in the air until it snickered, seeing Naruto's face fall into sheer terror. Do not worry, Naruto, your befriending of Sabaku no Gaara was a large step forward for you. Not only in gaining new friends, but also a powerful allies in the future. In that case, I suppose that I can forgive your insubordination, this once. Kyuubi pretended to finish its sentence while smirking at Naruto's relieved facial expression. I'll just make you do today's regimen tomorrow, on top of what you'd already have to do tomorrow, instead of making you do it right now. It barked in laughter, seeing Naruto start to bawl on the floor, crying at the unfairness. I'm going to get you back somehow, Kyuubi-sensei. He promised after regaining his composure with a wicked smile. Although to say that Kyuubi and Naruto's relationship were on friendly terms would be far from the truth. To also say that they hate each other would be quite the contrary as well. Since Kyuubi began to train the boy, both of them began to tolerate each other a lot more than before. You could even be so bold to say that they are closer than just acquaintances, but definitely not friends. They make a few jokes here or there at each other's expense, but that's about as far as it has gotten. Good luck with that, Naruto. I'm jailed up inside of a 7-year-old boy. I can't see how much worse it could get. Anyway, we are wasting valuable training time, so let's start from where I last left off. Kyuubi spoke, finishing off in sensei mode. The next day, Kyuubi had stopped Naruto's mental training a few hours early to allow him to get more time to get his physical training done. Naruto had a pretty hard time keeping himself scarce while he trained, lest he rouse suspicion of his actions and put in jail with Suna thinking him a spy, or just throw him out. Thankfully, because he wasn't in any suspicion to begin with, it was easy to trick any Suna guards that he was just running home, or whatever excuse he came up with. By the time he finally finished, he was too poop to poop, as they say when he re-entered the Kazekage's mansion to get breakfast. Sadly though, his stomach would have to wait, since apparently the Kazekage asked him into his office the moment he got in. He appeared to know what Naruto was up to but didn't seem to mind, to the relief of the boy. Naruto trudged into the cage's office, to see a rather spacious room, much like the Hokage's office, only a lot more open. The windows in the office were all open, so when the breeze blew it entered the office and allowed a moment of coolness to refresh the room and any inhabitants. Naruto noticed Gaara's father sitting at a desk in the middle of the room, and also noticed another man on a kneeling posture in front of the desk. Naruto took a moment to look at the man, easily telling he was a Junin by his tan flak jacket. He was hesitant to enter, but soon got a nod and wave from the Kazekage to enter. Arashi-san, you are in luck. I was just talking with Baki here, and he said that he would be glad to help you and learn a few of our village's jutsu as a thank you for helping Gaara. However, he did request a test of sorts to see where you stand skill-wise. You will be trained either way because I'm the one requesting it, but I suggest you go all out. I heard your exploits from several of the patrols of the regiment you pulled off today. So Baki and I know you are fairly competent in the shinobi ways. Arigato for the opportunity to learn this village's jutsus, Kazekage-sama, Baki-sensei, Naruto responded, bowing. If I may, I would like to get started as soon as possible, so if Baki-sensei is ready, could we do the test now? Both of the men in the room looked at the boy with slightly widened eyes. This boy had just finished a very taxing regimen of physical exercises, stamina and endurance. And yet he was asking to be tested by a Junin immediately. Both men looked at each other for a second before smiling slightly, thinking the same thing. This boy is something else. Baki got up from his position on the floor. Very well, Arashi, I was planning on letting you rest a bit first, but if you wish to begin now, that is also fine. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, waiting for the men to lead him to the dojo which test would be taken in. The dojo was the stereotypical kind, weapons hanging on the walls, wooden dummies in the corner, and a wide open matted area for training. The cage went into the middle of the ring, and told the men to get in their positions. Alright, Arashi. The goal of this test is simple. Get a single hit on Baki. Nothing but taijutsu is allowed. The cage ruled, before slicing his hand down, signifying the beginning of the match. Both Naruto and Baki disappeared from sight for a moment before the thudding of feet was constantly heard on the floor. Naruto knew he was pretty advanced physically for his age, but going against a veteran Junin in taijutsu. It seemed rather silly in his opinion since he couldn't very well win, but he decided he liked the thought of a challenge and took the initiative to fight with everything he had. He let his chakra flow to enhance his speed and strength to try to catch up to the older man. Baki on the other hand was quite fascinated by the boy, although he was clearly no match for him, that only seemed to drive the boy that much harder. Like the challenge made him work that much more, and inevitably make him that much stronger the longer the fight lasted. Not only that, but both the boy's speed, power, control over his chakra was astounding to say the least for a boy no older than 8. Both he and the cage knew that whoever the boy's father was either a masochistic sensei, or a damn genius to get a boy this young this far in such little time. Nearly an hour had passed and the fight was still going, surprising both Baki and the cage yet again in the kid's stamina. Where the hell is this boy getting all this stamina and chakra from? He should have collapsed by now. They both thought in slight awe of the boy's performance. Not much later, however, the match was called. Naruto had finally accomplished his test, though in a way neither of the men would have thought he would with how he was fighting. Although clearly looking beaten to a pulp, Naruto still held his own pretty well considering the vast difference between him and his opponent. He was able to take a nice slice into Baki's arm, when he seemed to have, accidentally, dropped his guard and gave the Junin a clear opening to his chest. Baki took full advantage thinking Naruto was getting tired and gave a hard punch into the boy. But not noticing Naruto's smirk till it was too late, while raised his hand on top of Baki's forearm and just let momentum do the rest, leaving almost 3-6-inch long cuts along his arm. Baki got out of his fighting stance once he felt the slight sting in his arm, and smirked at the bloodied boy who was just indented into the far wall and currently slouching over on the floor. Not bad, Arashi. Baki congratulated, waiting for the boy's eventual revival. Surprisingly for the skill, stamina, and ingenuity you've shown me, I think I can safely teach you a few standard Genin-level Futon jutsus, and a few Chunin-level Doden judas. Do you agree with my choice, Kage-sama? Hi, he is more skilled than we first believed him to be. I agree with your assessment, Baki. By the way, Arashi-san, I'm curious as to who your two-san was. You said he was a ninja and had trained you, correct? Naruto smiled at the compliments he got from the men, but frowned at the mention of his father. Anyo, from what he and my Ka-san told me, they were both Junin in the Hidden Leaf Village. But got bored with their lives as civilians, and decided to move to Suna for a change of scenery. And well, you know the rest. He answered in a forlorn tone. He gave a sad smile to the boy. I see, arigato for telling me, Arashi-san. Once you recover, you and Baki may begin your jutsu training. He finished, leaving the dojo to return to his cage duties. Naruto and Baki went to the Suna hospital to get their injuries healed, before they went outside the walls of the village to begin Naruto's jutsu training. Once they got to a good training spot, Baki began to explain to Naruto the pros and cons of using Futon and Doden jutsus. Naruto had already learned this from Kyuubi's nightly lectures, so he just pretended to listen, wondering what kind of jutsus he would learn from the man. Once he finished, Baki told Naruto of the possible list of jutsu he would attempt to teach him within the parameters of him only being there a few months. Seems, this will be a pointless journey, Naruto. I can already tech you all of these jutsu he just described to you. I was hoping he would give you a few that were newly invented after I was sealed, but seems we have no such luck. Kyuubi stated, annoyed at the situation. That sucks. What is the plan then, Kyuubi-sensei? He asked downtrodden. Well, it's not a complete waste. It means I won't have to teach you those while in your mental training sessions, since you'll be shown by Baki. Meaning I can teach you the advanced versions while you sleep, since you need to learn how to perform of the beginner jutsus to be able to perform the Chunin and Junin level Futon and Doden jutsus anyway. For now, listen to the man and practice them when you can. If you get stuck on one, we'll use some of the mental training sessions to perfect them. Hi, I will do my best, Kyuubi-sensei. I know you will, Naruto, Kyuubi answered, letting a small smile show, though unseen by Naruto. For the next 4 months, Naruto's daily regimen changed slightly to incorporate Baki's lessons. Both Baki and the Kazekage himself were surprised at the rate in which Naruto learned the jutsus that Baki had told him to learn. At some point they both began to wonder if Naruto was a ninjutsu prodigy, but quickly dismissed it from Naruto's rather questionable method of learning, never stopping for rest or food until he mastered the jutsu he was on at the time, being the main example. Unknown to Naruto, he was learning them so quickly that Baki had actually run out of elementary Futon jutsu to teach him and had to upgrade the skill level he taught to low Chunin. The Doden, however, gave Naruto harder trouble even with his mental training sessions to help, so the Doden stayed at mid-Chunin. At some point Baki suspected, but never had a reason to ask, if Naruto actually had wind for his elemental affinity, which would explain his uncanny ability to learn Futon jutsu so easily, and also why the Doden jutsus gave him a hard time. In the realm of nature, wind and earth were polar opposites. During his breaks from training, Naruto spent time exploring the Sand Village, as well as becoming better friends with Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. He enjoyed the fact that he got smiles instead of glares from the villagers when they walked down the street to buy supplies or food. However, he disliked the fact that Gaara was the one being glared at by the villagers. There were many times when the glares happened that Naruto wanted to just scream at the people for being fools. But he knew it would only not help Gaara, but actually make it worse for the boy, so he held his tongue for the boy's sake. It had been nearly a full year since Naruto had left the Hidden Leaf Village and began his training with Kyuubi. He was rather surprised that so much time had passed so quickly, but then remembered all that had happened and couldn't help but smile. He knew he had become so much stronger than he was when he was living in the Leaf Village. Thinking back, he actually became a little disgusted with how pathetic he was, but he knew it was understandable with the conditions he had to live with. Now, however, it was a whole other ball game. With all the training he had done, he felt confident he could sufficiently defend himself against most people who wished to harm him, save for maybe shinobi that were Chunin or higher. Content with how everything turned out for him so far, he decided with Kyuubi's guidance, of course, that it was time for him to move on and go to another village to train more. Kazekage Mansion. A knock at the door aroused the Kazekage's attention from his never-ending paperwork. "Who is it?" "Arashi," answered the voice from beyond the door. "Arashi-kun, please come in." Naruto slid the door open and got in his usual sitting position in front of Kage's desk, before bowing slightly in respect. "What brings you to my office tonight, Naruto-kun?" the man asked with a small smile. Though trying to hide it for some time, the Kazekage had actually begun to like the little blonde boy. Naruto was actually more of a positive influence on his children than he was when it came to getting them to try to become shinobi. Seeing Naruto's strength and being younger than them, seemed to influence his kids, and before he knew it they had begun asking him to put them into the Shinobi Academy to become shinobi just like Naruto. Funny thing was, that any time he tried to do the same, both Kankuro and Temari would scream they'd never join, with Gaara just nodding in agreement. But now they would scream if refused their admittance. "Anyo, I just wanted to say arigato for all that you have given me and allowed me for these past 4 months, Kazekage-sama," Naruto said, bowing once more, making the man quirk an eyebrow at Naruto's wording, but let the boy continue unquestioned. "I believe that it is about time I head back home. Baki-san has taught me so much. I think by now I'm unjustly taking advantage of your kindness if I have him teach me more. Plus I think with all your great jutsus I know, I won't ever have to worry about not being able to defend myself again," he finished with a smile. "I see. Well, that is certainly your decision to make, Arashi-kun. And if you ever decide to change your mind, you will always be welcomed in this village as a citizen and shinobi." Arigato for all your help and hospitality, I will keep that though in mind Kazekage-sama. I will be leaving tomorrow afternoon then. Naruto bowed once more before getting up and leaving the office. The Kage just smiled as the boy left the office, shook his head with a chuckle and went back to his dreaded paperwork. Naruto finally decided that it was time Gaara found out about who he really was. Naruto knew firsthand how confusing and frustrating it was to have people hate you for a reason not even you know about. So before he headed to bed, he went into Gaara's room and told the redhead he had something important to tell him privately before he left the next day. Naruto's room, what's so important you had to drag me out of my room for Naruto? Gaara asked slightly annoyed. Anyo, well, remember our talk when we first met about your sand and my red chakra? Naruto asked with a sad and apprehensive expression on his face, while getting a nod from the redhead. Naruto spent nearly an hour explaining the important part of shinobi history that pertained to the Biju, before finally getting to the most difficult part of the conversation. Well, you see Gaara. The villages finally learned how to harness the Biju's strength. They seal the demon inside newborn babies with undeveloped chakra systems, which would allow for a much safer and stable fusion of the child and demon, creating what's called a Jinchuriki. My whole point being is that. Naruto paused, already noting Gaara's face changing. That is what we are, you and I. We are both Jinchuriki. Gaara didn't move for a good minute before his reaction was instantaneous. He fell on the floor, thinking the exact same things that Naruto had thought about when he had found out. Naruto simply put a hand on the boy's shoulder for support and let him express his anguish unhindered. After nearly 15 minutes, Gaara finally calmed down and saw a smiling Naruto staring back at him. Hey Gaara, I know exactly how you feel, man, but there are things you should know about being a Jinchuriki. It's not all bad actually. Having a demon sealed inside us does have a few advantages, especially when it comes to being a shinobi. Your sand, for example, it seems to be controlled by your demon, but what if you trained with him, and learned how to harness its powers for yourself? You could then learn how to control that sand, and use it as your own personalized weapon. For us, our powers are far beyond what other people could possibly imagine. I'm not saying, however, that power is everything. Our lives will always be rough because people fear what they don't understand, or they want to manipulate things for their own gain. All I'm saying is that not everything about being one of us is bad, so you shouldn't be all gloom and doom. You have a demon sealed inside you just like me. We should take advantage of the powers they provide us with. We may be Jinchuriki, but we are not demons. That is what my sensei Kyuubi told me. Gaara, just listen to the wizened boy, who seemed to know all the answers for the questions that were swimming throughout his mind. Gaara thought very hard about what Naruto told him about turning the demon into a strength for himself when he becomes a shinobi instead of hindrance later. Gaara then remembered what his sand had done to Naruto, and a small glint of excitement gleamed inside of his cyan eyes. Maybe you were right, Urashi, Gaara said lowly. Our lives will not be easy, Gaara, but at least we have each other, right? You and we have someone we can relate to, and help out when the other needs it. I'll promise to always be your friend and to be there for you whenever I can be, okay? Hi, the redhead responded with a small smile in his lips. For the first time in a very long time, he was happy, truly happy. Gaara saw Naruto yawn, and laughed lightly before bidding good night to his friend. It's a word still unknown to Gaara, but he was beginning to understand its meaning. Naruto went to bed, and as per usual had his nightly mental training session, learning a few high Junin level Futon Jutsu, as well as low level Junin Doden Jutsu. However, before he left his mind after the session was over, he had a question for the fox. Kyuubi-sensei. Hi Naruto. I was just wondering where you planned on taking me next to train. I was thinking of sending you to Water Country and specifically to the Kiri, to try to find another person there to teach you some of the sweet and water jutsu they are famous for. Kyuubi answered, lightly laughing at Naruto's face. Are there going to be a lot of sweetened jutsus that you can teach me too? He asked with puppy dog eyes, though Naruto never realizing foxes weren't exactly fond of certain dogs. Perhaps. It answered, chuckling at Naruto's attempt to guilt it into teaching him. Well, I do know a few sweetened jutsus that were used almost exclusively by the Nadaime Hokage. But you'll have to impress me somehow to make me teach you those, and they aren't exactly easy to learn either. So you'll need to show me a rather gifted touch and skill when it comes to casting Suiten Jutsu. Naruto's head almost exploded from excitement at hearing he could possibly learn jutsu that the Nadaime Hokage once used. Sometimes even Naruto showed too much enthusiasm towards learning, and the Kyuubi had to cut him off, but it still made it laugh when Naruto squirmed over new jutsu. Kyuubi finally told Naruto to get up and get his physical training and jutsu training done before he left Suna. Sand Village gates, Naruto had just finished saying his goodbyes to the 5 people that showed up to see him off. He remembered vividly the whispered exchange he had with Gaara, when he surprised the boy with a hug. Flashback, remember what I said that night Gaara, learn to use your Biju to make you stronger. Don't let the ignorant fools of this village keep you down. Make them learn that you are not to be feared, unless provoked first, and that you are a good person. And lastly, don't forget that I will always have your back if you ever need my help. Bro, Naruto whispered while embracing the redhead. Arigato, brother, Gaara whispered back to the blonde with a smile. Flashback end, well, arigato for everything Kazekage-sama, Baki-san. He bowed. I will write you when I can, be safe and take care. He finished with a large grin, before turning around and walked into the desert looking forward to his next training year. Chapter 5. Training, Year 2 Naruto's age. 7 Naruto's mental age. 8 It's been 2 days since Naruto had left the hidden sand village, and reached the next village to continue his training. The hidden mist village. Although Naruto was much stronger than he was prior to the beginning of his journey and was shown a great range of jutsu from Baki and sand, he knew that he needed more training, jutsus, and most importantly experience. The problem was who he would get to show him what he needed to learn, other than Kyuubi. However, luck seemed to be on Naruto's side once more when he entered Kiri. Come on, don't you people have any skill? A loud voice roared. Who the hell is being so loud so damn early in the morning? Naruto thought, as he went to see what the ruckus was about. Naruto was rather confused when he turned a corner and saw what looked like a sparring match gone to hell, which bled into the streets. Though it seemed to be a one-sided fight to Naruto, there was a large man who appeared to be a mist Junin fighting about 10 other shinobi, all looking to be Junin as well. Suddenly another one of the Junin was thrown into a nearby building, crashing right thought the wall with a loud crack, as the large man laughed insanely. Isn't anyone here a worthy challenge? The man screamed, obviously talking to anyone who was within listening range. Naruto, I want you to challenge that man, but make him agree to show you jutsu if you win. Kyuubi voiced inside his mind. Hi Kyuubi-sensei, he responded, just a little taken back at the prospect of fighting this man. I will fight you. His voice rang out strong, making all the audience and the man turn towards him. Haha, you people seriously insult me, sending a mere boy to fight against me, hoping I'll stop. You really are pathetic. It's no wonder why we haven't won any of the ninja wars before. He answered a disgusted and angry tone. If I beat you, you have to teach me whatever you know. Naruto said in a slightly agitated tone. To be underestimated just cause he was a kid wasn't something he took kindly to. Haha, so you are serious then, boy? Very well, however I don't wish to have an idiot child's blood on my hands, so to beat me all you have to do is hit me once. And my name is Momochi Zabuza. Tsh, he is just like Baki-san, underestimating me cause of my age, but it will be easier than actually beating him at least, Naruto thought, sneering a little. I accept, and I am Kazama Arashi. Naruto answered before disappearing. Zabuza grabbed a foot next to his head that seemed to come out of thin air, making the rest of Naruto appear. He flipped and sent his other leg towards the tall man, but getting blocked as well. Zabuza let go of him and sent a kick towards the boy's chest. Though Naruto was able to block it, the sheer strength of the kick sent him skidding across the dirt. Damn, he is a lot stronger than I thought he'd be. Taking many hits from him isn't smart. Now I see why those Junin had trouble. Naruto thought, shaking the pain out of his arms. Naruto tried this tactic again, and although lasting longer than before, ended up with the same result, only this time being sent into a building instead. Arashi was it. Just give up. If these pathetic Junin couldn't even touch me, what makes you think you can? Zabuza said with a superior smirk, looking at the hole the boy made. Slowly a blue light seemed to emanate from within the hole, before it disappeared, surprising Zabuza. He only had a split second to duck before a leg phased past where his face had just been. He kicked up from where the leg originated and felt a connection, as a body flew into the air, but had been able to land gracefully on the ground. This boy is a lot stronger than I gave him credit for. He has enough knowledge of chakra control, and physical training to be able to match the speed of most shunins. Not only that, but I was able to see his chakra on his feet. For a boy that age to be able to do that is almost unheard of. Besides in strong bloodlines with Kekkei Genkei, Zabuza thought, his face unconsciously hardening while looking at the boy. Naruto stood after shaking off another kick, letting the same amount of chakra coat his feet he launched at Zabuza with, before disappearing once more. Zabuza was ready for the boy to attack, but not for him to fluctuate his chakra so quickly. The boy's speed easily jumped to almost Junin level at that moment. Luckily, from years of shinobi instincts and reflexes, his body was able to react faster than his mind did and swiftly moved his head back just in time for a fist to sweep by his cheek. Not wanting to be one-upped, Zabuza cocked back his fast and sent it drilling into Naruto's exposed ribs, sending the boy a good 30 yards in a beeline before hitting the ground and skidding to a stop, while coughing up blood. Zabuza knew the boy was finished, and began to walk to him to make sure he didn't actually kill him. "Oi, you aren't dead, are you? I don't want to explain to the Mizukage why I killed a punk kid in the middle of a street. No, I'm not dead, but now you'll have to explain why you will be teaching this punk kid everything you know." Naruto responded with a wheeze, while lightly coughing. "What the hell do you mean, boy? You never once touched me, let alone hit me with anything," Zabuza said with an agitated tone, annoyed at the audacity of the kid. "Check your cheek." Zabuza did as was told and wiped a finger over the cheek he was close to being struck on, and noticed that there was blood on it. "You never hit me, it's probably your own blood, nice try there, kid," he responded, before Naruto had taken out a kunai and moved it to reflect Zabuza's face in the shiny black metal. "How? The hell did you cut me?" Naruto smirked, wiping the blood from his mouth. "You noticed the chakra flaring on my feet, but failed to notice the chakra on my hands. I used the immense chakra to not only gain speed, but I used it as a distraction. The chakra on my hands, however, were there for a direct purpose. I could never hit you with the power and speed difference between us, so I did the next best thing. I used your reflexes as a weakness, making you move without even thinking. But your body moving on its own would never needlessly over-exaggerate emotion, so when I tried to punch you, I never expected it to connect. However, the chakra on my hands had extended my reach another inch, and using flying swallow to harden that chakra to make it razor sharp, was able to cut you without you feeling a thing, and thusly giving me the victory in our fight." Zabuza arched a brow at the boy's tactic. "Not bad, kid, at least I know you have guts. That will make it partially bearable to teach you. This kid is a lot stronger and smarter than his appearance makes him out to be," he randomly though while watching Naruto getting up from the wrecked wall. "Well, let's get going then, kid. I don't have all day, and don't expect me to coddle you either. Once I show you something, I expect you to learn it on your own. Not only is that the best way to learn the jutsu, but it'll also keep you out of my hair," Zabuza said while heading to another part of the village with Naruto in tow. 2 months later, for the last 2 months Naruto learned rudimentary through low chunin suiten jutsus from Zabuza, as well as shinobi skills for any shinobi's use, mainly being assassination skills. Naruto took to learning the suiten jutsus like water. He found them much easier to learn than the doden he learned in sand. Mainly because water is the smoothest element to mold with chakra, it has an easy give and take, making them simple to learn. In retrospect, however, are also normally one of the weakest elements to use in a fight, being mostly used for defense or escape. The mental training sessions went on as usual, only with Naruto practicing suiten jutsus and assassination techniques now. Mindscape. Naruto was currently working on one of the Onipo jutsus that Kyuubi showed him after he began being taught by Zabuza. Although the jutsus up until then were pretty easy for him to understand and apply, Onipo jutsu were 10 times harder to learn, causing both exhaustion and frustration for Naruto. Throughout the entire time he was training in Kiri, he was only able to learn a few Onipo jutsus. Naruto knew he was strong, but feeling himself lack in one aspect of his training utterly infuriated him, and although the Kyuubi would poke fun at him, would still help whenever Naruto swallowed his pride and asked for it. Currently Kyuubi was watching its student struggle with the Onipo Jutsu, trying to henge himself into Sarutobi, only being able to create a second-rate disguise. Ag, damn it! Naruto screamed, causing Kyuubi to lightly chuckle and then shakes its head at the boy's frustration while being impressed by his persistence. A thought came to the Kyuubi's head, suddenly making it leer at the unsuspecting boy, who was dripping sweat. Naruto felt a cold chill run down his spine, before looking at Kyuubi and seeing it leering at him. Now to most people that leer would scare them shitless, but being Naruto he was already used to the fox's facial expressions, and knew the leer was the equivalent to a large smile, a sinister smile, but a smile nonetheless. Kyuubi-sensei, what did exactly you just think up to either make me a stronger shinobi or just make my life a living hell? He half joked. Ah, Naruto, you know me too well. Sadly, for me anyway, it's the former of the two. Seeing as how you are getting frustrated with the Onipo Jutsu I taught you, I thought having you concentrate on another aspect would make training more bearable. I wish to teach you some Kenjutsu. But first we'll need to take a little detour back to Fire Country. I have a sword there that you would do well to procure. Kenjutsu, huh? Sounds like fun, he answered back with a smile. Tell Zabuza that you will be gone for a few days to pick up your sword and that upon your return you wish to learn the basics of Kenjutsu. But for now continue trying to learn that jutsu. I want you as close to mastering it as you can before we leave here. Hi, Kyuubi-sensei. 2 days later, forest in Fire Country. Kyuubi-sensei, is it around here? Naruto asked while jumping from tree branch to tree branch. Hi, it should be right around here. Remember, look for a stone wall with claw marks in a certain sequence just like I told you. Hi. Naruto had been looking for the stone wall for nearly a day. Though knowing how secretive foxes can be, he wasn't surprised. However, he had finally found what he was looking for. Geez, sensei, when you said it was hidden you weren't kidding. The wall has vines and underbrush all over it, I nearly missed it. It holds and has held many important things to me, Naruto. I had to keep it secret from human view. Hi, I'll open it up and just grab the sword so I don't disturb this place too much. Naruto slid his fingers across the claw marks in the sequence that Kyuubi told him, and part of the stone wall began to slide inside the wall itself, leave a cave opening the size that a Kyuubi-sized being could fit into. Naruto knew if anyone was around, would hear the sound of moving rock and become suspicious, so he rushed inside the cave. He noticed many relics inside that didn't seem to suit a fox at all, but figured it wasn't his business to pry, and just continued to follow the Kyuubi's directions in the cave. Finally landing in a dead end, Naruto looked upon what seemed like a large hay bedding lying against the wall. He was about to dig into it like Kyuubi told him to, but he noticed 3 bear-sized oval imprints on the hay. KY, Kyuubi-sensei. Did you, eat people in this cave? He asked mentally, a bit scared of the answer. Kyuubi was wondering what he meant and scanned his last visual memories, and lightly gasped at what Naruto had discovered. Had Naruto been in his mind, he would have gazed upon a very shocked and saddened fox. No, just leave it and look for the sword under the hay, Naruto. It answered with a tone Naruto never heard before. If Kyuubi were human he could have sworn it sounded like a tone of sadness. Naruto had wanted to ask if something was the matter, but learned early on to never question his true sensei nor ask it about itself unless important to the situation at hand. Hi. He began to dig around and finally heard a clank of metal, and latched his hand around the object. Once he pulled it out and examined it, he latched it to his belt and exited the cave, closing it with haste. Not even a few minutes with the sword and Naruto could feel something not quite right about it, and decided to ask. Kyuubi-sensei. Hi. What's the story behind this sword? It has an unnatural aura about it. Well, there is a back story to this sword. But to answer your immediate question, it feel that way because the sword is alive, well, partially. You see, back when I was younger and more brash, I became quite bored just terrorizing bandits and the like who invaded my territory. So to entertain myself, I decided to have the greatest blacksmith in the world forge a sword for me. I came to him in a disguise and told him that I found a few strands of hair from the Kyuubi, and wished them to be imbued into a sword. The blacksmith agreed, seemingly excited from the prospect of using the hair from a biju to imbue a weapon. I returned after the designated time to find the blacksmith's entire family dead. Their bodies still burning and the blacksmith himself comatose with what I presumed to be my sword in his hands. I grabbed it and immediately felt a familiar presence in the blade. Seems that by imbuing part of a biju into a weapon it gives the weapon partial sentience, though because it came from me I had no problem controlling it. However, seems the blacksmith was too weak-willed to do the same and the sword had him kill his family. In other words, I found my new entertainment. For the next few hundred years I, accidentally, dropped my sword in the middle of bandit camps and simply watched the carnage ensue. Fun times. But I digress. That feeling you keep getting is the sentience trying to communicate with you. But because my influence in you and out chakras fusing together, you also have the ability to control it without a problem. Although it isn't important for you know to now, because it is my blade, I believe it should be respected and addressed by its proper name, Shinku Kaijin. Crimson Ash. Good name. Naruto voiced to no one in particular, while speeding back to the Hidden Mist village to start his kenjutsu training with both Zabuza and Kyuubi. 7 months later, October 9th, for the next 7 months, Naruto's training regimen seemed to increase drastically with the implementation of kenjutsu in it. However, unlike learning jutsu, which he was basically born to wield with who his parents were, swordsmanship was not. Naruto had a tough beginning, while learning the finer points of the basics to sword fighting. And having a person like Zabuza as a teacher didn't help matters in the least. He devoted most of his day training as well as his mental training to learning kenjutsu, and onoppo jutsus, since those still gave him trouble. However, after a few months of nothing but hours of constant practice of parries, thrusts, slices, and the different stances of basic swordsmanship, he finally grew out of his shell and showed a talent for it. Zabuza, being who he was, disliked the idea of having a miniature version of himself running around the world, and declined Naruto's request of teaching him his personal sword style, simply telling the boy to either find another teacher for it or make a new style himself. Luckily, Naruto did have another teacher who was more than adamant about teaching him the different styles it knew. Naruto spent countless hours being lectured by Kyuubi about the styles it knew, before having Naruto pick the one he wished to learn, of which was ironically the favored style of Kyuubi itself, called Kitsune Ise Ryu, Fox Cry Sword style. A style which relied heavily on a balance of speed, power and constitution. And while this style had normal maneuvers like any other sword style, this one had special techniques, both offensive and defensive, which if the user's body can't handle the strain of using could very well seriously harm them, or even kill them. The reason being that several of the strongest of each category needs the necessary chakra in order to use them, some needing more than many S-ranked level jutsu. However, if either an offensive or defensive technique is deemed necessary, the style is guaranteed that the opponent will die if it's offensive. Or the opponent will not gain a single inch of ground if defensive. There are no other results when using Kitsune Ise Ryu. After his decision, Naruto spent the rest of his kenjutsu training time learning Kitsune Ise Ryu from Kyuubi. Thankfully for Naruto, Kyuubi had basically been grooming his body for this sword style since the beginning of their training. Although the physical training was good for Naruto to get in shape for shinobi life, the sheer amount of reps he had to do each day was purely for getting his body ready for his kenjutsu training. To be able to use Kitsune Ise Ryu successfully, a person must be fast to not only have almost instantaneous reflexes to strike blows or defend against them, but the physical power and constitution to dish out the offensive techniques with enough zeal to kill or enough to absorb attacks through defensive techniques. All of which Kyuubi's early physically training basically led him up to. October 9th of that year was like any other day to Naruto. He woke up and simply began his almost machine-like training until it was nightfall. What he would never realize is that what was to happen to him the moment he fell asleep would change the way he thought for the rest of his life. Mindscape. Naruto awoke to the all-too-familiar sound of dripping water. He got up and was about to head towards Kyuubi's cage like he normally did, but found that the size of the tunnel had gotten smaller, much smaller. Pondering what it meant for a moment, Naruto simply shrugged it off and headed towards his sensei's home, only to be surprised once more. What the hell is this? He thought, looking on in confusion and shock. What stood before Naruto was not what he was expecting at all. Although Kyuubi's cage was still there and quite intact, The cell and bars seemed only a fraction in size of what they were normally. Kyuubi-sensei, he called out, walking towards the darkness where the great beast resided, to only get a low very feminine gasp in return. Naruto heard the gasp and moved closer to the cage, to barely see a silhouette of a body in the corner of the room in a sitting down fetal position. Though Naruto hadn't had much contact with the opposite gender save for Temari, he could still tell that the body belonged to a female. Anyo, I'm not sure how you got in my head but you are in my sensei's home and I don't think it'd appreciate you intruding. I'll help you somehow but you have to come out here. He called out in a confused but warm tone, knowing that yelling with a harsh voice would do the opposite of what he wanted. For the next few minutes it was silent, as Naruto just watched the figure trying to huddle even more against the wall, almost wanting to fuse with it and disappear. Though Naruto had grown immensely from the submissive kid he was in Konoha, he still had his limits on patience and he had just reached them. Oi, if you want I can come in there and help you out. He offered with a little higher tone noting his slight agitation. No. Don't come inside. The female voice called out, causing Naruto's ears to perk from finally getting a voiced reaction from her, as well as the simple elegance of the voice itself. Though Naruto hadn't reached that age where boys began to notice girls in that way, he still couldn't help but blush when he heard the now clearly woman's voice for the first time. He didn't know why but it made him all warm when she spoke. And couldn't help but also smile a warm smile along with his blush, as well as wish he could hear her speak more. But, if you don't come out my sensei isn't going to be happy. Come on I'll lead you out of here nay. He questioned in a happy tone walking through the bars towards the woman. I said don't come, she yelled but her voice cracked mid-sentence. Naruto's eyes widened and jumped back when along with her yell came a red, clawed hand that dug itself into the ground where he had just been standing. His heart pounded in his chest at the attack, and had no idea why she did what she did, nor what he could do now. He simply stood there watching as she continued to shiver and quietly cry. Naruto still couldn't tell what the woman looked like. The light from outside the cage immediately ended right after the bars save for a shimmer that outlined the walls and ground. He wanted to see what the woman looked like despite the danger and as silently as he could walked close to her. The closer he got to the figure the more curious as to what she looked like. And as if answering his request, the entire cage began to light up. What Naruto saw next would make him question the last almost 2 years of his life while training. He now stared at a young woman dressed in a silver kimono, adorned with red fox ears except for the black tips and 9 fox tails lying limply on the floor next to her of the same color. What really sent a pang of what could only be described as pain through his body was the fact that he could see the tear stains running down the woman's delicate face. Naruto simply stood there and stared at the woman while she in turn just stared back at him, finally noticing his proximity. His mind raced at what was happening, but after a few minutes his shocked expression relaxed to a questioning one and voiced the answer he thought he came up with about the details of the situation. You're the Kyuubi no Kitsune aren't you? He accused softly, not wanting to make the woman cry more than she already appeared to have. The woman just lowered her head, facing the floor. That was all the answer he needed. So, what's going on Kyuubi-sensei, are you alright? He asked, never once seeing Kyuubi like this in both form and emotional state. Gomen, that a stupid question, of course you aren't. He whispered more to himself, berating himself for having no idea what to do at the moment. Nothing was said for almost 10 minutes before Naruto decided to leave. Obviously this was one of the, don't ask about me, topics that she mentioned before. Anniversary. Her voice lowly cut through the silence, causing Naruto to stop once more and turn. He looked at her quizzically. Anniversary? He questioned, silently asking her to explain. She pulled her head up to look straight at him with fresh tears flowing down her face. It's the anniversary of my Kit's murder, she chalked out while crying. Naruto's eyes went wide from her revelation, a million thoughts at once spun through his mind. But then one thought finally cut through them all after a minute, comfort her. He bowed to her in empathy. Gomenasai Kyuubi-sensei, I didn't know you had children. And for the first time to hear about them on the anniversary of their deaths, Gomen. He spoke in the most soothing voice he could. Kyuubi simply looked at him, and then broke down more before putting her face between her legs and cried. Naruto couldn't stand the feeling of uselessness at the situation. And decided that even if he doesn't really know her, he should do whatever he can. After all, she has been helping him for nearly 2 years and wouldn't be who he was today if not for her. So it would be only right he should try to help her as best he could. Gathering his courage, and before his body could protest, he walked over to the shuddering form of his sensei, knelt down and embraced her. The sudden contact made Kitsune's entire body freeze for a few seconds before going back to crying. Naruto knew he had gone this far already and was allowed to live, especially with her attack from before, so he decided to go a little further and simply whispered soothing apologies to her. After what felt like an hour of seemingly useless words, Kyuubi finally reacted to Naruto's warm words and soothing contact by slowly her sobs to merely occasional hiccuping. "Nay Kyuubi-sensei. Are you feeling any better?" he asked softly next to her ear, causing it to twitch, telling him she was slightly more relaxed, since the ear hadn't moved an inch for the prior hour as he had spoke. A slight nod from the fox woman was his only answer, and though Naruto was thankful he was still alive, decided that he needed to know what was wrong with his usually unemotional sensei. "Kyuubi-sensei, would you mind telling me what happened? Maybe it'll help," he offered with a slight squeeze to get her attention. Silence ran through the room for a long time, before her soft voice broke it. It happened the day before I attacked Konoha." She paused to wait for Naruto's reaction, of which was a rather shocked expression before he nodded for her to continue. "I was coming back to my den with a few animals I caught in the forest to feed my kits when I noticed they weren't welcoming me back at the entrance of the den like they always did." Realization dawned on Naruto then, and he involuntarily interrupted her story. "So then those 3 spots I asked about in that hay bundle where I found Shinku Kaijin were from?" Naruto said, but couldn't make himself finish the sentence, seeing just how shaken the woman in his arms was. Naruto's pang of pain for the mother in his arms rose to a new level, and his body reacted on its own when he simply picked her up and settled her down between his legs and just wrapped her up in his arms, doing his best to comfort her. He was happy that he didn't protest his movements, and hoped that he was helping her cope with her emotions, if even only a little. He whispered in her ear to proceed with her story whenever she was ready. "So I went searching for them in the den, but they weren't there either. I started to get worried because I told them to never leave the den unless I was with them. But kits will be kits, and sometimes they did sneak out to go exploring. I left the den and searched the vicinity, quickly picking up their scents and followed it, noticing that it brought me closer to Konoha, which got me even more worried. Eventually I reached the clearing where their scent stopped to find." At this time Kyuubi began to cry again, but tried to continue the story anyway. "That sob, all 3 of my little sobs kits were dead. I sobs investigated the area sobs and found some dead leaf shinobi with sobs claw marks all over their corpses. After that I just went into a rage. I sobs attacked the forest heading straight towards Konoha. I didn't mean to attack everyone. All I wanted was vengeance on those who killed my kits. I followed my kit's blood scent to find those responsible. It was very pale man with yellow eyes like a snake, as well as a few dozen others with clothes still drenched in my little one's blood. I was about to attack them, when more shinobi and your current Hokage got in my way, stating that it was my kits who attacked the snake man's group first and were only defending themselves. And I have no right to seek vengeance." Kyuubi paused once more and twisted her body so now her side was resting against the boy's chest as he hugged her shoulders. "Naruto, my kits would never have attacked them. If I made only one of my rules crystal clear to them, it was to never attack a mortal unless in self-defense, and then only if absolutely necessary. Not only that, but while those shinobi that showed up with your Hokage tried to fight me, the snake man and the shinobi in his company just smiled a knowing smile. From that I realized that nothing would happen to them for their transgressions and decided that the whole village was guilty for harboring them from me and not giving me a chance to explain my side of the story." She paused again to look at the young boy with fresh tears still falling down her face, while he held her tightly and rocked them both back and forth to comfort her. "Gomenasai Naruto, I never meant for your life to be so hard in your home because of me and the ignorance of the village. I know nothing I do can make up for the pain and loneliness. But I hope that the training I've given you so far might be some sort penance for my past mistakes, and that maybe someday, you can find it in your heart to forgive me." She finished with obvious regret and sadness emanating from her puffy, red eyes. Naruto knew she wasn't lying about being sorry, nor lying about her story, which could make her reasons for attacking her village more in her own favor. Naruto thought over her story for a while, allowing all the pieces of information he just received and had before come together, giving him all he needed to come to a final conclusion about everything he's had to endure up until 2 years ago. A small, sad smile graced his lips when he looked back at Kyuubi's awaiting, sad expression, before he gently cupped her face in his small hand and wiped off the excess tears from her cheek with his thumb. Nay. It's all right, Kyuubi-chan, I forgive you, he said softly, smiling so wide his eyes actually closed mirthfully, which caused her to go wide-eyed, and have a slightly agape-shocked expression upon her face, from not only his comforting touch on her face, but the familiar way he addressed her. Naruto? She questioned, still in a daze over his reaction, while Naruto warmly smiled at her and shrugged. Anyo, well, from everything you told me and everything else I know about that night and my life afterwards, it seems I can't blame anyone that I personally know for what happened to the village nor how I was treated afterwards. I believe your story, and personally I'd have ripped the whole village to shreds before they could stop me, knowing they defended my children's murderers. On the other hand, I can't blame the villagers for defending themselves against you for what they thought was true, an attack on their home. Nor for attacking me when I was younger, thinking that by hurting me they hurt you as well, especially with all of the loved ones they lost that night. Of course they should have tried to get to know me first before they condemned me as a demon and treated me as such, and for that fact I will never forgive them. But it seems that Kami-sama picked me as the scapegoat for all the negative stuff that happened in that village. And although it is true the experiences I've had as a child will haunt me until the day I die, the silver lining throughout all of this, which I would go through most of those past experiences again just to keep, is the fact that I have such a great sensei and friend that will make me powerful enough to defend everything that is precious to me in the future. Not even the pain of 4 years of beatings, my blood, sweat, and tears could make me regret leaving with you to train and also gain you as a close friend to me. He admitted sincerely, giving her body another soft squeeze. He doesn't hate me. He is actually as happy I'm with him. He really considers me his friend. These were just a few of the seemingly hundreds of questions that floated inside of her head at his statement. Arigato Naruto, she said slowly, looking at him before bursting into tears again. Arigato, she screamed into his chest, now wrapping her own arms around him. It's okay, Kyuubi-chan, everything is going to be okay. He cooed back as he stroked her hair and back reassuringly. They stayed like this for a long time, allowing Naruto to ponder about the new key bits of information he had attained this night. A thought hit him randomly when Kyuubi slightly nuzzled closer to him, causing him to smile. I hope this works, I'll be disappointed if it doesn't, he thought, before leaning down next to her ear. Nay, Kyuubi-chan, tell me, did the size of this place change because of the form you are in? And are you insulted being in a human form? He whispered questioningly. Hi, it changed because of my size. And no, I'm not, my fox form is just more natural to be in than my human one. She muffled out against his shirt, making him smile again from her answer. Anyo, well, there is something I would like to try, but I don't want you to look until I say so, okay? He asked, only getting a quizzical look from the woman before she saw no malice in his request and nodded, pressing her face against his chest, closing her eyes. Naruto smiled once more, and closed his eyes. His thoughts squarely on a scenery that he had loved to visit when he was a boy with his mother. One of the few good memories he still had of her. He concentrated hard, hoping his idea worked. When the last bit of the image was scanned, he opened his eyes slowly to only have him gasp lightly. Wow, it actually worked. He thought for a moment before looking down at Kyuubi, who was still resting against him. I'm glad, her punishment isn't deserved. And to live her sentence in that gloomy place was unthinkable, I hope she finds it acceptable. He finished with a worried smile. Kyuubi-chan, you can open your eyes now, he said with a happy, but slightly worried voice. She opened her eyes, to only shut them a second later, wincing from the sunlight hitting her face. Wait, sunlight, she quickly thought before opening her eyes once more. An audible gasp was heard from her as her breath hitched in her throat from what she looked at. Her cage and the rest of Naruto's mind wasn't what she had been used to seeing for the past almost 8 years. The entire area was now a grassy and multicolored flower-filled valley, with trees every so often that blew in the breeze, which she could feel against her skin. There were snow-peaked mountains in the far distance, and a river running through the valley as well. with the bluest cloud-filled sky and yellowest sun she had ever seen above her. Which said something for an over millennia-old demoness. There were also animals running around across the valley and birds chirping while flying overhead. She didn't know what to say or think about the situation, she just looked back at Naruto with a shocked and quizzical expression, silently asking for an explanation. Anyo, well, as I see it, you aren't really guilty of anything in my opinion, so this imprisonment isn't fair to you. But sadly I can't do anything about that, so I just thought that since this is my own mind that I'd at least make it as enjoyable and comfortable as I can for you. I also couldn't do anything about the seal, so I just made it into a collar for you, he said with his ever-growing smile. She unconsciously brought her hand up to her neck, feeling the snug leather collar with the word, seal, written on the front. But how did you do it? Well, I guess I could have done it at any time. But the idea hadn't come to me until today when the size of my mind changed to fit your size better. That's what gave me the idea that if the size can change, the environment could too, so I tested it out. He chirped. She looked at him and couldn't help but smile, before looking back at the change and still being overwhelmed. He did all this, for me. Even after all my existence in him had awarded him. She thought, still not quite believing it was real. Her attention was grabbed when he shook her gently. Oi. You need to go and explore, so I know you like it. He teased, pulling her up slightly and pushed her towards the valley. The push seemed to knock her out of her thoughts and she smiled at the shorter boy before grabbing his hand, dragging him with her. Let's explore together, she said in a happy tone, which made him smile that he was able to stop her from dwelling on her dead children, which only seemed to cause her more pain. The two took their time exploring the entire valley. Naruto, however, was keeping his eyes on Kyuubi. Despite her reaction, he was still a bit scared that she wouldn't like the changes that he made. However, he was very mistaken. Kyuubi absolutely loved all the changes he made. She admitted to him that it reminded her of when her and her old mate would visit valleys like this while traveling. They had finally finished their sightseeing and went to rest against one of the trees. Naruto was a bit apprehensive about what he should do then. After all, he had only been that close to Kyuubi to comfort her. But now that she seemed a bit better, he would feel it inappropriate to do it then. Not only since she was a demon and may find it disgusting, but his sensei and was so much older than him. As he thought back, he realized his embrace was more akin to a lover's than a friend's, and he felt quite guilty of that fact. However, Kyuubi seemed to think otherwise, and once Naruto sat down against the trunk of the tree, she sat down in the boy's lap, resting against his chest, though not painfully so considering their sheer body size difference. Naruto stiffened, scared at her choice of seat, but after a minute of not getting killed, finally relaxed and settled down comfortably against the tree, each of them just enjoying the company in silence, until Kyuubi spoke. Arigato Naruto, no one has been this nice to me in a very long time. I know you've said you've forgiven me, but still Gomen for making your life so hard in that ungrateful village. She said in a sad voice. He smiled, though she couldn't see. It's okay, Kyuubi-chan, nothing can change what's already happened, despite my wishing it had. Plus you've made me strong enough now that I won't have to worry about being hurt like that ever again. You've sincerely apologized to me, something I know for a queen of demons like must be a hard pill to swallow for your pride, and that is enough for earning my forgiveness. He reassured her. Hi. An arigato for comforting me earlier. I know it wasn't easy for you, and Gomen for putting you in that position and attacking you. I've tried to keep to myself this day during the year. But after going back to my den and seeing where my kits used to sleep, I couldn't contain my emotions. Arigato Naruto. You really don't know how good it feels to have someone's shoulder to cry on and to speak with about it with after so long of being alone to suffer through it. Anyone would have done the same, Kyuubi-chan. I'm just glad you are feeling better and that I could help. Gomenasai again about your children. I promise that one day, we'll get you your revenge for your family. We'll find those shinobi and snake man and wish they never touched your children. He finished with venom dripping off every word. Arigato Naruto, she retorted, while biting her lower lip in nervousness because of a thought that had been swimming around her head ever since he forgave her. Should I give it to him? She mentally questioned herself, before surveying the valley once more and nodding. Kyuubi moved and stood up underneath the tree, confusing Naruto slightly, before smiling at him and doing a small set of hand seals, causing a puff of smoke to appear, and in her arms rested a large red scroll. "For doing so much for me today, I decided that you've earned this," she said, holding the scroll in front of the boy. "This is the summoning scroll for Kitsune, which I had made several hundred years ago to entertain my boredom, but found no one worthy enough to sign it. Although it is like any other summoning scroll, to be able to summon the Kitsune clan is a singular honor for obvious reasons, and the summoner will always respected by demons and mortals alike because they know that I'm the one who holds the contract," she finished in a happy and proud tone, giving the scroll to a now gawking boy. "Are you sure about this, Kyuubi-chan? I mean, am I really one that you should be letting sign this?" he asked, taken aback at her gesture. "Of all the people whom I've met in my life, I can honestly say that you are the most worthy of them, Naruto-kun." She paused with a smile, and a small kiss on his forehead for being the person that he was, which caused him to blush from embarrassment. "Simply sign your name in blood and put a handprint at the bottom of your name, and then I'll show you the hand signs." Naruto did as he was told, and Kyuubi showed him what to do to summon correctly. Naruto followed the instructions and summoned a single-tailed silver fox named Hyagent Quicksilver. Kyuubi then told him to use as much chakra as he could to try to summon the fox boss summon. He did so and slammed his hand on the grass, making a giant plume of smoke appear, blocking his vision. When the smoke cleared, the only thing around was Kyuubi. At first confused, Naruto soon understood and shook his head with a laugh. "You're the summon bosses for Kitsune?" he rhetorically asked, making Kyuubi smile innocently. "Well, since you are sealed within me, how exactly does this work?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows, you'll have to test it outside so we both know. If I were to guess though, because of the seal's chakra restriction, I'd only have about as much chakra as you put in the summoning itself. But like I said, we won't know till you try it out," she said in a sing-song voice, making him smile that she was slowly getting back to the Kyuubi he knew. He bowed. "Arigato, Kyuubi-chan, I'll make you proud that you allowed me to sign this." He smiled, but held a clear tone of seriousness. "You better, Naruto-kun," she teased with a smile herself, before another idea came to her. Now that I think about it, I have something else for you, and this will greatly help your training, especially since you wasted today's session on me," she finished in a sullen tone. "It was far from a waste, Kyuubi-chan. What kind of person would I be if I didn't help a friend of mine when they needed to be comforted, nay?" he retorted back in a comically agitated pose that made her smile. "Arigato, Naruto-kun. Anyway, this jutsu is called Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. It's quite similar to any other Bushin jutsu. The biggest difference is that these Bushins are solid and can almost be considered their own person because of the flexibility of choice they have. That reason being that Kage Bushins are summoned using a piece of the user's own soul, which is why summoning many Kage Bushins at once isn't wise. A soul can only be stretched so far, which is one of the two limiters of the number Kage Bushins the user can ultimately summon." She paused and summoned a single clone of herself, which immediately jumped the poor boy and kissed him passionately on the lips before seductively moaning his name against his lips and poofing out of existence, leaving him blushing from her actions. "As you could see, I gave no verbal command for the clone to do that. But it acted on its own, though still based on my personality," she explained, trying to hold in her laugh from the boy's reaction to her clone. "You're telling me that she did is something that you would also do?" he asked, a bit scared of her answer. But deep down was wanted to know if he could feel that again with the real one. He may not be of age, but still doesn't mean he didn't feel warm and happy with getting affection like that. That is one part of my personality. I am a warm-blooded woman just like any other man or beast after all, so I need certain urges fulfilled every so often," she said in a serious tone, before looking the boy up and down in examination. But you're a bit young for my taste, Naruto-kun," she finished in a playful tone, winking at him. "Not that I'm not grateful, but why are you showing this to me now? You said it would greatly help my training, but I'm not sure how," he questioned after the blush she caused him finally subsided. "It's easier if I showed you, Naruto-kun." With that, she summoned another clone. Now I'm going to close my eyes, and I want you to pick out 3 different colored flowers in any order and show them to my clone only," she ordered while closing her eyes. Naruto and the clone did as directed, and once ready signaled Kyuubi, who promptly dismissed the clone. The colors you picked: yellow, white, and red. The order you put them in: red, yellow, and white. She said with a smirk, causing Naruto to look shocked. How did you? His question hung in the air for a few moments while he put the pieces together. The user can remember whatever a clone does. He asked half-heartedly, getting a nod from his sensei. She nodded in affirmation and smiled in his growing intelligence. That's correct, Naruto-kun. However, the memory of the clone only works if the clone is dispersed voluntarily or the chakra on it gives out. Do you know what that means for your training? Naruto thought for a moment, thinking over his almost 2 years of training, and then it hit him like a ton of bricks, obvious by the shocked expression on his face. Time. The time to learn. Well, anything will be divided by however many clones are used for the task. A jutsu that would usually take a week to learn could be learned in a few hours if enough clones are summoned for the task. That's amazing, Kyuubi-chan. He shouted excitedly. Of course, just like any strong jutsu, there are consequences to using this ability too much or too often. She spoke, waiting for him to calm down and listen to what she had to say next. Doing Kage Bushin training causes a lot of strain on the mind of the user, because of sheer memory feedback when you use it. So I caution you to take the training slowly at first. And also don't forget that Kage Bushins can also be useful in battle, not only for this kind of training. Hi. He responded, as ideas flowed throughout his mind for just how much he could learn from this training, until something occurred to him. Learn. He thought for a good minute before coming to a decision. Nay, Kyuubi-chan, I don't think I'll be using the Kage Bushin training much. It seems like cheating to me. It'd take me only a week to learn what it would take a normal shinobi a year to learn. Nay. It seems like I'm spitting in their faces and their hard work. If I do things like that, I think I'll only use this kind of training for special circumstances like learning the Uzumaki Jutsu, since I have no one from said clan to teach me those. Or the Anapo Jutsu, and Kenjutsu you are teaching me, since only I can learn them and only from you. And of course any jutsu that I myself create too. Hey. Her lips pursed slightly, as her brow rose. A shinobi with a code of honor, nay Naruto-kun? She questioned rhetorically. Well, that's an oxymoron for your profession. But those kinds of shinobi always turn out to be the strongest and most respected. I have to warn you though, it'll make your life a lot harder as a shinobi. Can't be much harder than what I've already dealt with, right? Plus I have Kyuubi-chan to help. He mused with a large smile. She smiled at his enthusiasm. Hi. But let's not worry about the future training, you should worry about today's. She playfully reprimanded. Hi. Anyo, do you think I could just rest here till I have to get up? He asked a little apprehensively. Kyuubi smirked at what his question really meant. Do you think I can rest here with you, before pulling him back to the tree? Only with their positions now reversed, his head on her lap and her resting against the tree. A long comfortable silence rose between them, each enjoying the scenery and the company, before Kyuubi broke it with a shaky comment. Natsumi. Naruto's ears perked at her words but were confused by them. Natsumi. Her cheeks burned slightly. Hi, that's my name. She answered, embarrassment, though not quite knowing why. I've never told any mortal my true name before. She confessed, turning away from Naruto's face. He smiled gently, before closing his eyes. I see, well, it's a beautiful name, Natsumi-chan, he retorted, never noticing the happy smile on his companion's lips at his words. Arigato, Naruto-kun. Hours seemed to pass as the two just stayed like that, continuing to admire what Naruto created and the new feeling of belonging they each felt. Of course, as all good things do, this scene had to end when Natsumi told Naruto he had to get up for training. He pouted, opening his eyes. I was hoping you'd give me one day off after all I did, Natsumi-chan, he playfully grumbled, getting up from her lap. No such luck, I'm afraid, Naruto-kun. If you want to get stronger you can't take a break unless absolutely necessary. And while we are training I'm your sensei, not your friend, so it's Kyuubi-sensei to you. She said with an almost sadistic leer towards the boy. Crap. He swore before booting himself out of his mind. 3 months later, training for Naruto jumped leaps and bounds after that day when Natsumi revealed herself, thanks to his shadow clone training. His Kenjutsu skills were nearly on equal ground to Zabuza's. His Onipo jutsus began to grow less frustrating now that he had his clones, now giving him about a dozen of them under his belt. His physical and jutsu training continued on at their usual fast pace since he himself practiced them. While a team of about 50 shadow clones worked on the above-mentioned aspects of his training. Natsumi even showed him which he later learned and mastered, two of the favored as well as most powerful sweetened jutsus of the Nadaime Hokage. Although anyone could essentially learn the jutsus that he knew and use them in battle with a water source nearby. The reason the Nadaime was infamous for them is because he had mastered his water elemental affinity to such a perfected state that he never needed a water source to use any of his sweetened jutsus. His mastered affinity allowed him to create water from his chakra alone. However, Natsumi mentioned a little trick to using a pseudo-mastery of water manipulation, much like the Nadaime's true mastery. If the user summons enough chakra into the sweetened jutsu, they can actually replicate the Nadaime's ability to create water from chakra. But the problem is that to summon water like that, the chakra output would be close to 20 times what the jutsu would take if a water source were nearby. Even the simplest of sweetened jutsu could wear out a seasoned Junin in 1 if not 2 attempts using this method, which is why it's not a very well-known fact amongst shinobi. She actually admitted that only a Jinchuriki, and of the possible 9 in the world, Naruto was probably the only one who could fight unhindered using that method because of his Kekkei Genkei combined with her chakra. All in all, Naruto was glad for the power his new training allowed him to acquire. And it was all thanks to Natsumi. Speaking of the vixen, since that day her behavior had changed noticeably. Although still a hellfox is his sensei, which Naruto grumbled about anytime he could, though always thankful for her help. Looking at their personal relationship, she simmered down greatly and actually began to open up to the boy. Telling him stories of her past escapades and goings-on. To put simply, their relationship, though purely student-teacher when training, became much friendlier, open and unconsciously to both parties closer than they would have voluntarily admitted to the other while they hanging out enjoying each other's companionship. Up until that point, Naruto had avoided trying to summon Kyuubi via summoning. He was afraid of the repercussions of what Kiri would think when a 50-story tall fox appears out of nowhere near the village. Finally, after having enough of Natsumi's playful whining about not being let out into the open yet, he agreed and told Zabuza he'd be gone for a day. He left the village and found a good clearing to try the summoning. "Ready, Natsumi-chan?" "Hi." He bit his thumb. "Kuchio's no jutsu," he yelled, pressing his hand on the ground as a set of symbols spread across the ground before a large plume of smoke surrounded the area. Naruto coughed until the smoke cleared, and couldn't help but laugh his ass off at what he saw. Instead of a 50-story tall red and black furred fox, all he saw was a small fluffy fox the size of a chihuahua, yipping at him. "Haha, very funny, Naruto-kun. Now if you don't stop, I'll double your usual regimen for the next week." She spoke, causing Naruto to immediately stop his laughter. He bowed repeatedly. Gomen Natsumi-chan. "I just didn't know you could get that tiny," he scoffed, holding in a chuckle. Her eye twitched angrily at his teasing. "Well, it's not my fault you don't hold enough chakra to summon me at my full power yet. This is only about a tail's worth of my power after all." She yipped back. His words made him look towards the sky in a thinking pose. "So, you think the more chakra I put into summoning you, the bigger and essentially the more tails you'll grow?" "If I were to guess. Yes, that's about the gist of it. However, this works out fine for me, since I can stay in this small form and watch you in the real world and also enjoy being out of that cage. No offense, Naruto-kun," she said before running at the boy and pouncing on his chest and climbing onto his shoulder to rest there. He laughed from her fur tickling him as she ran up him. "It's okay, Natsumi-chan, I know you like the changes I made. But I also know they aren't anything compared the real thing." He smiled while scratching her behind the ears, making her purr slightly. "I'm going to have to tease her about purring later," he thought with an evil grin, noticing she didn't seem to realize she was doing it. "Naruto, since you finally used Kuchio's no jutsu successfully, or easily mastering the Suiten and Onipo jutsus both myself and Zabuza have showed you, I believe it's time to move on to the next village to get shown more jutsus. I was thinking of having you go to Lightning Country and get some Raiden jutsu in your arsenal. I want you to leave tomorrow," she ordered with authority, lacking the kun suffix so he knew she was serious. "Hi Kyuubi-sensei." He responded back, deciding to head back to Kiri and get packed up to leave. The next day, Naruto headed to the favored training ground of Zabuza Momochi, to tell him he was leaving. "Zabuza-san, I'm going to leave and head back home. It's about time and my friends will get worried if I don't head back. I'm sure they found out about my parents already," Naruto lied through his teeth once again. "Alright brat, don't get killed," was the man's only retort before punching his sparring partner straight in the jaw, sending him into a nearby building. Naruto bowed lightly, knowing the man hated that respect crap people were preaching to him about, so he just left after that. With Kyuubi still on the boy's shoulder resting peacefully, Naruto headed to the hidden cloud village, the next place that his training would continue. Chapter 6. Training, Year 3 Naruto Age, 8 Naruto Mental Age, 10 Unlike the last two villages Naruto visited, Kumo was insanely difficult get to frankly because he traveled more vertically than horizontally. The terrain of Lightning Country was basically just a giant mountain range, which caused Naruto quite the problem to traverse. Not only that, but because of the constant clouds he couldn't use the sky to tell the time nor direction he was heading in. Which is how we find our hero and his fox companion still resting on his shoulder. "We're lost, aren't we, Natsumi-chan?" he grumbled. "This land is a lot more treacherous and confusing than I thought, Naruto-kun. Just bear with it, we'll be at the village soon," she retorted, trying to diffuse the agitation in the boy. "Bah, I hate this country," he shouted with a pout before hearing a loud thunderclap and what he thought was a scream. "Natsumi-chan, did you hear something?" Her head rose from his shoulder, and swiveled a moment. Yay, it was a man screaming by the pitch of the voice. "Go check it out, Naruto-kun, someone might have fallen off part of the mountain." Naruto nodded and jumped towards the origin of the voice, and thankfully for him the terrain seemed to stabilize into smoother ridges for more manageable climbing. After a few minutes of chakra-fused traveling he came upon a rather disturbing sight. "Wah, what's the hell is this?" Naruto gaped out at the scene. He stood on a ridge above a large rock clearing he was observing from his standpoint. The area was littered with large, round stones and dirt mounds in front of them with flowers placed upon them. The area seeming to be an unofficial cemetery. There was a small wooden shack beyond the farthest graves, probably for the grave keeper, he thought. But if that were true, when the next thing he saw wouldn't make much sense. In the middle of the graveyard there was a man crying in both pain and terror, being lowered into a box by a small mob of hooded figures. Naruto watched, needing to know the situation before he went jumping in. His attention was grabbed a man presumably to be the leader. He wore bandages over his upper body with a vest, along with dark shinobi pants and sandals. Naruto could also see him conversing with the man as the lid was being placed in top of the box. "Rokusuke-san. Why are you crying? If nothing else you should be happy that I'm giving you such a beautiful funeral. Because Kami-sama knows you don't deserve one after deceiving me like you did. So be a man and enjoy your funeral without fear, without regret. Just embrace the darkness and humbly thank me for giving you this gift of a beautiful funeral." He-man said in a deep and quite insane voice. He's going to bury that man alive. This guy is totally insane, Naruto thought, before beginning a set of hand seals. "Doten, Tsuchiketa, earth style, earth column," Naruto shouted, making 4 pillars of earth shoot out of the ground under the hooded figures, smacking them in the face, easily knocking them all but the leader unconscious by the force of the blow. Naruto quickly jumped down from the ridge and ran towards the scene, grabbing Shinku Kaijin after noticing that the crazed leader had a pair of rather vicious long swords attached to his back. My, what is this, Rokusuke-san? Hiring a shinobi to protect you from me? You really want to live that badly instead of having a beautiful funeral like the one I was giving you?" He-man questioned, shaking his head in what appeared to be shame for the man. "Well, it is no use, once I kill this boy, your death will go on as planned." He finished with a maniacal smile, making Naruto get into the beginning stance of Kitsune Issei Ryu. "Oh, a Kenjutsu fight is it? Well, I'm opposed to using my swords. Unless a beautiful funeral is guaranteed afterwards, so I'm afraid you haven't earned such a privilege from me, so." He let his sentence hand in the air before doing a set of hand seals. "Raiden. Raiko Kubo, lightning style, lightning rage," he yelled before a lightning bolt fell from the ever-present storm clouds above head, striking his body like a lightning rod. The bandaged man pointed his hand at Naruto, who had already began a set of hand seals for a counter. Naruto was able to finish before the lightning charged at him, which drowned out the name of his jutsu. The lighting seemed to connect with the boy, but the rubble it kicked up caused the man to lose sight of Naruto, which he would learn will. The smoke formed the blast cleared a second later, producing a thick layer of stone which jutted up from the ground to protect the boy who was now gone. At least before the man felt a cold steel blade against his throat. Now, unless you plan on using those swords to fight me, I've won. Naruto said in an emotionless voice. Despite Naruto's semi-laid-back behavior with Natsumi, when dealing with an enemy shinobi he pulls no punches and gives no quarter, it was all business. You may have gotten me this time. But you have still yet to prove to me that you earned the right to die beautifully by my blades. The man retorted, just as emotionless. Then teach me. And when I feel I've learned enough we will fight once more, to the death. Naruto offered, trying to appeal to the insanity in the man obsessed with funerals. He man thought for a few minutes, not even seeming to care that a katana was still against his throat. If you can promise me that your funeral will be even more beautiful than Rokusuke-san's, I will teach you what I know and will gladly give you a beautiful death by my blade if I deem you worthy of such an honor, of course. He agreed. We have an accord then. Naruto agreed, taking his blade away from the man's neck. Considering you have a better corpse, now, let the man go. He requested, making the strange man go into a pondering pose before nodding. Naruto let the man out of the box and told him to go home and forget about what happened, before moving back towards the man again. However, if you show yourself as a failure, I will not only kill you, and Rokusuke-san as planned. But his death will no longer be beautiful, he shall suffer as will his family before I slay them in front of him. And my name is Kurosuke Raiga, that is until the day we fight, then you can just call me your executioner. Pressure much? Naruto thought, eyes hardening while looking at the man. I believe in you, Naruto-kun. If I'd have guessed from this fight alone, and you went all out, you'd probably win because you have an elemental advantage by knowing so many futon jutsus which are a strong defense against his Raiden jutsus, Natsumi stated within the seal, since she dispelled herself the moment Naruto used his first jutsu. Arigato for the confidence, Natsumi-chan. But I think this guy is stronger than we both think. When I fight him again I'll need to be more careful. I only caught him off guard this time around, that won't happen a second time. He admitted. Then I'll just have to work you to the bone so you live then, Naruto-kun, she retorted playfully, but lined with an almost taunting sadistic undertone, causing Naruto to shiver. Shit. He swore lowly, while actually feeling the evil smile gracing the vixen's lips in the back of his mind. Naruto and Raiga grabbed his henchmen and went back to the shack, where Naruto would soon begin his third year of training. 3 months later, Naruto's training had pretty much been gone on as it had for the previous 2 years, although Raiga as a teacher was anything but stable, to put simply. The man was just as insane as Naruto had predicted he was the moment he heard him speak. He didn't teach him a damn thing without going on a rant about all the beautiful funerals he's witnessed in the past. Fortunately for Naruto, the man sure knew his Raiden jutsu, which was the only thing that kept Naruto from killing himself just to make the ranting stop. After the 3rd month, however, Naruto had gained a slight immunity to the man's long-winded stories, until it was time that Raiga finally taught him the next jutsu. Kyuubi sadly didn't know many Raiden jutsus simply because she never liked the finesse the element had on her enemies. It dulls their pain receptors and made them numb to the pain, she admitted to him. Still, the ones she did teach the boy were all good ones in Naruto's opinion. So for him his Raiden arsenal was comprised of quality over quantity, which was always welcome in his book. Of course all the other aspects of his training were kept sharp as ever, or were advanced more thanks to his constant usage of his Kage Bushin training. Speaking of training, Naruto was currently in his mindscape practicing his taijutsu with a few dozen clones, when a random idea hit him. One that sparked a plan he thought a certain crimson-haired vixen would like. Mindscape. Naruto dodged another punch before roundhouse kicking the attacking Bushin, making it puff out of existence. One more Bushin was left, grabbing a kunai out of its holster and charged the blonde who was currently sweating, breathing heavily, and had blood stains on his cloths and across his body. Naruto was ready to finish off the last clone as he watched it rush towards him, when he noticed in the background of his eyesight Natsumi watching his battle against a tree. Something in his mind caused his vision to phase the Bushin into Natsumi, who was running towards him with the kunai. Naruto shook his head quickly and his vision returned, noting it was probably just fatigue that caused the vision, before he at the last moment ducked and did a leg sweep and punched the clone through the chest with a poofing sound. He got up and dusted himself off, before he heard clapping coming from a tree. He smiled as he jogged up to Natsumi and playfully bowed like an actor after a great play. "Nice job, Naruto, your training is making you quite strong. You should be proud of the steps you have taken in only 3 years, she complimented him with a smile, making him blush slightly. Well, you do have a large part in that, Kyuubi sensei. If you weren't such a great sensei, I doubt I'd be as strong as I am. He smiled back, now making her slightly blush at his kind words. I think you'd be a great shinobi whether I was your sensei or not, Naruto. You were pretty much born to be a great ninja, I'm just speeding up the process. But don't let my comments go to your head. You are still far from being the strongest. There are people out there that at your current level could beat you with one hand. She said sternly. Arigato, Kyuubi sensei, and hi, I know. But with your help I know I'll become strong enough to beat them in the future. He said, bowing lightly, before continuing. Anyo. Was there another jutsu you wished to show me, or shall I continue with my taijutsu? Not tonight, just continue, but make it kenjutsu this time. I want you to practice all the basic stances of Kitsune Issei Ryu, as well as the 5 offensive attacks associated with it that you've learned so far. She commanded in a regal tone. Hi, Kyuubi sensei. He responded before running off and summoning more shadow clones to train with. He is going to be something this world is not ready for when he gets older. She mused absent-mindedly to herself, before going back to the tree to watch the boy's progress. A few more hours went by, and though Naruto was in the middle of a battle between a dozen Bushins, his mind kept going back to before when his vision blurred Natsumi and his clone together. Something about that vision kept poking at the imaginative side of Naruto's consciousness, like it was trying to tell him something but he couldn't translate the scene into words. Damn it, he thought while slicing through a Bushin, what did she say about cage Bushins again? His mind wandered to the night she showed him the jutsu as he continued fighting. Flashback, Cage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. It's quite similar to any other Bushin jutsu. The biggest difference is that these Bushins are solid and can almost be considered their own person because of the flexibility of choice they have. That reason being that Cage Bushins are summoned using a piece of the user's own soul, which is why summoning many Cage Bushins at once isn't wise. A soul can only be stretched so far, which is one of the 2 limiters of the number Cage Bushins the user can ultimately summon. Flashback end, Naruto's eyes widened as her words practically screamed to him the translation of what his vision was trying to tell him. Holy shit, he thought as he unceremoniously finished all of his clones in a matter of seconds, before running towards Natsumi full speed, almost making her think he was going to run right into her. Naruto skidded to a stop a few feet from her and bowed low, mumbling something she couldn't hear through his ragged breaths and low head. Naruto, what the hell is going on? She asked, a little freaked out at her student's actions and insubordination. Naruto stood up with a face twisted in shock and almost untamed glee, before speaking again. Gomen Q, Kyuubi sensei, I just got a new idea for a jutsu and was wondering if it would be okay if I tried it out. He said, catching his breath, and trying his hardest to hold in his excitement. Natsumi eyed her student for a good while, before seeing that he was telling the truth. Granted, it was only a half-truth, but she didn't need to know that and gave him permission. Arigato, Kyuubi sensei. I think you're going to love this. He said with a wide smile, making his eyes close, before he phased out of his mind and woke himself up. Oi Naruto, why the hell did you leave? I said you could try your jutsu. She yelled, agitated. I know Kyuubi sensei. But I have to try it out here, Gomen. He thought back in an apologetic tone. Now. It's like what I do to summon her, only instead of this plane of existence it's inside a cage Bushin. Naruto voiced out his theory, before setting his fingers into the infamous cross-hand sign, and closed his eyes in concentration like when he tries to summon Kyuubi for Kuchio's no Jutsu. Cage Bushin no Jutsu, he shouted as the famous puff of smoke appeared. Naruto eyed the smoke with childlike hope in his eyes, praying that his theory was right. If not, he'd have a very pissed off sensei on his hands. Naruto, just what in the hell has gotten into you? I don't appreciate you summoning me randomly like that, Natsumi continued with her agitated tone. The smoke began to dissipate and Naruto saw what he had hoped to see before he grabbed a mirror and faced it towards the silhouette, with a humongous smile on his face. But, Kyuubi-sensei, I didn't summon you, he retorted in the most sickeningly sweet tone he could muster. Of course you did, baka, idiot, that's the only way I taught you. She snapped at him before gaping at her reflection in the mirror as the smoke finally ceased to be. What? How? When? Why? You? She questioned, if you could even call it that, completely surprised, grabbing the mirror from his hands and touched her face to make sure it was real. Naruto smiled brightly, happy he had accomplished his rather on-the-spot jutsu, but was very happy with the results. Though after a moment he burst out laughing at the reaction his friend was having at the moment. After a good 5 minutes of him laughing and her checking out every detail of herself, they both finally calmed down and took a seat on his bed inside the shack. All right, Naruto-kun, spill it, she commanded with crossed arms and a stern but curious expression. Well, to answer your questions from before, which will help to explain what I did. Henged, Kage Bushin, I used your soul, about 20 minutes ago, because I thought you'd like another way to be outside of the seal, and yes, me, your lovable student, he said with a laugh, getting a smirk from her. She went into a thinking pose of everything she knew about Kage Bushins and what she told him about them. After a while she got the gist of the idea behind it and actually admitted she never thought to even try that. Okay, so let me get this straight. You concocted this idea on what seemed to be a whim. Decided to use my soul instead of the user's, and henged the Bushin to look like me. She asked him. Yay, pretty much, only thing are the finer details, but those don't really matter. He said, a little embarrassed. Natsumi chuckled at the boy, while shaking her head before going back to sensei mode. Naruto, this was a very dangerous idea, though I'm glad you still want to help me with my imprisonment. This could have gone very wrong very quickly if the seal had reacted in a negative way to your summoning me. It could have destroyed one if not both of us. Your two-san was a master fuinjutsu user, and I have a feeling that the only reason the seal hasn't reacted so far was because he didn't calculate the existence of a kitsune summoning scroll in his jutsu, nor did he think you or anyone else you knew would ever come up with such a foolish idea like this. She said sternly, making him dip his head in shame for not considering this. However, arigato Naruto-kun, it means a great deal to me that you thought of doing this for me, though silly to attempt as it was. But please, next time you get an idea for a new jutsu, tell me first so I can give you suggestions and advice. I'd like to not lose my friend over a silly thing that like nay. She offered with a smile before hugging the boy. He turned and hugged her back with a nod, before they both let go and just sat there in comfortable silence, while Natsumi checked all of the finer details of her new body, mainly being motor functions in case she gets into a fight. After all, she is still a Kage Bushin underneath all that beauty. After a few short minutes a thought occurred to her as she looked down at herself, when an evil smirk crossed her lips and spoke. Oh, Naruto-kun, she almost sang out. Hi, he answered while nonchalantly turning towards her. How exactly did you happen to get my proportions just right? She questioned with a melodic tone that promised pain if he answered incorrectly, causing the boy's eyes to widen in fear. Well shit, I did not see that coming, he thought, feeling his palms begin to sweat. I mean you. He stuttered out, trying to form an answer, seeing Natsumi leering at him. We've spent so much time together that it's impossible to not see your proportions. And I just thought you'd want this body to be as close to the real yours as possible so it's familiar to you. Besides, I'm not even old enough to be perverted like that, he explained after finally calming himself enough to complete full sentences. Natsumi looked at him scrutinizingly just to make him sweat a bit. She knew full well he wasn't of age yet to do those kinds of things, but that didn't mean she couldn't have fun with her friend. She smiled mischievously. I know you aren't, Naruto-kun, it was just funny to see your reaction. Think of it as payback for the worry you caused me before. Besides, I know what happens in your body, I live there after all, she said, as they both laughed at her corny joke. Now then, since you've tested your new Jutsu successfully, I want you back in your mind training like I had told you. Kenjutsu with Kitsune Issei Ryu, basics and offensive attacks. She ordered in a strict tone before puffing back into the seal, with Naruto going back to sleep following close behind. 3 months later, ironically, what Natsumi had teased Naruto about that night, that was actually what has haunted him for the last few weeks. Because of his mental training, his mind was developing faster than his body. And Naruto just reached 11 and with it came puberty. Though puberty has to do with hormones being activated and circulated within the body, because his body was still too young, the only thing that the hormones could affect so far were his thoughts. Which after about a week, grew very risque thanks to a certain unearthly beautiful demoness sensei of his. Although Naruto's training regimen had stayed the same aside from his advancements in whatever he or his bushins trained in. The moment the boy stopped, and even sometimes during training both his eyes and his thoughts were consumed by the fiery vixen who just sat and supervised him against a tree. Naruto, for as smart as he at his age, didn't know what to do about his problem. He hadn't had much contact with people who knew this kind of stuff, save for Natsumi. But that was the last person he wanted to talk to about it with, considering that she was the main topic. Naruto knew he loved her as a friend and enjoyed her companionship unfalteringly as she did him, that much of their feelings were publicly known to each other. Plus he already admitted to himself that he found the vixen almost unbearably attractive as well. He knew his feelings began to change and also solidify around her. He knew he was falling for her. The problem was what he should do about it. His logical side told him to just tell her what is happening and how he feels, but he knew it wouldn't be right of him to just say it at his age. Besides, what would he do if she laughed at him, and told him off? Or worse yet, that she was disgusted of the idea of any mortal or him specifically having thoughts about her like that even if they are friends. She was pretty much royalty to demons after all. Or maybe that she would stop training him or stop being his friend altogether, and just stay in her valley never to talk to him again. His heart nearly stopped at this thought. Losing her as a companion, he wouldn't be able to live with himself if that happened. His thoughts clashed every day, on him trying to decide what to do about this. And Natsumi, being who she was, God bless her, didn't make it any easier for the boy. What he thought of his friendly hugs between each other before, soon became something his mind thrived on for certain thoughts, thanks to the fact that her breasts always pressed against his face. There were other times in the past few weeks as well that he recalled which in the past wouldn't bother him at all, but now were excruciating for him to bear witness to and tested his will to the utmost limits. Flashback. Alright Naruto, that's enough for tonight, she called to the current bushin beating boy. He finished off the last bushin and jogged back towards her as always underneath the shade of a tree. Now, she let the sentence hang as she stood up, stretching her body by arching her back, making her kimono to stretch against her front, causing Naruto to go bug-eyed by a rather nice view of her well-endowed breasts which seemed to almost want to pop out of her clothing, as well as give a generous outline of her nicely shaped hips and thighs. Go back into the real world, and you know what to do, nay. I think I'm going to take a nap, seeing you sweat got me tired. She joked with a small laugh, now standing normally. She was about to lay down when she didn't hear anything from. She looked over and noticed him staring into space. Oi, Naruto. Did you hear me? She questioned, weirded out by the boy's expression as she waved a hand in front of his face. Oh hi Kyuubi sensei, Gomen, sleep well, he said with a flush in his face, before quickly phasing out of his mind. Must be overtraining him, she thought absent-mindedly before laying down and getting some sleep, not thinking much of it. Flashback end. Another example that nearly took him to his breaking point and want to ravish her, though he held back knowing it would ruin everything they had together, also the fact that his body still wasn't quite receptive to his thoughts as much as his mind and imagination wished. Flashback. Naruto had just finished his real-world training and was settling into bed for some well-deserved rest. Wonder what Natsumi-chan is going to have me do. He thought to himself before drifting off to sleep. Naruto woke up in a bed of flowers as he usually did in his renovated mind. He got up and looked to see which tree his sensei was under tonight. Oddly though, he couldn't find her in any of her usual spots. Natsumi-chan, he shouted, thinking maybe she was asleep. He went around the valley shouting for his sensei but got no response. that is until he heard a melodic humming grace his ears. He continued to look for her until he rounded a tree trunk and found her, though never in the sense he would have ever thought. "Oh Kami-sama, what did I do to you to deserve such a beautiful nightmare?" he thought as his breathing completely stopped. Naruto saw Natsumi in a way he wasn't sure whether to consider a blessing or a curse. She was currently taking a soapless bath in the river that ran through the valley. Luckily for him though she was facing away from him, so all he was able to see was her flawless neck, shoulders, arms, and down to about her mid-back. She was just standing there humming a soft tune, and caressing handfuls of water on her arms, neck, and back without a care in the world, allowing it to sprinkle down her lightly tanned skin which shined gently in the sun's rays, her motions teasing him like she knew he was there, but pretended not to. He thought, no words being able to be formed while his eyes just watched every movement of her body, every drop of water that rolled down her skin taunting him that they were touching her perfect form while he could only watch from a distance. After a few minutes of Naruto's tortured bliss, Natsumi turned slightly so Naruto could get a profile view of her. His heart though still deprived of oxygen throbbed inside his chest a minute as the boy took the beauty in even more than he had prior. Naruto despite this being his first time seeing this much of a female swore that only a few creatures' existence could ever be comparable in beauty to Natsumi. She was still humming although a different tune now, as she began to caress her stomach and breasts, causing Naruto's face to heat up redder than a lobster's. He pulled back pressing himself against the tree before he could see too much of her glorious assets. Damn it, I'm such a hypocrite, saying I'm not a pervert. But only a few months after I hit puberty now look at me. He shook his head ashamed at himself. I'm just glad. Something inside me pulled me back in time before I saw too much. The only way I can face myself and her is if I admit to what I've done and accept the consequences. He concluded, dipping his head getting ready to atone for his sin. After a few minutes he regained his composure and ran away from the tree slightly so his plan could work as he hoped. Natsumi-chan, he screamed, making it seem like he was still searching for her. Hi, over here Naruto-kun, she yelled back beyond the tree. He waited half a minute before jogging up to and around the tree he had been previously hiding behind, once again seeing what half of him wished he hadn't, and the other thanking God he had. He apparently jogged faster than he thought and when he found her, she was still getting her silver kimono on, though it covered her bottom half the top part of it was draped to the sides of her shoulders not covering an inch of her wonderful breasts. His eyes bugged out and he immediately blushed like he had when he caught her the first time. Go, Gomenasai Natsumi-chan. He shouted loudly before turning around so fast his neck and back almost snapped. I'm so dead, I'm so dead, I'm so dead. He kept chanting his mantra mentally awaiting his death by his beautiful prisoner. And I came to confess what happened too. He screamed, his eyes screwed shut, he is so cute. She thought with a smirk and soft chuckle, watching the poor boy tremble in fear. She finished dressing herself, and began walk towards him, making him stiffen from the footsteps. It's okay Naruto-kun. She whispered into his ear, making him stiff as a board. For you. It's free to watch but, it'll cost you if you want to touch. She cooed seductively, only trying to have fun with him since she knew he knew what she meant. Only problem was that she still had no idea where the boy was mentally in his life, and thought that it was just be a simple joke with him, never realizing what kind of emotional and sexual torment it caused him, since he was somehow able to keep these thoughts from her. Once she finished what she thought was a small taunt, she moved in front of him taking her sensei stance and was about to talk when she noticed him. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Naruto, I said it was okay, I'm not going to punish you so snap out of it. She said sternly with a hand on her hip, noting the boy's still red face and fearful expression. After 3 years of training with her, Naruto got used to listening to Natsumi when she gave an order no matter the situation, and this time was no different. Fem-kyuubi sensei, Gomen, he stuttered getting a little bit of control back and color to his face. He's been acting rather strange lately, I'll need to keep an eye on him. She thought worriedly. No harm done Naruto, we are friends and you training here so often, it was bound to happen sooner or later. As long as you didn't mean to see me like that, after all you said you aren't a pervert, right? She asked with an accusing look while emphasizing, right, to tease him again, making him blush once more. Right. He lied. She smiled happily. Good. She chirped. Now. You are going to continue to fight Ubushins with jutsu only so you get some battle experience using them. The enemy isn't always going to give you enough time to finish your hand seals at once, so you'll need to learn to be spontaneous and unpredictable so you can summon your jutsu even in the most insurmountable situations. She commanded, before Naruto bowed and was off to begin his training, while the images and words of the red-haired demoness were still freshly ravaging his mind and imagination. Flaskbackn, situations such as these, though usually not as extreme, continuously barraged the boy's thoughts while training with the crimson-haired demoness. 3 months later, morning of October 10th, despite Naruto's lack of attention at times thanks to the continuous sexual assaults to his mind, which he had surprisingly been able to keep secret from his sensei still. He had noticed a change in her behavior over the last few months. Many nights when he trained in his mind, she just stared off into the distance with a forlorn expression on her face. Despite his supportive side screaming at himself to go ask what was wrong and to give an ear to listen if needed. He decided that if she was really worried about something she would confide in him, as she had began to do more and more after that night a year ago. So for a time he just watched her, making sure nothing was going on with her, while he fought his own inner demons. However, the day of his birthday, he finally snapped when he became deeply injured and she didn't seem to even notice, still just looking forlornly into space, something she never had done before. Mindscape. Naruto was fighting his cage bushins in all forms he had been taught so far, a no-holds-bar battle royal of 100 versus 1 foot. He had been doing well enough, already dispatching half of the clone when one sneaked up on him and stabbed him through the heart with a kunai. The cage bushins dispersed immediately, knowing he needed a break to rest and get over the pain. Just because he couldn't die in his mind, didn't mean the pain was any less real. When he recovered slightly while taking a knee, he expected that Natsumi would be there to tell him to start over since he died in that simulation, or something to that effect. But when he looked towards her, she was still against a tree looking off into the distance like she had been going for hours now. Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly in barely suppressed agitation. See the carelessness of his sensei and friend. It's one thing to daydream while I'm doing simple training. It's another to not notice when your student and friend was just stabbed in the heart. He thought, his annoyance of her behavior finally getting the better of him. He started to walk over towards his teacher, slightly wincing at the pain still etched into his chest. Tonight's the night. And I still don't know what to do, or will do if he hates me for it. Natsumi thought, still gazing towards the mountainside deep in thought. For all the knowledge that I hold, I'm still unable to figure out what I should do, and I'm running out of time. All I know is that if he rejects me afterwards, I don't think I could handle it. Not after everything we've gone through and shared together. That's right, the Kuni no Kitsune. The queen of all Biju was scared of an almost 9-year-old boy. Why? The answer might be as simple or complex as an answer could be to such a question. But in truth there were 2 reasons, no more like secrets, that she dare not tell Naruto. The first reason being, as unbelievable as it may sound, the vixen had actually the same emotional problem that her young student did. She had fallen for him, as he did her. She didn't know when it happened or how. But she did know the why. It was because of Naruto's personality. He was boisterous but humble when in the presence of those stronger than himself, intelligent yet playful when he was talking with her as a friend, confident but not egotistical like some legendary ninjas tended to become, strong yet still showed his weaknesses to those he trusted, even slightly bloodthirsty yet merciful to his enemies who deserved it. He reminded her so much of her dead mate, though having his own unique Naruto-ish twist to it. As the years went by and the boy grew in all of these aspects, he reminded her more and more of the reasons she once loved her mate. And slowly but surely those same feelings arose and were directed at Naruto, not as a replacement of her old lover mind you, but as a possible new one in the blonde. The reason Natsumi constantly teased the boy, aside from the sheer fun of it, was out of fear of him finding out somehow. It was a defense mechanism for her to keep the boy at a distance. Also, she admitted her feelings to herself about him. But she knew he was far too physically and mentally young for her, which was the main reason she never hinted at all of her true feelings. Not only that, but She was a demoness, and not just any demoness, the same demoness that basically destroyed his life from the inside out while he lived in that hateful village. She had caused his two sons' death, his sons' hatred and abandonment of him, the village citizens and shinobi to spite and eventually physically assault him. What could she possibly hope for him to say to her if she did tell him, "I really like you too, Natsumi-chan"? No. He'd probably just laugh at her, saying how could he have those kinds of feelings for a demon? Especially a demon that has utterly ruined his life as much as she had. She was utterly torn, despite remembering what he said about being happy with her. But he was her only companion and more importantly close friend for the last 3 years. While time to a demon meant nothing, when trapped inside a mortal, time means everything. The fact that she could lose that bond with him in a flash was too much for her to bear. She feared his answer so much so that she decided to never tell him of her feelings. So she simply gritted and bared it when they hugged and felt his touch, or he smiled a genuine smile towards her that warmed her heart, or did something that reminded her of the reasons she fell for him in the first place, causing her stomach to flip-flop with her suppressed affection for him each time. The other dark secret that could also destroy her friendship even without her telling him was the fact that tonight held a very special night for him. Natsumi never told Naruto this because she also feared his answer about this too, something that would literally change him forever. There are few things mortals know about the demon realm or things about demons themselves, this not being one of them. The ancient ability of humans to become Hanyu, or half-breed, half-demon, half-human. This marriage of species, if you will, can only occur one of two ways, the first being the more common way, which is that a human and a demon have a child. Said child of course gains both sets of DNA chromosomes from their parents, automatically causing them to be born a Hanyu. The second way is a lot more painful for the Hanyu itself, which is when the human is forced to change into a Hanyu after birth. This change usually only happens with a Jinchuriki, if the Biju is of a higher class, which Natsumi happens to be. Because humans can only contain so much demon chakra before their bodies begin to reject it and deteriorate. The solution to this deterioration is simpler said than done. The demon must change its host into a Hanyu so the body can compensate for the rest of the demonic chakra that the body will be fed. Though not as strong as a full demon, Hanyus still have the ability to hold unlimited amounts of demonic chakra without any negative side effects, as well having the boon of immortality. And this is the dilemma Natsumi currently faced. Naruto was currently at his body's limit. So she needed to change Naruto into a Hanyu so he could absorb the rest of her chakra. The problem is that Naruto had no idea, and she was running out of time to tell and prepare him for it. For her same reasoning is to not tell him about her feelings. She has been afraid to tell him what is his right to know since they first met. She was afraid of his reaction to hearing that he would become part demon. Because if he still harbored ill will towards demons, or just her specifically, and she told him about this, he'd never forgive her because it would just be another fate, which he hated, that was forced upon him much like she was. Damn it. What should I do? She mentally screamed, holding back her tears so Naruto wouldn't suspect anything, that is until she heard his voice cut through her thoughts. Oi, Natsumi-chan, he screamed, looking down at her with an annoyed expression on his face. She looked up at him with a sad expression. Huh. Oh Naruto-kun, Gomen. She answered in a low, soft voice. Hearing her subdued voice, he immediately berated himself for yelling at her. Natsumi-chan, I tried to ignore your daydreaming for the last few months, thinking that if something was wrong you'd come to me. But tonight I confirmed something really is bothering you because I was just stabbed through the heart and you didn't even notice. Now what has got you so down in the dumps? Please tell me what is upsetting you so much. He pleaded with a concerned frown. Natsumi just looked at him, not knowing what to do. She had feared he would notice and force her into a corner, but still hoped he wouldn't. She opened her mouth to speak but nothing came out before she closed it. She repeated this a few more times before Naruto sighed. Natsumi-chan, we've been companions for 3 years, and good friends for over a year now. You know you can always tell me what's on your mind, nay. I've always been here to listen if something was wrong, so why have you been hesitating to talk to me lately? He asked lowly in a warm and reassuring tone, making her relax slightly. I need to tell him, even if I'm afraid of his reaction. I told him the first day we met that he deserved to know everything about himself if he asked me. And I don't want to be branded a liar now, especially with something that is so important to the rest of his life. He deserves to know, even if I lose him, forever." Her logical side finally won out. And she reluctantly agreed. She lowered her head in shame at her fear and weakness. It's about you, Naruto-kun," she whispered though still heard. He quirked a brow. "About me? Well, what about me?" For a short time Natsumi's fear held her back from speaking, until a hand on her shoulder and a soft smile from Naruto calmed her and she steeled herself for what would transpire next, that could make or break their relationship. There is something you need to know." She let out a long apprehensive and fearful sigh before continuing. You remember how your two sands seal allows you to absorb my chakra reserves into your system slowly over time, right? She questioned, getting a confused nod from him. "Well, there is something that I've kept from you about this process." She paused, looking back down, not having the courage to keep eye contact any longer. Humans in time have evolved to be able to hold only so much demon chakra in their systems before the body itself begins to die. Consequently, when humans have a demon sealed in them, and that demon is of superior strength such as myself, the human must undergo a process called Sosei, rebirth, which will allow the human's body to compensate for the demon chakra by. She stopped for a moment, letting a single tear fall from her face before she ended her friendship with Naruto. Turning the human into a Hanyu, she finished, almost abandoning her emotional wall and letting herself cry at losing the only friend and companion she's had for the past 9 years. Naruto was speechless at the revelation that Natsumi just shared with him. He just started at his downcast friend in silence. "So, you're telling me that because of having you sealed in me, I'm eventually going to turn part demon just like you, and I don't even have a choice?" he asked in an accusing tone, only getting a silent nod from the nearly tremoring vixen. A good 5 minutes of complete silence filled the area, only the sound of the billowing winds was heard. Natsumi herself thought that Naruto had simply left his mind and, more importantly, her without another word. And she was far too scared to look up and learn the truth. "All right." His happy voice faintly resounded in her ear. For a few seconds nothing registered to the woman still sitting on the ground. Then the answer finally seemed to click before she finally had the courage to look where Naruto was still standing with a large smile plastered on his face. What was the intellectual sentence she asked him? He snickered lightly, as his smile to grow even bigger. "I said all right, Nat, Su, Chan." He retorted again, saying her name in a slow, playful tone, but seeing her face in confusion, however, he realized he'd have to explain. "For being a millennia-old demoness, you really are thick when it comes to relationships you have with people, you know that?" he asked with a small chuckle before continuing. "What I mean is, ever since I met you, when have I ever seriously badmouthed demons or you for being 1 hectometer?" He paused to give her a moment to think. "None. And why?" "It's simple, because in my eyes you've shown me that demons are given a bad rap with how humans stereotype them as being bloodthirsty beasts who only want chaos and anarchy to reign. You've shown me that demons are a lot different and complex than that. You've shown me that demons can be more kind-hearted than even humans can sometimes be. And honestly, if it was my choice to turn into a Hanyu, I would still say yes, because I don't think it would be so bad. Besides, then I'd still be able to be there for you like I want to." He finished with another smile. Natsumi was blown away by Naruto's long answer, and truth be told she was speechless. She felt both complete joy and shame at the same time. Joy that Naruto not only didn't reject her for what was going to happen to him because of her presence in him, but he was actually okay with becoming a Hanyu. At the same time, she was ashamed with herself for having such little faith in both Naruto and the strength of their bond together. However, her joy soon reached critical mass and she couldn't help but tackle the boy to the ground in a death grip hug. Had both their emotions been more stable at the time, they would have noticed the rather intimate position they were in on the ground. She was lying on top of him, straddling his legs, with her arms wrapped around his neck and her face buried in his chest. His own arms wrapped around her waist. Go menasai Naruto-kun." She muffled against his shirt, finally letting her tears flow. I should have had more faith in you. In us. Gomenasai. She cried, drenching his shirt. Naruto was rather shocked over her reaction, but once he calmed down he moved one hand to her head and the other to her back and began to slowly massage the emotional woman, while cooing soothing words to her. After a long time, she finally calmed down but refused to get off him, afraid he might still leave if she let go, causing him to chuckle at her childish clinginess. Let me guess, Natsumi-chan. You thought that I still harbored ill will towards you over what happened in Konoha because of your sealing in me. And that I'd resent you even more for turning me into a demon just like yourself, nay? He asked, though never received an answer from her, making him smirk for hitting the nail on the head. I already told you, bonehead, I can't and won't blame you for attacking the village. What happened to me afterwards couldn't be helped thanks to the villagers' fear and hatred and loss. You should give me more credit than that, you know. And besides, if I were to ever have left you I probably would have done it after our first meeting. But I'm still here. He left the statement hang before leaning right next to her ear, making them twitch from his hot breath. And I'm still happy. He finished in an almost inaudible whisper, seeming to only want her to hear even though they had no audience, before giving her a chaste kiss on her temple. She lifted her head from his shirt to look into his understanding gaze. He really means it. He really doesn't hate me for all that's happened to him because of me. And he would choose to become a Hanyu too. Gomen, I've really underestimated you, Naruto-kun. She thought, finally getting a hold of her emotions, allowing a smile to grace her lips. If only you were older, Naruto-kun. She couldn't help but think, fighting back the urge to move those last few inches and lay a kiss his soft lips. After several moments passed, the pair finally realized the position they were in and quickly released their lovers' embrace in embarrassment, neither knowing of the other's blush, before soon calming down and sitting next each other against the tree. Anyo, Natsumi-chan, he paused before gulping. What exactly is going to happen to me? He asked worriedly. Her smile soon faded with the re-emergence of the fearful topic, though now at least causing a lot less tenseness inside the vixen. I can only tell you the generic details, I'm afraid, Naruto-kun. Each Sosei is different because of the variety of demons that exist and the unique human aspect as well. Once Sosei is complete, the human will still look mostly humanoid, but with characteristics that are unique to the demon involved, much like the whisker marks you have because of my sealing. This is where my demon limit I told you about comes into play for you. She explained, before striking a rather cute thinking pose with her pointer finger on top of her chin. Another thing I know is that you will become immortal like myself or any other demon. However, don't think that immortal means you will never die. This form of immortality stops the passage of time for the physical body, nothing else, meaning you will never die no matter how old your body may get, hence why I still look so good. She said, doing a playful sexy pose for him, causing them both to laugh and ease the tension in the air. After that I don't really know much, it will be a surprise for us both tonight, I'm afraid. She finished, her smile dimming slightly at not giving him more of a reassurance. Wait, tonight? What do you mean tonight? He asked apprehensively, before the truth hit him when seeing her lower her head in guilt. Damn, my Sosei is happening tonight, isn't it? He asked with a sigh. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. Not like I had a choice in the matter anyway, so why should I be able to pick when it happens? I could have used a bit more warning though, Natsumi-chan, he playfully scolded her, though immediately regretting it seeing her frown. Gee, Gomen, Natsumi-chan, I was only kidding. But Anyo, will it hurt it a lot? He questioned, realizing that transformations like more than likely tend to hurt since they change the way the body itself functions. Natsumi lowered her head even more, afraid Naruto will still be mad at her, but slightly nodding to him nonetheless. He frowned from her answer, though not being surprised by it, before he moved closer to her and grabbed one of her hands that laid on her lap into his own. Anyo, Natsumi-chan, is it maybe possible to have you stay with me while I change? I'd really appreciate it if you helped me through it by being by my side. He asked lowly. She looked back at the boy sitting close to her, a small smile growing on her face, touched that even after all she had done to him, he still wanted her by his side. She squeezed his hand that enveloped hers reassuringly, making him look at her still with a flush on his cheeks. I will always be here to support you, Naruto-kun, as long as you want me to. She answered in a confident but soft voice. He smiled appreciatively. Arigato, Natsumi-chan, he squeezed her hand back gently. They stayed in that posture for a while, just seeming to be hypnotized by the other and their surroundings. Neither realizing that the other was thinking the exact same thing that they were while smiling happy at the thought, maybe there is a chance for us yet. Lamentably the pair had to let go of each other to prepare the necessary rites and seals for Naruto's Sosei ritual. October 10, 11:55 p.m. The pair had worked tirelessly throughout the morning, noon, and night to prepare for Naruto's Sosei. Naruto's bedroom in Raga's shack was filled to the brim with demonic seals and incantations. Naruto himself was in the middle of the room lying on his back in the middle of a large pentagram seal in nothing but his underwear, giving Natsumi ample time to coo out catcalls towards the boy, making his entire body burn red in embarrassment. With Natsumi right by his side holding his hand, they waited for the stroke of midnight, which would signify the start of his Sosei. Arigato again, Natsumi-chan, he whispered out a bit haggardly. Both he and Natsumi knew he was scared at what would happen to him after this, but he tried his best not to show it. After everything we've been through and you still being my friend and companion after it all, it should be obvious that I would be here for you, especially since you asked me in such a cute way, she retorted with a teasing smile, making him smile back, cutting the tension in the room a bit. An unearthly silence suddenly entered the room after she spoke for a brief second before Naruto's watch beeped, and his smile immediately turned into a pain-filled grimace. His Sosei had begun. And from that point on Natsumi could do nothing but pray for the screaming boy in front of her. She knew the process was very painful, and being in a shack and not alone, she set up one of the Onipo jutsus she had taught him called Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu, sound silencing barrier technique, around the room to not alert Raiga of the ritual. Please be alright, Naruto-kun, she mentally prayed, barely able to stand seeing the pain contort across his body and face. The process was slow and agonizing, each seal written in the room, slowly moving onto Naruto's body, making his skin feel like it was on fire as it moved to its proper alignment. After hours of unbridled pain, the last of the seals finally moved in place, before they all meshed together at the center of his chest and formed the same pentagram seal that he was lying on, only a smaller version. For a moment his screams subsided and there was an air of quietness. Natsumi knew the process wasn't finished, but she needed to let Naruto know she was still here for him, and quickly moved back to his side, squeezing his hand, kissed his cheek and whispered words of praise and encouragement to him. Sadly their reunion would have to wait, because when she leaned back, the rest of his Sosei ritual commenced, signaled by a transparent purple beam shooting through the pentagram seal on his chest and into the ceiling. And so his almost animalistic screams continued on throughout the night, hurting the ears but more importantly the heart of the only being he trusted with his life, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The tormented screams of the boy seemed endless to Natsumi. However, truth be told, she was completely fascinated by what was happening to him. After the beam skewered him, an almost agonizingly slow purple flame began to engulf his entire body. After many more hours the flames finally reached the bottom of his toes and the very tips of his blonde hair before they extended outward, engulfing the entire room in a blinding flash of purple. The force of the flame caused Natsumi to be thrown against the wall and luckily land on Naruto's bed, but she was completely blind from the light. Soon the flames retracted back towards the large seal on the floor, leaving a standing-up humanoid silhouette in its wake. Natsumi rubbed her eyes, trying to get those damn circles out of her vision before looking at what transpired with Naruto after realizing his Sosei was finally complete. What she saw wasn't anything close to what she expected, but certainly wasn't complaining at the view. He's gorgeous, she thought, absent-mindedly licking her lips as she took the new form of her friend in, though her current thoughts were nothing of the friendly variety. What stood before her was a half-naked 30-ish-year-old version of the Naruto that she knew, only hot, really hot. New muscles adorned his athletic frame, which twitched at the cold air that now hit them. His hair had turned from blonde to a dark orange, while his eyes now shone with a brilliant shade of amethyst with black slits running down them like her own. His teeth, in both hand and toenails, were elongated into fangs and claws, while his usually small whisker marks also became more pronounced, giving him an even more feral look than he already had. The last changes were the orange and white fox ears that adorned his head, as well as two orange and white fox tails swinging gently behind him. Naruto himself felt like he was born anew, though technically he was considering he was a Hanyu now. He tried to figure out all of the new nuances that came to him, which he noticed almost immediately. All of his senses were heightened to and past animalistic levels. He could hear Reiga's heart beating in the other room. He could see clearly through the window at the mountains which were almost 100 yards away. The air felt like soft silk as it made contact with his skin, and his nose smelled the old wood that this shack was made out of. He also smelled something odd about the room. It was a very pleasant, almost heavenly smell, but something he couldn't recognize. He let his nose carry him to its source, which directed him to Natsumi, who was still staring at him, with a look he had never seen on her face before, but decided it definitely looked good on her. His mind finally clicked back to normal, and looked at his friend uncomfortably. Anyo, so how am I? Do I have horns or anything? Do I look okay, or normal? He asked in a much deeper voice than he once had, a little afraid of her answer. There wasn't a mirror around, so he could only see so much of himself, making him trust his friend to tell him the truth about any new looks. Unfortunately, Natsumi was in her own little perverted world at the moment, while still looking at the new Naruto that stood before her. Christmas came early this year, or whatever it is they say, she thought with a hungry leer. Natsumi-chan. He raised his voice, not getting a response the first time, but this time getting the desired result. Kami-sama, even his voice has gotten sexy, she thought, trying her best to remember exactly what she was ogling it like a horny schoolgirl. Gee, Gomen Naruto-kun. She stuttered out with a blush, trying not to let her voice give away the inner conflict she was having. Sue. She smiled shyly while rubbing the back of her head. Anyo, what was the question again? She asked sheepishly, making his eyebrow perch at her inattentiveness. Naruto thought she was ignoring the question because something was wrong and she just didn't have the heart to tell him. So he checked himself out, quickly noting his new body's appearance, as well as that his underwear was straining to its utmost limits just to stay on him, causing a rather large bulge in them even though he wasn't excited. He looked back at his friend, and when seeing her face again it finally clicked. Guess my sosei did more than I thought. Can't blame her though, she hasn't seen a male this close to naked in almost 9 years, he thought, while mentally laughing at the situation, before smirking and deciding to tease her a bit. Natsumi-chan, he said in the most husky voice he could muster, making her ears perk up. Do you like what you see? Or can I get some pants on? He finished in a playful tone, leering at her lack of attention, or could it be over-attention? For a good 10 seconds she just continued on with her staring, before his question sunk in and she snapped out of her erotic stupor, and blushed, throwing him a pair of pants. Gomen Naruto-kun. She spoke out shyly, not being able to look at her friend without ravaging him. It's fine, though I'll take it you approve of my changes and nothing seems overly wrong with me. He asked, smirking that her blush had slightly deepened when she nodded lightly. Though for what I've already noticed, that pain was worth it. I feel great, and my senses are through the roof. He decided to explain all of his new abilities that he noticed so far to her, which included what he had smelled coming off her, causing her to blush once more. He can smell me now, I need to keep myself in check. But I mean, Kami-sama, just look at him. She thought, knowing it would be easier said than done to keep her mind out of the gutter, since she'll be with him as both his sensei and friend. Once her blushing fit ended, she explained all of the physical changes that he couldn't yet see, but decided on making him look himself. Got a mirror from the shack's bathroom. Naruto was shocked at first, especially with the tails and ears. But overall liked his new look. He liked the furlness he exuded. It might cause unwanted attention if people saw him, but it would also keep people away from him too, so it was a double-edged sword in that sense. Natsumi suggested that he keep his real appearance a secret, because people don't exactly take kindly to Hanyas and demons, so keeping a low profile and a normal look was probably best. Taking the suggestion of using the Onipo Henge Jutsu he had finally been able to master, since it could hide his real looks from anyone without Dujutsu, certain Kekkei Genkei, or demons, he made himself look like how he had before the ritual began. Despite how much Naruto wanted to test out his new form, Natsumi suggested that he let his body get some rest before doing any real-world training. He begrudgingly agreed and got some rest. Natsumi had cancelled his mental training for the night as well, giving his mind time to rest too. 3 months later, 3 months had passed since the day of Naruto's Sosei, making it a full year since he entered the Lightning Country and his training with Raiga began. Since that day Naruto's training had skyrocketed because of his new body. Through his training Naruto realized that his new matured body increased almost every one of his physical attributes. His natural strength increased, now being able to make a house-sized crater with either fist or leg with no chakra needed. His chakra reserves didn't grow larger themselves, but the chakra itself moved more smoothly inside of his enlarged coils, which allowed Naruto to gain advancement in his chakra control, allowing him to be able to cast his jutsus faster, and with less resistance. His new body gave his stealth abilities a rather large boost since he could mask his chakra a lot better now thanks to his newly acquired control. Having such a large supply was hard to mask even with the Kyuubi no Kitsune as your sensei. The last thing he figured out was that his natural speed greatly increased to high Junin levels. Daten during one of his training sessions thought he had actually used his namikaze, keke genkai jutsu accidentally. Natsumi confirmed that it was merely his natural speed not but keke genkai, but suggested that he finally opened the second scroll that Sarutobi had given him, thinking maybe one of the scrolls would tell him something about it so he might begin to learn it. Flashback. Naruto and Natsumi went back into the shack and searched his bedroom for his backpack with the 3 scrolls addressed to him. He grabbed the second unopened one, sneering at the one he read 3 years ago addressed from his mother. With an apprehensive sigh he opened the seal with a spot of blood and began to read. Hello Sochi, I'm sure you're probably wondering why your Ka-san or Hokage gave you this scroll and box out of nowhere after you just graduated as a Konoha Chunin ne. Well, the reason is simple. I wanted to have a few words with you man to man, haha, though I know it's a letter, but bear with me ne. First I just wanted to say how proud of you I am. I know you are a strong shinobi by now and will be destined for great things. But I don't want you to let your success go to your head either. Enjoy the spotlight but stay true to yourself and the teachings of the shinobi way. Always remember that to be truly strong a shinobi always fights to protect their precious people, not for fame nor glory. Well, that's enough of the academy drama morals. I know you will become a legend in your own generation, so I just thought you should learn your two Sans signature moves and make them yours. If you haven't already, be told, my Keke Genkai is my body's ability to travel at supersonic speeds without any negative side effects, allowing my clansmen to utilize the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Gomenasai my Sochi. For not being around to teach you how to use it myself. But that box I left you has both a scroll of instructions and a special kunai that will help you to learn it. My advice is to let yourself go when you feel the pull. You'll understand this when you begin to successfully learn it. The second jutsu is the Rasengan. Thankfully Sarutobi-sama, your Ka-san or your Kyufu godfather Jiraiya know how the technique works and can teach you the steps to learn it. And if you want, you could try to find your wayward Kyubo godmother Tsunade for some medical training too. Now, I have a request my Sochi, is your dead Two-san's last wish. Take care of your Ka-san and the rest of the clan. I know she can be hot-headed at times, but always know she and all of them love you unconditionally. When you go on higher-ranking missions, try to be careful too. I honestly don't know how devastated Kushina-chan would be if something serious ever happened to you. When I saw her last holding you as a baby, she had so much love for you in her eyes, the same love I know she still has for you. Onagai, please just take care of her, and most of all yourself for both your sakes. Always remember that I will be watching you and your Ka-san. I love you my Sochi, I'm so proud of you. Love your Two-san, Namikaze Minato. After reading the letter, Naruto didn't quite know how to react, happy that he has something that his father wrote, or filled with rage on just how false his words about his Kushina, the Uzumaki clan, and his apparent godfather Jiraiya had been. Natsumi embraced him, while telling him everything would be alright, helping to calm him down greatly. After getting his emotions in check, he opened the wooden box, took out the scroll and unfurled it when a three-pronged kunai dropped to the ground. Naruto took it and read the paper, which were the steps to the Hiraishin. He put the letter back inside his bag and went outside to practice his father's infamous jutsu that made him a shinobi legend. Flashback end. Since then Naruto had dedicated over half his training to learning the Hiraishin. However, even with hundreds shadow clones at his disposal, only a minimal amount of success was given to him on mastering it. On the aspect of other jutsus that he was shown by Raiga and Natsumi, Naruto was still a genius on catching the tricks to them and mastering them with ease. Finally the day came when Raiga had taught Naruto the last jutsu he knew, before declaring that it was time for their duel. Naruto had grown respect for the insane man, and adamantly declined on wanting to fight him again. Which only made Raiga laugh and remind him of the consequences if he didn't, causing Naruto's hands to be tied and submit to the duel. Makeshift duel arena, the two men faced off with their swords drawn. Raiga knew to not underestimate Naruto this time around. He had seen his progress and knew that if he wanted the fight to last more than 5 minutes he'd need to use his swords. I still don't know what happened to you Arashi. But I hope you aren't thinking that your appearance is going to scare me into backing down. Raiga said with a smile. He had been waiting for this fight for a long time, and seeing Naruto's true form now for the first time only made him that much more excited to fight him. I don't Raiga-san. And explaining what happened now won't matter since one of us is going to be dead anyway. Naruto retorted, getting into the beginning stages of Kitsune Issei Ryu. The two stood there not moving a single muscle for almost 10 minutes, until a lightning bolt scorched the ground in the middle of the two. Almost making it seem like the gods themselves began the duel. The two suddenly disappeared, as steel clashed against steel viciously across the arena, the ground only after a minute already looking like a war zone. Uprising rock and stone was everywhere as each clash caused more of the ground to change. Natsumi was easily keeping up with the battle, noting that it seemed to be a deadlock. Naruto was faster than Raiga, but Raiga was dual-wielding so he was able to make up for the difference in speed in his superior amount of weaponry. This won't be decided by Kenjutsu alone, they are too evenly matched. She thought while enjoying Naruto's first official shinobi fight. The two were caught in a power struggle while their swords clashed for dominance against one another. However, Raiga just smirked before twisting his right sword to hook onto Shinku Kaijin and was able to pry it out of Naruto's hands, sending it several yards away. Naruto was able to jump back from a slice of Raiga's blade that would have ended his life. As he flew back from the attack he began a set of hand seals while flipping through the air. Futon. Datapa wind style, great breakthrough. He shouted as he released a breath of air magnified by his chakra. The great wind pushed Raiga back, nearly losing his balance until he lodged his swords into the earth to stabilize himself. The only problem with that is he was now defenseless against Naruto unless he released his swords. Of course that was Naruto's plan and was already about ready to call out his next jutsu. Doten. Doryu Taiga, earth style, earth flow river. He called out as the ground around Raiga became mud, and mixed with the still billowing winds, forced the swordsman to lose his stabilization form his swords as they sunk into the soft ground. Raiga was almost too preoccupied with the mud when at the last minute noticed a bubbling in the mud at the beginning on the river, before hearing yet another jutsu. Doten. Doryuden, earth style, earth dragon missile. From the mud arose the head of a dragon which then opened its maw and shot missiles of mud and rock right at him. Raiga had little time to react, but he was successfully able to get his swords out of the mud river and clashed them together in front of him in a defensive position before calling out his first jutsu. Raiden. Raiko no Tate, lightning style, lightning shield. His swords acted as a stabilizer for his chakra and created a lightning elemental shield in front of him which deflected the mud missiles that came at him. Once Raiga stopped feeling the impacts of the missiles against his shield, he lowered his still crackling swords and swung them a double horizontal arc, releasing the pent-up electricity as he yelled out another jutsu. Raiden. Raiko Nami no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning wave technique. The lightning chakra exploded past the mounds of mud that collected from Naruto's Doryuden, and raced towards Naruto. The explosion easily gave Naruto enough time to evade by jumping into the air towards Raiga while hand-sealing for another jutsu. He was caught off guard however when he noticed Raiga was ready for him, with a large lightning ball sitting at the tips of his touching swords above his head. Raiden. Raikyu, lightning style, lightning ball. Raiga shouted, pulling his swords in a downward arc, releasing his jutsu with deadly accuracy towards the orange-haired Hanyu. Shit. Naruto cursed, before the ball hit him square in the chest. Raiga smirked slightly as the ball made direct contact with his target. That is until Naruto puffed out of existence, leaving the lightning ball to fly into the clouds. Kage Bushin, a voice called out behind the mud-ridden man. Raiga chuckled loudly. I should have figured that, with all the times you've used it to train. He answered while freeing himself from the mud. Enough talking. Naruto's voice was once again devoid of emotion, as he went through a series of seals. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Suddenly 9 Narutos popped into existence in a line before they all began more hand seals. Raiga. You better not miss. All of them taunted simultaneously. Raiga grew agitated by the man's taunt, and took a moment to select his target. He did so and sent another, Raikyu, towards one of the clones. Before it struck though, Naruto was able to complete his jutsu. Suiten. Sushoha water collision destruction. He shouted, as a column of water emerged out of nowhere and shot at Raiga, who was completely shocked at what Naruto had just done. He just used a Suiten jutsu without any water. Just who is this guy and what has he been doing for training for the last year? Raiga thought as he was hit in his right shoulder by the blast of water, causing him to lose that sword in that arm. Although both of their attacks had hit, neither of them were as direct as they hoped. Raiga had actually hit the wrong clone, but the real Naruto was standing next to it, so the lightning ball had still damaged him somewhat. Which is why Naruto's jutsu only grazed Raiga's shoulder. Pretty impressive, Arashi. You must have trained hard this past year. Your funeral will certainly be a beautiful one. Raiga commented before running to get his lost sword, as Naruto did the same. They each re-equipped themselves once more with their respective weapons, and began another bout of kenjutsu. But were proven again to still be evenly matched despite lack of chakra and damage they had sustained. Raiga jumped back and began to twist his swords in a circle in front of him. Lightning bolts began to hit the spinning blades, and after enough momentum and lightning were caught in the blades, Raiga thrust the swords towards the sky and called his next jutsu. Raiden. Reigeki no Yoroi lightning style, lightning strike armor. He called out as his body became encased in what appeared to be a never-ending lightning bolt. Damn, this guy will be a lot more talented than I thought he would be even with my training. But he isn't one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, for nothing. Naruto thought a little excited about how the fight was turning out. Naruto didn't have much time to summon another jutsu before Raiga began to spin in place, his sword still outstretched. Naruto ran towards him, seeing his opponent now open, though sadly didn't make it in time before Raiga called out yet another jutsu. Raiden. Raryu no Tatsumaki lightning style, lightning dragon tornado. He shouted as a giant tornado came to life from his body, which then took a shape of a ravenous dragon, with its eye surrounding Raiga protectively. Naruto stopped and looked at the Justu, rather impressed by it, before he called upon 24 shadow clones and ordered them to attack Raiga. Unfortunately, the clones were quickly wiped out by the dragon, before it steered towards the real Naruto, wanting to give him that beautiful funeral its summoner promised. Naruto managed to run out of the way as the dragon smashed into the ground, sending shards of rock everywhere. Though the attack had missed, the rock shards had caused several deep cuts into Naruto's retreating form. Damn, that jutsu combination is impressive. He has his dragon on the offensive, and that lightning armor for what I'll assume is defensive. No matter what I do to get to him, it won't leave me without being hit by either one of those jutsu. Though now's as good a time as any to try out one of my favorite offensive, Kitsune Issei Ryu, techniques. Naruto thought as he landed a safe distance away and summoned a dozen shadow clones that completely surrounded Raiga's spinning form. Each clone grabbed 3 shuriken between each finger, and launched them at the eye of the tornado where Raiga still stood. Does he honestly think those weapons will make it to me? He isn't that much of an idiot. What is he planning? Raiga mentally questioned at seeing Naruto's actions, but not taking any chances, commanded the dragon to wrap itself around him as a barrier. As soon as he did this, all 12 Narutos smirked, before making one more hand seal. Ninpu. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu ninja art, Shuriken shadow clone technique. They shouted in unison as the shuriken multiplied in midair, to reach almost 900 in number, all aimed at Raiga. TSH, if he thinks he'll win by numbers alone, he is underestimating me. Once I finished with these annoying weapons, I'll take out those clones and him. Raiga growled out to himself, as the shuriken embedded themselves into his dragon, which halted their advances. That is until one of the shuriken that was in front of him poofed, and out of the smoke arose a rather angry-looking Naruto with Shinku Kaijin held in position for his offensive technique, which Natsumi recognized immediately. Not too shabby, Naruto-kun. She mentally complimented her student and friend, while continuing to watch with great revelry. Gomen to disappoint Raiga-san, but I have too many things still to do to die here. Naruto shouted, as Shinku Kaijin began to glow and hum with energy. Though Naruto had the upper hand with his surprise attack, it didn't mean he wasn't out of the woods yet. He still had to dish out the final blow, so if his momentum slowed even for an instant, his efforts would be for naught and he would lose. Raiga's dragon, despite Naruto's continuous charge, was doing a great amount of damage to him, apparent by his clothing beginning to scorch and his skin burning everywhere that the dragon's lightning touched. Raiga's eyes widened in surprise as his teeth clenched in aggravation at seeing Naruto's approach. Shit. There is nothing I can do. I'm holding back his shuriken with the dragon, so if I stop using it I'll be skewered, and if I don't he'll get me anyway. Raiga contemplated, searching for any other options, but soon found none that would allow him to live long enough to win. Very well, if I lose I will at least lose by his blade. Bring it, Arashi. Raiga shouted right before Naruto did bring it. Kitsune Issei Ryu. Kisyun Sum no Mai, Fox Cry Sword Style. Dance of the Fox Claw. Naruto shouted, delivering his attack. Time seemed to have stopped for the fighters. The shuriken and cage bushins Naruto had summoned disappeared. Raiga's dragon and armor fell as well, leaving only the two occupants breathing heavily. Raiga looked right into Naruto's eyes, before a large smirk crossed his lips. Not too bad, Arashi. He complimented before blood surged out of his wounds as he fell to the ground. Dead as a pool of blood began to seep out of the 150 slices through his body. Naruto closed his eyes and bowed his head. You weren't that bad yourself, Raiga-san, he said forlornly, allowing a moment of silence for the man who had become his first kill. A minute later Naruto opened his eyes, before falling to a knee while leaning on Shinku Kaijin for support as small electrical bolts jumped off his worn form. Although Naruto's attack had struck true, with each strike came several thousand volts of electricity from Raiga's armor jutsu. So for a time, the battle was based solely on the fighter's own will to win. Naruto had wanted to cry. He finally killed someone. He knew from Natsumi's teachings that it was an aspect of being a shinobi that he'd have to face eventually. But it still didn't make it any easier to deal with when it finally happened. He turned his head towards the heavens when it suddenly began to lightly rain, as if the gods themselves cried for the final loss of innocence in his life. After a moment Naruto felt two soft arms wrap around his chest and a body press against his back, immediately recognizing her scent his tense body relaxed. You did well for your first real fight, Naruto-kun, Natsumi cooed to him, hoping to ease his pain slightly. Arigato Natsumi-chan, he retorted, thankful for her praise and comfort. She smirked at him, though he couldn't tell. You know that your idea was half-assed though, right? I could think of at least 5 other ways of defeating him without you having to throw yourself into both of his jutsu that could have very well killed you, had you not used your shuriken as a distraction. You're just damn lucky for your healing abilities and pain tolerance as a Hanyu. I knew while you were attacking you wanted to scream out in pain. So next time use your brain, you'll save yourself a lot of pain, and me a lot of worry. She scolded him as his sensei, but finished with a sad tone. Gomen Kyuubi sensei, I will think more clearly next time, he retorted, squeezing one of her hands that embraced him in a reassuring gesture. We should bury him before it rains harder, nay? He questioned, only getting a nod against his back as a response. Naruto used a Doden jutsu to make a grave for Raiga and placed the man in the usual burial position with both his swords across his chest, before he said a few parting words and covered the makeshift grave. That night, the pair were rather quiet for most of the night after the fight. Natsumi knew Naruto was still dealing with the fact he ended a person's life, but was still impressed that he was so stable. Most people's first kills were hard on them mentally, usually breaking down crying, or other such things. When it was time to sleep Naruto finally spoke, though it was soft and low, so low that only Natsumi's demonic hearing could pick it up, not that there was anyone else to listen anyway. What now, sensei? Natsumi took a moment to look at Naruto, who was lying on his bed just staring at the ceiling. There is a rather isolated country that I want you to go to, Snow Country. Not many shinobi of the 5 greater nations ever go there. So having Hyoten Ice Jutsu in your arsenal will be a good ace up your sleeve if you can find someone to teach you the basics. She answered. I see, alright Kyuubi-sensei, when do you wish to leave? Tomorrow, after breakfast. Be ready though Naruto, to get to the snow country we'll need to travel through fire country, and dangerously close to Konoha, so you need to keep your wits about you. It will also take nearly 3 weeks to get to our destination since we'll have to take a boat to get there. In the meantime you will continue your regimen as usual. But I will be teaching you more about Shinku Kaijin's power along the way. She summarized after flopping down on her own bed. I see. And I will Kyuubi-sensei. And what did you mean, Shinku Kaijin's power? He questioned, turning towards her only to deeply blush, and feel his pants strangely tighten while he unconsciously gazed at his unsuspecting sensei's beautifully curved body. I will explain that on the way to Snow Naruto-kun. But for now get some rest, you've earned it after today. She softly ordered with a hidden smile, easily feeling Naruto's burning gaze on her body but purposely ignored it, noting she liked the feeling of his eyes wandering every curve of her body. Wonder if I should sleep naked just to screw with his mind. She mentally laughed as a scene of that situation popped into her head, before shaking her head free of the thought. Nah, rather screw him than screw with his mind. Plus I don't think he is quite mature enough, well other than that kami-like body of his anyway. She concluded with a rosy blush from her perverted though truthful thoughts. Hi Natsumi-chan, sleep well, he said in an involuntarily deep, gruff, but soft tone, knocking her out of her thoughts. You too Naruto-kun. She responded in kind, her body heating up slightly at the tone of his voice sounding very inviting, and even worse since she knew he didn't mean it to come out like that. They both fell into a fast slumber from all of the day's excitement, neither knowing that their new destination held more danger and secrets than either of them imagined, and may force them to reveal their deepest feelings to one another because by the end of their stay there, they might not get another chance. Chapter 7. Training, Year 4 Naruto Age, 30, Immortal Naruto Mental Age, 12 1 month later, a month had passed since Naruto's duel with Raiga, and for the most part everything was as it had been for the last 3 years. Naruto continued on with his training, while getting a bit farther in his mastery of his two Sans Jutsu. He was also taught about and later mastered Shinku Kaijin and its untapped power while in its released form because of its sentience and origins. Flashback, so you are telling me that it has another form than the one I'm holding? Naruto asked, slightly puzzled at the revelation that Natsumi just told him about his sword. Hi, as I've said, because of its sentience from my fur your blade has another more powerful form. But to be able to control its released form you must summon Shinku Kaijin itself to this plane. To do so simply allow your blood to run down the sword and then thrust it into the ground. Naruto eyed his sword carefully before doing as his sensei instructed and nicked his finger along the blade, driving it into the ground. No sooner had the sword hit the earth did a seal looking much like a summoning seal appear on the ground, only this one was in blood as a plume of smoke erupted. The plume of smoke soon gave way to a silhouette, which then later gave way to an identical-looking Naruto, only this one looked evil. Everything that Naruto wasn't was personified on this doppelganger, from the opposite colors of clothes to his jet black hair and eyes. What is this and why does it look like me? Naruto asked in agitation, looking at Natsumi. I am Shinku Kaijin, the doppelganger said in a deep, almost regal tone. No, you're me, Naruto retorted. Before I blow this thing away, tell me what I need to do to control the released form. Kyuubi-sensei, you, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, must defeat me in battle in order to wield my power. That is all that must be done. The dark Naruto spoke while raising his sword, pointing it at the original. There you have it Naruto, Natsumi said in a sing-song voice while moving out of the way. You're kidding, no. You never kid when it comes to this sort of thing, do you sensei? He retorted before getting into his Kitsune Issei Ryu stance. Not another word was spoken as both Narutos just stared at the other, until they phased out of place and reappeared with their swords clashing against each other. The duel had lasted close to an hour, neither Naruto gaining an upper hand. Of course the real Naruto could have easily won had he used jutsu, but it was silently understood that it was to be kenjutsu only. Kitsune Issei Ryu, Kitsune Sum no Mai. Naruto shouted, releasing his attack, while Dark Naruto simply parried all of the strikes. Not bad, Naruto-san. But you'll need to do better than that, the dark version smirked, while chipping away at the man's pride. Damn it, I can't hit him. Naruto yelled in his mind. This guy. Why did he take my form for? He could had taken anyone, so why mine? Wait. Naruto's expression took a shocked turn before he jumped away from his other half. We'll end this in one blow, this is tiresome and I need to get back to real training. Naruto said smugly. The dark Naruto only smirked. Oh, is not getting a single blow on me not enough of a workout for you then? Naruto's face took an impassive expression before he sheathed his sword and settled in a Batojutsu stance. Seems he figured out his dilemma, Natsumi mused silently, cheering on her friend and student. Oh. You want to end it in one sword strike then? Well, it certainly is a change of pace to fight like that, but very well. Dark Naruto said before setting himself in the same stance. Both Narutos stood there for a second, before once again phasing out of existence. Soon a clash of swords could be heard but not seen, before a loud crash resounded throughout the clearing. Natsumi looked at the mountain where dust and rock was kicked up from the impact of one of the Narutos being flung into it in anticipation to see who was the winner. The dust soon settled to show the point of Naruto's sword at the throat of his doppelganger who was lodged inside the crater of the mountain. I win, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. Hi, that you do and have earned the right to wield me at my full power. I will obey you and only you, Naruto-sama. The dark Naruto said before puffing out of existence. After a moment the sword Naruto held pulsed once before bursting into flame. Naruto stared in amazement of his new weapon before Natsumi tore him from his thoughts. Congratulations on your win, Naruto-kun, she said happily. I must admit I was rather impressed with your ingenuity on how you defeated him. Arigato, Natsumi-chan. Well, after I fought him for as long as I did, I began to wonder why he took my visage and not his own or someone else's. I realized that the duel was really a test, to see if I could defeat my greatest enemy, myself. Had I kept fighting as I had, I'd have lost because he knew all my moves and how to counter them. So I just went with a move I just thought up on the spot. Granted, using my sword as a defense to block his sword instead of offense like Batojutsu relies on, and using my scabbard as my actual attack instead was dangerous, but it did the trick. Hi, very good, Naruto, however now we should get moving to Snow. I'm sure by now people from Konoha heard the commotion you've made. She said in her sensei tone again. Hi, he responded, packing his things and jumping off back en route to Snow Country. Flashback end. Continuing on his path to Snow, Naruto had helped Hana Chunin defeat a traitor from both killing her and stealing a valuable scroll from Konoha. Soon after he made it to the port that would bring him to Snow Country. The boat trip itself took almost a week, mainly due to unforeseen weather, but the pair were finally able to make it safely. Let's try to find some lodging, Naruto-kun, Natsumi said, slightly shaking from the cold. Naruto dispelled her shadow clone discreetly and resummoned one with more clothing on, before nodding at her statement, traveling into the small village near the port. Doesn't look like much, Naruto said absent-mindedly, while looking at the village. The village was quite small, only a few dozen houses were erected it seemed. The town was completely engulfed in snow, hence the name of the country, but the snow gave the village a cozy ambiance to it. There were at least provisions that any town needed, lodging for tourists, restaurants, clothing stores, anything that someone would need to be comfortable there. Even the few people that the pair had passed along the way seemed nice, with gentle smiles and polite nods before they went on their way. It's an isolated country, Naruto-kun, of course it isn't going to be as lively as, say, Konoha or Suna. She responded back while also observing the village, though she enjoyed the scenery Mother Nature had provided the small town. Hi, your lady friend is right, we might not be much but we do what we can. An unknown voice warmly called out to the pair. They both turned towards the sound of the voice to find an old woman carrying some logs in her arms as she looked at the pair with a warm smile. The woman had light blue hair with streaks of gray running down to her neck. She had green eyes that seemed to lie about just how old she was, if either of them guessed she had been a shinobi in her youth the way she held herself, but dismissed it after a glance. She wore a simple parka, and sweatpants with gloves and a hat. Gomen. But I couldn't help but overhear your comments. She said, her smile growing larger. If it's lodging you were looking for, I can supply some for you too. Arigato. But we don't exactly have money to pay for it. Naruto said a bit sheepishly. Oh, well that's fine then, I'm sure you two could help an old woman with some chores around the house's red nay. She offered cheerily. Hi. Naruto said happily, before helping the woman with the logs. I'm Konami, she greeted. I'm Naruto and this, he said poking his head towards the vixen, is Natsumi. Ah nice. To meet you Naruto-san and Natsumi-san. Nice to meet you as well Konami-san. Natsumi greeted. The trio remained silent through the rest of the trek towards Kaname's home, which was on the outskirts of the small village. It was a lot bigger than the pair expected, but once seeing it realized why the old woman granted them vacancies. The house was 3 stories, and was made of old but very sturdy wood. They entered the house and it surprised them even more on how cozy and warm it actually was inside. You can just put the wood near the fireplace Naruto-san, she ordered. Hi. He moved over towards the fireplace and set the wood down before going back towards the women. Now, I know it isn't my business, but are you two lovers? I only asked to determine which room you'll need. She asked innocently, though getting a rather amusing answer via tomato red blushes from the young pair. No we aren't lovers. She is just my shinobi sensei and good friend, Naruto stammered out, Natsumi only nodding in agreement. It's so fun to mess with the young. But I swear sometimes it's not even a challenge anymore. I could tell these two had feelings for each other just by their body language while they were walking close together, the old woman thought with a snicker. I see. Well, I do have a double bedroom if you want that, or would you like 2 separate rooms? The double is fine Konami-san, it'll be easier to wake him up for training if I'm already in the room. Natsumi answered with an evil glint in her eye, that Naruto knew meant trouble. Crap, I should have answered sooner, he thought, regretting his hesitancy. Alright then, your room will be up the stairs and 2 doors to your left. She informed, getting a nod from the pair as they walked up the stairs to get settled in. Once Naruto and Natsumi put their stuff away, they decided to help Konami cook dinner. Which was just a simple soup with some beef and a side of rice. They sat down and ate most of their dinner in a comfortable silence, the cracks and sparks of the burning wood the only sound as they ate, until Konami decided to start a friendly conversation. So tell me about you two. How did you meet? Or why are you training for Naruto-san? Well, I have known Natsumi-chan since I was 6 years old. She helped me through a tough time in my life and has been my constant friend and companion ever since. We're inseparable, you might say. He answered, wary of his words, but smiled at the end from his inside joke between the demon pair. As for training, I just want to get stronger to help protect the people that matter most to me, like Natsumi-chan and my OG-san back where I used to live. That is a good reason Naruto-san. I'm glad you picked the right path of the shinobi. If I may inquire, is that why you are here? To train or learn Hyoten Jutsu or the like? Kaname's eyes hardened and focused on the pair when she asked, but kept it so subtle that neither of her guests seemed to notice. Hi, Natsumi-sensei thought it would be good for me to learn some Hyoten Jutsu since not many shinobi come here. Speaking of which, would you happen to know of anyone who could teach me, or where I might find someone that could? Naruto inquired after answering the woman's question. Konami took on a thoughtful expression for a moment before smiling at Naruto and nodding in affirmation. Hi. The Snow Daimyo, Kazuhana Dotu, would be able to help you out. His entire bodyguard staff and special army division are all snow shinobi. Your problem will be convincing him to let someone teach you, however. Our daimyo isn't exactly trusting of outsiders. We are in a civil war with freedom fighters who believe that the true heir of the throne is still alive out in the world. But there has not been any proof of it being true, and Dotu is the next in line, so he automatically took control since his brother was assassinated some years ago. However, if you wish to test your luck, Dotu can be found in his castle on top of the mountains a few miles north of this village. Naruto nodded in understanding and thanks. Arigato for the information, Konami-san. We will go and try to convince this Dotu to allow me a sensei tomorrow. After they all finished dinner, Konami retired for the evening, leaving Naruto and Natsumi to train with what little light they had left outside. The training didn't last long, however, as the two came back after only a few hours. Do you think he'll give me a sensei, Natsumi-chan? Naruto asked, plopping himself on his bed. I don't know, Naruto-kun, things seem Off in Snow Country, she said in accusing tone. Something just isn't sitting right with me, and it has to do with what Konami-san told us about Dotu and that supposed heir out there. Well, I suppose things would be like that with a civil war going on. But still, I hope he allows me to be taught. I'd have hated to waste the time to come all the way down here for nothing. We'll just have to wait and see, Naruto-kun. Get some rest, you'll need it for tomorrow, she responded with a slight yawn. He yawned as well. Hi. Next day, the demon pair woke up early in the morning and helped Konami cook a quick breakfast and wished her a good day before leaving for Dotu's castle. Being a shinobi and an all-powerful demon, it didn't take them long to trek up the mountainside to get to said castle. They reached the front gates. Realizing that the easy part was over, they steeled their expression and asked to see the Dotu. After a rather heated argument with the gate guards, Naruto and Natsumi were told to leave before they were arrested. Damn, what should we do now? He asked, annoyed. Well, Dotu is probably a busy man, and can't see everyone that wishes to speak with him. She responded before an idea came to mind that make her smirk. Well, I suppose that if you want to make a good impression to get you a sensei, the best way would be to show a little of your skills. Nay. Naruto looked at her, wondering what she meant, repeating her words and looking for the hidden meaning. He soon found his answer. Clever, Natsumi-chan, clever. But you know it could get dangerous if it backfires. He said, smiling, liking her idea even with the possible danger involved. After all, foxes were known for being tricksters. She shrugged. Won't matter much. If worse comes to worse, you can just summon me and we'll leave, she said nonchalantly. Alright. You want to stay out? She shook her head slightly. I'll leave this one up to you, think of it as a test, Naruto. Oh, and no using Onipo jutsus other than to hide your appearance, she stipulated with a leer, making him sweat lightly. That look always scares the crap out of me. Yet she always looks so sexy when she does it. He thought, feeling his body heat up before schooling himself. Natsumi puffed back into the seal and watched as Naruto prepared a plan to meet Dotu. If daimyo or anything alike, their throne room would be in the largest tower in the back of the castle. Problem is that I don't know how many guards he has or where they are located. And knowing that Snow is in the middle of a civil war, there will probably be more guards than normal. A diversion wouldn't be a bad idea usually, but I'm not trying to kill the guy. I guess stealth is the only way. He mused before getting up and stretching slightly. Let's get wild, he said with a smirk while cracking his neck, before disappearing. If there was one thing Naruto was glad about, it was all the chakra control exercises that Natsumi had hammered into his training. Being completely silent in a place that echoed is nearly impossible without good control. So climbing the wall of the fortress and getting into the first level was thankfully uneventful. However, now came the hard part. He had no idea where he was and was stuck with a fork in the hallway. Damn, I was hoping to not have to use jutsu till later, he thought with a grimace before nicking his thumb. Kuchio's no jutsu summoning technique, he whispered as a puff of smoke arose and then quickly left, leaving two midnight black foxes about the size of small dogs sitting elegantly as each of their three tails waved around. You called us Naruto-sama? The fox on the right questioned with a yip that no human could understand. Hi, I need you two to check out what is through both these hallways. Stealth is the key. When you know, come back and tell me, understood? He commanded softly. Hi. They both yipped before running off down both corridors. Only a few minutes later did the pair come back and report what they had seen. The right path lead to the armory with a pair of shinobi guarding the room, inevitably led a dead end. While the left lead to another fork in the road, but deeper into the castle. I might still need your assistance if you're up to it, he asked while getting ready to go. Hi, whatever you command, Naruto-sama. Remind me to give Yo2 a reward after this is over. He commanded with a laugh at their can-do attitude, getting a happy yip from the pair, before all three of them quickly but silently went along the left corridor. Once they hit the fork, the foxes repeated the process, and they took the right corridor. To both the annoyance of Naruto and the foxes, they had to repeat the process another 2 times before they got to a single room, which seemed to be the prison section of the castle, though it had 3 floors to it. Arigato for your help, I'll give you your rewards the next time I summon you, nay. Naruto offered warmly as he stroked them behind the ears, before they yipped in agreement and puffed out of existence. Now, he said absent-mindedly before jumping on and then running up the wall, silently reaching the third level of the prison with ease. I don't like this, I haven't seen but more than 6 guards so far. He thought to himself as he ran along the corridor that led farther back into the castle. To Naruto's surprise, there weren't many side paths along this one, so it was much easier to transverse than the one he was in with his summonings. As he continued to run, a light in the distance told him he was getting closer to the next room, but he quickly stopped when he heard rather loud sounds. He braced himself against the wall, and concentrated on his hearing, quickly discerning the sound into voices, metal, and glass. Voices, metal, and glass. He thought, trying to figure out what kind of room it was, before the mathematics hit him. Oh, you have got to be kidding, I swear if it is, I'm going to have a good laugh over this once this is over. He thought with a dumbfounded look on his face before starting a set of hand seals. Sweeten. Namuri Kiri, water style, sleep mist. He whispered before, opening his mouth and allowing a fine unseen mist to quickly flow out and move towards the room. Once Naruto thought enough mist was out, he closed his mouth and waited for the telltale sounds of his jutsu working. He didn't have to wait long, however, as his heightened hearing picked up groggy groaning, metal hitting metal in the floor, as well as glass shattering, and a rather loud proclamation. What the fuck is happening? A voice screamed out inside the room. Now's a good a time as any, he thought while grabbing a handful of Senbon needles. And then speeding down towards the entrance of the room. Naruto crossed the threshold, and with his heightened senses launched his needles at the barely on guard shinobi. Problem was that the ones that didn't succumb to the mist were all Junin level. Naruto was however able to get 9 out of the 12, so he only had to deal with 3, a man with glasses, a bald man and a woman. The 2 remaining males launched an attack at Naruto while the female ran to the alarm on the wall. Shit, Naruto thought, throwing the rest of his needles at the woman to stop her. The males tried to intercept the needles, and succeeded except for a lone one which hit the woman in the neck, forcing her to sleep. You'll pay for that, the man with the glasses said. However, he paid so much attention to saving the woman that when he turned around he failed to notice that Naruto has summoned Shinku Kaijin and was already in full swing, with the blade reversed. The man with glasses was hit square in the chest, causing all the air to leap out of his lungs as he was sent into the far wall unconscious. Naruto landed from his airborne strike without a sound, before rushing the last Junin who was just finishing a set of hand seals. I can't have him alerting the rest of the castle. He yelled at himself before summoning chakra to his feet, increasing his speed. Sweeten, Mizwame. The Junin began to shout but was cut off when Naruto smashed the hilt of his sword into the man's stomach with such speed that all the air left him and he was sent head first into one of the metal tables, causing him to be knocked out. Damn it, by now the guards probably know something is up. Naruto cursed before climbing the stairs to the next room. I still can't believe my luck, to catch most of Dotu's troops while they were eating in the mess hall. Must have some kind of luck today, he thought with a smirk, climbing the stairs. Naruto knew he was getting close to the throne room, since every room he passed seemed to grow larger and more intricate with its door designs. After some time of running, he came to a set of humongous double-bolted doors. If someone needs a place to be protected, this would probably be it, Naruto surmised, before connecting their mental link. Natsumi-chan, I'm about to meet Dotu, you should come out so we can corroborate my story and reasons for training. Hi Naruto-kun, it was getting boring watching you beat up those shinobi anyway. But you're just lucky you got to that man before he used the jutsu, or else the whole place would be on red alert if they aren't already. She scolded with a small laugh. Kage Bushin no jutsu. Ah, it's nice to be out, he rolled his eyes at her comment. You were only in there like 2 hours. He retorted disbelievingly. True. But watching you sweat while training certainly keeps me occupied enough to not notice how long I'm in the seal. She teased with a hungry, playful leer, making him blush. He is still so easy to embarrass, she mentally laughed, after finally realizing that he had actually hit puberty several months prior to his sosei. Let's just get my sensei and get out. He snipped back, getting control over his pink cheeks, while she just nodded, holding back a snicker. Naruto pushed the double doors open and they both just strode in the room. Luckily Naruto had guessed right, the largest room was the throne room. The room was huge, even though there wasn't much to it. A long red carpet which led to the throne itself, some columns that ran alongside the carpet, and a raised-up monument with stairs that also lead to the throne with Dotu currently sitting there. And what do I owe the pleasure of this sudden company? Dozo asked with a bored smile on his face, while snapping his fingers before 3 snow shinobi appeared in front of the base of the stairs. As the demon pair walked closer towards the monument, they took in the features of the daimyo and his shinobi. Dotu was a tall man, with a long Frankenstein-ish face. He had brown eyes and brown hair with a few strands falling over his forehead and eyes. His voice and articulation gave away his rather dark demeanor, Naruto and Natsumi already deciding he wasn't a good man, but held off full judgment until proven either way. The 3 shinobi standing below him seemed to be his most trusted personal bodyguards. The one on the far left was the tallest of the 3. He had dark purple hair and eyes that appeared to be almost black. He wore a light blue shirt with dark shinobi pants, and wore some strange armor that neither Naruto nor Natsumi recognized on both his arms. The female of the group who was on the far right, had pink hair and 2 small pigtails that stuck out of the top of her head, and green eyes. She wore a slightly darker blue shirt than the first man, also with black shinobi pants and odd armor on her right arm and on her upper back. The last of the trio and probably the strongest one since he was in the middle was of medium height, with light purple hair and a ponytail with cyan-colored eyes. He too wore a light blue shirt with black shinobi pants and his armor only surrounded his left arm. The pair finished their trek stopping a few yards from the trio as to not raise suspicion more than they already had. I had hoped to have an audience with you Dotu-sama, Naruto said with slight bile in his tone when addressing the man but covering it up with a bow. Oh. And who are you and what prompted you to sneak into my home as you did? I do make appointments you know. He retorted, his smile widening slightly. I am Kazama Arashi and this is Natsumi, and I had asked the gate guards if I could meet you, they said no. I didn't really feel like waiting. And my sensei here thought it a good idea to give you a demonstration of my skills for the exact reason I'm here. So this is your sensei, is it? I would have thought it your lover at first, but sensei, that's just lovely. He mused with a hidden lecherous undertone, though not well enough since both demons noted it as he eyed Natsumi, making Naruto's hands ball into fists. And a demonstration of what? Why exactly are you here? He asked, now curious, turning to the Hanyu. I wish to ask your permission to allow one of your snow shinobi to teach me Hyoten jutsus. Dotu quirked a brow. Oh, well, I see where that demonstration comes in handy then. To be able to enter my fortress undetected and reach my throne room without even a single scratch is certainly a feat of great shinobi ability. He answered absent-mindedly while going into an exaggerated thinking pose. Well, if you don't mind, I do have a few more questions to ask before I make a decision. You may know this or not, but we are in the middle of a civil war, so I can't be too suspicious. He finally answered, getting a nod of understanding from the pair. First off, where do the pair of you hail from? You're clearly competent shinobi, yet you wear no headband of a hidden village. Why? Also, what do you wish to learn this country's jutsus for exactly? Lastly, what do you plan on giving back as payment for the lessons you would be taught? He shot back, leaning back in his throne waiting for the blonde's answer. We hail from Konoha in Fire Country. You are correct, we are shinobi, but we wear no insignia because we're not recognized as shinobi by any governing body. We left Konoha as civilians because I wished to learn jutsu from other countries without being labeled as a missing nins in the process, nor cause any political backlash for me. Learning from other countries. My reasons for wishing to learn them are my own, I'm afraid. However, on our word as shinobi, any jutsu I'm allowed to learn here will not be shared outside of this country without express permission. As for payment, gomenasai to say we don't really have anything of value to give. We're wandering shinobi, so we only keep what we must to survive traveling. Dotu listened to his explanation, while rubbing his chin in seeming contemplation. I see, well, considering you aren't shinobi of any village and more importantly any enemy villages, I don't see why I can't spare someone to teach you a few jutsu. He said with a facial expression that made him look deep in thought. Although I do think I have something that I could ask for in return for your lessons. He paused as he looked at Natsumi and smirked. She isn't your lover, so you've stated. And since she is traveling with you, I can safely assume that she has no significant other in Konoha. So I humbly ask in return for the lessons you receive, the pleasure of her company tonight for dinner. he requested, his voice almost oozing the same amount of lust that radiated off his eyes. Naruto's fists began to shake in rage at the audacity of this daimyo, a few drops of blood falling to the ground from the force of his grip. To ask a woman to dinner with his intentions so clearly singing off his tongue, how disgusting. And to ask my Natsumi-chan this no less, if I didn't need to ask this bastard I'd kill him here and now for showing such disrespect. At least knowing she'll definitely say no to this asshole is the only solace I'll have since I can't rip his balls off. He thought, his teeth gritting against each other. Damn it, I'm so riled up I even called her my Natsumi-chan. Alright, Natsumi answered quickly, cutting off Naruto's protest at the exchange. What? He mentally screamed before looking at her in astonishment, but she kept herself facing Doto, not giving Naruto a chance to question her. Excellent, excellent, Fubuki, he called, motioning to the pink-haired shinobi in front of him. Please take Arashi-san here and teach him some basic Hyoten jutsu to start off with. Natsumi-san, please follow Nadare to my guest room so you may get into something more comfortable, and wash up for tonight if you wish. I will have my cooks begin dinner immediately. He finished excitedly, before quickly exiting the room to prepare himself. The woman named Fubuki was more than elated to complete this mission. After all, how often do you get to personally train an exotic, hottie, such as Naruto, was her opinion on the matter. Come Naruto-kun, the training grounds are outside the castle walls, she said, nearly purring while grabbing his arm and pulling him towards the doors. Naruto was still in a state of shock while he was being dragged away by Fubuki and just stared at Natsumi, who was walking away behind Nadare, who was the shinobi in the middle of the trio from before. Soon the throne room doors closed and the day rolled on as Naruto trained with Fubuki and Natsumi had her date with Doto. Later that night, damn that pervert. I should have just let Naruto-kun say no for me, or better yet got the bastard and I just teach him the Hyoten basics myself. It would have been worth it to save me the anguish and stress of leaving him alive from all his damn advances on me. A quite agitated Natsumi thought while storming up the stairs of Kaname's house after her date with Doto. Maybe I should tease Naruto-kun a bit, that always gets me back in high spirits. After all, it's the least he owes me after having to endure that, so he could learn from that kunoichi. She mused while at the threshold to the door of their room. She schooled her annoyance, and put on a fake smile before turning the knob and entered the room. The room was completely dark save for the moonlight that lit up patches of the darkness. Her superior eyesight immediately noticed Naruto with his back to her, sitting at the small table close to the window, his form outlined by the moon. As her eyes got used more to the darkness, she came to see that Naruto was sharpening and cleaning Shinku Kaijin on his lap, well before he stopped and spoke. Welcome back, I guess you had a good time with him considering you're just getting back now. He responded, but didn't turn towards her. She heard a slight sadness in his tone, but just chalked it up to him being tired and not liking Doto. The latter she couldn't agree with more though. Yay, I had a nice time actually, he isn't so bad once you get to know him. I was actually thinking about going out with him again sometime later. She lied through her teeth in a sickeningly happy tone, still hoping that her teasing will get a funny reaction from her friend that would cheer her up. Ah, I see, I'm happy for you then. He paused as he stood up and sheathed Shinku Kaijin in its scabbard and let it poof out of existence. I'm going to go to sleep, good night. He finished in a rather emotionless tone before plopping himself on his bed, still facing away from the vixen. Oh, okay, good night then Naruto-kun, she responded back in a perplexed tone. Her fake smile and happy glint in her eyes died after seeing his movements. Maybe it was a bad idea for me to tease him about the date, she confessed, noting that Naruto had been rather distant with her since her return, and something else that began to eat at the back of her mind but never realized what it was trying to tell her, that Naruto was jealous. She set her things down on her bed and forced herself to disappear back in the seal, and simply waiting for Naruto to come and begin his mental training. It had been almost 2 hours in his mind before Natsumi tried to contact Naruto but found that either he wasn't responding or he couldn't hear her. What's going on? She wondered, beginning to get worried. What she hadn't realized was that Naruto hadn't fallen asleep yet. He was wide awake with only one thought on his mind. That thought was ironically her. Why did she agree to go out with him? I know she could see the same things that I could see about him if not better than me, so why the hell did she say yes? He thought, turning over in the bed. Damn it. I don't understand, does she like mates like that? Ones who are more forward with her. Or maybe she likes mates with power. He cynically laughed at this thought. And some small part of me actually thought that becoming part demon might have made us grow closer. Back then I thought maybe it was because I was a mere human that I'd never have a chance with her. But even after I turned into a Hanyu, nothing changed between us. And now she decides to goes out with a human and someone like him no less. TSH, I was an idiot to think anything would change between us with both of us now being demons. But now I realize that no matter what I do I'll always be out of her league. Damn it to fucking hell, I'm her damned jailer for Kami-sama's sake. He paused to loudly laugh at just how pathetic he really was. All this training must have fried my brain, cause what the hell was I thinking to believe that she and I could ever work? She is a queen and should only be with a mate in the same standing. Not some stupid male who is both no longer human nor demon. A freak that not even his own Ka-san wanted, and is even her jailer no less. Kami-sama, I'm pathetic. He sighed lightly before coming to a conclusion with himself. Well, if that is her wish, I have no right to stop her. She is already in this seal unfairly. It would unthinkable for me to hold her back from possibly finding happiness if she still can just because I have feelings for her. It's not something a friend would do, and it's not something I would even if I wasn't either, even an abomination like myself. But still, why does it have to hurt so much to let her go? Naruto continued to rant to himself while he tossed and turned throughout most of the night, until exhaustion finally took over. Natsumi herself had waiting for him to come into his mindscape, but after a few more hours decided it was a lost cause and went to sleep against her favorite tree, wishing she knew what was going on with her friend and crush whom she now worried for. The next morning Natsumi awoke to the sun's rays hitting her eyesight. She groaned and turned over only to notice she wasn't in the seal anymore but in her bed in the pair's room. She slowly leaned up on one arm and wiped away the sleep from her eyes as she searched the room for Naruto. Naruto, she called out, but got no response. She looked to his bed thinking maybe he was still asleep but noticed it was fully made. What had caught her eye though was a piece of paper on his pillow addressed to her. She got up noting she was fully dressed in her usual kimono, before walking over and read the note. Sensei, thought you'd appreciate the bed, so I made your bushin. I went out training. Naruto, she frowned. He could have woke me. She thought forlornly that Naruto didn't wake and bring her with him to train like he had always done before. After a moment she shook her head of her thoughts, and jumped out of the window heading towards where she heard grunts and cries, evidence of someone fighting thanks to her advanced hearing. She soon reached a snow-filled clearing with a quite ragged-looking Naruto who by any indication of the war zone that was once called nature around him had been doing some seriously intense training while holding Shinku Kaijin in its released form in his hands. After another elegant but deadly set of sword thrusts and swings, Naruto lowered his sword and looked over at Natsumi. She gave him a sweet smile. "Ohayo Naruto-kun," she greeted, before surveying the area. "By the way, remind me to never get on your bad side while you have your sword out." She joked with a small laugh. "Gomen, I just thought that I could use some training with him in his released form." He responded with a lie. Truth be told, the moment Naruto saw the beautiful vixen in the clearing with the sunlight giving her an almost angelic glow thanks to the reflections from the dew that collected on her persons from the morning air, he wanted to just march over there, grab her into an embrace and kiss her with all of his being. He knew however that he didn't have any right to because of what he was. Hell, that was the whole reason he was out here in a first place. He needed to release all the stress and tension, frustration and loneliness. Always the workaholic, nay. You know you won't ever find a mate with that kind of attitude. She teased before strolling closer to him, though having no idea that her words caused Naruto's heart to feel like it just fell down into his stomach, especially since he put up a fake smile at her teasing. "Your form has gotten better, even with him released, I'm impressed." "Oh, and arigato for your thoughtfulness about the bed." She thanked with a warm smile, making him want to kiss her even more now. "Kami-sama, I think I'm in the 9th circle of hell." He mentally groaned, squeezing Shinku Kaijin's hilt in an effort to subdue his chaotic emotions. "It wasn't a problem, just thought I'd make you more comfortable. And Gomen about not going too." Mental training last night. Fubuki is a rather harsh sensei, and I needed to sort some things out. He confessed with a small half-smile and rather distant tone. Seeing his expression, and hearing his words and inflection in which he spoke, she couldn't help but frown. Is everything okay? Hi, I just figured out a solution to a problem I was having. It's nothing you need to worry about. He smiled back at her, though she easily noticed it was a fake one like he used to use in the village, but decided not to press the issue even if she was disturbed by its use on her. Alright, well, you know the drill by now. I'll be here to watch. Once you are up to par with my expectations, you can go with Fubuki-san for your Hyoten training. She commanded before moving towards a tree and sat down, a slight frown adorning her face. She disliked telling him to go see another woman for any reason, but it couldn't be helped. Naruto did as was told, and sent his Bushins to do their job, before he grabbed his father's kunai and continued on with his practice of the Hirishin no Jutsu, for the remainder of the morning and afternoon, before going to see Fubuki. 6 months later, half a year had passed since that day, and things on the surface were fine between the demon pair. Naruto's training excelled as usual. He finally gained a better understanding of his father's technique, and was actually able to use it a few times, though was still far from mastering it. His other skills grew as well. Even his Hyoten training with Fubuki was going well. He was already up to learning Chunin level jutsu from her, which surprised the Snokunoichi. In her opinion, Hyoten was a rather hard element to learn, yet he made it look easy, which repeatedly infuriated her, though mostly it being her pride. While not training, the demon pair befriended Konami more, and the trio quickly became good friends. Doing many non-shinobi things together in the village, causing Naruto and Natsumi to become well known and favored in the little town. Unfortunately for the pair, because they had gotten so close to the old woman, they found out that she was living with a terminal disease that caused her many violent coughing fits at random times and would eventually kill her. They had suggested bringing in a medic nin to check her out, but she declined, knowing that even if there was a cure, she was an old woman, and it would only give her a few more years anyway, so might as well leave things be. However, underneath the surface things weren't quite as serene as it appeared between the demon pair. Along with Naruto and Natsumi growing closer to Konami and she to them, she noticed a definite rift between the pair. Mainly on Naruto's side, which she knew Natsumi realized too but chose to never verbalize her concerns. The rift was most evident to her when at the beginning of their trip to Snow, Naruto used to always laugh and play along with Natsumi's little sexual innuendos or fake advances towards him. But now he deftly averted himself anytime Natsumi got that oh so infamous glint in her eyes that always used to make the two laugh. Though Natsumi never stopped with the teasing, Konami still noticed the two weren't as close as they used to be, and getting to know them as well as she had, it bothered her to see her friends, well, mainly Naruto, acting like this. It was currently a cool day in August and the trio were doing their own things around the house. Konami had wanted to clean up the house before the village's yearly festival at the end of the week, which celebrated the founding of Snow Country, the festival itself being quite a tourist attraction. Snow was never a common thing in the main elemental countries, so when the festival rolled around, many people came to see the beautiful country and have fun during the festival. She was currently cleaning up the kitchen when she looked out the window to notice Naruto cutting firewood. She just watched the man autonomously cut the wood, until the pair's dilemma rose to the surface of her thoughts. She simply lost her patience with the man's attitude towards his friend and decided that if Natsumi wasn't going to say anything, she'd have to be the one to knock some sense into him with a stern talking to. And with Natsumi currently in the village, it would be the best time to talk to him one-on-one. Konami-san, I finished chopping the wood. A slightly winded Naruto called from outside the house. Alright, Naruto-kun. Oh, would you mind coming in here for a minute? There is something I need to ask you. She called back, grinning at her luck. After a minute, Naruto emerged in the doorway of the kitchen and saw the old woman sitting at the dinner table with 2 cups of tea set up. Naruto got the idea and sat himself where the tea was before taking a small sip to warm himself up. Good tea as always, Konami-san, so what did you want to ask me? He sighed contently after taking another sip. I'm sure you don't want to talk about it. But I'm rather worried about Natsumi-chan and yourself. She paused with a stern look, making just what she was asking quite clear to the orange-haired Hanyu. Why exactly have you been acting distant to her? Especially at times when she tries to play with you, I know for certain you aren't gay and that if I were to guess you have some rather deep feelings for her. I have seen the times when you just stare at her. I could seriously bet money that I could stab you with a kunai and you wouldn't avert your gaze from her during some of the times I've noticed you watching her. She finished with a smirk, noting the man's slight pink cheeks. What the pair didn't know was that a certain red-haired demoness had just come back from the village's market. And a moment before entering the same doorway to the kitchen Naruto heard what Konami just asked Naruto. Hearing the woman's statement, Natsumi quickly and silently pressed her back against the wooden house, unconsciously pressing the grocery bags against her chest, her face completely flushed like she had just been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. What are they talking about me for? She mentally questioned, while straining to hear the rest of their conversation. Despite the awkwardness at her being the topic of discussion, the questions Konami posed had also been plaguing her for the last few months as well, and wished to finally know the Naruto's reasoning. I should always be wary of the elderly, they can always seems to see past my defenses. He responded with a light laugh. Gomen Konami-san, I don't mean to act that way, I really don't. It's just complicated. He admitted, lowering his head, his bangs now slightly covering his face. Well, we have a lot more worldly experience than you do, Naruto-kun. She answered with her own laugh. And it's not me who you should be apologizing to. Natsumi-chan may not have been verbal like me, but she is just as worried about you as I am. And what is so complicated about it? You have deep feelings for her, as I can see she does you. The only thing I think I can see that's complicated about it is that she is the Kyuubi no Kitsune and you are her Jinchuruki. She finished with a smirk. Both Naruto and Natsumi were shocked. Natsumi nearly dropped her bags and Naruto's head shot up, almost causing him whiplash. Wah! He began to lie, before examining her face, and he schooled his emotions. How long have you known? He asked, realizing there was no point in hiding it. For a few months now. Not as long that I've known you. Liked each other, mind you. I mean, honestly, do you think it's possible for a real human to hold that much beauty? Her tan, flawless skin, her almost regal features, her beautifully hellish crimson hair and eyes. For lack of a better word, she is physically perfect. Someone like Natsumi-chan just cannot be human and look like that. A rather shallow way of looking at it, but it did the job. And whether you say it or not, I know you agree with me about her looks, if not more so, especially since I've seen you staring at her ass on more than one occasion. She explained with another smirk, knowing she was making Naruto hot under the collar. Now, with that said and done, why have you been acting the way you have towards her? When you both clearly have deep. She tried to question, but a hand slamming on the table interrupted her, making both women who heard it slightly jump. Gomen for that, Konami-san. And while I both don't mean to and regret acting the way I have towards Natsumi-chan. The feelings I have for her don't matter anymore. She is who she is and I am what I am. That being said, it's impossible for there to be an use no matter how much I wish there was. So please stop mentioning her having feelings for me, because it's like you're stabbing me in the heart every time you say it, since I know that isn't possible, so just please stop, Konami-san. Naruto pleaded sullenly, his head hanging low with his face hidden again. Outside the house, Natsumi felt like she was on both Cloud 9 and the 9th circle of hell at the same time. While her eyes were streaming out tears of sadness, she had a full-blown foxy smile. Naruto-kun likes me, she screamed joyously at the top of her mental lungs, before coming down off her giddy high, and was now worried about his words. But, why hasn't he said anything to me? And why does he think that it's impossible for me to have those kinds of feelings for him, when I do? She questioned, confusion now clearly written on her face, before she heard Naruto yell. Konami-san. Natsumi slightly jumped from the scream before jumping into the archway of the door to see Naruto standing over Konami, who was slumped over the dinner table coughing desperately. Natsumi quickly schooled herself and ran to the table to see what was wrong. Naruto helped Konami out of her chair when the young pair noticed a small pool of blood where the old woman had just been coughing. Though the trio didn't want to admit it, Konami has been steadily getting worse as the days began to get colder. Konami continually played it off to not worry her friends, and while the pair didn't say anything because of Kaname's stubbornness to see a doctor, they knew she wasn't long for this world. However, this was a new and more dreadful turn of events. Never before had she been so bad that she coughed up blood. Naruto immediately brought her to the couch, while Natsumi got another cup of tea and some towels. After they cleaned up the blood, Natsumi and Naruto just sat close by Konami as she slowly drank the tea. "Gomen for the trouble you two," she said weakly. "It's no trouble Konami-san," Natsumi responded with a warm smile. "Just promise me you aren't planning on leaving me here with Naruto. He may be my student but he still doesn't listen to me like he does you." She finished making Konami laugh. Hi, though I wonder if for you two that would be such a bad thing." She teased, making both of them look away with a blush, understanding her meaning, before she began into another coughing fit, sadly with more blood coming out. "Guess cough that bastard is finally cough gonna get me nay," she joked, receiving worried looks from both her friends. "Damn it Konami-san, let us take you to a doctor, or better yet we'll bring one here," Naruto suggested in a pleading tone. Konami took a sip of her tea and shook her head slightly, before smiling and looking out the window to watch the snow that had just begun to fall. No, I can feel it. It's already too late, it's simply a matter of time, I probably only have a few hours left," she confessed. "But why?" he began before he stopped when Natsumi grabbed his arm and slightly shook her head. "Well, I suppose with however long I have left I should tell you both everything," she said, leaving the sentence hanging there to get the full attention of the two. "I used to be a shinobi, in my younger years anyway." She laughed lightly before continuing. "More to the point, I was a Junin-level medic ninja in the Hidden Sound village based in Rice Country. Hence why going to a doctor was pointless since I am one, a damn good one too. Anyway, because of who you two are, you both deserve to know this is probably the main reason I'm telling you. The Otokage is, someone at least you Natsumi, or should I say Kyuubi know very well, Orochimaru." She paused to let this sink in. She wasn't disappointed in the pair's reactions. Natsumi's elegant features took on a bestial look, ready to kill anyone who dared cross her, while Naruto's ki made the house slightly shake with his expression the same as his sensei's. "You knew Orochimaru," Natsumi said with rage filling every word. "Hi, I was his top medical researcher actually, well before he found me of no more use anyway. And, gomenasai Natsumi-chan, Naruto-kun, I didn't want to keep this from you, especially after learning who you two were. But I couldn't tell you it because I didn't think you'd trust me enough to believe me, or would probably kill me before I was able to finish my story," she confessed, guilt written on her face. The pair's expressions died down soon after, leaving only solemn ones instead, knowing that she was probably right with her assumptions. "Arigato for telling us Konami-san, please continue your story," Naruto responded. "Arigato both of you. Anyway, the next part of my story is actually rather important for you both. Though it's up to you to decide if you wish to use what I have to say or not. As I mentioned, I was one of Orochimaru's top researchers. My division was given the mission to develop an immortality jutsu for him. After many years of testing and failed experiments, we finally came up with something that looked promising, well to us at least. It was a kinjutsu I later dubbed Kan Sukomu, soul inhale. It basically allows the user to put a soul into a corpse. The catch was that it could only be a living soul. Although we made a great breakthrough with this jutsu, Orochimaru disliked the idea of putting his own soul inside the body of a corpse, saying he wouldn't be beautiful or youthful then. And for our failures killed all of those involved save for myself, who escaped and fled here to Snow Country. From what I've heard from one of my spies in Oto, the bastard used my jutsu as a foundation for another kinjutsu he created called Edo Tensai, Resurrection to the Impure World, which allows him to summon a dead soul into the living world once more, however using a living host in this case as the sacrificial medium instead. How utterly barbaric, even for me," she explained, before spitting on the floor to curse the snake Sanin. The pair's reactions were the same as before, both looking feral, with Naruto releasing his ki. They both silently promised that the snake's death would be painful and slow when it was his time to die by their hands. Ma, calm down you two, I'm sure you'll both get your revenge on that man," she said with a smile. "But other than to confess my past connections with that snake, I told you that story because I want to give you something before I pass on to the next world, my justu, Kansukomu." She finished and had a small laugh by the shocked expressions from her friends. "But, Konami-san, what could we possibly use that jutsu for?" Naruto asked, being the first one to regain his bearings. It's quite simple, Natsumi-chan. There is only a hinged cage bushin with her soul summoned in it, correct? She said smugly with another smirk, noting yet again their surprised expressions. Oh come on now. Did you honestly think that I wouldn't notice or hear all the poofing of a cage bushins being initialized in this house? Or the lack of chakra Natsumi-chan has while being the queen of demons? I wasn't the head of an S-rank criminals research division for nothing, you know. Anyway. The use for the jutsu is simple. I want to give Natsumi-chan back the one thing she can still get back that Orochimaru stole from her. Her real body, well, her real Hanyu body anyway. I know from doing research that demons, especially powerful ones, have not only a demon form, but also a human and Hanyu form, despite still being under the category of demon. He finally explained her reasoning for the jutsu. I swear, flies could shoot into their mouths and they wouldn't notice. She thought with a snicker, seeing the slack-jawed expression on the demon pair's faces. Wah. How? Was Natsumi's intelligent retort, still flabbergasted at the fact she might finally get her real body back. Only her human body, yes. But her real body nonetheless. Well, I already told you what my jutsu does, so all you need now is to learn it, and get yourself a corpse, though I already have one for you, so you don't need to worry about that. She answered with a smile. The pair took a few moments to think about their friend's wish, and soon decided that if that was really her wish, then they couldn't say no. As soon as they agreed, Konami began to teach Naruto the necessary seals and hand signs for the kinjutsu. In the few hours' time that Naruto took to learn the jutsu, Koname's condition worsened so much so that she could no longer move except for her head by the time she had finished describing the jutsu to him. The demon pair just made the old woman as comfortable as possible for the last few minutes of her life, and after a rather large coughing fit she wanted to speak to both of her friends with her final words. Naruto-kun. Hi Konami-san, he answered sadly. I don't want you to change who you are. You are strong, compassionate, and an honest man, well, honest about most things. She said with a small smile. Stay true to yourself and your reasons for becoming the shinobi that you are today. Protect the people important to you and you'll never go wrong on your path. And please, for me, keep Natsumi-chan happy. I know you are denying what's going on between you two, but something will eventually get you two together, and when that happens I want you to promise me that you'll always do your best for her. She requested. Naruto hesitated, looking forlornly at his friend repeating her words in his mind, but thought that even though it would never happen that he should make that promise anyway, if for nothing else then to make his old dying friend happy. I promise Konami-san, and arigato. He answered with a smile while squeezing her hand gently. Oh, and one last thing, I want you to take her to the snow festival tomorrow. I know for a fact that she has been looking forward to it ever since she heard about it, and I'm sure it would make her happy if you brought her. Can you do that? She asked sweetly. Hi, I can do that. He answered in a low warm tone, before getting up to let Natsumi sit to talk with her. Natsumi-chan. Hi Konami-san. She answered, sadly. Gomen. For not getting the answers that you sought after from Naruto-kun, he is a stubborn one. She said with a smirk, seeing her friend lightly blush. Wah, what do you mean? The vixen stuttered. Oh please, you thought I didn't notice your presence outside the door. Why do you think I asked Naruto what I had in that specific language, nay? She retorted, getting a small but happy smile from her red-haired friend. Anyway, Gomen, as I said, but don't be disheartened over it. He knows his feelings, it'll just take a while to get over what is holding him back, just be patient with him. And please, take care of him, nay. He is powerful, yes, but not invincible, even the tiniest chink in one's armor and you can still be hurt, whether physically or emotionally. But with you there with him, I know he'll be just fine. She finished, squeezing the demoness's hand. Naruto took a seat next to the pair of women, when Konami called him over again. Now before I forget to warn you too, my jutsu will work just a little differently because of your seal situation. Normally the living soul would take over the corpse host, allowing it to change into the soul's original appearance. That will not change for you, Natsumi-chan. However, the difference will be that, originally if said person was killed, it would be like any other death, just that the corpse would take its original form after the soul leaves. But with you two it's a bit more complicated. Even with Natsumi-chan having her own body and soul completely out of the seal still being active will link you two together. meaning that her chakra will continue to fuse with yours, Naruto-kun. It also means that because of the link that if either one of you die Naruto-kun at any time or Natsumi-chan while using Kansukomu, the other will automatically die with them, just as the seal originally intended. The last thing I remind you is that when Natsumi-chan isn't using my body, you should keep me in a storage scroll. My body won't decompose while sealed, so it's just practical. She paused with a long coughing fit. A bit of black blood appeared in her hands before she continued, meaning that her organs were giving out and she only has seconds more to live. Well, I guess cough, it's about that time. Naruto-kun, Natsumi-chan, you cough both are very special. I don't want you to take the things cough other people dish out to you for that. Be strong, keep each other safe, and I'll be watching. You. She finished breathing her last breath with a smile towards her good friends. Natsumi cried as Naruto held her as they grieved for their friend who had done more for them than anyone else had outside of Konoha. They were truly grateful to know such woman and be able to call her their friend. After some time they finished their grieving and began their friend's final wish, as Naruto picked her up and placed her in the middle of the seal that was drawn on the floor of the room. Naruto set her up in a respectable position, before looking towards Natsumi. You ready? He asked quietly. The demoness just nodded and dispelled herself back into the seal. Naruto only waited a moment before kneeling down and began the long series of hand signs necessary for the Kenjutsu. After almost 30 minutes of sealing, Naruto cast the last seal, slammed his hands on the seal, and yelled, Kansukomu, making it glow light blue. The blue light soon encompassed Kaname's body before the light exploded outwards, blinding Naruto before settling back down into nothing. Naruto looked back after rubbing his eyes in vain to get the light circles out of his eyes, when he saw Natsumi standing in the middle of the seal with Kaname's corpse nowhere to be seen, now with red fox ears with black tips and 6 swaying fox tails of the same color adorning her persons. Did it work? He asked hesitantly, as he watched her test out her body the same way he had after his Sosei. Only one way to find out, she retorted, using her demon technique to hide her tails and ears before walking to and past the door of the house. The pair walked out and into the forest far enough away from the village since they didn't want any unwelcome eyes. A simple jutsu should be a good enough test, Natsumi said before flashing through a set of seals even Naruto has trouble keeping up with before shouting her jutsu. Kaiten, Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. A humongous ball of flame jutted out of the vixen's mouth, and to say Naruto was impressed was an understatement. He had never seen that jutsu conjured up like he was witnessing, not even when he used the Uzumaki's style. The ball of flame rose higher than the trees themselves, the flames were so hot the jutsu was actually white. Naruto was standing behind Natsumi and he was still sweating from the sheer heat radiating off her jutsu. She released her jutsu after a full minute, and took a small breath. Not bad, though I remember I could make them bigger in the past. Then again, I'm only working with 6 tails worth of power, so that's to be expected. She mused with a thoughtful but cute expression on her face. But still, it worked, I have my real body back. She suddenly screamed before jumping around happily in the snow. You did that, and you were expecting to do better. Well, it's not wonder you are the queen of demons, but still, damn Natsumi-chan. Naruto said, still slack-jawed. Hi, I'm pretty badass, I know. She retorted with a smug smirk after calming down a bit. Hi. But what did you mean only 6 tails worth? He questioned. Well, remember how I told you about you needing more chakra to be able to summon me with more power and tails via Kuchio's no Jutsu? It's the same concept here. The more control of my chakra you have, the more tails you get, and the more I lose. You can only control 3 tails worth of power right now, so I still remain in control of my last 6. She answered matter-of-factly. Well, that makes sense. But what happens when I gain control of all 9? Well, you have no chakra left to control on your own. Well, think of our link as a chakra road, Naruto-kun, there is a ebb and flow. For example, if you held all 9 tails worth of power, then yes, I wouldn't be much of a threat. But at any time you can transfer chakra over to me, which would then cause you to lose however many tails worth of power you gave me and me gain them. Another example though, if you transferred all 3 tails of power to me, I'd get all 9 but you'd still have your natural, human, chakra reserves so you'd still be in fighting form, get it? It's a little confusing, but yeah, I get it. Basically these tails are, well, other than for looks sake, a portion of your overall demonic chakra. And can be shared amongst us depending on how much I myself can control and decide to use. But even if I held none of your chakra, I'd still have my natural chakra reserves from my Kekkei Genkei, as well as the initial increase just from me having you sealed in me as a baby. Actually, the tails kind of remind me of the celestial gates you taught me about with the types of kinjutsus for taijutsu in our first year out here. He said thoughtfully. Yeah, I suppose in a certain sense my chakra can be related to the gates if you put them in the context of number of tails. Though there are differences, mainly being that it's purely demonic chakra, until it's get filtered by the seal turning it into regular chakra for you, and vice versa for me. But also that instead of your body being torn apart because of the stress, if you go over the amount of tails you can control, because you're part demon, your demonic bloodlust will kick in and you'll go on a rampage only wanting to spill the blood of all those around you. He quirked a brow at that. Well, that's news to me. You could have told me this before. He scolded. And what ruin all my fun? I gotta keep a guy on his toes after all. She teased. TSH. You and your fun. He said, shaking his head, never noticing Natsumi quickly move up to him and lean up so their faces were now only inches apart. Ah. You don't want to have fun with me, Naruto-kun. She cooed seductively, making him shiver from her close proximity, and hot breath hitting his lips. Kami-sama. Why does she do this to me? He mentally groaned, being able to smell her intoxicating scent from so close, for not telling me you had feelings for me, damn it. She thought, smirking as if reading his mind, seeing the blush on his cheeks. But I'm not going to make it easy on you, my Naruto-kun. You're going to have to tell me yourself how you feel about me. You need to let yourself become completely vulnerable, causing you to have complete trust in me. Only then will I tell you my feelings and give you that kiss and other things that we both so crave. She finished now with her own blush from where her final thoughts were leading her imagination at that moment. Let's go to bed. It's been a trying day, nay? She questioned innocently, only getting a slight nod in return from her still dazed crush. The pair went back into the house and went to bed, each of them looking back at what the day had held for them and thought hard about the future problems that it will hold for them both now. Day of the Snow Festival. It was the day of the annual Snow Festival in Snow Country, and the village was abuzz with preparations, decorations being strewn over the buildings to make them more festive. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of both village natives and visiting foreigners. As for the demon pair, after awakening, Naruto began his usual physical training while Natsumi just lounged and enjoyed her new freedom and power again. I still can't believe I have my real body back, she thought happily while watching Naruto train, making her flush slightly as her body began to heat up. I forgot how these kinds of feelings feel with a real body. Damn it, Naruto-kun, how can you have feelings for me and not tell me, you bastard? She mentally screamed. Naruto, on the other hand, was having a similar conversation in his head while doing his exercises. Damn. Why did Kanami-san have to say things like that about Natsumi-chan and me? Didn't she realize I'm not someone that could make her happy as a mate? He thought with a light sigh. Well, it doesn't matter, even if she does, it's probably because I was the only approachable male she's been with for past a few years. He concluded, just finishing his last set of push-ups, and walking back to the house. Hey Natsumi-chan, shouldn't you be getting ready? He questioned to the vixen who was still watching him. Ready for what, Naruto-kun? She asked, perplexed. Well, Kanami-san told me that you had been looking forward to this festival for a few months now. So I just figured I'd go along to keep you company. But if you aren't going to, I can just continue with my training. He said, just reaching the porch of the house. She frowned. Well, I had wanted to go, but with Kanami-san's death I would think it rude to go out and have fun so soon. I can see your point. But she was the one who told me about you and the festival, so I'm sure that she wanted you to still go even if something happened to her. She wanted us both to be happy in our lives, and her soul wouldn't be able to rest in peace if you grieved for her instead of trying to make the most out of your life. He reasoned with a small smile. Natsumi took a moment to think over Naruto's words, and though she still felt a little guilty for it, decided that Kanami was the kind of person to say something like that. She smiled at her orange-haired friend and nodded agreeing with his words before she stood up and went into Tae's house to get ready with Naruto following behind. Naruto had been waiting patiently for Natsumi to finish getting ready for the past 2 hours. Now most men would have yelled at the woman for taking so long, but thanks to Naruto's kenjutsu training, he had built up a rather high level of patience for most things. Of course there were still certain things that just ate at him and he lacked patience for, but you could literally count them on one hand. He was currently sitting on the couch in the living room wearing a tan kimono with a heavy brown jacket on top. He was knocked out of his random thoughts when he heard descending footsteps on the stairs and decided to meet Natsumi at the stairs. He waited around the corner for her when he heard the last footsteps hit the stairs and the vixen turned the corner standing right in front of him. Oh my Kami-sama, she's breathtaking, he thought slack-jawed as he looked at her. She was wearing a kimono that she found in Kaneme's closet. It was a shade of exotic emerald he had never seen with gold trimmings that had dragons engraved in them which ran across her chest and hips. She wore a bit of makeup which only consisted of some very light red lipstick and lavender eyeliner that only seemed to accentuate her beauty more. So, how do I look, Naruto-kun? She asked with a small smile twirling in a circle for him. There are no words that could possibly hope to describe you. He thought but paused quickly. You look great, Natsumi-chan. He responded with a smile, which she returned before taking a scrutinizing stare at him before leaning forward so she was looking up at him. You're not too bad yourself there, Naruto-kun, she said in a seductive voice, as she placed her single pointer finger far under his chin and sensually slid it back towards her, before turning to walk to the door, leaving a very dazed Naruto. Coming, Naruto-kun, she cooed sexily, shaking him out of his gaze and made him nearly trip over his own feet while rushing to her side. Naruto grabbed another coat and put it around her shoulders before they both left the house to go to the festival. As they headed out, both of them were thinking the same thought about what she just did in the house. She's going to be the death of him, me. That evening, Daimyo's castle, the festival went off without a hitch. The demon pair enjoyed the town's celebration very much. They went throughout the town visiting the different concession stands that were stationed along the streets, ranging from antique jewelry, to exotic foods, to even games for both children and adults. After spending the afternoon in the town and just enjoying the sights, the pair as well as the rest of the town traveled up the snow-covered road that lead to Doto's castle for the snow festival ball that he hosted for every year for the festival. The castle itself was decked out with every kind of decoration for a formal ball that you could think of. Naruto himself was surprised because he couldn't really recognize the castle anymore with the decorations up. The ball was close to starting as the last group of people entered the large doors of the castle before the guards closed them so the cold wouldn't bother the guests. Said guests ranged from every form of society you could imagine, from little urchins to the most refined aristocrat. For this singular day, social status meant nothing. Everyone was equal in the eyes of everyone else. That was the real celebration of the snow festival, the gathering and togetherness that everyone shared. Which was the epitome of this day, and everyone happily accepted it. Finally the ball was soon underway, as the guests mingled with other guests telling life stories or just becoming acquainted with one another through small talk. Although the guests were allowed to travel throughout the castle, most of the party was stationed in the mess hall that Naruto had sneaked into when meeting Doto for the first time. However, the room was turned into a ballroom, with the dance floor in the middle of it, and the white-clothed dinner tables surrounding the floor, with a full buffet of foods against the walls for the guests to eat at their leisure. Both Naruto and Natsumi took their time to mingle throughout the crowd to find people that she had become acquainted with in the village, and had little chit-chats with them before moving on. A few hours had passed and most of the guests were either sitting at the table having small talk with those around them, quietly eating, or dancing to the music that an orchestra that Doto hired for the occasion played. Currently the demon pair had just finished eating their dinner in a peaceful silence they both enjoyed, and were just having a small chat with an elderly lord from Wind Country, before a trio of young, dignified, and very handsome men politely interrupted the trio's conversation. "Excuse me," a blond man in the middle of the group asked, getting the attention of the trio. "Gomen for the interruption. But I would like to ask this beautiful young lady for a dance if she would grace me with one," he said, bowing, while placing his hand outward towards Natsumi in a polite gesture. Natsumi herself was quite taken aback by the offer. She had stayed with Naruto the entire night thinking it would deter any man from scoping her out and trying this, plus she just enjoyed being close to Naruto. She had hoped his presence with her would work. But she guessed that at least some men here would still attempt it, and sadly she was right. However, now she was stuck in a sticky situation. Either she could say no and give a lie as her reason, which she didn't want to do. The man after all asked with the utmost respect and manners and didn't deserve it. Or she could say yes and inadvertently take one more step away from Naruto admitting his feelings. Damn, she mentally swore. Of the men here, why did it have to be a handsome one with great manners? Instead of an ugly pervert who would just walk by and slap my ass. Of course I doubt Naruto would let the guy live, but it would have at least been easier to handle. She finished in a defeated tone before looking towards Naruto, her eyes almost pleading for him to tell her what to do. She just looked at Naruto and awaited an answer, which she soon got as a broad smile. Why not, Natsumi-chan? Go have some fun, he answered in a warm tone, a tone that nearly crushed all of her hopes of him ever confessing. Her pleading eyes soon returned to normal, though the usual spark of liveliness they held were extinguished and replaced with a dim one. She gave him a small smile and a slight nod before taking the man's hand and got up from her seat heading towards the dance floor. The moment she turned, Naruto's happy expression took on a sad and utterly defeated one, as he sighed and took a sip of wine before turning to face the lord he had been speaking with. You're a fool, you know, Arashi-san. The old lord said in a sage-like tone. You're really going to allow other men to get that close to Natsumi-san? He asked with a raised brow, seeing Naruto's current expression. He frowned deeper at Tehe-man's words. It really can't be helped, Akira-san. There is a long and difficult history between us, but more importantly, I know that I'm not the man that can make her happy like she deserves to be. I'd only get in the way of her happiness if I ever told her what I really thought. He replied, taking a long gulp of wine. Tsh. It's figures that the youth of today don't know what they really want. Arashi-san, I have some advice for you that you should take to heart, and being a shinobi yourself should only promote what I say. You should never let fear hold you back from the things that you want in life. Fear is the epitome of failure. Those who fail in life, fail not because they didn't try hard enough, but because their fear held them back from trying at all. If you want something in this world, you have to have the courage to take that leap of faith to attain it. In your case, how do you know that you aren't good enough for Natsumi-san over there, unless you take that leap and tell her? I mean, if you don't tell her, you've already failed even before you began. Are you really that much of a coward? Akira finished in a tone that spoke of knowledge that only someone who had lived as long as he had could know about the world. Naruto thought deeply about what Akira had said, and now his conviction had been slightly cracked about never telling her. What Akira had said was absolutely right. Nothing in this world you want will be free. If you want it, you have to take that leap and grab it. As Naruto was thinking, he unconsciously gazed over at the dance floor to see Natsumi slow dancing with the man who approached the table. He looked at the couple and in the back of his mind wished it was him that was holding her as close as that man was. However, his conviction was still strong and soon shook that thought out of his mind before standing up from his chair. Arigato for the talk, Akira-san. I need some time to think, he said as Akira nodded and let Naruto leave. Naruto was still conflicted and didn't know what to think. The seed of doubt in his decisions was planted by Konami. And was now even more deeply rooted thanks to Akira's words. He needed some time to think away from Natsumi and some fresh air to clear his head. He quickly walked by the buffet table and grabbed a full jug of expensive and quite strong sake that he took a liking to during the ball, before heading towards one of the exits that lead to the second level of the castle. Arashi-san, I hope you realize that keeping your feelings from Natsumi-san will be the worst mistake you'll ever make. Akira thought sadly as he watched the orange-haired man leave the ballroom with sake in hand. Nearly 10 minutes had passed and Naruto was standing at the edge of the balcony that he had traveled to after leaving the ballroom, still contemplating what both Konami and Akira had told him about Natsumi and himself. I really don't know what to do anymore. These feelings I have for her are so strong and I don't want to bottle them up. I want to tell her how I feel so badly. And yet I know I can never be what she needs me to be a good mate, so what should I do? I'm stuck at a crossroads with no clear answer in sight. I've never had such strong feelings for someone in my entire life. I've never felt this close to even Oji-san. Natsumi-chan is more than just an important person to me, I know that much. But. He thought, not even being able to finish it before taking a large gulp of sake and sighing loudly, before looking forlornly over the wall towards the snow-capped mountainside. I know that look. A soft voice called out from behind him. It seems Naruto-kun has finally grown up and even grew feelings for a woman, but not sure what to do about it. Nay. The voice asked with a small hint of humor behind it. Naruto knew that voice immediately and didn't even look back, taking another gulp of sake, waiting for her to come up next to him. What are you doing all the way up here, Natsumi-chan? He asked, as said vixen appeared right next to him, taking the same position as him against the wall. I could say the same for you, Naruto-kun. But I just came to see you. Akira-san told me that you left to get some air after my dance with Kiro-san ended. Although now after seeing you I'm curious and concerned about exactly why you are up here. She explained, never taking her gaze off of the mountain. Though as I already said, I know it's about a woman. So now the question is who and why. But if I were to guess, it is Fubuki, since she is the only woman you've been in contact with for a long period of time, so now it's just why. She continued in a matter-of-fact tone. If it was only that simple. He thought offhandedly while looking at the profile view of the demoness next to him. Well, Gomen, to burst your bubble, but it's not about Fubuki. He retorted, leaving the sentence hanging in the air after realizing his mistake of actually saying the truth. Natsumi slowly turned towards Naruto and a raised eyebrow, though inwardly her heart was beating a mile a minute. Is he about to confess? She thought, feeling her heartbeat grow even faster. Oh, then who is it about, Naruto-kun? She asked, trying her best to keep her voice to not betray the excited panic within herself at the moment. Naruto now looked at Natsumi and was completely captivated by her. He had truly never seen anyone more beautiful in his life, and it was tormenting him. He wanted to look away and just say it was nothing to worry about. But something in those crimson eyes of hers begged him to tell her the truth of his problem. He couldn't stand this. He was being ripped in two, and hated every moment of it. He was being bombarded with thoughts, words, and images of the recent past that involved the two. After a long time he finally came to a decision, thinking his final thought, sometimes if you really love something, you have to let it go. Naruto smiled warmly towards her, before he turned around and started to slowly walk back to the entrance he came from. It's nothing important, Natsumi-chan, let's just enjoy the rest of the ball, nay. He offered softly. Natsumi, for her part, was almost convinced that Naruto would tell her the truth about his feelings. But the moment she saw that smile she knew he was too afraid to. Not that she could really blame him, but it still pissed her off. And that sadness and rage finally came to a boil within herself, as tears slowly drew down her flawless face as she balled her fists and gritted her teeth. Are you really so afraid of my reaction that you won't ever tell me that you have feelings for me? She screamed, as even more angry tears smeared her face. Naruto immediately stopped cold at her tone, but more importantly her words. He slowly turned towards her with a deadpan look on his face, his heart feeling like it stopped the moment he saw her tears, but was having trouble forming his question. Why? You knew all along? He asked, a bit shocked. How long have you known? And why is my confessing to you really that important? Natsumi paused and thought for a moment over his words, before her face changed from that of rage to deep sadness, as her angry tears also changed emotions. I knew. As for how long, ever since when you and Kanami-san were talking about me while I was away. And it's important to me because, I don't want to hear about your feelings from someone else. I want to hear them from your lips, in your voice, from your heart. She confessed in a low voice that only Naruto could possibly hear between soft sobs. Naruto was taken aback from her confession. He honestly didn't understand why telling her in his own words meant so much to her, if she'd only find them ridiculous in the end anyway. However, he still couldn't help but now feel ashamed that she had learned of his feelings through someone else and not directly from him. He took a step towards her but stopped, and straightened his posture. It was now or never. He had been called out. No more lying, no more deceit. Gomenasai, Natsumi-chan, I never meant to hurt you like I obviously did. He paused to make sure he had her attention, which by her facial expression he fully had, before continuing. I never told you how I felt for a few reasons actually. But please believe me, none of them were to purposely hurt you. Honestly, it was to do the opposite. you're my best friend Natsumi-chan. And because of that, and especially now that you have your real body back, I want you to live as happily as you can. I realize that you're the queen of all demons, and with that title comes certain expectations of you. The main thing being that when you pick your mate, they have to be worthy of you. They must be strong, smart, powerful, and pure. He paused once more to let out a cynical laugh, while Natsumi just took on a whole different expression, one of complete shock. And I'm none of those things. I'm the son of the very man who sealed you away from the world. And worse, your jailer for the rest of eternity. But more so than that, I'm not even a full-blooded demon. Hell, I'm not a full-blooded anything anymore. I'm not human, nor am I a demon. The most accurate thing I can be called is an abomination. And that's why I never told you how I felt. I mean, how can something like me ever be worthy of you? He stated before setting his gaze on the ground, not being able to look at her anymore. You're a goddess in my eyes, Natsumi-chan. You're funny, a genius in your own right, you're drop-dead gorgeous, one of the kindest beings I've ever met, plus you're sexy as hell. You honestly don't know what you do to me when you tease me like you do. And for being your jailer you should hate me, and have every right to. You can't honestly think something like me can measure up to what others can provide you with, like Dotu, Kiro-san, or other demons can. You're out of my league. And I'm certainly not worthy of ever calling you my mate. He explained, sounding completely emotionally beaten, never chancing a glance back towards her. A silence fell on the balcony, with only the wind being heard for a time before a voice broke through. Naruto. Natsumi called out, making him pick up his head only to see a fist impact his face, sending him flying into the wall of the castle, making a crater, before falling to the ground. In pure shock, confusion, and slight fear, Naruto looked back up towards the vixen who was walking towards him with rage etched in her face. I was right after all. I guess this is goodbye, Natsumi-chan. I wish I could have made you happy. He thought, forlornly wishing that his friend wouldn't leave, as she just reached where his outstretched feet lied. Namikaze Uzumaki. Naruto, just who in the hell do you think you are? She questioned with an almost uncontrolled rage while looking down at him. Was his intelligent and fearful answer. She growled. I said, who fuck do you think you are? To tell me who or what I can or cannot have feelings for. Last time I checked, I was still the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the fucking queen of all demons, so who do you think you are to tell me that I can't have feelings for you, when I already love you, She questioned, with blood slowly dripping off her shaking fists. Naruto opened his mouth but then closed it. Not really sure what to make of the situation. First he confessed to her, then she punched him into the wall, and now she questioned him on why he says she can't possibly have feelings for him when she does. Wait, what? He mentally screamed, as his eyes visibly widened. Natsumi-chan. Did you just say that you love me? He stuttered, out of bewilderment, fear, but most of all hope. She said nothing while bending down, picked him up to his feet by the collar of his kimono, before pulling him back down into the most passionate kiss he had ever gotten. Granted, it was only his second kiss, but still. Naruto was too shocked to react at first, so many thoughts were going through his head. He already felt the beginnings of a headache coming on. But ignored it and his thoughts as much as possible, concentrating the soft lips that were connected to his own at the moment. Naruto was still a beginner to the physical things when it was to this kind of stuff, but he was determined to learn quickly. As he closed his eyes, kissed her back and snaked his arms around her waist, resting them on her lower back. The kiss itself was quite short, which both participants lamented. But it expressed something much deeper, the true feelings and intentions of them both. As they moved only slightly apart but still in each other's grip, Natsumi rested her forehead against his chest with a heavy blush on her cheeks. I did and do love you, Naruto-kun, she finally stated in a soft tone. Naruto was still shocked over everything that had happened in the last few minutes, but tried his best to keep himself in check. I need to know if she really means it, or if this is some kind of dream, he thought, before pushing her slightly away so he could look into her eyes. Natsumi-chan, do you really mean that? I mean, how can you love me when you know what I am and that I'm not worthy of such affection from you? He questioned. Natsumi once again leaned up and kissed him, sending a chill down his spine, before moving away to answer him. The kiss should be enough proof. But I know that you have a hard time trusting, especially when it comes to your feelings, Naruto-kun. She said warmly. But I do, Naruto-kun, I truly love you. As for the how, I don't really need a reason to love someone. But if you want to know the why, it's because it's you, Naruto-kun, it's the best way I can describe it. You have all these negative notions about yourself, that just aren't true. You aren't an abomination, you're a compassionate, strong, intelligent man. You say that Doto or Kiro-san would be better mates for me. Well, even if they were, which they aren't. Love is the most important thing for me when it comes to a mate. Not his status or power. I love you for who you are, you're my best friend too, Naruto-kun. And I honestly don't know what I would do if I ever lost you as my friend. And for thee it's my choice to determine who is worthy of any affection I give them. And you are worthy, Naruto-kun. She confessed, as she raised a hand from his collar to caress his cheek. After hearing this, Naruto could feel tears forming in the corners of his eyes. He never thought that this could or would ever happen. To him, Natsumi was a star that he couldn't ever hope to touch, he was only allowed watch from a distance. Yet here she was in his arms telling him that she loved him. Not anyone else in this world, him. If this is a dream, I really don't want to wake up. He thought, while unconsciously leaning in and rubbing against the vixen's silky touch. Anyo, Natsumi-chan. Can I kiss? You again? He stuttered out, still fearful that all of this was a sick trick or genjutsu. The vixen just giggled lightly and nodded, before Naruto gathered his courage and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. It was a soft kiss and one they both enjoyed greatly, that is, until Naruto felt a tongue race across his lips. He was slightly startled, but a soft moan from his partner calmed him. And before he even realized it, his hands had begun slowly roaming Natsumi's back. A few moments later he realized what she was silently asking him, and allowed her entrance. Soon their tongues were doing a dance against each other, much like the people were doing on the ballroom floor. The kiss only deepened from there, and the two seemed to become slightly more heated when their hands began to roam each other's bodies with more zeal. It seemed that the dams that held back the years of sexual tension and hidden feelings between the two began to crack, as Natsumi moaned from Naruto's touch and taste, while he groaned from the same. After another minute of making out, the two broke apart, breathing heavily, enjoying the taste of the other in their mouth. Once they regained their normal breathing, they just held each other, his hands on her back with her arms around his neck, their eyes just gazing into each other's, only reflecting the deep love and the lust they hid for years. For some time they just stared at each other, seeming to only communicate through their eyes. Finally, as if an agreement had been decided between the two demons, they just smiled happily to each other, and kissed again before a red translucent flame engulfed them both, and when the fire died down they were both gone. The only evidence they were there being the broken sake jug and crater in the wall. The next morning, Naruto awoke from the one thing he despised in the morning, sunlight. Small rays of it were hitting directly into his eyes and he couldn't shake them away, and gave up on getting any more sleep. With a heavy yawn, he attempted to get up, to only feel heavier than usual. He looked down to see what was wrong when he saw a quite naked and rapturous Natsumi half resting on and next to him. She had one leg straddled across his waist, with her body pressing against him. While her chest, shoulder and head rested on top of his chest, and her arm draped across his shoulders, while his own snaked itself around her back and shoulders too. I must be dreaming, he thought, seeing the goddess on top of him slowly rising and falling as he breathed. Wait, could only escape him before flashes of last night ran through his head like a movie. Naruto's face was now unreadable, so many emotions raced across his visage, until finally his face relaxed into a state of euphoria. I can't believe all that really happened, it seriously feels like a dream. He thought once more, just continuing to stare at the vixen, and for the first time in his life was utterly happy, until a thought, an evil smirk raced across his lips. Well, I suppose I should check if it really is one, nay? He rhetorically questioned. Naruto, as silently and stealthy as possible, placed his free hand on the hip that was resting above his stomach and with a swift motion completely turned their positions around. With her now on her back with him on top but just hovering above her with his arms holding him up. For a minute he waited to see if he woke her. Until a mumbled groan escaped her saying she was still asleep, he smirked before leaning his face down. Wakey wakey, he whispered in a jovial tone, before lightly licking the deaconess's lips. Man, she is going to kill me if she wakes up, he thought while dragging his tongue sensually across her jawline. As he started to kiss her along her jaw, she began to fidget with herself, feeling something on her, though still not waking up. Naruto simply smirked again, and adventured farther south, softly attacking her prone neck. After some time he began to hear soft whimpers from her, and just continued his assault, adding little bites and licks here and there. What is that? A groggy Natsumi thought, her mind still fuzzy from just waking up to a weird, but quite enjoyable sensation. She slowly opened her eyes to see a tanned muscular body hovering above her, with said person's head just out of her peripheral vision in the direction of where the sensation was coming from. What's going on? She mentally thought before her brain jump started, and just like Naruto, images of the night before unraveled before her. Hee oh yay, she commented absent-mindedly, with a warm smile, before failing to hold back a sudden moan. I see you're finally awake, my Benny Kisai. A strong voice whispered against her neck, after releasing his fangs, leaving a rather deep but enjoyable love bite. Natsumi purred out dreamily, before seeing Naruto's face come into her line of vision. You didn't have to stop on my account, you know. She smirked. Gomen Natsu-chan, I just had to be sure last night was real and I just got a little carried away. Although consider this your punishment for teasing me before. He replied with a soft chuckle. It certainly was real, I assure you, Naru-kun. Although if I am feeling what I think I'm feeling, you're quite up for round 2 yourself. She smirked, seeing Naruto's confused expression from her statement. What you do? He was about to ask before a low groan interrupted him, when as he felt a warm pressure against his lower torso. That, she simply responded, placing her hips back down on the bed so her lips weren't pressed against his awake member any longer. Ah, Gomen, he responded sheepishly, before kissing her softly. Did you sleep well last night? More than all right, Naru-kun, and I was one of the best slumbers I've had in a long time actually. She answered back, with another kiss. And despite how much I'd like to stay like this with you, your training isn't going to do itself. Hi, he answered, pushing himself off her, but felt himself pulled back down against the beautiful demoness. There is something you should know, Naru-kun, she said in a whisper. What is it, Natsu-chan? He asked, a bit worried at her tone. Well, since we are mates, you should know. She paused, looking away from his face, fearful of his reaction. How will he react to this? I know he loves me, but this is something I know he wants in the future. She thought, until a calloused but soft hand cupped her face and brought it back to face him. Whatever it is, you can tell me, Natsu-chan, please, what's wrong? He asked in a reassuring tone, only inches from her face so they were looking into each other's eyes. She bit her lip, still worried, but Naruto's reassuring tone and concerned eyes broke down her defenses, and before she knew it she began to speak in a low tone. I am unable to conceive in my non-demon forms, Naru-kun. I was born a demon and can only birth kits as one, therefore I will be unable to bear you any kits. Gomenasai. I know how much you wished to have a family in the future, and your mate can't even give you one. She finally answered with her eyes closed tightly, just barely holding back her tears. Naruto was quite surprised at her revelation. Truth be told, she was right on the money. Naruto had often thought about the future and whether or not he'd ever have a family of his own. His hopes were raised to another level with Natsumi becoming his mate and he hers. But what she just said dashed them to pieces. Even so, however, seeing his vixen in this state tore him apart more than knowing they couldn't have a family together, and the moment a single tear fell down her face he reacted. He quickly leaned down the last few inches between them and softly trailed his tongue across the tear stain on her face. Natsumi gasped when she felt him do such an intimate act and quickly shot open her eyes to see a large warm smile across Naruto's face. Kami-sama, do I love her? He reaffirmed before leaning down and kissing her gently, while cupping her cheeks with both his hands. Please don't cry, Natsu-chan, you're way too beautiful to be so sad. He cooed, making her slightly shiver from his warm breath hitting her wet lips from their saliva and her tears. Although I do admit that I want to have a family, as long as I have you I could never complain about wanting more, you're all I truly need. A family with you would have just been a bonus. He reassured her while caressing her cheek softly. Natsumi was slightly shaken by Naruto's words. She never imagined him to say such a thing even if he did love her. There were times in his past when she heard his thoughts, and most of the more intimate ones were with him, his kids, and wife. And yet not a moment ago he told her that all he needed was her. She wanted to cry all over again, but held it back by smiling so wide her eyes slightly closed. "Arigato Naru-kun," she said warmly. He leaned down once more and kissed her passionately this time. "Anything for you my Benny Kisai," he whispered back, before leering with a distant look on his face. "Anyo. Are you sure there isn't anything we can do? Maybe with me becoming a Hanyu I can transform into a fox. If I can I could maybe say, use Kuchios to summon you and could take you, foxy style, while we are both foxes." He offered with a chuckle that was laced with innuendo. Natsumi understood his meaning, and was happy he wanted to change the mood so she played along, placing a clawed finger on her chin looking off in a thinking pose, before smiling. "Although I do love your ingenuity Naru-kun, I'm afraid Hanyas have no transformation abilities, only full-blooded demons do," she said thoughtfully. However that doesn't mean we still can't try that idea out, foxy style, how kinky." She finished while lacing her final words with a seductiveness that only she could create, making the Hanyu above her blush quite deeply. "Didn't know you were into that, Natsu-chan," he joked, thinking she was just teasing him. "Thought never crossed my mind until you mentioned it, besides it wouldn't be like the crime of bestiality as in human society. It would still be me, just in my more primal form, that's all. And who knows, maybe if we like it could become one of our frequent positions," she said with a husky purr at the end while leaning up and capturing Naruto's bottom lip between her teeth and sucking on it before letting go. "Kami-sama, you really have no idea what you do to me sometimes, do you?" he inquired, trying to clear his thoughts from the rather erotic images that raced across his mind with what she had just implied. And he had to admit the images weren't looking half bad if the pleasurable faces he and Natsumi in her fox form seemed to express were any indication. "I am to please my Naru-kun," she replied with a smug smirk. "But now that you know about my condition, there is something we can do about it." She paused, immediately getting Naruto's full attention. "Well, I may not like it, but I'm willing to share you with another female so that you may have a family." Naruto was shocked at her idea. He honestly didn't know what to say. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before he opened his mouth to answer. "Although I love you for doing this for me, I won't do that to you. I already told you you are all I need, Natsu-chan," he answered, but saw her shaking her head negatively. "Listen Naru-kun, I've had a family once, and I can honestly tell you that it was the happiest years of my life when I was with them, other than right now of course. And because of that I don't want my condition to keep you from that happiness yourself, especially with what happened to you in the past. I couldn't bear that. I'm not saying to have sex with a random female just to have kids. What I am telling you is that I want you to find a second mate that can bear kids for you and raise a family," she reasoned while caressing his own whiskered cheeks. Naruto listened intently to her words, and when she finished he thought hard about what she said. Although it was still shocking to hear that from someone you loved, he couldn't deny the little voice in the back of his mind that agreed with her. After a few minutes of dead silence between the two, Naruto let out a sigh, before kissing her again. "You really are unbelievable, you know that?" he rhetorically questioned with a smile. "All right Natsu-chan, I agree, however I have some conditions." He paused to see her quirk an eyebrow before he smiled more. "My first condition is that I won't go out of my way to look for a mate. You are my first mate in love and I won't take that lightly by purposely looking for another one. If I happen to find a female and we begin a relationship, then so be it. My second condition is that I will not make a female my second mate without knowing I love her. The only female that I will make my mate is one I love with all my heart and soul, like you. My last condition is that if I ever do find a second mate and we decide to have kids, I'm allowed to control which part of me is the father, my human side or demon side. Just because you can't have children of your own doesn't mean you don't deserve to be a Ka-san again, so if I use my demon side we can say you're the Ka-san. I want to have a child with you Natsu-chan no matter what. Of course my last condition will have to be discussed by all three of us, but it still stands if you two agree." He finished with a chuckle. "I can consent to those conditions my Naru-kun," she replied, happy that her mate was so considerate of her feelings. "Now Namikaze-san, I believe you have some training to do, don't you?" she questioned with a smirk. Hi, he responded back before kissing her passionately, rolling off the bed to finally begin the morning with his mate. The demon pair took turns taking a shower, before having breakfast in a peaceful silence. Once they finished, Naruto began his usual Kage Bushin training with 100 Bushins working on his Kitsune Ise Ryu. Another 100 on the Hirishin no Jutsu, which he was now able to successfully execute but was simply training to use it multiple times in a row. And a last group of 100 Bushins working on the first of the 3 steps to mastering the Rasengan, which Natsumi finally allowed him to begin to learn that day. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was completing his physical training and advanced chakra control exercises. 5 months later, several months had passed since the night that the demons finally consummated their feelings for each other, and things couldn't be better. Naruto's training commenced on schedule, and thanks to his Bushins was able to both learn and master another offensive and defensive technique of the Kitsune Ise Ryu, making it 4 offensive and 3 defensive he knew. He also completely mastered the Rasengan. Though he still needed to figure out strategies of how to use it in battle scenarios, no point in mastering a jutsu if you don't know when and where to use it. He was now also able to harness the Hirishin no Jutsu up to 10 times in a row before he lost his concentration on the pull and needed a rest. Even though it was literally in his DNA to learn and master, Naruto figured out that the key to utilizing the Hirishin no Jutsu wasn't based on the amount of chakra the user had, though the more chakra the better, but the level of concentration the user could keep up. When his father's scroll said, "Let yourself go when you feel the pull," it wasn't exaggerating. When Naruto felt the pull of the jutsu, he simply let his muscles relax, but concentrated on the pulling effect, and that is where the skill of mastering the jutsu lied. The longer you could concentrate on the pull, the longer the jutsu would last. And with Naruto's not only normal chakra reserves as large as they were currently and would eventually end, but then delving into Natsumi's even larger reserves, him using the Hirishin literally non-stop for an entire day would be child's play as long as his concentration held firm. As for their personal lives, the demon pair were as happy as could be. They now always used their non-intimate pet names for each other no matter where they were. Their teasing episodes, however, now tended to get a bit heated sometimes because they could finally express their feelings as mates. Naruto's training was occasionally put on hold to get rid of some tension. After all, foxes, especially demon foxes, were well known for their rather frisky natures, and these two were no exception, Hanyu or otherwise, and who could blame them? They were in love. Other than that, they each just loved the company of the other, so much so that if a villager saw one of them, they knew the other wouldn't be too far off. They especially enjoyed each other's company on the colder winter nights when they just snuggled in bed, happy to be in the arms of their lover, love and mate. While their relationship was going well, the relationship in Snow Country couldn't be any different. While the pair mainly stayed in their own little world in the woods now that Konami passed away, and just going into the village to get supplies or visit friends, they did notice the shift of behavior of the commoners and those in the military and shinobi. Rumors even began to circulate in Snow Country about the long-lost daughter of the original daimyo, Dotu's brother, finally being found, and that being the reason Dotu is mobilizing. After all, a king never wants to be dethroned. Despite it being only a rumor, Dotu's forces could be seen beginning to gather near the capital for something. For what, no one knew exactly, but everyone knew somehow whatever it was going to be big and would probably affect all of Snow Country. Although the demon pair were slightly interested in the true reasoning for the military's mobilization, they decided it was best to stay out of it and just continue with Naruto's training, since it really wasn't any of their business. That is, of course, unless it began to endanger the lives of their friends in the village. And until the end of December of that year, which also made it the anniversary of their 4th year out of Konoha, it seemed like nothing of the sort would happen. That is, until an old man arrived at their house one day, begging them to help fight in a civil war that would soon rip Snow Country asunder. Chapter 8. Training. Year 5, Naruto age 30, Immortal. Naruto mental age 14. The old man that had visited them told a rather interesting tale to the demon pair, and though they were reluctant at first to listen to him since it really wasn't any of their business, by the end decided to help the man with his mission. Flashback. Wow, that was really a good dinner, Natsu-chan. Naruto complimented while happily patting his stomach on the couch. I'm glad you liked it, Naru-kun. She replied warmly, putting the dishes in the sink, before walking over and straddled Naruto's lap while lacing her arms around his neck. Now who is ready for some dessert? She asked sexily. You know I'm always ready for dessert, my Benny Kisai. he replied in the same tone, with a smirk while his hands slowly massaged her thighs. The two just smiled happily at each other, enjoying the sensual makeout session they were in, that is until a low knock at the door was heard. Who could that be at this hour? Natsumi asked, slightly irritated that she was interrupted from her Naruto time. The two reluctantly untangled from each other, and Naruto went to answer the door. A rather ragged-looking old man was standing in the doorway, looking quite suspicious in Naruto's opinion. "Gomenasai for the intrusion. But do you happen to be one of the wandering shinobi that came here a few months ago?" the man asked in a rasped voice. Naruto quirked a brow. "Who exactly is asking?" he inquired dangerously. "Ah, Gomen, where are my manners? My name is Asama Sandayu, and if you are who I am looking for, I would very much like to speak with you and your sensei if I may," he stated in a slightly embarrassed but more jovial tone than when he first spoke. "We will see what you have to say, please come in," Naruto said, opening the doorway to let the man inside. Before scanning the shadowed woods for anything suspicious, soon finding nothing, he closed the door. "Who is this and what does he want, Naru-kun?" Natsumi mentally asked, not liking strangers in Kaname's house. "His name is Asama Sandayu and he was actually looking for us, although he didn't seem to know anything about us. All he asked is if I was one of the wandering shinobi that came to Snow early last year. Apparently he wishes to speak with us, so I let him in to see what he has to say. Don't worry, I already checked outside, nothing is going on," he answered reassuringly. "Please sit," Natsumi offered warmly to the old man, pointing to a comfortable-looking chair near the couch, feeling better after Naruto explained the situation. "Arigato, Anyo, I don't wish to waste your time, so I'll just ask again. Are you two the wandering student and sensei shinobi who came here last year and was taught by one Doto's personal guards?" "Hi," Naruto answered, taking a seat on the couch next to his mate. Sandayu smiled widely at this. "Ah, good. I'm so glad I was able to find you," he said joyously. Naruto forcefully coughed to get the man to calm down. "Now that you've found us, what exactly is it that you wished to speak with us about? And I assume that it is important enough to come visit at this late hour," Naruto said, while grabbing Natsumi's hand and just gently caressed it. "Ah, hi, well, Gomen for the intrusion. But hi, you are right, what I have to say and ask you is quite important." He paused before clearing his throat. "Being in Snow Country in the last few months, I'm sure you've noticed the military mobilization of Doto's forces, correct?" he asked, receiving a nod. "Have you also heard of the rumor about people finding the long-lost Hime-sama of this land, who is in fact the rightful heir to the daimyo of Snow Country?" he asked, getting yet another nod from the pair. "Good, then that's less explaining on my part." He paused and coughed and stood straight and tall before continuing. "While I've already introduced myself, I haven't done so fully. I am Asama Sandayu, Taiko captain of the 3rd Legion of the True Daimyo, Kazuhana Saozutsu's army, and I am the one who found our lost Hime-sama," he said in a regal and proud tone. The pair just looked on in amusement, finding it funny that the rumor about the princess was true, at least according to the man standing in front of them. "And why are you telling us this for? Sandayu-san, clearly there is something you want from us to have come here, and it certainly wasn't to just tell us this," Natsumi inquired in a bored tone, while resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. Well, truth be told, I'm also the leader of the resistance group, who are comprised of the last loyal military men of the True Daimyo. As for the reason I'm telling you all this is because, we desperately need your help. I have heard from the villagers and some of the spies we have in Doto's military about you two and just how strong you are. I'm asking, no begging, that you help us. Please," he asked in a frantic but controlled voice, while gripping the armrests of the chair for dear life. Natsumi's brows furrowed slightly. "What do you think, Naru-kun? If nothing else, this is making for an interesting story. Let's just see exactly what he needs from us," he replied. "What exactly do you need from us? Help? In what way?" Sandayu sighed in relief that he wasn't outright rejected and sat back in his chair, relaxing slightly. "I'll just tell you the whole plan then. It'll be easier than just telling you specific parts. Is that all right?" he questioned, getting a nod of them. "All right, well, Princess Kazuhana Koyuki is actually using a pseudonym so that she wouldn't be captured by any of Doto's spies in the greater elemental countries that were sent to look for and capture her. She is actually a rather famous movie actress named Fujikazu Yukie, and is currently shooting a movie in Fire Country. I as well am acting as her agent and manager, while also protecting her true identity from being found out, though she does not know about our connection. Anyway, we are close to nearing the halfway mark of the film, and a few weeks ago I told the director that it would be a good idea to choose Snow Country to shoot the rest of the film, and in effect will make Koyuki Haim come back home. He paused, noting the confused looks on the pair's faces. Oh Gomen, you don't know Koyuki Haim's past. Well, long story short, Dotu was actually the one that killed her Two-san to take control of the country. She learned of his treachery and vowed to never return to her homeland nor claim her rightful place as daimyo. Thusly up until now I've been unable to get her back, but with the movie being shot here she really has no choice. I know it wasn't right to suggest to come to Snow drag the director and his staff into this war. But her country desperately needs her to become daimyo. Dotu is slowing withering this country into nothingness, and only she can stop it. He finished, taking a few breaths. So, Natsumi paused with a thoughtful expression. You now wish to manipulate us into helping you with your goals of returning someone who doesn't even wish to rule this land into power, just like you did with the director? She asked accusingly. Sandayu shriveled in his seat against the vixen's leering gaze, and looked down in both defeat and self-loathing. Gomenasai, if I could do what is necessary alone, I wouldn't think to ask you or anyone else to help, or selfishly manipulate them. But the reality is, the resistance is on its last leg and we truly need any help we can get. And if the rumors of you two are true, you have the kind of strength we desperately need. I know this is asking something that I have no right to. But please, will you help us return Snow Country to its rightful standing? Naruto leered at the aged man. Whether or not what you are trying to accomplish is good, it is never right to manipulate people into doing what you want. Had you approached us in any other fashion than the one you chose tonight, I doubt you'd have survived the encounter. Naruto stated, before sighing. However, this country and its people have been kind to us for the past year, and if we can repay the favor we shall do so under certain circumstances. He finished. Sandayu's face shot up, shocked to hear the orange-haired man's final words. He saw no lie in his purple orbs and chanced to crack a smile, before standing up and bowing. Arigato. You don't know how much this means to me, know how much this means to all of Snow Country. Don't celebrate just yet, Sandayu-san. Natsumi called out, making sure the old man calmed down before continuing. As Naru-kun stated, this country has been kind to us, and we will help, but only in certain circumstances, so we will need to hear exactly what you want us to do. Hi. Gomen for the outburst. Anyo, actually now that I am thinking about it, the main job that the resistance will need from you is to protect Koyuki Haim while she is in Snow Country and then until she is crowned daimyo. However, I am glad to inform you that you won't be alone in guarding her. We used the last surplus of money the resistance had to buy a mission contract from the Hidden Leaf Village. So you will have 4 other guard with you to protect. He stopped his sentence, noticing the icy looks the pair were shooting him, though he could tell not directed at him personally, but of something he just stated. Is everything alright? He asked, though quite scared of what the answer might be. Natsumi growled lowly. I'm afraid not anymore, Sandayu-san. You see, we originally hail from Fire Country and we aren't exactly on the best terms with the Hidden Leaf Village. Memories of our past with that village has left us rather jaded, to say the least. She explained, venom lacing her words. Oh, I see. Gomenasai for drudging up those memories. I never meant to. Though I suppose that it was a good thing that I mentioned that now rather than later. That is was, I doubt that you'd have liked what would have happened had we agreed and later learned of the Leaf's involvement. Naruto stated, before leaning his head on top of Natsumi's to try to calm them both down. But now that you know, are you still willing to help? I can understand now if you choose not to. But as I've said, your strength will greatly help our success. He queried honestly. Naru-kun. Natsumi mentally called out to her mate, only getting a slight squeeze of her hand as his response. We will still help, however, we will not be guarding Koyuki Haim directly as you first said. Knowing of Konoha's involvement, we will now guard her from the shadows, keeping out of sight as much as we can, leaving any of the open protection to the Konoha shinobi. Sandayu-san, neither of us wish to be known to Konoha, you will keep anything pertaining to us to yourself. You may tell Koyuki Hime if necessary but no one else. If you cannot agree to this then we cannot help you. Naruto said in a commanding tone. Sandayu thought over his words for a moment, before nodding in agreement. I swear you will be nothing but shadows to everyone but myself and Koyuki Hime if need be. He responded back confidently. Very well, we are trusting you Sandayu-san, do not make us regret it. Naruto said, pausing to let his final words sink in before continuing. And because we will be at shadows, we will need a map or scene registrar of where you are shooting the scenes and when, once the movie moves here. We will stay ahead of your group and take out any nuisances that might try to ambush you. We will leave any of the fighting in the open to Konoha. I understand, I will send the map and registrar to you a month before we leave for snow. Just to let you know, we aren't going to be coming here for another 6 to 8 months from now, so you do not have to make any immediate plans. The director is rather eccentric and tends to take a long time filming. Understood. One last thing Sandayu-san, if worse comes to worse should we eliminate Dotu? Natsumi asked nonchalantly. After the Koyuki Hime is in power I'm sure the authorities would like him alive for an official trial. However I will leave that final decision to you two depending on the situation. Especially since I'm sure you two are the only ones strong enough to do so anyway. He replied before standing up from his chair and bowed once more. Arigato for listening to me and even more so for agreeing to help. Gomenasai for the things I said, and for how I approached you both. The pair stood and walked him to the door, leading him out into the cold winter's night. He began his trek back the way he came before he had a voice on the wind call out to him. Remember our deal Sandayu-san, no one is to know. The demon pair watched until he was out of sight, before musing on their discussion. What do you think? Natsumi asked while resting against the doorway. It's nothing to worry about, we gave that man our word to help Snow. And that is what we will do. Although the Konoha shinobi are going to be troublesome, it won't be anything we can't handle. He replied, snaking his arms around the vixen's waist, beginning to kiss her defenseless neck. She moaned from his motions, tilting her head to give him better access to her. Remind me my Foxy-sama, just where were we before Sandayu-san came along? He smirked against her skin. If I recall correctly. He paused before in a lightning fast motion, scooped his mate bridal style, and looked into her eyes. I was about to get my dessert. He finished in a husky tone, before kissing her and closing the door to the house, where they continued their fun throughout the night. Flashback end 7 months later, it had been half a year later before the lovers heard from Sandayu again. However, all they really received was the detailed registrar and map for the movie that they had requested. The moment they had received the information, they stopped most of Naruto's training to plan out their strategy, only leaving shadow clones to work on the 4 usual components of his training that he would allow himself to use them for Kenjutsu, Hirishin, Uzumaki Jutsu, Onipo Jutsu. Although a month seemed like a long time, for this mission's parameters a month was the barest of minimums they needed to make a successful strategy with an entire country as a potential battlefield. However, having a beautiful demoness with a millennia's worth of knowledge to help you strategize did have its perks, besides the sexy, eye candy, of course. Luckily for the pair, however, they were just able to finish their plan a day before the scheduled time for the arrival of Koyuki. The day of the arrival, the pair slipped unseen out of the snowy village and headed towards the shoreline where the boat that housed the princess was going to make port. They made it there quickly but stayed beyond a snowbank to keep hidden from sight but still close enough to watch as the boat pulled into port. However, a scent on the wind caught the pair's attention. Natsu-chan, do you smell that? Hi, it seems that Dotu already sent some of his shinobi here. He must have found out Yuki's true identity and was able to get his own spy into the movie crew. That's the only explanation there is for him to have such sensitive information about the movie plans and to have already sent shinobi here. Well, we'll need to warn Sandayu-san, would you mind Koichi? She smiled at what he called her. Sure Naru-kun. She agreed before forcing herself into the seal, and him sealing Kaname's preserved body in her scroll. Kuchio's no jutsu, he whispered, after biting his thumb and pressing it against the snow-covered ground. An almost inaudible sound, and small plum of smoke erupted from the ground as a small one-tailed crimson fox appeared, and jumped into Naruto's lap. Now we just need to wait until the time is right, Natsu-chan, he said absent-mindedly while unconsciously petting his lover's coat tenderly. Shoreline, wow, this place is really something else. A pink-haired girl spoke out, astonished by the snow-capped environment she was surveying. Maybe so, but stay on your guard, Sakura, we aren't here for vacation. A boy with onyx eyes and black hair replied while walking up next to her, his face expressing an odd coldness towards such a peaceful place. Ah, Sasuke-san, you don't need to be so stiff while on a mission. A third teen spoke up, he looked the strangest of the three, and held an air of self-confusion about him. That's enough. Sakura, Sasuke is right. We are here as escorts, not tourists. If we have time we may relax and take in a few of the sights after our mission is complete. Is that understood? A final shinobi appeared from the deck of the boat, obviously the leader of the three. Hi Kakashi-sensei. The two scolded teens chorused out. Good now, Sai, I want you to help the crew get some of the equipment off the boat. Sakura, see if Yukie-san needs any help with her things. And Sasuke, find Sandayu-san and see if he needs anything from you. All of you remember, keep on your guard, if you need me I'll be out here. The silver-haired man commanded. Hi. They chorused out before to their individual duties. While his three students followed their orders, Kakashi was surveying the landscape. He had been in snow country before and he felt on edge being back here, and ironically enough bringing back the very same person that he had helped escape this land so many years ago. Shaking his head of his past memories, he kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings. If being back here put him on edge, then the secretive reason that he and his team were really hired for this mission made him stay on full shinobi alert the moment he stepped foot onto the snow. He hated secrets on missions, especially a secret that was this important which he and his team learned only after they were already on their way here. But in reality it couldn't be helped, and he accepted that. Now all he could do is protect the princess as he had done for her in the past. Is everything alright, Kakashi-san? A voice broke the Cyclops' thoughts when he turned to see Sandayu and Sasuke walking up to him. Hi, just keeping a lookout, he answered back with his usual laid-back attitude. Good, well you'll be happy to know the crew is nearly down with unpacking the boat, so we should be on our way in 15 minutes or so. Understood, he simply replied, and turned back towards the mountainside. What the Junin questioned, noticing that a red-furred fox was walking its way towards them. This is strange, if a fox were to be living here, its coat should be a more natural color to the environment like white or gray, not red. Something isn't right here. He concluded, taking out a kunai just in case shit hit the fan. Sasuke and Sandayu looked at the Junin confused by his actions until they saw the fox he was looking at, only a few meters away. Sasuke himself grabbed a kunai, concluding the same that his sensei had, and braced himself for a fight if one came. The two shinobi watched the fox continue its walk to them, until it turned towards Sandayu. Once it reached his feet, sat down on the snow looking up at him expectantly. Well, what have we here? He asked while kneeling down and began to pet the fox, making it slightly purr, before in a quick motion jumped up and perched itself on the old man's shoulders, licking his cheek. Kakashi loosened his grip when he saw the fox licking his client, but kept his vision on the surrounding landscape. The fox may not be dangerous, but being out in the open like this was another matter. The fox continued to lick the old man until it moved close to his ear and began to speak. Sandayu-san, I have a message from Arashi, but please pretend like I'm still licking you for appearance's sake. Pet me now if you understand. The fox spoke, and felt his hand graze her fur once. Good. He sent me to tell you that Dotu has sent some of his shinobi here, 3 to be exact. One at 10 o'clock near the forest, another at 12 o'clock in front of the mountains, and the last at 2 o'clock behind the snow dune we are behind as well, only farther back. Pet me again if you understand. They repeated the process. Alright. Naruto simply wants you to stay close to the princess and leave the fighting to the shinobi you hired. He doubts the Junin has noticed yet, but he hasn't let his guard down, so that is a good thing, means he is dependable at the very least. But since we don't want you ambushed when the shinobi are gathered together again, he will flare his chakra to alert them of Dotu's shinobi. The moment that happens, the fighting will begin. But for now pretend like you don't know, and just stay near the princess, do you understand? The fox questioned, receiving a final pet, before hopping off his shoulder and began to walk back the way it came. Sandayu-san, do you know this kitsune? Kakashi asked while still eyeing the fox suspiciously. Anyo, he sputtered out, trying to think of a good lie until thankfully the little fox brought any attention onto itself by jumping up and biting Kakashi's arm, hard. Ow! He cried from the pain in his now bloody arm, as the fox growled before running away. It doesn't seem to like you, Kakashi, Sasuke said with a slight smirk. Guess not, he answered back slothfully, wrapping up the bite in bandages from his shinobi pouch. Well, I'm going to check on how Yukie-san is doing, Sandaiu said while walking away so Kakashi couldn't question him again. Sasuke, go with him, Kakashi ordered. Sasuke only nodded and fell into step with the old man. Kakashi turned and took one last look to where the fox was heading, before continuing on his surveillance. With Naruto and Natsumi, the small fox rounded the snow bank, and saw what she had accepted but hoped not to. Naruto shaking, barely containing his rage at seeing who exactly was dispatched from Konoha. Naru-kun, she called out in her animalistic voice, but getting no response from him. She moved closer, noting that Naruto was gritting his teeth, and balling his fists so hard he began to bleed. She sighed gently at his reaction before biting his hand. Naru-kun, she repeated once more in a more commanding voice, but this time getting the results she wished, seeing his line of sight move from boring into the skull of Kakashi to a warm tone down at her. Calm down, all right. His body immediately relaxed. Gomen Natsu-chan, he apologized in a whisper. Without even thinking about it, Naruto cancelled his summoning and then did a few set of hand seals before Natsumi in her Hanyu form appeared next to him once more. She immediately wrapped her arms around him in a comforting embrace, before giving him a soft kiss. Try not to let your emotions get the better of you, I've taught you better than that. She scolded him with a soft undertone. Gomen Natsu-chan, she smiled sadly. It's alright, Naru-kun, we both know what that man did to you when you were younger, so I'm not upset in the least. Truth be told, I had wanted to rip off his legs and drag him up here so you could finish him off yourself. But, since we don't want to be found out, I could only act the part of a fox and bite him. She explained, her smile turning into a crazed smirk, before an evil thought came to her, before she licked a small trickle of blood from his lips and leaned right up against his ear. By the way, thought you might like to know that you taste so much better than him. She purred before licking his ear, making him blush and shiver. He grinned. Hi, I saw that, and have I told you how much I love you today? No. But you could certainly show me later. Now it was her turn to grin. He chuckled. Maybe, if you're a good little Benny Kisai, he said, giving her a kiss. However, down to business. Sandaiu-san got the message right. Hi, he will be with Koyuki Haim once your chakra flares and the Snow and Konoha shinobi fight. He nodded. Good, we'll know time to start like the present nay. Let's see what the shinobi of Konoha can do after 4.5 years. Naruto smiled, a bloodthirsty grin that Natsumi only saw once in a blue moon, and because of his personality and its rarity of appearance, it always made her completely hot under the collar, and pants. Oh, he definitely won't be getting much sleep later, she thought with a primal moan, before feeling Naruto's ki spike to a level he hadn't ever decided to unleash before. If anyone can understand your feelings, Naru-kun, it's me. But that was a bit over the top, though I enjoy theatrics as much as the next demon. She concluded with a lazy smile, while looking over her mate's shoulder to watch the soon-to-be shinobi battle commence. With Kakashi's team all done, Sai announced, placing the final piece of equipment into the back of the cruise truck. Good job, you three, we are getting ready to go, so make sure you have everything, Kakashi ordered lazily. Everyone was off the boat and securing the last bits of equipment before they would head out to the first scene of the movie to be made in snow. Perhaps I'm overthinking the intelligence of Dotu's forces, but still would have been stupid of me to have let my guard do. The silver-haired thought absent-mindedly, before feeling a huge flare of ki from a snow dune in the distance and his body going into full shinobi mode. Kakashi! Sasuke yelled, feeling the ki as well. Without acknowledging his student, Kakashi sent a wave of 3 kunai with exploding tags at the dune, before a second later the dune blew up. Everyone, get in the trucks and start moving, he ordered, after sensing another 2 chakra signatures in the area. Sai, Sakura, Sasuke. Protect the caravans until they can get away. Everyone did as was told. The crew began to move the trucks towards the icy road, as the genin grabbed their kunai and stood in defensive stances ready for anything. The smoke and snow finally cleared from the explosion, leaving an odd-looking man in the wake of the blast wearing a smirk on his face. "Ah, Hatake Kakashi, so we meet again, nay. This is a nice surprise, isn't it, Fubuki?" "Mizore," the man said before snapping his fingers, and in the areas Natsumi mentioned to Sandayu earlier, 2 more shinobi appeared. "Tsh, Ruga Nadare, I should have figured you'd be one of the ones Dotto would send here," Kakashi retorted, before moving back to the front of his team. "Sasuke, Fubuki should be okay for you to take on your own because of your Sharingan's abilities, speed, and fire affinity. Sakura tag team Mizore, he uses his size and strength to fight, so watch out. Nadare is mine, we have an old score to settle," he ordered before his body tensed and then disappeared from sight. "Oh, you've gotten faster, Kakashi," Nadare taunted to seemingly no one until he pulled out a kunai and struck the air before a sound of metal crashing against metal was heard in the valley. "So have you," Kakashi answered, before they both phased out of sight and all that was seen were sparks and clangs of metal all over the valley. Meanwhile, Sasuke was already in his battle with Fubuki, not wanting to be one-upped by his sensei. And Mizore started the tussle with the 2 remaining genin. With Naruto and Natsumi, "Oh, your generation seems to be pretty promising, Naru-kun," his eyes narrowed slightly. "Appearances can be deceiving, Natsu-chan, you should know that better than anyone. But they are interesting, I'll give them that, especially that Sasuke kid. Ah, you just don't like them cause they come from Konoha," she teased, kissing his cheek. "Yay, well, you know my reasons for that," he retorted, before seeing the boy named Sai use a jutsu called Ninpu, Choju Giga Ninja Art, Super Beast Imitation Drawing, that actually made his drawings come to life as a pack of lions who attacked Mizore. "Very interesting, indeed," he finished in a thoughtful tone. "Although I'm enjoy this little show, we should get ahead of those trucks and make sure there isn't a trap set up," Natsumi suggested before standing up. Naruto didn't answer, and just stood next to her before they both shunshed out of the area in red and purple flames. The pair soon caught up to the caravan, and made sure all the trucks were unharmed before speeding on ahead. Thankfully, nothing was out of the ordinary for a few miles, and the demons just waited in the outskirts of the forest while the caravans waited for the return of Kakashi and his team, if they had even survived the encounter. "You think they won?" Natsumi questioned, yawning out of boredom while leaning against a tree. Naruto scoffed. "You know Konoha shinobi are as stubborn as they come. And since this group has not one but 2 Sharingan users, if they died it'd be pathetic black mark on a supposed great clan. So I'm sure they will at least come out alive if nothing else," he responded back, with his eyes closed, leaning against a tree as well. Another 5 minutes passed before 4 figures could be seen coming up from behind the caravan. They were soon revealed to be Kakashi and his team, though they appeared to be fine as they reached the front caravan, a little worse for wear but no serious injuries. "Certainly right about that one, Naru-kun," she conceded. "Well, since we already checked up ahead, we should just follow them until they break for camp." "Hi," he retorted simply. After explaining the results of the fight to Sandayu, the director, and Yukie, Kakashi told them to drive for a little while but to make camp in a few hours since night was rolling around. The trio agreed and set off on the road, keeping a lookout for a safe and stable place to rest for the night before continuing tomorrow. They found a nice enclave in the mountainside that they were driving next to and decided to take up camp there. Though they still had no idea of the 2 guardians that were watching them from the shadows of the White Forest. Next day, morning rolled around and the caravan and crew continued their travel to the first site they picked for the movie, which was an ice cave that resided in the middle of the mountainside that was hollowed out decades ago. After the few hours of driving that it took to get to the cave, they were finally there. The demon pair, on the other hand, had already traveled through the cave to clear the way, and had been simply waiting for them to get to the designated spot while still hiding. The crew began to unpack the necessary equipment to begin shooting the scene, that is until one of the crew members ran towards Sandayu, the director, and the Konoha team. "What's wrong?" the director asked. It's Yukie. She's gone," he yelled in between breaths. "What?" both Sandayu and the director screamed. I don't know, I was just went to her cabin to let her know she was needed in makeup and she never responded. So I went to check and she wasn't there, and the window was open leading towards the valley. he explained while pointing down the hill they was next to the road that lead to the valley below. Damn, well tell the rest of the crew to begin looking for her, she couldn't have gotten far. The director commanded. Team, we are going to look for her too, let the crew deal with this area, we have to search the valley in case she has been gone longer than we thought. Kakashi ordered before the four sent chakra to their feet and began to jump down the hill towards the valley. With Naruto and Natsumi, you'd think that as bodyguards they'd leave at least one of them in or near the room their client was staying in. Naruto grumbled, as he and Natsumi ran down the valley. Well, if you noticed her attitude and her apparent skills at escaping, I doubt it would have helped unless it was Kakashi doing the watching. She retorted. He quirked a brow towards her. You're the last person I'd figure to be defending them, Natsu-chan. I'm not defending them, simply stating the uselessness of your idea against Koyuki Hime, she answered, sticking out her tongue at him. The pair continued down the valley until their noses picked up her scent nearby. Natsu-chan, head back to the caravan and tell Sandayu-san she is fine so he doesn't go crazy, nay. I should be there soon. He requested, getting a nod and a soft kiss before dispelling her and summoned her as a fox. She quickly ran heading towards the movie site, while he followed his nose and found Koyuki collapsed in the snow. She seeming to being mumbling to herself about, not wanting to be back in this awful land, though he noticed she was unconscious. Troublesome. Naruto mumbled before dropping his genjutsu and placed her on his back, and began the trek back where by now Natsumi was. The only problem with getting back was that Natsumi had the map last, so he was completely lost at getting back. Many curses and swears later he finally found the entrance to the ice cave. The only problem was, he was on the wrong side. Son of a. He began to swear before letting out an exaggerated sigh and started the trek inside. Some time after, Koyuki rose from her unconscious state to find herself oddly moving. What happened? She rhetorically asked. Fujika's Yukie fell unconscious in the snow in the valley below the mountain where your movie was supposed to be shooting. A masculine voice rang out, one that she didn't recognize. The voice jogged her out of her tiredness, her senses now clear and alert. She immediately noticed she was riding on the back of an unknown man inside somewhere they looked like a cave. But it was almost pitch black, so she couldn't distinguish most of her surroundings. Her body tensed at this realization, and thoughts of some kind of escape raced through her mind, while also trying to recognize just where she was. Please don't do anything drastic, Yukie-san, I can assure you that you are in no danger with me. The man said reassuringly, thought noting her still tense body figured she didn't believe him. And he couldn't really blame her. Let me explain the situation so you may be at ease. I'm a friend of Sandayu-san. Along with the Konoha shinobi that have been accompanying you, I have been asked by him to see to your protection while in Snow Country and filming this movie. He let the sentence hang, feeling her body relax slightly at the name of her manager. However, Sandayu-san also has asked my companion and I, who isn't with me at the moment, to take care of a certain parasite that has been feeding off the land ever since he killed your two-san and forced you out of your rightful place as ruler, Kazuhana Koyuki Hime. The moment he said her real name, her whole body froze with fear that this unknown man knew who she really was. Koyuki-san, as I've said already, I'm working with Sandayu-san to protect you. However, if you are still uncertain, I will let you walk on your own, all right? He asked, only getting a slight nod in response before he let go of her thighs that he had been holding onto, letting her down with a soft crunch. In a flash, Koyuki tried to run, but soon bumped into a muscular chest, now staggering back in fear. You aren't going to make the return trip back easy, are you? He said to her, but expected no response. Look. You can believe me or not, but either way you are coming with me back to Sandayu-san, he finished in a commanding tone. What is your name? She asked with a rasped voice. My name is Arashi, why do you ask? And is the companion you spoke of named Hikari? She questioned. Hikari. No, my companion's name is Natsumi. I see, well for now I will believe who you say you are. Sandayu told me about these shadows, named Arashi and Natsumi, who would protect me. She explained. Also he told you, I'll have to thank him later for making this easier then. And I suppose you asked me that question to test me if I was telling the truth about my name? He asked, seeing her nod. Although I'm still skeptical until I can see you, he gave a description of Arashi, so until I see you I won't be 100% cooperative. Fair enough, a woman has to keep herself safe after all, I have no qualms about that. However, we've wasted enough time chatting, so let's get going. If only walking, it'll take another hour to get to the end of the cave if I were to estimate. And I couldn't help but notice you can't see in her, so I'll lead us. And you can just keep a hand on my shoulder for guidance, is that alright? Hi, it was nearly an hour later, when the cave became slightly illuminated, and Koyuki was able to catch a slight glance at Naruto's true form. After seeing the fox ears, and the 4 swishing tails behind him, which she was quite surprised she hadn't felt prior to seeing them, stopped in her tracks. What's wrong, Koyuki-san? Naruto asked, noting her hand coming off his shoulder and stopping in her place. Why? You're a demon. She stuttered questioningly, though more of a statement. Naruto was both amused and annoyed with her reaction at finally seeing him. Although he couldn't really blame her. It's not every day that you walk alongside a demon without knowing it. I'm a Hanyu to be exact. But that doesn't really matter, does it? Well, Anyo, no, but. She wasn't able to continue and just gaped at Naruto, still in shock. Look, I'm simply here to protect you, alright? I don't really wish to make this rescue about my past. And I'd prefer to not see that fearful face on you. I'm not going to eat you or anything. He said, chuckling, trying to lighten the mood. If it'll make you feel better to know. The reason why I'm helping is because my companion and I have been in snow for a little over a year, and the people in this place have been kind to us. You are the rightful ruler of snow, so we decided to keep you safe until you assume control. And just for your information, demons aren't all bloodthirsty killing machines. We do go on rampages sometimes. But usually for good reason, and we also live amongst humans in peace too. Koyuki listened to his words, and even though she was still a little afraid, decided that it was ignorant of her to stereotype him just because he was a demon. Up until that point he was a complete gentleman, well aside from the snippy remarks, but still. Gomenasai Arashi, you are right, I shouldn't automatically judge you because you are part demon. And after seeing you I can see that you look like how Sandayu described Arashi, well, with some added appendages, she said softly. It's okay, Koyuki-san, your reaction is quite normal for most people, though slightly annoying, but can't really be helped with how humans are raised. The one thing I don't understand, however, is why you ran away. Sandayu-san told me the story behind this situation, but I have a feeling there is more that you aren't quite telling him, as far as the reason why you don't want to assume control. He questioned. She paused to look at the ground, before laughing lowly. I don't even know why I'm telling you this since I just met you, but. It's because I'm no leader. I don't have the strength, the heart, or the will to lead an entire nation. I couldn't even help my 2-san when Doto attacked us. She finished as her laughing became soft cries. I see. You don't think you have the right stuff to be a leader. Well, I can't really disagree with you there with how you've been acting recently. I mean, it's not really good if a leader runs away from her problems, right? He questioned while leaving the sentence to hang in the air, making her think about it. However, I have seen you in the movies leading up to the one you are making, and I think that you do know what it does take to be a leader. Because you completely envelope yourself as the princess character, and it shows when you put so much emotion into your acting when you lead your men into battle. I believe that you do know what it takes to be the leader of Snow Country. You are just running away from your problems because you are afraid. But I think you are failing to realize one important fact about being a leader, which is that a leader is never alone to deal with problems that may arise in their country. Leaders always have the backing of their people when important decisions must be made. Also, that a leader is never perfect, but the flaws that the leader does have can be corrected and balanced out by their people. You say you don't have the strength to be a leader. Let your people be your strength. You say you don't have heart. Let the people be your courage. You say you don't have the will. Let your people be your conviction. When you rely on your people to help the same way they will rely on you as their leader, you will realize that you truly had all those things inside you to begin with, you just needed to be reminded. He finished his speech with a long breath. Koyuki listened to the orange-haired demon in front of her intently, registering every word like it was coming from God itself. Once he finished speaking, she took in all he said and thought about it, leaving silence to reign for a good 5 minutes, before her face changed from thoughtful to a bit sad. Do you really think I'm good enough to lead them? She asked worriedly. Naruto just smiled at her, and put a reassuring hand on her shoulder, making her look up at him. Hi, I do. And besides, as I said, you won't be alone. Sandayu-san will be there, as will all the other citizens of Snow to help you. Even myself and Natsu-chan will help if we can. He answered in a happy tone, making her crack a small smile. Arigato Arashi-san, I still don't know if I can be a good leader to the people of Snow Country, but I will at least try my best. She retorted, wiping the tears from her eyes. It's not a problem, Koyuki-san, it's what friends do for one another, well, if you want to be friends anyway. He said sheepishly. Hi, I'd like that, Arashi-kun, she smiled back. Good, and now that we got that out of the way, we are almost at the end of the cave, so let's get out of here. The pair began once more towards the exit of the cave where the rest of the caravan was. Until they began to feel the ground underneath them shake and a low rumbling began to encase the cave. What the? They both shouted, before turning around seeing an odd light begin to encompass the cave. Arashi-kun, we need to get out of here, now. Koyuki shouted, realizing what the light was. Not waiting for a second command, Naruto scooped the princess up in his arms and pumped chakra into his legs, running towards the exit, which was a good few miles away as far as Naruto could tell. What the hell is that? Naruto shouted, so his voice could be heard above the loud siren that was blasting from the strange black machine behind them. With Kakashi's team, it's a train. A machine from the west. Sandayu started to explain after Kakashi asked, while slightly shocked at the situation. Decades ago, a railroad was created for easier passage of goods and people throughout Snow Country. The problem was that the train itself was fueled by coal, a mineral that is not found readily in snow. The only region that was rich in coal was Iowa, but they highly overpriced the mineral, and so we had to force the railway to be closed lest it bankrupt us. It sounds like some kind of monster. Sakura said, a bit frightened of the sounds. We need to hurry and get all of the trucks and people out of here now. Sandayu shouted before running past the parked trucks and up the small mountain on the other side of the valley. You heard him, team, help everyone move the trucks before that thing destroys them. Kakashi ordered as the four shinobi ran off in different directions to help in any way they could, never noticing a red fox watch them in both amusement and worry about her mate not showing up yet. With Naruto and Koyuki, tsh, this thing is getting bothersome. Naruto growled out, continuing to run with the train hot on their trail. Arashi-kun, this is impossible, we won't make it in time. Koyuki cried out, pressing herself against the orange-haired Hanyu, thinking that it would help. Koyuki-chan, please don't sell me short, there is a reason that Sandayu-san requested my help. Besides, I only wished to test this machine's speed, now you better hold on. He gently ordered with a laugh and a grin before he closed his eyes. Koyuki didn't know what happened next. One moment she was in a dark cave with a blaring train behind her. The next, an incredible gust of chilled wind blew past her before she seemed to stop any movement altogether. Koyuki-chan, you can let go now. Naruto's voice called out in an amused tone. She opened her eyes to see that she was now outside the cave entrance, with the movie crew only about 100 yards away. Wah. How? She asked while being placed on the ground. I used the power of one of my tails to increase my speed to get out, though my natural speed would have worked as well, I just felt like being flashy. He answered with a silly smile. Trying to impress the Koyuki Haim ne Era-kun. A voice Naruto immediately knew filled the area. Maybe Natsu-chan, that train thing is pretty interesting though, and pretty fast too. He answered before a puff of smoke was heard and seen in the recesses of the forest, before he made a few seals as another puff of smoke arose next to him. Natsumi jumped out and embraced her mate, before giving him a nice kiss and then looked at the Koyuki. I hope Era-kun here wasn't too annoying, I know he can be sometimes, no, he helped me greatly actually. She answered with a slight blush from their rather sensual kiss. You are Natsumi that Sandayu-san told me about, I presume. Hi, I am. She bowed in response. Arigato for helping myself and all. Of Snow Country, Snow helped us, so now we will help Snow by helping you, Natsumi answered back, estranged by the woman's change of attitude. What happened, Naru-kun? She seems different, Natsumi mentally asked him. We had a little heart-to-heart back in the cave before the train came. I was able to convince her that becoming the leader of Snow is something deep down she wanted, but that fear was holding her back, so now she is finally on the same page as we are for this mission. He explained. I see, seems you have a way with people, my Naru-kun. Seems so, my Natsu-chan, he retorted with a mental laugh. Koyuki-chan, you should get back with the group in Konoha Shinobi, before that damn train gets out. Naruto warned. Hi, arigato again for the help. Anyo, after this is all over, and everything is settled, would you have tea with me? I would like to get to know my new friends better. She said with a genuine smile. Hi, the demon pair answered in unison. Sandayu-san probably told you already, but remember to keep our existence a secret. He reminded her. Hi, good luck Koyuki-san, remember we'll be watching. Natsumi said with a smile before she and Naruto left in a lick of flames, leaving Koyuki to run back to the crew and her shinobi escorts. Koyuki had finally made it back to the movie crew and Kakashi, who were waiting for her since they had noticed her in the horizon some time ago. Gomen for leaving everyone. It was childish of me to do so, she admitted with her face down in shame. Ma. It's okay Yukie-san, as long as you are alright, that's all that matters. Kakashi replied with a smile, apparent under his mask. Everyone had welcomed the star of the movie back, but their reunion was short-lived since the train had finally began to bellow out of the ice cave, and race across the mountainside before abruptly stopping a few meters from the caravan crew. After a minute, Dotu himself made an appearance from the caboose and with a microphone in hand began to speak. Welcome home Kazuhana Koyuki Heim, my have we missed you. He greeted with obvious sarcasm in his voice. And because of your miraculous return, I'd like to personally invite you to my castle to have a little chat. He finished emphasizing the last few words, obvious that he wasn't giving her a choice. Koyuki bit back the fright she had of her uncle and opened her mouth to protest, when a ragged, but masculine voice rang out through the mountainside. Kazuhan Dotu, murderer of the true daimyo of Snow Country. The accused, is all attention on the owner, Asama Sandayu, and the rest of the snow resistance surrounding him. I, Asama Sandayu, Taiko of the 3rd Legion of the True Daimyo, Kazuhana Saozutsu's army, hereby place you under arrest for the crime of treason. As a court officer to the daimyo, I hereby place judgment on your crime. And I find you guilty to the highest degree. And your punishment will be death. The old man finished as he gave the signal of his fellow samurai to attack the train. Sandayu. Stop, you'll only die this way. Koyuki screamed at her now known bodyguard, but he simply continued his run towards his hated enemy. Nadare, I thought you had taken care of the last of the resistance a few months ago. The seemingly unfazed Dotu asked his second-in-command, who had then just appeared from the train. Gomenasai Dotu-sama, I will rectify my mistake immediately. The snow shinobi said, before snapping his fingers. At the sound of his fingers, several compartments on the train opened up, looking like small missile silos, with snow shinobi at the controls that faced the oncoming onslaught of the last remaining loyal samurai of snow. An almost demonic smirk was placed on Dotu's face as he snapped his own fingers to give the command to attack. After the second snap, thousands of kunai were shot out of the missile silos towards the brave but defenseless samurai. The next few moments were too grotesque to watch. Or would have been had the hail of kunai not been stopped when a voice shouted in seemingly all directions and a large wall of ice erupting between the samurai and their gruesome death. Arashi-kun, Koyuki said even lower than a whisper, though Kakashi had miraculously heard her but dismissed it for the more important situation at hand. Seems these little rats have some help from them. Dotu hissed. Nadare, we are leaving, we can't win against them in such condition. He ordered, heading back into the train, with Nadare close behind. After the snow shinobi were set, the train began to rumble and slothfully move forward on its tracks. Noting their retreat, Kakashi activated his radio and told his team to commence with the plan they had made when first hearing the train. The next moment 4 explosions erupted at the top of the mountain and caused a miniature avalanche which hit the side of the train with minimal effect. The train continued on its path, and when it was crossing a bridge, said bridge's support beams were engulfed in an explosion too. This part of the plan, however, did work, when the caboose got stuck falling over the side of the broken bridge. However, their little victory was short-lived as the caboose was ejected from the rest of the train, and fell while the remaining machine chugged along and farther into the distance. Kakashi's team suddenly appeared next to him when the train was able to escape, much to their annoyance. Good job team, Sai, were you able to do what was needed? Hi, Kakashi-sensei, there is currently one of my ink rats on Dotu's train, we can track the train's whereabouts by following it. Sai reported. Good, we'll keep that as an option if Dotu becomes too much of a nuisance and must be dealt with. However, our mission remains to keep Koyuki Heim protected, he said, before sparing a glance at said princess who was currently yelling at the samurai that came to fight but only caught the end. Now do I make myself clear? She finished in a huff, seeing the dejected faces of her samurai. She turned away and looked out into the distance of snow country, admiring its beauty, trying to calm down, before another loud, almost buzzing sound encased the area. What is the? She yelled to only stop her sentence with the next thing she saw. From over the cliff rose a giant blimp that could fly. Everyone was startled at this machine, with Kakashi's team unable to react in time to what happened next. The man named Mizor had exited from a door, and shot out a metal hand that grabbed Koyuki around the waist and pulled her into the air and out of reach of her bodyguards. The moment she was off the ground, the blimp began to fly off into the distance. Damn! Kakashi cursed under his breath. Team, we are going after her. Sayu must lead us to the train. That will be the best spot to begin the search. Kakashi ordered, before turning to Movie crew. If you are able to shoot any scenes without Koyuki Heim, then do so until we get her back. If not, hide out in one of the villages until I find you. And trust me, I will, he commanded, getting a nod from both his team and movie crew, before each group began to head out. When each group went their separate ways and were out of hearing and sight distance, a pair of flames appeared where the princess was hoisted for the ground. What do you think, Natsu-chan? Naruto asked, curious to his mate's thoughts on their next move. We should let the Konoha shinobi find Koyuki-chan, she answered before an animalistic leer appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, we'll have a little talk with Sandayu-san, then see if we can't have some fun with Dotu's little army. She finished in a sing-song voice, though Naruto could tell she was excited to finally be able to soak her hands in the blood of her enemies after so many years of dormancy. Well, I certainly can't deny my Natsu-chan's bloodlust now, can I? He said jokingly, making her smirk. That's 'cause you are too good to me, she teasingly purred out. I know. But you definitely deserve it, he said with his own smirk, before they both then left in flames. With Kakashi's team, Team 7 has quickly followed Sai's directions that lead them to the now empty train that had stopped in the middle of a snow-covered forest. That blimp must have picked up Dotu and Nadare. Kakashi paused his evaluation, before looking at Dotu's castle far off in the distance. Damn, this was a setup. We followed the train which led us farther away from the castle where Dotu probably flew to. He concluded. What should we do, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, saddened that they were tricked so easily, and lost the princess. It's obvious, Sakura, we go to the castle and get her back. Sasuke said in an uncharacteristically determined voice. Let's go, was Kakashi's orders as the four sped off to the castle. It had been nearly an hour of running and Kakashi was getting confused at the situation. If Dotu had planned on this, we should have come across some of his shinobi by now. If for no other reason than to stall us to do whatever he wants with Koyuki-san without interruption. He mentally mused. A few seconds later, the team found themselves racing across an open area that they could tell was a large lake but was now heavily frozen over, with a mountainside on their left and a wooded area to their right. When they were halfway through the clearing, Kakashi heard a whizzing sound in the air and quickly realized what it was. Spread! He screamed, as he jumped back from where he was traveling. Though his team wasn't even a year into being genin, they were still good shinobi, and with little hesitation after his outburst followed his order and example, quickly jumping from where they were heading. It was a good thing too, for a moment later a hailstorm of kunai rained down on the ground. To make matter worse, attached to the kunai were ice bombs, which when impacting something, exploded with a torrent of ice spikes that from far off resembled frozen trees, just more deadly. Kakashi and his team had to maneuver through the raging ice spikes to not become impaled, though in doing so were separated from each other. With Kakashi, as expected from Hitaki Kakashi, not even a single scratch. Ruga Nadare said with a sinister smile while standing on a ridge above where Kakashi had landed safely from the ice spikes. An ambush, nay. Dotu must be getting desperate. Kakashi shot back, while pulling out a kunai. Don't be silly, Kakashi. You and your team are the least of his worries since my team and I are his bodyguards. Oh. I would have never expected that shinobi would be afraid of a ragtag team of samurai, rather than shinobi from Konoha, two of which hold the Sharingan no less. Kakashi taunted. If you honestly believe that you and your team are the most dangerous enemy to Dotu-sama on this mountain, then Konoha shinobi must be too arrogant for their own good. Nader shot back cryptically, making Kakashi level a glare at him. If Dotu doesn't believe that my team or those samurai are his greatest threat, then who or what is? The Cyclops thought. Enough. Dotu-sama sent my team and I here for a reason, and it wasn't to have a friendly chat. Kakashi. Nader spoke, grabbing his own kunai, jumping down to Kakashi's level. The two began their battle, though quickly noticed that neither got the upper hand in taijutsu, meaning that ninjutsu was next in line. Nader threw his kunai at Kakashi, who easily blocked it but gave Nader what he needed, time and distance. Hyoten. Haryu Muko Ice Style. Destruction Dragon Fierce Tiger. Nader yelled after completing the hand seals for the jutsu. Kakashi was able to dodge the first ice tiger that raged towards him, and was given enough time to unveil his Sharingan in the process. The second tiger that barreled towards him, however, had hit him dead on, making Nader smirk at his triumph. That is until he heard a distinct poof sound and then the voice of Kakashi behind the snow screen that was erected from the collision. A moment later a third tiger cut through the screen and headed towards Nader. Shit. The snow shinobi cursed, jumping back, landing on the ridge that he had spoken to Kakashi from. The snow screen began to settle, finally showing Kakashi with his dojutsu blazing without a scratch from Nader's jutsu on him. Oh, I didn't even notice you unleashed your mighty Sharingan, Kakashi. I'm honored. Nader said, smirking. But really I'm quite upset. Just because you are called the copycat shinobi doesn't mean you should only use my jutsu against me. Do you really have no originality as a shinobi? He taunted. To those who knew Hatake Kakashi, one word could usually describe him: nonchalant. However, very few of those people knew that Kakashi, though a powerful and infamous shinobi, loathed it when both civilian or shinobi alike taunted him exactly how Ruga Nader had just done. It was one of his few vices he'd ever admit to anyone, well, other than being too impatient for the next installment of the Ika Ika Paradise that he read religiously anyway. Simply because your nickname was copycat doesn't mean that you don't have any originality. And Kakashi decided to show Ruga Nader exactly that. Fine Nader, I'll show you my very first original jutsu, Kakashi stated flatly, while performing three hand seals, embracing his right arm with his left as a faint blue light and a low chirping sound emanated from his right hand. Raiden. Reikiri, lightning style, lightning edge. Ah, good, then I shall show you mine in appreciation as well, Kakashi, Nader answered back, flowing through a set of hand seals, before an avalanche of snow began to cascade downwards behind him, but began to take the shape of white wolves. Hyoten. Ruga Nader no Jutsu, Ice Style, Wolf Fang Avalanche Technique. Kakashi looked on, slightly impressed by Nader's attack, but peered at his enemy before charging full speed as was needed for full effect of his jutsu. Going to face your demise head on, Kakashi. I must admit that's a bit brash for a shinobi of your level. But it is your choice to die as you wish. Nader shouted over the rumbling of his jutsu, and the chirping of the Reikiri. Kakashi completely ignored the verbal jab and with a small smirk hidden by his mask jumped on the back of the first raging snow wolf, and began to leapfrog over Nader's attack, which didn't sit well with the snow shinobi at all. Nice trick, Kakashi, but it still won't help you. Nader shouted angrily before flowing through three more seals. After his hands finished their movement, two more wolves literally jumped out of the mountainside to attack Kakashi head-on. The silver-haired shinobi just barreled down and thrust his hand forward into the face of the first wolf, completely obliterating it and turning it back into harmless snow. He continued his movement into the second wolf, and had the same result before reaching Nader himself, plunging the chakra-radiating hand right through the snow shinobi's chest, causing blood and flesh to cascade across the mountainside behind the two. Nader's jutsu collapsed immediately, following Nader spitting up a mouthful of blood. He grabbed onto Kakashi's arm, before looking into the eyes of his opponent and smiled sadistically. Not bad, copycat, Kakashi. Not bad. He complimented before his eyes glazed over and soon slid off Kakashi's bloody arm into the ground dead, as blood began to pool around his crumpled body. I overdid it. I needed to ask him questions about Dotu and who or whatever it was that he mentioned Dotu being worried over. But I suppose there is nothing to be done now, Kakashi said to himself while looking at the man he just killed before sliding his headband over his Sharingan, and began to run towards where he had seen his team leap off to. With Sasuke, Osa I get to play with the pretty boy nay. A feminine voice almost cooed out to Sasuke as he landed safely away from the ice spikes. Gomen, but you're a bit old for me. Sasuke taunted back with his infamous smirk, while looking at his opponent who was currently in midair thanks to the odd armor she wore. Did you call me old? She shrieked, beginning hand seals not even letting him answer the question. Hyoten. Sabama Fubuki ice style, snowstorm swallows. Sasuke's smirk vanished, replaced with the infamous Uchiha, poker face, and awaited his opponent's first move. He didn't have to wait long, before a flock of what looked like birds made of ice came shooting down at him. He easily evaded the flock as they embedded themselves into the ground where he was just standing. Using his superior speed and maneuverability he was able to get away from her jutsu with only a few cuts, but even those were of little damage. As he skidded to a stop he decided it was his turn, and began hand seals for his clan's favorite jutsu, before inhaling a large breath. Kaiten. Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. He shouted, before a giant fireball shot out of his mouth barreling right at Fubuki, who only smirked and began her own hand seals in response. Hyoten. Hiro no Jutsu, ice style, ice prison technique. She yelled when a pillar of pure ice jutted straight up and in the way of Sasuke's jutsu, successfully blocking the scorching fire from reaching her. Sasuke fit at her defense of his jutsu, but then ran in zigzag lines towards her, while hand sealing once more. Her ice had been called off, and receded back into the earth, when she saw Sasuke moving towards her. She noticed his movements were rather sporadic, so using a jutsu would be a waste of chakra until the moment was right. The only problem was that while Sasuke was moving, she was not, which left her open to attack, of which Sasuke took full advantage of. Kaiten. Hausenka no Jutsu, fire style, mythical fire phoenix technique. He shouted, when a bombardment of small fire missiles launched at the flying kunoichi. Shit. She cursed at her stupidity, before quickly beginning hand seals for her, Sabama Fubuki, releasing the birds to intercept the fire missiles. Fubuki was about to congratulate herself for casting her jutsu so quickly, but soon learned that celebrating was for after the battle was won. She learned this the hard way simply because as soon as her jutsu and his collided creating steam from the chemical reactions, a hail of kunai emerged from the steam heading right for her. The first few kunai had managed to graze her, causing blood to spurt into the air, before she successfully evaded the rest of the sharp weapons. You're pretty damn good, kid. She complimented, seeing a smirk grace his face. But you're not even close to as strong as my student Arashi-kun is, and even farther from my level. She taunted, smirking at seeing his angered reaction. As with every male and most female Uchiha, especially those becoming shinobi, pride was a major part of their personality. Some joked that it was bred into them at birth to prove themselves better than others in anything and everything, no matter what it may be. And this held true more so to Sasuke than any other Uchiha because of what his brother did to him all those years ago during the Uchiha massacre. So an automatic response to Fubuki's words occurred. Sasuke grew curious, angry, interested, and cocky, thinking that there is someone in snow that could give him a challenge. And then would inevitably beat him just to prove this woman wrong and regain his Uchiha pride. Well, I'll just have to test this, Arashi, and see if he is as good as you say. Or if he will just fall to my feet as many others have. He replied with that same cocky smirk he adorned throughout most of the fight. Noting his tone, her smirk disappeared, leaving a calculating one in its place. Though Fubuki believed she would win, she was having some serious doubts about how she would. Even all the way in Snow Country she heard of the Sharingan Dujutsu, and this boy had it. Not only that, but he countered all her attacks thus far without even relying on it yet. She frowned slightly, realizing that she would have to use her stronger jutsu on this boy if she was to truly win this fight. She sighed heavily, before beginning a long series of hand seals, but stopped when she noticed Sasuke doing the same hand seals as her, but continued where she stopped. Her eyes took on a shocked expression when he finished the hand signs before she did, and casted the very same jutsu she had been sealing for. Hyoten. Itsukaku Hakuge, ice style, one-horned white whale. He shouted, as the ice in front of him began to break suddenly, before a large white whale made of ice erupted from the frozen lake he was standing on. Fubuki was still shocked at the Sharingan's ability. It was like it could see into the future, which had shook her to the very core. The whale jumped to heights most wouldn't believe possible for such a large beast, and even launched higher than Fubuki's altitude. It wasn't until the sun was eclipsed by the whale's mass that Fubuki came out of her shocked stupor and saw the whale descending upon her. As swiftly as she could, she flew to the left, out of the way of the whale's path, only to begin to hear an odd, chirping, noise from the whale. She looked towards the whale's head, and saw something she never expected, Sasuke riding atop the whale. He then jumped towards her with an odd lightning jutsu in his hand. Fubuki had simply reacted too slowly, and despite getting far enough away from the whale's body as to not get crushed, wasn't so lucky to be far enough away from Sasuke himself as he plunged his own raikiri through her left shoulder. She immediately coughed up blood that landed across Sasuke's face, as they began to plummet towards the ground. Sasuke pulled his arm out of her and pulled himself around so that she was on top of him, as they hit the freezing water. As quickly as he could, Sasuke pulled both himself and Fubuki out of the water and away to where ice that hadn't been cracked by their fight. Why did you save me? She asked in a weak voice, while blood pooled around her from her shoulder wound. Because I need to know where your student is so that I can defeat him too and prove your statement wrong. Whether you live to die is none of my concern, I just need information before you do. He replied emotionlessly, while trying to warm himself with a weak Kaden jutsu. I see, well, you'll have to find him yourself. Even though I wasn't really his sensei, I would still never betray Arashi. She said with conviction in her voice. Very well, then. You are of no more use to me. He replied, pulling out a kunai. He was about to thrust the weapon down to kill her, but a voice stopped his advancement. Sasuke, that's enough. There is no need to kill her like that. Besides, she may have information that we could use while dealing with Dotu, so it's a good thing you aimed for her shoulder. Kakashi said while emerging from the nearby forest outskirts. Don't think I was being merciful, Kakashi. I was aiming to kill her, I had simply missed. He admitted, getting up from his position. I see, then never mind, we will take her along, find Sai and Sakura, then continue on with our main objective. Understood. Sasuke only nodded with a scowl, and followed Kakashi, who had already lifted the incapacitated Fubuki onto his shoulder and jumped onto a tree branch to continue their search for the rest of their team. With Sai and Sakura, forest beyond the lake, seems I get the weirdo and the girl. Mizore huffed, annoyed he couldn't have drawn a stronger opponent. But it is 2 against 1, so it isn't looking well for you already. Sai countered in his usual tone, before a thought came to mind and without hesitation voiced it. Are you gay? You seem to be if you are disappointed that you are facing a female. Mizore would have laughed at the boy's audacity, if not for the fact he just questioned his masculinity so bluntly. I'm certainly not gay, you little bastard. But the things I do with women would easily rip a little girl like that in half. He retorted, jabbing his thumb towards Sakura. Both of you shut up. Sakura yelled while her face was the color of a strawberry. This is a battle, not a bar, so stop talking about that nonsense, especially in my presence. Ah, Gomen, Sakura-chan, but you are right, this is a battle. The boy said with a smile on his face that seemed off to anyone who had seen it before. Well, since we have our priorities straightened, shall we begin? He finished, while quickly grabbing a paintbrush and a scroll. Sure kids, I'll even be nice and let you throw the first punch. Mizore said condescendingly to the pair. Ninpu, Choju Giga Ninja Art, Super Beast Imitation Drawing. Sai said as the paintbrush flicked against the scroll a final time, and the 6 oddly drawn lions literally jumped off the scroll's paper and charged Mizore. Oh, rather interesting jutsu you got there. But unless they are planning on becoming my pets, I'm afraid that they won't do much good. The large man admitted, proving his point by completely obliterating the first lion that got to him with a single punch. Have any ideas, Sakura-chan? Sai whispered to his comrade. Well, as Kakashi-sensei said, this guy relies on brute strength, we can try to make a plan around that. She replied with a thinking pose. I have something in mind then. Sai began to draw on his scroll but was interrupted by Mizore sending a fist towards him. Sai's slender build and flexibility allowed him to easily move out of the way, but caused him to lose his concentration on his drawings. Do not think you can ignore me while in a fight. If you do, you'll find yourself regretting it in the afterlife, Mizore said while cracking his knuckles. You are correct, our apologies, Sai answered, though with a tone that you couldn't really tell if me meant it or not. The pale boy finished the drawings and brought a flock of crows to life after sending chakra into the scroll. While the crows, both attacked and distracted Mizore, he nodded to the kunoichi next to him, and jumped back to give her room. Of all the members of Team 7, Sakura was the weakest of them, but she made up that weakness by being the best strategist on the team next to Kakashi, of course. And although the group disliked her fangirl-ish tendencies when they appeared, they respected her intelligence while on a mission. And even came to expect certain surprises from the female strategist, of which Sai allowed her to perform at this moment in the fight by jumping back. Sakura understood the silent motions of Sai and made no hesitation about the jutsu she would use next. A jutsu which she had just finished a week earlier and had been wanting to test out in the field. She smirked slightly at the opportunity, as well as the target she would use it on. It would be revenge for his insulting comments earlier. She grabbed a scroll from her pouch and swiped some blood on the seal only to have the scroll puff into smoke, and 8 kunai with a small pink bag attached to the ends of them rested in her hands. She positioned them on each finger, before quickly launching them at the quite annoyed but still distracted Mizore. Each kunai landed around the large man, making a circle if you connected the kunai with a string or line. The moment the kunai were embedded into the ground, the crows retreated away from Mizore and back towards and behind Sakura. I'm going to kill you both for pissing me off so much, he yelled, while take a step forward. You should mind your surroundings better, Mizore, Sakura said mockingly, while grabbing another kunai from her pouch, but this one had an exploding tag tied to the end. Mizore stopped his approach and raised an eyebrow at the little girl before him with a single kunai in her hand. And she was telling him what to do. He bulky man began to laugh hoarsely at Sakura's words and actions, before he calmed down with dried tears from his eyes before speaking. You are both complete idiots if you think a single exploding kunai can stop me, let alone kill me, he said with a chuckle. Hi, this one alone may not, but Sakura replied, but let the sentence hang in the air and put her free hand in a single seal, which caused the pink bags that she threw to glow and then explode, cascading small pink pieces of paper like confetti to rain down in the vicinity of Mizore. All of those will, she finished in a very girlish and cute voice, belying the dangerous jutsu she was about to activate. Mizore was only able to react quick enough to take a few steps before Sakura shot the kunai in her hand towards him. The exploding tag burned and soon the entire area was filled with a loud boom, as snow, rock and smoke careened into the clearing. The smoke eventually cleared, leaving a large crater and a smoldering, dead Mizore in the bottom of said crater. Ninpu, Sakura Fubuki no Jutsu, ninja art, cherry blossom snowstorm technique, Sakura said in a low voice, before turning around and heading towards Sai. Impressive, Sakura-chan, Sai said with that odd smile on his face. She just smirked back before they both whirled around in a defensive stance after hearing a whistle coming from the direction of the crater. So that is what you've been up to, ne Sakura? A familiar voice called out to them, though his figure was still hidden behind the slight smoke hanging around the area. Hi Kakashi-sensei, she said with a happy smile, as both Kakashi and Sasuke could finally be seen. Anyo, sensei, why did you bring her? She asked with a sneer entering her voice. She is our prisoner, we can pump her for information, or use her as a bargaining chip against Dotu later, he answered, getting an affirmative nod from Sakura and Sai. Well, since we are all back together and seem to be fine for the most part, we can continue on with the mission, so let's go. Hi, Sai and Sakura said in unison, but just getting the normal grunt and nod from Sasuke, before they began to trek towards Dotu's stronghold. It took the team longer than expected to travel because of their prisoner, along with the sky beginning to darken while on their way. However, their thoughts were set to a complete halt when they rushed into a clearing while closing in on Dotu's estate. The clearing itself wasn't anything out of the ordinary. What was in and around the clearing, however, was blood. Lots of blood, along with flesh and ripped body parts, were strewn all over the clearing like a massacre had just occurred. And who's to say one hadn't? Once the initial shock, awe, disgust, as well as a little bit of Sakura's lunch were lost, the team headed towards a small encampment of samurai which the team just noticed, and recognized them to be the samurai whom attacked Doto's train earlier. Sandayu-san, what exactly happened here? Kakashi asked, scaring the old man half to death from his abrupt entrance. Oh Kakashi-san, it's just you. He retorted, letting a breath of relief leave his lips and his hand to loosen its grip on his sword. That is a long story, I'm afraid. You may want to have a seat, and get that girl some medial attention, she looks rather sickly from that wound she received. Kakashi nodded and handed Fubuki over to some medics that were running around doing damage control, though not before telling them she was a prisoner and to not be released. Once she was taken away, the group found a secluded area before resting and let Sandayu tell his tale. Well, to be honest, myself and my men who survived don't exactly know what happened here. It all seems like a blur, but what I can tell you is that most of what is out there that you saw was once Doto's personal army that had been culminating in snow for the last few months. Myself and my group were planning on using guerrilla tactics to dull down the numbers of the army before we took out the main force. But then, on the first attack, something, I don't know what, attacked the army with us. It was horrifying to watch, but also very elegant at the same time. They moved with a speed and lethal grace I could never fathom a person achieving. They were blurs to us all, one red and one orange. There were only two of them, but they had slain that army like they were simply branches that had to be pushed aside to move forward. The massacre, as many of my men are calling it, lasted less than 40 minutes. 500 Chunin and Junin shinobi slain in less than a single hour. Kakashi. I don't know what kind of people could do such a thing. But it scares me to the very depths of my soul of what might have happened to us if the Bloody Fox Pack was on their side instead. Bloody Fox Pack? Sakura asked, curious and horrified of the story, but couldn't help but ask the question. Hi. You see, we designated that name to them because, the moment the killing had ceased, the two stopped moving and looked towards us before they vanished in a blaze of red and purple flames. But their visages will haunt me for the rest of my days. Although they were humanoid in form, they had puffy red and orange tails and ears that reminded me of kitsunes, oddly enough. But it was their faces will haunt my dreams forever. They looked like demons, they had slitted eyes, and bloodied fangs. Their expressions were ones of twisted pleasure of what they had just done to the army. I've never seen anyone or anything enjoy killing as much as they appeared to. Once the pair had left, we designated them as the Bloody Fox Pack, as a code name for if any time in the future they are encountered again in Snow Country. He finished, taking a long breath. I see. Do you know if they will appear later, or will be a threat to us if we continue the mission to save Koyuki-san and take out Doto? Kakashi asked, making a mental note to talk to the Hokage about such powerful things that lurked in the shadows of this land. I honestly don't know, Kakashi. But if you are asking my opinion, I don't think they will hurt us or anyone who are trying to help Koyuki-sama. I know it's strange. But when I looked into their eyes, although seeing the enjoyment they shared from killing, I could swear I saw gentleness as well, like they were only there to kill the army and keep my men safe. Though my guess is as good as yours if that is true, but the fact that they didn't lay a single hand on any of my men when they could have easily wiped us out tells me that I may not be as senile as my men believed when I told them this same thing. He answered while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Kakashi nodded in understanding. I suppose without proof, we cannot act any differently about them, so for now this Bloody Fox Pack will be designated an enemy until we learn their motives. However, engaging them is not an option. Run away if you see anyone who fits the description that Sandayu-san gave. Is that understood? Kakashi ordered in a laid-back tone, only getting a nod from his subordinates. Good. Now resupply and get any medical attention that you can. We are leaving for Doto's castle in 30 minutes, so be ready. He finished, before puffing out of existence. I don't like this at all. People who look like demon kitsunes. I would guess it to be Naruto since a body has yet to be discovered. But Sandayu-san said there were two, and that both were in their high 20s if not low 30s. This isn't adding up at all. I will definitely have to report this to Hokage-sama the moment we get back. No matter what this Bloody Fox Pack really is, I have a feeling it isn't going to spell anything good for Konoha. Kakashi mused while sitting on a branch, his only visible eye closed in slight concentration. With Naruto and Natsumi Dotu's castle too, you know we could always just rush in there, I mean who is left to defend him? We just slaughtered his entire army. Naruto questioned, with a small smirk on his lips remembering the battle, and quite enjoying himself. Hi, but think of sneaking in there as another form of training Naru-kun. It's easy to go in, guns a-blazing, but it takes real skill to infiltrate a place and have no one know you've even been there. Natsumi retorted while licking the last remnants of fresh blood from her fingers. I suppose Natsu-chan. And do you really enjoy blood that much? I know we can have a rather ravenous bloodlust at times, but do you really have to be so sensual about it? It's reminding me about what you did a few nights ago. He asked with a small chuckle at his joke. Hey, you weren't complaining back in the forest when I was ready to rip your cloths off and ride you till you begged me to stop. She joked back with a smirk, making him slightly blush and avert his gaze. Hi, well, who would honestly complain about a goddess wanting you that badly from just a bit of blood? Hell, the only reason I denied you was cause Koyuki-chan needs our help right now. He admitted, while trying to covertly readjust his tightening pants. Hey, you're just lucky you got that excuse out in time, my Foxy-sama, or else you'd be the one calling me-sama, right now. She cooed against his ear, making his pants tighten even more. Hi, well. Fun, can wait until Koyuki-chan is safe. Hi, we should get going before these Konoha shinobi get here and just become a liability. She concurred, before they both vanish with only a small gust of wind being picked up from their speed. Naruto had of course been right on the money when it came to the protection of the castle. Apparently Dotu put all his eggs in one basket when he gathered his army, leaving only the barest of minimum security at his castle, making it quite easy for the demon pair to make it into his castle undetected. They had to take out some of the guards that were strategically placed, however, but still an easy task for those of their level of skill. No sooner had they gotten within the castle walls were they looking at the giant double doors of Dotu's innermost sanctuary, his throne room. The pair ripped the doors off their hinges with little more than a push of their hands, and quickly ran into the room. I was wondering when you two would finally show up. I wouldn't expect those Konoha fools to realize what is going on, so my only real threat was you two when I learned you betrayed me. A rather irate-looking Dotu stated, standing in front of his throng with Koyuki in one arm and a kunai pointed at her jugular with the other. We didn't betray you, Dotu, because we were never loyal to you in the first place. Natsumi said, scoffing at the man's arrogance at thinking that just because he allowed Naruto to be trained they were automatically loyal to him. I suppose that is, technically, true. You never did swear allegiance to me, but that is a moot point now. However, what isn't is my threat that if you don't leave my plans alone, and leave this place to never return, well. He let the sentence hang, before sliding the kunai a few inches against Koyuki's throat, causing a few streams of blood to flow from the slightly deep cut. Well, Dotu, considering that your only bargaining chip against us is there, I suggest you think of the consequences of what any misfortunes that happen to befall Koyuki Hime will result in. Naruto spoke, making his ultimatum quite clear to the Snow Daimyo. However, since you did give us some entertainment with your little army, I'll make you a deal. We'll have a duel, you against me. If I win, you give Koyuki Hime to us, and after that do whatever you like. But if you win, you'll keep Koyuki Hime and we will leave you be forever. Do we have an accord? He offered, allowing Dotu to think over his options. Hi, I agree to the terms you set, Arashi, however I have two stipulations to add. My first, if that you are not allowed to use your demonic chakra, only your natural chakra, it would be quite the easy fight if you could. And my second stipulation, if I win you must relinquish Natsumi to me, to become my personal slave. He finished, leering at the vixen while licking his lips, obviously stripping her naked with his eyes. Naruto let out a primal growl, before feeling a warm hand on his shoulder. He looked to see Natsumi with her own grin on her face nodding at him. Although he didn't like the idea of losing them both, if Natsumi had faith in his abilities then he would too and let his growling subside. Very well, pick a place for the duel, we will follow, he finally relented. Dotu nodded in compliance before reaching into his back pocket for another kunai and threw that against the ceiling before the kunai exploded and a large hole in the ceiling appeared. Follow, Dotu ordered, before strange wings made of metal and what looked like chakra exploded from the man's back, launching him into the air through the ceiling, with the demon pair jumping through the roof following him behind on foot. With Team 7, not 10 minutes later did Team 7 appear in the now wrecked throne room of Dotoo. The team had heard the explosion back in the samurai encampment and were concerned knowing its place of origin. It seems he got away, Sai obviously stated in his usual tone. For now. But we will find him. Kakashi reassured, biting his lip and pressed his hand on the floor. Kuchio's no jutsu. A moderate puff of smoke erupted from the summoning seal, before a pack of 8 odd-looking dogs appeared in a circle. What's up, Kakashi? The smallest dog asked. Pakun, I need you and the others to find any human male sense in this room. The strongest and most frequent one should be Dotoo, the one we are looking for. Kakashi commanded, before his nindogs commenced their objective. Almost 10 minutes passed, before the dogs gathered together in front of their summoner. Well, Kakashi, the boys and I have talked and we think we've found the scent. But there is something else we've smelled that I think you should know. Pakun explained, and seeing the bored expression of his summoner knew to continue. Other than this man Dotoo's overwhelming scent, there were 2 other strange scents. Both reminding us of Kitsune's, and they are fresh, here not more than 30 minutes ago and seemed to have followed Dotoo. What? The bloody fox pack was here. What did they want with Dotoo to not only decimate his entire shinobi army without restraint but to attack him in his own castle? Kakashi mused worriedly to himself. Very well, arigato Pakun, that information is quite interesting. But we can think on that later, right now we need to find Koyuki-hime quickly. He explained to his canine companions. Hi, follow us then, they have a good half an hour on us already. The little dog retorted before all the nindog and Team 7 were off into the woods following the scents. With Naruto and Natsumi, the demon pair raced on foot, while keeping a skyward view of Dotoo. Although the demons had never gone this far north in snow country, they could tell Dotoo wasn't bringing them into a trap. Even if he was, they would just destroy it anyway. Nothing would stop them from saving Koyuki from her uncle. Another few minutes of flashing scenery went by until the pair rushed through the end of the forest to come across a gigantic valley. The valley was nothing special other than the sheer size of it. It stretched for a few miles, with a mountain range seeming to encase the area like a bowl. One strange thing, however, was that there appeared to be 8 massive black monoliths standing in the center of the valley where Dotoo was heading. It reminded the pair of how ancient methods of summoning were done. Dotoo landed with a small stomp on the ground in the middle of the valley, with the pair soon there as well. The snow daimyo unceremoniously threw Koyuki behind him, and no sooner was picked up by Natsumi and by Naruto's side once more. I thought we had a deal, Arashi. Do you have no honor when it comes to a duel, even a shinobi one? Dotoo asked with narrowed eyes. It's not my style to not hold up my end of the bargain when a deal is struck, Dotoo. We are not leaving. Natsu-chan is just keeping Koyuki-chan out of harm's way. Should you win, they will both be given to you as agreed upon, Naruto retorted. I see. I'm rather surprised to know that some shinobi have kept their code of honor. Either you are confident that such a liability won't cost you in the future, or you are just holding on to a child's dream. Hardly, Dotoo. I think having honor is one thing that makes me a better shinobi than you or anyone else. But this talk is rather pointless. And I'm sure the Konoha shinobi are on their way by now, so if you don't want me to use my demonic chakra to beat you, I suggest we begin. He finished, getting into his comfortable and usual taijutsu stance he learned from Natsumi. Very well, when this kunai hits the ground. The older man answered while throwing a rusted kunai into the air. The next moment seemed to slow down to Koyuki. The kunai just headed for the ground while her uncle and Naruto stood perfectly still in their respective stances. The second the kunai hit the ground, both shinobi launched at each other with only a small kick up of snow to even know they were there at all. Rather loud sounds of flesh being pummeled permeated the area, yet no vision of the two could be seen as they fought, at least to Koyuki. Natsumi, however, was watching in mild amusement over the fight so far. Seems Naru-kun wants to play with Dotoo a bit before beating him. He hasn't even used his super strength while landing blows. But I still have to admit, had Naru-kun not been trained by me and fought him again, I dare saw Dotoo would completely crush him. Not bad for a Frankenstein-ish lecher. She thought, before visibly flinching at the right hook Dotoo just gave Naruto. Once Naruto recovered from the punch, he jumped back, as did Dozo before the snow daimyo began sealing. Hyoten. Haryu Muko Ice Style. Destruction Dragon Fierce Tiger. He yelled as 5 large ice tigers erupted from the snow and gave chase after Naruto's currently retreating form. This guy is better than I gave him credit for. If I didn't have such a high pain tolerance thanks to Konoha and Natsu-chan's training, some of those blows would have hurt. Naruto thought while jumping into the air. Haha, I got you now. Dotu screamed, sending his tigers into the air to intercept the evasionless Naruto. Well, you got SOEMTHING alright, but it certainly wasn't me. A voice called out, that was closer to the ground, making Dotu look down to see a smiling Naruto who had just finished his own hand seals. Fudden. Datapa Wind Style. Great breakthrough. Dotu has no option but to release his concentration on his jutsu, letting it drop so he could run out of the way from the great wind jutsu raging towards him. However, he did get his answer as to what happened to Naruto. When right before the tigers turned into snow, they ripped through the Naruto in the air, making it puff out of existence. TSH, Kage Bushin, I should have guessed with how often that damn girl Fubuki mentioned him using it to train. Seems I can't go as easy on him as I thought I could afford to. If I do, I'll end up losing more than just this duel. The snow daimyo thought, grinding his teeth in frustration. Not bad, Arashi. But it seems you've proven to me that I shouldn't continue to hold back against you, so be prepared. He yelled across the field while shedding his coat and shirt to reveal his own odd chakra armor that all 3 of his bodyguards had also worn. Only this one seemed to be more complete than the rest, while covering his entire torso and upper body, save for his biceps. Good, I was hoping you were better than this. Naruto said with a grin, personally enjoying this battle greatly. Naruto dashed towards his opponent, noticing that Dotu had already began hand sealing. Damn. Naruto thought, increasing his speed trying to get a hit on his opponent before he finished. Unfortunately for Naruto, Dotu seemed like a new man when we stopped holding back, and his hand sealing speed increased greatly, actually finishing before Naruto could get there. Hyoten. Soryu Bufusutsu Ice Style. Twin Dragon Blizzard. He yelled. The high-level concentration of chakra for the Jutsu caused Naruto's curiosity to overpower his fighting senses and made him stop to see the jutsu. Baka. Natsumi mumbled under her breath at Naruto's reaction, though she mentally wanted to see the jutsu as well, at least to sat her, foxy, curiosity. Dotu's concentration ceased as he outstretched his arms to his side, when 2 midnight-colored dragons erupted from his arms and shot towards Naruto's position like a train. Baka. Naruto mentally berated himself for stopping his assault before, but knew nothing could be done in so little time, and just crossed his arms in front of him in a defensive pose, as the twin dragons pummeled him into the freezing cold lake below, while upchucking large chucks of ice. Seems even Arashi couldn't stand up to me. Dotu laughed, staring at the pair of women and walking nonchalantly towards his prizes. Only 25 yards away from them did he speak again. Now, as a rewards for my hard work. He paused to stare at the emotionless-looking vixen before continuing. Natsumi, I want you to come over here. Get on your knees and use that mouth and tongue you seem to love to talk with so much for a much better purpose, sucking my company. He was about to order but stopped as a rumbling directly below him began. The rumbling began to grow, as the ice under the snow daimyo began to crack and shift. Dotu jumped back away from the pair of women just in time to evade a large ice dragon that erupted from the frozen lake. The dragon soon stopped its rampage and a small object jumped out of the hole it created. Damn, that is fucking cold. Naruto said while shivering, before cycling his chakra in his coils at a quick rate to warm his body faster. You take too damn long, Naru-kun. If he had actually made me do that, I swear, no sex for a month. Natsumi screamed. Naruto had no idea how degrading and infuriating it was for Natsumi to listen to Dotu talk to her, the queen of all demons, in such a disrespectful manner, like some kind of prostitute or slave. Naruto visibly stiffened at his mate's threat. Although Naruto still didn't consider himself a pervert, he could never lie about the fact that he loved sex with Natsumi. After only a short time of their relationship, he realized that sex with her, or more precisely a lackthereof, was a vice for him. He didn't know what caused it, could be his hormones in overdrive thanks to being part demon now, or the fact that she actually loved him of all people. But he soon found out that if they didn't make love at least 3 times a week, something inside him made him feel completely empty, dejected and completely alone. Like he had felt back in the village and would go into a slight depression. Neither understood why he reacted in such a manner when it came to sex, but neither also minded the requirement to keep him happy. In truth, Naruto would confess in all honesty that Natsumi loved the sex more than he did. However, even with that thought in mind when she made the current threat and in that tone, part of him feared she wasn't kidding. After Naruto began to get some semblance of control over himself again, he quickly shunshed behind Natsumi and wrapped his arms around her waist in a loving embrace, and amorously nibbled on her fox ears, which he learned through experience, were very sensitive for her. "Gomenasai my Benny Kisai, it won't happen again," he apologized in a huskily whisper in her ear, causing her whole body to slightly tremble from his nibbling and hot breath. Her answer was just a heavy moan only meant for his ears and a crimson blush, before he left her and shunshed back into the battleground. "Damn you Foxy-sama, using my ears to get me all hot and bothered, so I'd forgive you. But I'll get my revenge soon enough," the vixen concluded, with a hungry leer at her mate, and the blush on her cheeks from his actions moments ago. "Well, I'm glad you got that out of your system, Arashi, because after this battle that'll be the last time you'll ever touch her in that or any way," Dotu said, mentally seething at Naruto's intimate actions with Natsumi. And to add salt to his ego wound, he could easily tell she enjoyed what he did. "If the Konoha shinobi are any good, I'm sure they are following us, so we should end this soon," Naruto said, with a sadistic but also content smile, sadistic because he was in the middle of a great fight, and content because he could still taste his mate on his tongue, and enjoyed her taste fully. "I suppose you're right, shame we couldn't finish this in a more final way, but things don't always end the way we want. Now prepare yourself," Dotu finished, as he began a set of hand seals that were quite familiar to Naruto. They did send him to the bottom of the lake after all. Naruto decided that now was the perfect chance to test out his father's infamous jutsu in a real battle. Sure, he handled Kage Bushins easily enough, but a real battle was completely different. Naruto slowly reached behind his back into his shinobi pouch and grabbed his father's special kunai. He prepared the single hand sign that was required to activate the jutsu. And it couldn't have been at a better time either, because Dotu just finished calling upon his Soryu Bufusutsu, and the dragons were already shooting out of the snow daimyo's palms. Naruto activated the Shiki right on the three-pronged kunai and flicked his wrist, launching the kunai towards Dotu. Dotu saw the odd kunai, but paid no mind to it. By the trajectory of the weapon, Dotu could tell it wouldn't even skewer him, it would land harmlessly in front of him, no harm done. Fool, Naruto thought, noticing Dotu's calculating look at the kunai before it stretched into a maniacal grin, seeing it wouldn't hit him. "What are you going to do now, Arashi? You are all the way over there, and haven't even begun any hand signs. While my jutsu is already on a crash course with your soon-to-be corpse," Dotu shouted while laughing maniacally. If only this fool knew who he was really up against, I really doubt he would be laughing right now. Natsumi mentally laughed, knowing this battle was already over. "That's simple, Dotu," Naruto retorted with a pause, noticing the dragon jutsu was nearly upon him, before his right hand flexed and formed a cup, as purple chakra began gathering onto the palm, and a few seconds later formed a ball of swirling chakra. "I'm going to beat you," he finished before the next moment he was crouching safely underneath the snow daimyo. "How?" the shocked man asked, until he saw a faint orange discoloration in the air, going from where Naruto used to be to where he now was. That revelation hit him like a ton of bricks. "Why, yo, Yondaime," he yelled, his face completely frightened beyond words, recognizing that infamous jutsu, his body completely unresponsive, as his dragon jutsu just kept on moving in a straight line with no end in sight. "Also, you know of the Hiraishin no Jutsu, and in its only user, well, until I was born anyway. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, Sochi of the Yellow Flash," Naruto introduced, enjoying the complete surprise and horror that was Dotu's face, before taking an unconscious step back. "Sorry Dotu, but our duel isn't over quite yet. I still have one more jutsu to show you, and I'm sure that with the information you have now, you'll know which one it is." Naruto's face could be cut in half with the smirk that was now plastered on it, as Dotu's eyes widened even more, silently telling Naruto he knew what the jutsu in his hand was. That's right. He confirmed Dotu's fears, before uppercutting the purple ball of swirling chakra into the man's chest. Rasengan. Blood rained down around Naruto, as the remains of his opponent's twisted corpse flew into the atmosphere from the force of the jutsu. Naruto wasted no time in moving towards a hole in the lake and began to wipe off the copious amounts of blood that now stained his clothing, hair, and his entire right arm and shoulder. While he was cleaning up, both Koyuki and Natsumi walked towards the victor. Impressive Naru-kun, a well-fought battle, I especially like the ending. Natsumi congratulated in a happy voice, with a glimmer in her eye. From all the blood, are you alright Naruto-kun? Koyuki questioned. Although she had seen many scenes in movies with gore, seeing the real thing was a whole other story. The moment the first surges of blood sprayed from Dotu's chest cavity, she had to look away or risk losing the contents of her stomach. Arigato Natsu-chan, and hi, I'm fine, winded but okay Koyuki-chan. Dotu was a decent opponent, that, Soryu Bufusutsu, packs a nasty punch. I would have liked to fought him for longer, but time wouldn't allow it since I can sense that the Konoha shinobi will be here in a few 5 minutes. They followed us all the way out here. Koyuki asked, rather surprised. Hi, after all you are their mission. So it's only natural that they wouldn't give up until they saved you or found your corpse. Natsumi answered, before turning back to Naruto. Naru-kun, we should leave soon before those 4 get any closer. Hi, Koyuki-chan, when Kakashi asks who saved you, would you mind saying that it was the Bloody Fox Pack? And please don't tell him what we look like or our real names. Just say that you were unconscious during the fight until we woke you after Dotu was killed and we wore masks, alright. I can explain my reasons later, but for now can you do this? Koyuki's brows furrowed at being out of the loop so much. Anyo. Hi. But, when will I see you two again? I mean, I would like some questions answered, like what the hell is going on, as soon as possible if you don't mind. Don't worry, I'm sure your people will have a festival or something to celebrate your inauguration as daimyo of snow. We will see you again then. However, if you absolutely need us, send Sandayu-san, he knows where we can be found. He answered back with a smile, making her smile too. Hi. She spoke before on impulse, hugged Naruto and the Natsumi both as a thank you for saving her so many times, but also just as a see you later, as friends. The demon pair smiled at their friend before vanishing within a shroud of red and purple flames. Barely 2 minutes went by before Team 7 showed up, rushing out of the depths of the snow-capped forest. Kakashi immediately sprinted to Koyuki's side with a kunai in hand. Koyuki-san, where is Dotu? He asked with his head swiveling, before something dropped from the sky with a squishy crunch, landing on the frozen lake. He is dead. That's what is left of him, she answered in a shaky voice. Who killed him? Sasuke asked, annoyed that he hadn't had a chance to fight a decent enemy this entire mission. They called themselves the Bloody Fox Pack. Them, again. Sasuke raged. He was getting tired of this gang taking all his battles. First Dotu's entire shinobi army and now Dotu himself. He needed more shinobi experience under his belt if he ever hoped to accomplish his ambitions. It's okay Sasuke-kun, we've completed the mission at least, Sakura reasoned, trying to calm the raging boy. The mission may have been complete. But it was certainly not by a Sakura. Other than the boat fight, this Bloody Fox Pack beat us at every turn. Kakashi stated before turning to the overly distraught Koyuki. Koyuki-san, I know this is difficult. But did you see their faces or any distinguishable markings on them so that we can recognize them later in case they become a threat to Snow or Konoha? He asked in a soft manner, not wanting to upset her. Gomen, Kakashi-san, they both had masks on their faces, and only told me to tell you who stopped Dotu before leaving soon after. I was unconscious during the fight, Gomen. TSH, so they are trying to mock us that they did our mission for us, huh? Well, if I find them we'll see who is the stronger. Sasuke huffed. Nonetheless, we should get Koyuki-san too. Safety, team triangle formation. Side take point, Sakura you have left, Sasuke right. Take her back to the samurai's base, I need to check something out. He ordered, but let his last sentence words on deaf ears. His subordinates obeyed his orders and trudged off back into the forest towards Dotu's castle and the samurai base. Meanwhile, Kakashi walked over to analyze Dotu's corpse, or what was left of it anyway. Whichever one of them did this doesn't much care for finesse. He stated offhandedly, noticing the torn flesh, and oddly ripped up intestines that were actually able to stay inside of Dozu's lower torso and legs. It reminds me of my Reikiri, just different. The jutsu used was like a blender. But the power of the jutsu combined with the trust of the delivery was so strong that it completely ripped off his upper body instead of just leaving a gaping hole like jutsu would have. If Minato-sensei was still alive, I'd say this would be his handiwork with his Rasengan. But since that isn't the case. The copy nin's words died as calculations entered his mind, flashes of this mission flooding his head with information and possible clues. I know I will have to tell Hokage-sama about this. But would he really want to know the theory I pieced together of who, at least one of the Bloody Fox pack, might be? He is already depressed enough that we can't find any trace of him. But this is too important to ignore and not mention. If Naruto really is alive and able to harness jutsus this powerful, I'm afraid that he might become a big threat to Konoha, and precautions must be made for the village if such a day comes where he would take his rightful vengeance upon us. Kakashi finished his monologue, before sealing Dotu's corpse within a scroll and ran off towards the direction his team went. 4 months later, it's been 4 long months since the coup d'état to overthrow Dotu ended. And Kazuhana Koyuki regaining her rightful place as daimyo of Snow Country. However, only the capital of the country really knew the coup ever happened. It wasn't until now did the rest of Snow realize that Dotu was overthrown and Koyuki was now their ruler, at least unofficially anyway. Koyuki's inauguration into her new station had been put on hold until recently for a few reasons. The first being that the new government had to find and get rid of any and all loose ends related to Dotu's administration. Which took some time because of these individuals going into hiding after he was killed. Also, the castle that was to be Koyuki's had been mostly destroyed during the coup, so they had to wait until it was completely repaired to even think of giving the young beauty her rightful office as ruler. While this occurred, the movie crew and Koyuki were able to make a fantastic ending to the movie they were shooting, before the movie crew decided to leave Snow and edit the movie before its release to the different nations later that year. Now, however, all the loose ends were taken care of and the preparations were finally ready to give Koyuki what was rightfully hers. Within one of the old imperial castle grounds in the capital city was the place where they had decided to make the celebration so all of Snow could attend and see their true leader after almost 2 decades. The ceremony went off without a hitch, with Koyuki in her official feudal lord garb, which was a rather unique but formal kimono which looked strange to most. However, she pulled it off with grace, elegance and beauty, if the drools of the men in the audience were any indication. She recited the oath to office of a feudal lord without missing a step, like she was born for the role, probably because she was. Once all the formalities had been finished and she was officially crowned daimyo of Snow Country, the celebration of their new ruler commenced. The celebration lasted for the entire day, as the populace enjoyed food, drink, and the company of their fellow citizens. Koyuki, along with Team 7 who had decided to stay for the celebration at her behest, also enjoyed the festivities as they went around to meet the different important people in Snow, such as the newly formed council, different delegates of other nations and the like. The celebration waned as the sun began to set, making the sky a beautiful flourish of all different colors of the rainbow painted across it. The citizens and delegates began their different treks to their respective homes, most in a happy, drunken stupor. Koyuki herself decided to have one final chat with Team 7 inside her castle before they left for Konoha, since she thought it might be the final time she would see most of them. "Are you sure you and your team don't want to rest for the night and head out in the morning?" she offered with a smile. "Hi, while we appreciate Snow's hospitality, I'm afraid that with everything that's happened on this mission, Hokage-sama should learn about it as soon as possible. Luckily for us, there is one last boat ferry out of Snow in an hour." Kakashi answered with his own smile, though you couldn't quite see it behind his mask. "I see. Well, please use any means you find to your liking to get there quickly and safely from the castle. Do not hesitate to ask for whatever it is you might need." "Arigato Koyuki Hime," Sakura said in a cheery tone. "I'd like any scrolls you might have on Hyoten Jutsu actually," Sasuke requested, in an unconsciously agitated tone, still pissed about this Bloody Fox pack appearing during the mission. Koyuki looked at the dark-haired boy with a quizzical look on her face, before she began to sweat drop realizing that he was serious. Kakashi laughed lightly to disarm the situation and placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder before speaking. Gomen about Sasuke-kun here Koyuki-hime, he is a bit on edge after hearing about that bloody fox pack that is running around snow. But he knows that is disrespectful to ask for jutsu scrolls of a different nation without good reason, nor something of equal value in return. He explained, seeing Koyuki nod in agreement, but not her eyes since they were looking away as if trying to hide something. Ah, I see, Gomen about not being of better help to discern their identities Kakashi-san. She lied with a saddened voice. She wasn't considered one of the best actresses of her generation for nothing after all. Ma, you couldn't help it Koyuki-hime, no need to worry. Although if I may, my team and I would like to take a trunk back to the harbor. We are rather tired and the rest would do us good. Of course, she answered, clapping her hands, before a maid entered the room shortly after. Akane-san, please see to it that a truck and driver are prepared for these Konoha shinobi for their departure to the harbor. She ordered. Akane bowed lowly. Hi Koyuki-hime, it shall be as you wish. She agreed, before she remembered something and pulled out of her maid uniform pocket a large manila envelope. Anyo, Koyuki-hime, this came in the mail today. I had kept it until the celebration calmed down so you could read it at your leisure. She explained, placing it in Koyuki's hands, bowed and left the room before closing the door. Koyuki, curious as to its contents, was about to open it before she realized she still had guests. I hope you don't mind, she asked, getting nods from the four before opening the envelope and pulled out a large stack of papers. Oh, it seems to be a script for another movie. Wonder if I can handle being an actress and a leader of a country at the same time, she rhetorically asked with a laugh, placing the script on the table in front of her. Curiosity getting the better of them, the four leaned in and looked at the cover paper, which appeared to have the title and story writer of the movie on it. Ika Paradise. The movie, written by Jiraiya of the Sannin, Sakura said out loud. After reading it, Sakura recalled someone she knew that read something that looked like the title. After a few moments of contemplation, realization hit her. Anyo, Kakashi-sensei, isn't that the title of that perverted manga series you religiously read? She asked before turning to see Kakashi's face look like he was just punched in the gut. His eye wide open and his mouth gaping, or at least that is what it looked like with his mask. That's T. The SC, script. For the IC, Ika, Paradise, movie. He stuttered out, never expecting to see the holiest of grails for perverts less than 3 feet from him. Seems only porn can get a emotional reaction out of Kakashi. Sasuke joked offhandedly, of which the rest of the group looked at him like he had grown a second head. It wasn't often that Uchiha Sasuke even came close to making a joke. Well, I have no idea if I can even think about starring in this. I'd have to discuss it with the council and read it first. It's rather risque for my tastes, but we'll see, I suppose. Koyuki said, slightly laughing at Kakashi's reaction. Kakashi soon regained his composure, getting giggles and snorts from the other occupants of the room, before he looked at his watch. Gomen Koyuki-hime, but my team and I should get going to the harbor lest we be late and miss it. Kakashi said, before Team 7 stood up. By now the truck and driver should be at the front of the castle waiting for you. Have a safe trip and give Hokage-sama my thanks for such great shinobi as my bodyguards, she responded with a smile. I'll be sure to do that Koyuki-hime. Be safe, and take care. I know you will do a fine job as leader of Snow, Yane. He said as the four bowed in respect to the new ruler and quietly left the room, leaving her alone. Koyuki sat back down, when she noticed the flames of the candles lighting the room flicker. She looked back up to where Team 7 had just been sitting, to see both Naruto and Natsumi in their true forms sitting down, causing her to jump slightly. Please don't do that, she yelled, with a hand clutching her shirt above her heart, trying to slow her erratic breathing. The two chuckled gently. Gomen Koyuki-chan, or should I say, Sama? Naruto questioned with a smirk. I think after what's happened we are past formalities, don't you agree Arashi-kun, Natsumi-chan? She asked with a smile, getting nods in response, before pouring her two new visitors some tea. Were you here the entire time? Natsumi answered before taking a sip of tea. Wow, this is really good. It's Snow's main export, an economy booster, winter dew tea. Many people say it's the best tea in the world. She answered with pride, taking a sip herself and sighed in relaxation. So, you think you're going to take the lead part in that movie? You certainly have the body for it. Natsumi spoke nonchalantly, making Koyuki spit up some of her tea at the vixen's bluntness. Don't you agree, Era-kun? She asked her mate, now making him spit up his own tea at the question. Natsumi couldn't help but laugh at the two, who here now blushing. Foxes were known to be pranksters after all. I've learned a long time ago that those kinds of questions will get me killed, or castrated, Naruto said seriously before taking another sip of tea. Ah, you're no fun, Era-kun, well besides in bed. And, I'll murder anyone who even thinks about taking away my 8-inch love toy. She answered back with a large smirk, seeing the blush on his face deepen, and a new blush creep on Koyuki's cheeks from the new info she just heard about the orange-haired Hanyu in front of her. 8 inches, Koyuki thought. Her mind quickly going down a certain gutter. Arigato for the compliment, Natsumi-chan, but I'm not sure, as I said. Besides, imagining what men will do while watching it in private is a bit disturbing, even if it is an ego boost. She answered, giggling a bit at the end. Can't argue with you there. I can't tell you how many times I've had males try to sneak a peek at me. And sometimes worse, even in my demon form too, Natsumi said, shuddering at the memories, making her mate and friend laugh. Hi, us ladies sure have it rough, you know I'm still here, right? Naruto asked, playfully annoyed. Hi. But just sit there and be our eye candy, while we have some girl talk. Natsumi answered, snickering at seeing Naruto look down like he was just being tossed aside. And although more girl talk would be nice, but I believe you had questions you wish answered, correct, Koyuki-chan? She finished now in a semi-serious tone. Hi. Anyo, well, really it's just wanting to know who you and or why you came to Snow. She asked in a low voice. Do you think we should tell her the complete truth, Naru-kun? Natsumi mentally asked him. Well, she already knows we are both at least part demon, and she has kept her word so far at keeping our secret. I think we should trust her. But if things go south, well, I guess Snow Country will have to find another leader. Very well, Naru-kun. Natsumi performed a quick set of hand seals before a red flash encased the room. Anapo. Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu, demon art, sound silencing barrier technique. Okay, well, let's start from the beginning, Koyuki-chan. Naruto began before telling the pair's new friend their life story. It was early the next morning when Naruto had finished his story, and Koyuki, to her credit, didn't freak out once. Well, she did angrily slam her hands on the table when she heard about the abuse he had to endure before he met Natsumi and the situation with his mother. But nothing more than that. By the end, Koyuki seemed happier to know her two friends better. She honestly never knew someone could have had such a tough life, and still come out the way Naruto did, even with the help of a demon queen by your side. The trio stood up and stretched their sore limbs, before the pair set up their Anapo Genjutsu. So what are your plans now? You going to stay in Snow and continue to train? Koyuki asked out of curiosity. No. We've spent 2 years in Snow, I think it's time to move on, and get Naru-kun more training. I was thinking of going back to Fire Country since we had to skip Kaiden Jutsu so we wouldn't get caught. Natsumi said more to both of them than just Koyuki herself. You really think that's the best idea, Natsu-chan? I mean, I can just learn Kaiden Jutsu from you here, nay? Naruto asked, apprehension lacing his words. Hi, although I do know a great deal of Kaiden Jutsu, you should still learn the basics in the country known for that element. Besides, with how you are now, not many people could stop you if we were caught, so there is really nothing to worry about. Plus, we knew one day we'd be heading back there, Naru-kun. She answered in a warm tone, that made him relax. Hi, right as usual, Natsu-chan. During their interaction, Koyuki was having an inner conflict with herself at something that the Snow Council had discussed with her in the 4 months that the castle was being rebuilt. The council wished to start their own hidden shinobi village. But they needed a good foundation to start. Recruitment and training shinobi, as well as a cage to control the shinobi alongside the daimyo. Although the council stated they would control the shinobi for a time, a cage would be needed as soon as a good enough candidate was found. And in Koyuki's opinion, the best candidate for the job was standing right in front of her. Anyo, Naruto-kun, Natsumi-chan. She interrupted the pair's discussion with a shaky voice. Hi. What is it, Koyuki-chan? Naruto answered, looking slightly concerned for his friend's uneasiness. Anyo, I know you have future training plans, and I don't wish to impede on them, but there is something serious I wish to ask you. Well, more directed at Naruto-kun, but it will affect you as well, Natsumi-chan. What is it? Natsumi asked, interested to hear what the blue-haired woman wanted to know. Well, in the last 4 months the Snow Council and I have had several meetings confirming plans to start a hidden village in Snow Country. I agreed to this, hoping that it would make our country blossom in future and not have to depend on other countries for protect. Unfortunately, most of us don't know how to start a shinobi village. So we kind of hoped that you could help us in this endeavor. Not only that, but we must also find a shinobi to be the village's cage, and after getting to know you as seeing your strength with my own eyes, I would like to offer you, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the position of the Shidaime Yukikage, Snow Shadow. She paused for a second, but then continued. You do not have to answer me now, of course. I could never expect an answer to such an important question so soon. But please think about it, and even if not anytime soon, if in the future you decide to take the offer, it will be open to you. The demon pair were utterly shocked at Koyuki's question. Neither would have ever expected for her to have asked Naruto to become a cage, maybe try to help start the hidden village of snow, but to be its cage. It took the pair a few moments to collect their thoughts, and although Natsumi had their answer, decided to let Naruto answer. Arigato for your faith in me and my abilities, as well as for the opportunity to become the Shidaime Yukikage. Naruto paused while bowing respectfully. But I think I will need to hold off on answering. Although the offer is appreciated and quite tempting, there are more things I still need to learn, as well as very personal matters I need to take care of. However, if once those items are dealt with and I feel confident that I can efficiently lead a shinobi village, I will be back to take up the charge of Yukikage. Naruto finished in a serious voice, still bowing. Koyuki smiled at Naruto's seriousness at the situation, and was just glad that he was considering the job. She truly believed that he would be a great leader for Snow. But for now she would simply have to wait until he felt ready, and patience was something she had large quantities of. Hi, arigato for both your honesty and consideration of the position, Naruto-kun, she said, now bowing to him slightly. However, even if you don't have an answer, please don't be a stranger, nay. She asked with a cute smile. Hi, he answered with his own smile. Was there anything else, Koyuki-chan? If not, I think we should all get some rest. Our story took a rather long time, Natsumi said, noting the rising sun against the mountains out the window. Hi, that was all. And you were right, but I'm glad you told me, arigato for that. You showed us we could trust you, Koyuki-chan, and we decided to trust you with our past and secrets, Naruto answered. Hi, she answered, unable to hide her yawning. Natsumi snickered at Koyuki's failed attempt at hiding her exhaustion. We should go. All right, have a safe trip, you two. And remember, don't be a stranger in Snow, okay? We will always be open to you both. Hi, arigato. The pair said in unison, before a red and purple flame engulfed them both, leaving no trace of them. Those two really are something, Koyuki stated offhandedly, before leaving the room to get some well-needed rest. 1 week later, Hokage's office, Sarutobi, was furiously working on his worst enemy, paperwork, when the door to his office opened, revealing Team 7 and their Junin sensei. Team 7, reporting in Hokage-sama. Kakashi boredly. Sarutobi smiled at the returning group. Welcome back, you four. I hope Yukie and the movie crew weren't too much trouble, he inquired. No, they were no trouble at all, Kakashi answered, while discreetly signaling to the Hokage they needed to talk, in private. Good, well, you three can go home and get some well-deserved rest. Good job on a successful mission. I'll need to talk to Kakashi-san here for the debriefing. Dismissed, Sarutobi ordered. The moment the door closed, Kakashi put up a silencing jutsu and took a seat, looking rather bothered. A silencing jutsu, eh? The mission wasn't as easy as you said, was it, Kakashi? Sarutobi asked in a serious tone. No, it wasn't. But that's not the problem. He let the statement hang in the air. Sarutobi quirked a brow. Oh, and what was a bigger problem than the mission? Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi simply stated, seeing different emotions run through the aged Hokage's face. I think I'll need a smoke for this. He sighed out, letting Kakashi begin his recount of the mission in snow. Chapter 9. Training, Year 6 Naruto Age, 30 Immortal Naruto Mental Age, 16 Fire Country Border, and so we've come full circle Natsu-chan. Naruto stated in a joking manner, while looking around. It would seem so Naru-kun, she answered back. The reason for his statement was simple, the pair just reached the interior border of Fire Country and were actually in the same clearing where Naruto first began his training a little over 5 years ago. Really is surprising how much I've changed in only 5 years. He thought randomly before looking over at his mate and couldn't help but happily smile. And it was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. He concluded. Natsumi was walking next to him, before she noticed the smile on his face. Wondering what was on his mind, she decided to tease him a bit before asking what was really up. Tisk tisk Naru-kun, can't keep your eyes off me nay. We'll Gomen, your charms will have to wait till after training as always. She said, smirking, while seeing a small tinge of pink on his cheeks. Always the vixen, he answered back smiling. Never heard you complain before, she said, chuckling before letting her face turn into a comfortable smile. Everything all right Naru-kun? Her tone now different, he realized she was curious. Hi. Hey, just being nostalgic I guess from being back where we began. He stated before looking up in the sky, his eyes taking a distant look. So much has changed in the last 5 years, yeah, no. But all the same, he paused his sentence, to grab Natsumi and pull her into a passionate kiss, before lightly pressing their foreheads together and looked into her eyes. This trip with you has been the best thing that could have happened to me. He finished with another smile and chaste kiss. If I didn't know you any better I would say you were trying to sweet-talk me Namikaze-san. She said with a small giggle. But you're right, a lot has changed, for both of us separately, and together. And the trip really was amazing, wasn't it? She rhetorically asked, only getting a nod in response. The two soon broke apart and quickly reminisced, before preparing the area for another long stay. Once the area was to their liking, Naruto called over Natsumi to have a small chat. Natsu-chan, what did you want me to get started on for training? He asked in a relaxed but serious tone. The demoness knew this question was coming, but was hoping for more time. Truth be told, in her mind there was too much to do and not enough time to do it in, as these situations tend to fall into. She tried her best to encase this year of training into more specialized areas, but there was still so much. She could only conclude that Naruto would have to work twice as hard this year than he had done for any other. The only upside is that his Kage Bushins would help dramatically in this department, but it would still be a tight squeeze to fit everything she wanted into the year. Honestly Naru-kun. Too much. She said with a chuckle. There are so many things I want you to work on, but I can only have you do so much. So I chopped it down to the 5 important things. Anapo jutsus, Uzumaki jutsus, Kenjutsu, Kaden jutsus, and also any jutsus that you are concocting on your own as well. And knowing you and how dangerous your personalized jutsu can be, you'll need all the time you can get into perfecting them without blowing up half of Fire Country. She finished, laughing at one of her memories of the first time he demonstrated one of his own jutsu. Hi, I do like big and flashy. He chuckled. So, you want me to master Kushina's Kekkei Genkei jutsus? He finished, his jovial tone now completely gone. Hi, she answered with an animalistic leer. If nothing else, then for that woman to hear all the way in Whirlpool that the Sochi she threw away was using her jutsus better than anyone in that monstrous clan of hers could ever hope to. So she will realize and lament the mistake of leaving you, someone with so much raw potential and talent, in the hands of the wolves called Konoha citizens for the rest of her miserable life. The vixen spat out. Naruto smiled, at his mate's equal hate for Uzumaki Kushina, as well as protection of him. He quickly wrapped her up in his arms, and nibbled on one of her fox ears to get her attention. Have I told you how much I love you today? He asked huskily against her ear. She purred from his actions. No, but you don't have you, I know you do. Naruto just smiled at her response before giving her another kiss and released her from his possessive grip. Naruto created an army of Kage Bushins and designated a large platoon to serve for each section that Natsumi wanted him to train in. Well, besides the Kaiden jutsu, he hated cheating after all, so he'd learn those himself. While the clones did that, Naruto and Natsumi began his lessons on the art of fire. 6 months later, it's been 6 months since the demon pair had returned to the land of fire. And as luck would have it, no one had stumbled upon Naruto's training or the clearing they claimed as their home. In the meantime, Naruto had taken great leaps in progression in all aspects of his training thanks to his clones. Although the Onipo jutsus were still hard since they were so complex, he still progressed in stride with Natsumi's expectations. The Uzumaki jutsu were a piece of cake to learn for Naruto. He had actually scoffed when Natsumi taught his clones the jutsu she had acquired from the only battle she had with them, but never forget each and every jutsu they threw at her. Only a few weeks had passed when that platoon of clones came back saying they mastered all of the Uzumaki jutsus. Once gaining their knowledge, he decided that then and there it was a waste of time for his clones to do it. With his level of control and sheer amount of chakra now, those techniques were child's play, whether or not they were some of the strongest in the world, not for humans. As for Naruto's knowledge of Kaiden, it took him a while to understand the E-flat and flow of flames. One of the first things he learned is that fire hated to be controlled, said lesson he wouldn't soon forget, with the reminder of burnt clothing falling off his body from an inaccurate Kaiden jutsu in the first few weeks. However, now he learned how to harness as well as respect fire, and in response the fire obeyed him when he called upon it. And although wind was his natural-born affinity, Natsumi's was fire, which she had mastered hundreds of years ago. He had learned that after his sosei, that her fire mastery partially passed on to him, making learning fire jutsu only slightly harder to than his wind jutsu. While also learning that he had gained the immunity to fire as well, just like Natsumi or anyone who masters the fire element gains. Naruto's original jutsus he was working on were a mystery even to Natsumi herself. Every time she asked to watch those specific clones, he'd just tell her he wanted to surprise her when he used them. Although pouting at not liking the answer, she shrugged and continued her lessons, knowing eventually she'd see them in action. And either kiss him because of his ingenuousness or smack him in the back of the head cause of his stupidity, either one she was fine with. Naruto's training in the Kitsune Issei Ryu went as smoothly as it always had, with him now knowing 8 of the offensive techniques, and 5 of the defensive ones. However, this particular training was stopped when Natsumi added another variable to the equation, a second sword. Flashback 3 months ago. Naru-kun, come here, Natsumi commanded after seeing her mate finish off another successful Gukakyu no Jutsu great fireball technique. Naruto jogged to his vixen, and noticed the glint in her eye that usually spelled trouble for him. Hi. He stuttered out. She laughed at his reaction. Oh, calm down, you scaredy cat, it's nothing painful, this time. She smirked, happy to see the small bead of sweat run down his face and neck. We are going to grab your second sword, she said happily. He quirked a brow on confusion. A second sword. Her smile widened. Hi. And this one should be a lot more suited to you than Shinku Kaijin is. Why is that? And why do I need a second sword anyway? I mean, Shinku Kaijin is a great sword on its own. He asked, wondering about her decision. While that statement is true, this second sword, Soden-Kei's Azure Breeze, is, as the name might reveal, a wind-based sword. His brows shot up slightly in realization. I see. Well, if you think it'll help, I won't say no. Alright, well, we have to go back to my home, so we should get going before it becomes too dark, she commanded, getting a nod from her mate before they ran off into the thick forest. They reached Natsumi's den fairly quickly thanks to the speed each possessed. She nipped her thumb and grazed it against the stone wall before it began to move by her command. The pair swiftly ran through the dark cave, and reached the back of the cave near the very same hay pile that Naruto found, Shinku Kaijin. Natsumi looked at the 3 indentations still in the hay with a sad expression on her face, before she felt a comforting arm rest on her shoulders. They'd be proud, you know, Naruto admitted, squeezing her reassuringly. She frowned, an expression on contemplation in her expression. I hope so, she said with a sad tone. Naruto leaned in and kissed her temple, before turning her away from her tortured memories. And as if she was restored to her usual self, Natsumi continued onto the back wall of the cave and nipped her thumb once more, writing a unique seal on it. Once she finished the seal, the wall pulled apart revealing a hidden room, with many odd treasures that Naruto couldn't recognize. He was about to reach out and touch one of the oddities, but Natsumi grabbed the hand, shook her head and pulled him with her to the very back of the room. In the back, was a sheathed sword resting on the wall. Its handle was a dark sky blue, while its sheath was the same as Shinku Kajin's the purest of black. Without missing a beat, Natsumi grabbed the sword from the wall and hugged it against her body, her face revealing a far-off look like she was remembering someone from her past. Soon the expression left and she turned to Naruto before stretching out her hands with the sword in them. I failed to mention, this was my first mate's sword, Naru-kun. But since he is no longer here to wield it, I believe you're worthy to be its new master. She confessed in a low tone, trying to hold back the memories of her past lover. Naruto, truth be told, didn't want the responsibility of holding onto something so precious to Natsumi as this sword obviously was. But he knew that it would be an insult to not take it since he knew just how hard it must be to have come here and do this, all for his sake. He reached out and apprehensively touched the sword, after no negative reaction gripped it and lifted it from the vixen's hands before an unknown voice resounded through the room. It's been a long time, Natsumi-sama, a masculine voice called out. Naruto on reflex ripped Soden-K's from its sheath and was already in his kenjutsu stance, a cold demeanor about him. Hi, that is has Soden-K's-san, Natsumi answered from behind Naruto, before a regal-looking Naruto came into view from the darkness. This Naruto was basked in pure white clothing, making the real Naruto think it was an angel, but the fact that it looked like him made him realize it wasn't. So, this sword is sentient as well? He asked, just getting a smile from his counterpart. That I am Naruto-san. And I'd like to say, arigato for taking such obvious care of Natsumi-sama after Aoshi-sama died. Soden-K's said with a bow. She needed someone to keep her company and talk with after all that happened to her. And I was the only one who would apparently listen to her, so I did the best I could. He answered back. Of course I understand, I have your memories after all. The light Naruto said with a smile while pointing to his weapon, self. If you are planning testing me like Natsu-chan's sword did, I think we'll need to do so elsewhere. This is too confined and Konoha is too close. Hi, you'd be quite right, if we were planning on fighting, that is. He answered with a bemused smile. But I have no need for you to prove yourself to me. Your pains, trials, and triumphs in the past are proof enough of your power to me. I will forever be your weapon, Naruto-sama. Case finished with a full bow. Arigato. Now before I make my exit, I just wish to give Natsumi-sama one final message. The white Naruto paused and slowly walked up to Natsumi, leaned in and whispered in her ear before vanishing in a white mist, leaving the vixen with both a smile on her face and tears in her eyes. What's WRO? Naruto started to ask, before she was crushing him in an embrace, sobbing against his chest. Naruto did nothing for the next few minutes besides holding onto his red-haired lover, while she cried into him. Nothing is wrong, Naru-kun. She finally answered, regaining her emotions. Kase-san just told me that Aoshi-kun wanted me to know that he was happy I've moved on and found another that can make me happy again. She paused while snuggling into his chest. Also, he wanted to give you a warning that if you ever break my heart, he'll find a way to come back to this world and you'll have to fight him in his demon form with all 8 of his tails. She finished with a slight giggle at her old lover's protectiveness. Well, Aoshi-san has nothing to worry about. If that ever happened, I'd welcome death. It would be a just punishment for such a crime. Naruto cooed to her while rubbing her back. Natsumi's only answer was her pressing against him even more. He held her tightly, not really wanting to let go but knowing he had to. Let's go, Natsu-chan, I still have some training to do with this new sword. And I'm sure you could use the rest. He suggested softly, only to realize that she had actually fallen asleep against him. He smiled at her before unsummoning his new sword, lifted up his mate in his arms and ran out of the cave back towards his training ground. Flashback end 6 months later, another 6 months passed, and Naruto's training continued as usual. The main difference now was that he had to incorporate dual-wielding Shinku Kaijin and Soden-K's into his Kitsune Ise Ryu, which was a style meant for one sword. After some experimentation, Naruto had sent the clones that worked on his original jutsus to start on his own personalized version of his Kitsune Ise Ryu to incorporate both swords now. But bemusedly kept Natsumi away from watching its development. He enjoyed playfully frustrating his mate in these instances, but he always paid for them in the end. During his training, however, a rather important piece of information crossed the pair's path in the form of Kanane's old spy from Odo, who out of respect for his old master was now working for them, seeing as how they were the few close friends she still had after her defection from Sound. Flashback 3 months earlier. Good Naru-kun, good, now just increase the concentration of chakra to burn through the stone, instead of just scorching it. Natsumi commanded, while watching her orange-haired mate blasting a large boulder with his newly acquired, Kaden, Karyu Endant Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Projectile. Not too bad. Not as powerful as the Uzumaki's version, as much as I detest admitting, but still not bad. Naruto responded offhandedly, while watching his last jutsu with a smirk. Natsumi suddenly heavily sniffed the air, before turning her head towards the forest. Appears we have some company, Naru-kun. Hi, sounds like Nobu-san, he responded while listening to the approaching footsteps. Not a moment later, in front of the pair, a man garbed out in Odo Junin attire appeared via Shunshin, in a kneeling position with his head down. Naruto-sama, Natsumi-sama, I have my report from Odo as you requested since the sad demise of Kanami-sama. The young man said in a professional tone. The mention of their friend caused a saddened look on the pair's faces. They missed her greatly since she died, but knew she would hate them as they wallowed over her passing. Their expressions took on a nonchalant form, before telling the spy to rise. So what is the news from Odo Nobunaga-san? Naruto asked. Hi, it seems that Orochimaru is going to try to finally get his revenge on Konoha. He is preparing all of his shinobi for war, and going to use the Chunin exams that are being held in Konoha this year to infiltrate the village without suspicion. He seems to also have gotten the hidden sand village to be his allies. Though I think it's just for his own gain, but I have no hard evidence to back up my theory about that fact particularly. I see, excellent work, Nobu-san. If you learn anything else, I'm afraid there won't be any way to get the information to us. If what you say is correct, however, go with Odo for the invasion. I'd rather you continue to play the part you have been then. To be found out. And when the attack comes, head to the Namikaze compound, you'll be protected there. Natsumi commanded gently. Understood, Natsumi-sama, until we meet again, be safe. He finished before shunshining back into the forest. What do you think, Natsu-chan? Things will be interesting, that's for sure. And it'll be nice to finally give that damn snake what he deserves. Not for us both, she responded with a sadistic leer. Already imagining the bloodshed, nay. He joked, seeing her expression. She pouted cutely. Ah, am I really that easy to read? No, but I certainly noticed how much you enjoyed slaughtering Dotu's army. Granted, I enjoyed it just as much. And you had that same expression just before we began that massacre, as Sandayu-san called it, so I just guessed this one was for the same reason. Quite the observant one, aren't we? She asked sarcastically. He smiled, bemused. I was taught by the best after all. She smirked smugly. Damn right you were. The two concluded their conversation as Naruto began his training once again. Later that night, Naruto couldn't quite sleep and decided to think about the news he had just received earlier in the day. He was currently sitting and resting on one of the branches of a large tree near their campsite, while just thinking. Still thinking about the news. A feminine voice called out from the darkness. Hi, just wondering on what we should really do, other than torture Orochimaru, of course. He responded before feeling a heaviness against his chest, and noticed that Natsumi just plopped herself down between his hanging legs and was now resting against his chest. Well, you already know what my opinion will be, she said amusingly. He laughed knowingly. Hi. Let the whole place burn. It's why I didn't come to you. Let me guess. It's that some of the people in the village you wish to save from the invasion, correct? His smile died then, turning into a frown. Hi. The problem is that I'll need to protect the village to be able to protect the specific people I want to. He paused with a sigh. This is just getting more complicated and troublesome than I had wanted it to be when I first heard about it. Chuki-san and Ayame-san are an easy fix, since I can just get them into the Namikaze compound and activate the traps I'm sure that my 2-san built into the place. The problem is just who Oji-san and Hana-chan are, shinobi of the leaf, and will fight to both beat back Oto, and save any Konoha citizen, or shinobi from harm. So by deciding to protect them, the only way to do that would be to save everyone I can in Konoha so they won't have to and can stay out of harm's way while we rip Orochimaru to oblivion. He explained, while looking up at the night sky with a contemplative look on his face, only to realize what he said about a certain Chunin and prayed to all that was holy. His mate didn't pick up on it. Well, Naru-kun, although I hate to agree with your reasoning, you are right. The only way to protect those two is to fight to save Konoha. And although I loathe to save that Kami-forsaken village, I'll save it if only so the people that are important to you end up safe by the time everything is over. She promised, swinging a hand back and caressed his scarred cheek tenderly. Naruto enjoyed her touch and leaned into her hand while laying his head between the junction of her head and shoulder. Arigato Natsu-chan, I know how hard it must be to save those ungrateful bastards. I promise that we will only be in the village long enough to do what we are going there to do. He promised back, you've helped me through so much, that it is only fair I do the same, and besides, during the chaos maybe I'll be able to take out a few Konoha shinobi. While fighting Oto as well. She retorted with another one of her bloodthirsty leers. Perhaps, however, I do not wish to join Konoha as a shinobi. Being tied down to that place is something I'm not planning on happening again. So we need to think up a plan to at least make it look like we are on Konoha's side, at least until the time is right to reveal our intentions and do what we enjoy doing best. That would be best. Naru-kun, do you have any ideas? She questioned, her millennia-old mind already running through undercover situations that could possibly benefit them. A few. But we'll need to solidify them first. He answered back, getting a nod from the vixen resting against him. Oh, by the way, Naru-kun. Did I hear you right before when calling that cute Chunin you saved a few years back, Chan? I didn't think you thought about her that often. I must be losing my edge, she teased. Damn, he thought, cringing, with a smile, knowing a small slip-up like that wouldn't have been missed by the vixen. But it didn't hurt to hope, did it? Anyo, well hi, I did. He attempted to lie but realized he couldn't get out of it before chuckling in defeat. Well, I'm at least glad other women are on your mind, even though we agreed upon you not forcing a relationship. But since we also agreed on becoming parents, I would like to hear the pitter-patter of little kits in the next 100 years. She joked, snuggling into his chest a bit more. But I have to say, that I like your choice. Hana was not only cute as I recall, but seemed to have a rather animalistic demeanor to her. An obvious attribute from her clan. But she will make an excellent Ka-san to our kits later if anything happens between you two. And I'm sure those attributes will help in certain areas, like the bedroom, for example. She finished with a snicker, feeling her mate physically shiver from her innuendo at the end. Although I'm glad you approve of the her, I think that can wait till we are already comfortable inside Konoha to see where if anything goes. But I think we should think about a solid plan to actually get back in without having any Anbu killed for trying to stop us from warning Oji-san. Hi, well, here was what I was thinking we could do. She started before explaining her idea to her mate, that lasted throughout the night. Flashback end: the 3 months that passed was just hardcore training for the orange-haired Hanyu. As well as crystallizing their final plans for infiltration back into Konoha. It was finally the last day of Naruto's training, and although he still had a nice chunk of things to work on, they would have to wait. The demon pair were currently a mile away from Konoha's gates. Each with a rather hateful glare towards the large wooden doors, but knew what needed to be done inside in defeat. Guess this is it, Natsu-chan? Naruto asked. Hi, I'll see you when it's safe. She responded, before leaning up and kissed him passionately before puffing back into the seal. Well, let's see if Konoha is ready to have its Jinchuriki back. Naruto said in a rather upbeat way, though his face told their story with a sadistic leer much like Natsume's. Naruto set a hand into his seal, before a plume of smoke erupted and replaced his Hanyu form, with a teenage version of his old self had he not had Natsume in him. Once he approved of his new look, he swiftly went through a set of unique seals, no one but a few people in the world could recognize. Anapo, Kagirinai Fukuman, Demon Art, Eternal Mask. He said before another plume of smoke surrounded him, now revealing a perfect copy of Hitaki Kakashi. Naruto took out the infamous book the Junin pervert always had with him, and opened the book randomly, though none of the pages had anything written in them. Naruto was not stupid enough to create anything but blank pages in the book lest he earn the wrath of his mate, in a serious way. This guy really needs a better hobby if this is all he does when not on missions. He thought, shaking his head, and began briskly walking towards the gates. Well, let's see how much 6 years has changed this place, he concluded. Naruto grew apprehensive while walking towards the gates, though not really from fear, more so of someone saying something stupid and him having to deal with them, while then having to deal with the troublesome consequences. He finally reached the gates before stopping, and took in a long look at the peaceful village. Home, he said reminiscently, before snickering at his ironic joke, and walked through the threshold of Konoha. Chapter 10. The Return. Naruto age, 30, immortal. Naruto mental age, 18 inches, well, that's about it. Naruto finished, taking a breath and another sip of sake that Sarutobi had decided to pass out during the telling of the story. The occupants in the room were speechless. For a 6-year-old boy to have so much happen to him in only a span of 6 years was unimaginable. But then again, the life of a Jinchuriki was anything but normal. However, even with the story finished, it seemed that more questions were raised than were answered, and the aged Hokage was anxious to get some of them answered. Okay, so let me get this straight. You left the village under the guidance of the Lord of all Biju, who is in fact a female, whom then proceeded to teach you the way of the shinobi. During this time you basically went around the different elemental nations learning everything you could about the different elemental jutsu as well as other things. Not only that, but during said training, you learned how to release Kyuubi from the Yondaim's seal, and also become part demon yourself in the process. Is there anything I'm missing? He asked, his face seeming to age more and more as he spoke. Naruto smiled knowingly. Well, as an abstract of the story, that's about it. Sarutobi nodded. I see. And I suppose that if I asked you for specific details about, let's say, where you traveled, who trained you, the jutsu you learned during your training, and also how you managed to bypass your two Sans seal to release Kyuubi, you wouldn't be willing to answer, am I correct in assuming such? Naruto grinned widely. Seems like you still know me too well, Oji-san. The Hokage sighed in both frustration and disappointment. He really was curious about what the boy, no man in front of him, could do. It's part of my job to be able to read people, Naruto-kun. And I could easily tell with how you described your story, that you deliberately left out the more interesting details, for whatever reasons they may be. Naruto nodded in affirmation of the man's assumptions. My reasons are actually quite simple. He sighed contentedly after taking another sip of sake. I don't trust this place, I doubt I ever will. And although I trust everyone in this room, your positions in this village as shinobi are a liability not only to my but Natsu-chan's safety. The council has too much clout over any of you, and if you know too much about us they will force said information out of you, and that isn't something I'm willing to allow. I'm not telling you everything for all of our sakis and protection in case things go badly in the future. Besides, isn't one of the greatest advantages a shinobi has the element of surprise? Where is the surprise in telling people what I'm capable of? He finished with a toothy smirk, making the rest of the room laugh lightly at his joke. Well, Naruto-kun, I certainly can't argue with your logic about the situation we are all in, now that you've returned. And it is as you've guessed, the council will definitely want to know about you as soon as possible once they realize you've returned. Sarutobi affirmed, getting a nod from the rest of the group, then turned to Natsumi. Natsu, Kyuubi-san. Sarutobi sputtered, before correcting himself, not knowing how to address the demoness after everything that's happened. If you and Naruto-kun are okay with me asking for my own, and I'm sure everyone else's curiosity, if you were to evaluate Naruto-kun's abilities, where would you rate him on the shinobi food chain? Natsumi chanced a glance at her mate to see his decision. Once he nodded, she turned back to the aged man with a devilish smirk. Well, since Naruto-kun gave me his consent, I suppose I can answer a question like that without giving away too much about his specific abilities. She answered, now purposely exaggerating a thinking pose. On a scale between a genin and kage for his jutsu knowledge, chakra reserves without my influence, and skills in taijutsu and genjutsu, I'd say Naruto stands around high Junin level. Though that is only because we wasn't able to get a lot of real battle experience to practice what he's learned. If he had more experience in the field I'd give him Sannin if not Cage. She paused, enjoying the looks of shock and awe amongst her audience, and continued her little head games right when Sarutobi was going to speak again. However, should he decide to begin releasing my chakra through his tail's well. She paused one last time for drama and fear when she licked her lips in a hungry and demonic way. He is a kami among mortals. She finished with a sadistic smile showing off her razor-sharp teeth, adding to the already palpable fear. No one spoke for a long time as they just stared at the Hanyu before them, wondering just what kind of shinobi he became if what Natsumi just said was any inclination as to what he could do in battle. After some time, it was Yamato who decided to break the silence. I know I shouldn't doubt the word of a demon when it comes to power. But how can Naruto get as strong as you say in the span of 6 years? That shouldn't be possible no matter how hard the training may have been. He questioned, only making Natsumi's smile widen. She shrugged. What can I say? You fools beat up, verbally and physically abused, tortured, and have done so much worse to whom will very well become the strongest shinobi to ever walk the earth. She began nonchalantly, though noting the guilt and shame in everyone's face. What you failed to notice in Naru-kun, I have helped to nurture and grow. And now the man you see before you is the matured fruits of both my teachings and his determination to become a great and honorable shinobi to protect those important to him. You really have no idea how much potential and talent you let be trampled on in this village. But you will all learn very soon of your mistakes, I'm sure, especially that bitch Uzumaki Kushina. She finished with another evil smile, from seeing Sarutobi physically flinch at the mention of Kushina. I see, I cannot deny the past, nor will I excuse any of us for our actions or inactions towards Naruto when he was younger. The Hokage said in a solemn voice, filled with sadness. Speak for yourself, Hokage-sama. Tsume growled from the couch, with her arms folded underneath her chest. Yeah, the Inuzuka clan tried its best to respect the wishes of Yondaime-sama, only to be spit on by the other villagers for our efforts. Hana chimed in with a rather annoyed expression on her face for being clumped in with rest of the ignorant residents of Konoha. Mama, calm down everyone, we didn't come back to make everyone feel guilty, well maybe a little, Naruto said with an embarrassed, but mischievous laugh. But still I know all of you tried your best to help me when I was younger. And I know there isn't much I can do to give my thanks. But hopefully the reasons we really came back here will be good enough. He offered, making everyone else raise their eyebrows in curious suspicion. Oh, and what is the reason? Sarutobi asked, making both Naruto and Natsumi's expressions go deadpan. Orochimaru, Naruto growled out that single word through clenched teeth, making Tsume, Yamato and the Hokage's eyes widen. Who? Hana said, just a little embarrassingly for being out of the loop. And S-ranked Konoha Nuke Nin, he was one of the legendary 3 Sannin Hana-san. Natsumi answered calmly, but her fists were all but calm as blood began to drip on the floor from the pressure. Naruto-kun, I need you to tell me what this is about. And please don't leave any details out about this. Sarutobi requested in a rather hectic tone. When it concerned that man, nonchalance was never a good plan. Naruto nodded. Of course, Oji-san. It's why we are back after all. Naruto took another sip of sake before explaining, both what Nobunaga told him, and also the plan that he and Natsumi had for the upcoming invasion during the Chunin exams. The occupants were rather surprised by the news, although in truth they should have expected this, after all a snake always attacks when least expected. I see, this information will be invaluable in the coming months during the Chunin exams, arigato Naruto-kun, Kyuubi-san. Sarutobi said, bowing to the 2 demons slightly. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. The people in this room are important to me, Oji-san, and knowing you all would be going into battle when the time comes, I knew intelligence on the attack beforehand will help greatly. Not only for yourselves but also for us since we're helping you out. Sarutobi smiled appreciatively, before frowning slightly. I know the village probably won't like your help. Despite this, I'll forcefully speak for all of them when I say arigato for helping us, both of you. Especially since many don't deserve such mercy from either of you. He bowed at the end. Once again Naruto dismissed the aged man's words. What's done is done. And my hands are pretty much forced to help everyone in Konoha, since I'm here to help protect you guys. He answered with a slight scowl, before remembering an important fact. Oh, and Oji-san, if Natsu-chan is right about the reason Orochimaru decided to get Suna's help in the invasion, you don't have much to worry about. We have close ties to the Kazekage and can probably get Suna to turn their backs on Oto. He finished with a knowing smirk. Sarutobi quirked a brow. Let me guess, something that has to do with your trip you haven't told us, no doubt. He inquired, getting a nod and smirk from the Hanyu. Very well, after all you've told me I have no reason to not trust you in this too. As for your plan in infiltrating Konoha and the Chunin exams itself, I can approve that. However, there are procedures that must be made in order for it to look authentic. I hope you understand, politics and all that. Sarutobi finished, while massaging the bridge of his nose. He hated politics, no one told him there would be so much when he first became Hokage. Understood, that's what we were looking for. Now what exactly has to be done for us to become genin since the academy already graduated this year? He asked. Sarutobi turned around to look outside his window surveying the village. Well, the usual procedure is just a basics exam dealing with the 3 areas of being a shinobi: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. However, I have something else, and in your case much better in mind. A spar to test all of your skills against a Junin of my choice. He explained, while smirking with the occupants of the room could only see it in the glass's reflection. Sounds interesting. Who will be our opponent? Natsumi asked, after a long silence, but now curious as to the proposition that presented itself. His smirk turned evil. Oh, just someone from your past, whom I'm sure both of you will enjoy seeing again. It was now Sarutobi's turn to be the secretive one. Bring it on, Oji-san. I'm sure we can beat whoever it is without any problem, even while suppressing our chakra and ki. Naruto urged with an anxious grin. Well, see, Naruto-kun. But sadly the match will have to wait a week. The Junin I had in mind is still out on assignment. That's fine, we can wait, while we get reacquainted with this wonderful place. Natsumi said, snorting at her final comment. Speaking of acquaintance, that reminds me. You never told us what exactly your relationship is, Yamato asked with a wry smile, pointing at the 2 demons. The uninvolved parties smirked at the question, each secretly wanting to know but actually forgetting from all that was said, at least everyone but a young Inuzuka heiress. She was concerned at both the question and possible answer. In truth, she had hoped nothing but a close friendship was going on between the 2 demons. When she agreed to go on a date with Naruto the day before, unknown to him, she was putting her final eggs in one basket as far as opening up her heart to anyone again. If things went south she wasn't sure if she'd ever be able to emotionally recover after what happened in her past. She waited on bated breath for the answer to Yamato's question. Unfortunately for Hana, Natsumi took this as a challenge, and while Naruto was stuttering out an answer to the question, smirked, before leaning over, pulled on the Hanyu's dark orange flak jacket and smacked their lips together into a very passionately and rather verbal kiss. The room went completely silent while this went on, both Yamato and Tsume grinning like hyenas, and Sarutobi getting a small nosebleed from the soft moans the vixen sitting in front of him was releasing. The kiss finally ended with a resounding smack, with Natsumi looking back at the Anbu-clad man. Does that answer your question? She retorted smugly, before the door to the office opened and closed, with everyone noticing that Hana was now nowhere to be seen. Silly girl. Natsumi sighed out, realizing what her little show might have caused. She quickly stood up, set up the pair's Onipo Genjutsu to hide her appendages, and exited the room going after the emotional heiress. What was that about? Yamato asked. Something quite personal, Tsume answered, while leveling a soft glare at her now ex-future son-in-law. Naruto saw Tsume's reaction, and mouthed an apology before looking back at the Hokage. So, Oji-san, tell me what's changed in the past 6 years. With Natsumi and Hana, Natsumi was quite surprised on just how spry Hana was when she was in a rush. The canine kunoichi had already gotten past 4 blocks before Natsumi even reached the door to the Hokage tower. She was already on the girl's tail, but knew that in her emotional state, wouldn't voluntarily listen to reason without some help. You're just lucky Naru-kun likes you so much, or I wouldn't even waste the time to hunt you down, she thought with a sigh. The blur that was Hana quickly veered off into what appeared to be a park, with Natsumi hot on her heels. Natsumi, growing quiet, tired of the game of cat and mouse, especially since the mouse in this case couldn't be eviscerated, grabbed a pair of kunai and ninja wire, and flung them at the young woman, easily catching her against a tree trunk thanks to her emotional state overriding her shinobi training to evade such projectiles. He really like all the others. Just wanting me for my body and then wanting nothing more to do with me. Hana shouted with small tears falling down her face, not being able to look at the demoness who captured her. Natsumi narrowed her eyes at the girl. If you honestly think Naru-kun is that shallow, then you don't deserve his affection, and besides. Natsumi paused before placing her hands on her hips, striking a sexy pose. He can have my body anytime and anywhere he wishes. So going after yours would be kind of redundant. Although I do commend you, for a human you're quite gifted, she said, trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Hearing her words, Hana chanced a glance towards the vixen. Her tears stopped, as her feminine pride unconsciously rose to the surface. Well, I'm sorry that not all of us have the body of a goddess because we are demons. She growled with venom in her voice, but only result in making Natsumi smirk in amusement. Oh, that's what I was looking for. The Inuzuka pride I've heard so much about. I'm glad it isn't lost on the females of the clan. And especially not for you, Hana-san, since you are their heir. I'm glad you haven't lost that spark. I will never allow Naru-kun to have a weak mate by his side. Natsumi said while moving closer to tied down Eris, that smirk still on her lips. TSH. You are his mate if that kiss in Hokage-sama's office says anything. So why the hell would he need another? Hana spat out. Her smile left, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. You don't know the details of our relationship, so I'll forgive your ignorance, this once. I'll even go so far as to enlighten you to it, and see if your views on him being the dog of a man you now think he is changes by the end. But you must make the choice. She stated, cutting the ninja wire, and sat down on the soft grass in front of Hana to await her decision. Hana was curious about the vixen's words about Naruto, and decided to at least listen to her. It also didn't help that a little voice in her heart kept telling her to sit down, shut up, and listen. Hope, that was the voice's name. And it was always annoying like that in these situations. However, that's exactly what Hana did. She sat back against the tree, sighed, and waited for Natsumi to tell the tale. Natsumi saw this and nodded approvingly. Good, I see you are willing to understand his situation, that's a good start. Natsumi said, now a genuine smile on her lips towards the young women in front of her. But before I begin, there is one thing I want you to keep in mind. Naruto's interest in you is 100% genuine. And although he does find you quite attractive physically, he is also interested in you as a person and fellow shinobi. Natsumi informed, and seeing Hana nod dumbly, began the tale of the demon's relationship and the decisions they had made as mates pertaining to family. You too, okay, Natsu-chan? The sudden voice of Naruto shot through the demoness's mind while she continued explaining the story to Hana. Hi, I'm just explaining our situation to Hana so she doesn't castrate you. She answered back with a slight giggle, while imagining Naruto's reaction. I see, well, I'll leave you to it then. Come back to Oji-san's office whenever you are finished. And that's why he asked you out. Natsumi finished her story to Hana. For Hana, the story just told her, made her completely ecstatic on the inside that who she thought Naruto was just shot to hell. Although she did feel sad and guilty for thinking about Naruto doing such a thing in the first place, but was still glad her ideas were completely wrong. Gomen for making a scene. Kyuubi-san, Hana bowed with respect. She dismissed the apology with a wave of her hand. It's alright, and honestly, if you didn't react the way you did after that kiss, my respect for you would have been gone. And I'd have thought you to be like one of those fangirl whores, considering you didn't care about a man already being a relationship, nor question his motives for asking you out. With your actions, you've shown me your own self-respect as a woman and strength. So far you are looking very good in my opinion as Naruto's second mate. Of course that part is completely up to you too. Oh, and you can call me Natsumi from now on. She responded with a friendly smile. She couldn't help but proudly smile. It wasn't every day you were complimented so by the Queen of Demons after all. Arigato, Natsumi-san, we should start heading back though. Who knows what those three men are doing with your poor Ka-san in that room, all alone. She joked, and laughed after noticing Hana's cheeks burn crimson with the implications of her statement hanging in the air. It's always fun to embarrass people. The two walked back to the Hokage Tower in silence with Hana thinking about what Natsumi said to her about Naruto. With Natsumi thinking of the many ways she could be destroying the village right now if it weren't for her mate's request to leave it standing. For now. Hokage's office, I'll welcome back you too. I hope whatever the situation is that occurred before has been rectified. The Hokage spoke, seeing the two women walk past the threshold of his office. The pair just nodded and returned to their respectful seats, a sheepish grin across Hana's lips. Naruto-kun. Was there anything else either of you needed to tell us? The old man asked, once the pair were settled again. Not really, Oji-san. We mainly came back to just tell you about the invasion, and to keep certain people from harm during said attack. Naruto answered dismissively. Well, alright then. But be warned, Naruto, I'm sure the council will want to see you immediately after they realize you are back. Especially after I am forced to tell them the information about the invasion in just who I received it from. We've already thought of that, Hokage-san. And we have preparations for that encounter already in place, so do what you must. In the end the council will have no power over us. Natsumi said with a happy and smug smile, making the old leader smile in return. Good, I'm glad to hear you prepared so well. But for now this meeting is dismissed, so let me get back to my blasted paperwork, he said, shooing his audience out of the room with a chuckle. The group stood up, and bowed, well, all but Natsumi. They then took their leave with only Yamato staying behind. Once the doors closed, Sarutobi's smile turned into a frown right before an exhausted sigh escaped his mouth. Hokage-sama. Was it wise to keep the fact that not only will his Ka-san but also his three Tanekage, step-brother, sister, come here and participate in the Chunin exams? Yamato asked, worry clearly evident. He was an Anbu captain, and one of the strongest for sure. But he could tell a strong opponent just by a quick glance. And Naruto and Natsumi, other than the fact of who they were, he could see were probably even stronger than they relinquished themselves of being. And that scared him. The Hokage's shoulders slumped with a frown on his face. Truth be told, Yamato-san, I know it was a mistake not to, but I wanted to at least give those two a few days peace being back here before things for them go south, and those smiles we both saw in this office are erased by the cold-hearted shinobi we both know them to be. I will simply wait until after their genin trial, to tell him that Kushina, his Tanekage, step-siblings, will be in Konoha within the next few weeks. Sarutobi answered in a ragged tone. Understood, Hokage-sama. I suppose that since all is over I should return to my post. The younger of the pair said, getting a dismissive wave, before shunshioning out of the room. Damn, I need an apprentice, I'm too old for all this shit, Sarutobi cursed, before lighting his pipe and beginning the other hell of his life, paperwork, although at the moment was a welcome annoyance compared to the migraine that already began to pound on his brain. Konoha streets, so, my family is coming to pay a visit to Konoha. And to participate in the Chunin exams no less. Naruto mentally questioned to himself, after easily overhearing the conversation the Hokage's office thanks to his demon limit. Well, I'll just have to give them a warm welcome, I guess. And also give a little reward to Natsu-chan for her demon limit. Thing is great for espionage. He finished with a scary leer, well, scary to most people, current company excluded. Arashi-kun. A voice cut through his thoughts, with a hand waving past his vision. What? Was his genius reply, before his vision cleared and noticed and all three of his female companions were looking at him oddly, Hana being the one in front of him trying to get his attention. Oh, Gomen, just heard something rather interesting, he explained with an embarrassed grin. Oh, and what could be so interesting that would distract you from three beautiful women in your company? Natsumi joked, her hands on her hips with a cute pout, the other two women laughing at the joke. He smiled darkly. Seems Uzumaki Kushina and her new brood are coming to participate in the exams. I'll assume that she will be the Junin instructor to overlook them. He emotionlessly, that belied the hatred in his eyes, if one was to look close enough. Total silence encompassed the area after his explanation, none of the women really knowing what to say, knowing just how much of a taboo anything having to do with that woman, or her clan was to the man standing in front of them. Mama, don't worry about it, he said, shrugging his shoulders in dismissal. Besides, as Natsu-chan said in the office, they will all learn the mistake they made once the gloves are off during the exams. Until then I'll enjoy as much of this hellhole I can, he offered, wrapping both arms over his mate's and potential mate's shoulders, allowing Sum to smile warmly that at least not all of Naruto's good-naturedness died while living in this hell on earth she called a village. Before you start enjoying anything, Era-kun, remember you still have training to do. Just because we are back from our trip doesn't mean your training ended after all. Besides, you need to finish it before you're in Hana-san's date if I recall. She reminded, gaining a smirk at seeing said pair's cheeks pinken slightly. Ah, good point Natsu-chan, he said before releasing his arms from the women, and looked at Hana. Nay, Hana-chan'll be back at 7 to pick you up for our date, okay? She smiled happily. That's fine Arashi-kun, see you then, Yane. He confirmed before both he and Natsumi disappeared in their usual fashion of red and purple flames. I never would have imagined anything like this to happen, not in a million years. Sum said, before both Inuzukas laughed at how their world was completely turned upside down in only a matter of 2 days, before heading back to their home, Sum to alert the clan about Orochimaru and invasion, and Hana to get ready for her date. Later that night, it was about 6:55 and Naruto was already on his way to the Inuzuka compound to pick up Hana. Although Naruto was now more versed in relationships and intimacy because of what he went through with Natsumi before and after getting together with her, he was still rather new at the whole dating thing. Not only that, but his past still prevented him from opening up fully. Therefore, even with his experience, things he could easily do with Natsumi were hard if nigh impossible with another woman. Even with tips from his red-haired lover, the orange-haired Hanyu was still anxious and nervous about tonight. He hid it well enough though, thanks to everything he went through during his 6-year absence. Naruto had knocked on the door when the clock tower struck exactly 7, and waited with hitched breath for his date to begin. A few minutes passed, before he heard the pitter-patter of footsteps coming down the stairs, as several muffled curses reached his ears, making him lightly chuckle recognizing the voice. Well, at least I know I'm not the only nervous one tonight, he thought, before distinctly hearing the words, damn it, and shoes, making him snicker more. Once his laughter subsided, and he visibly calmed down, he simply waited. He perked up when he finally heard the lock on the door click, and the knob of the door twist. The door opened, and to say Naruto was prepared to see what Hana looked like would be quite the understatement. The poor guy was having trouble lifting his jaw from the doorway the moment said door gave a clear view of the canine kunoichi. She wore no jewelry, and only put on a simple shade of very light red lipstick. She left her hair down, letting it descend to her shoulder blades. She wore a simple but elegant black dress, that seemed to hug her entire body just enough to show off her curves but also leave any man wishing for just a little more. The dress ended just above her knees, showing off her calves, which was held up by thick spaghetti straps that crossed her, showing back. The dress also ended just above her chest, leaving the tiniest bit of cleavage showing to entice whoever she was wearing said dress for. To finish everything off, she had on a set of rather fashionable black heels. Thanking God for Natsumi's constant teases, Naruto only gawked for several moments before he recovered. You look stunning, Hana-chan, he complimented, his tone laced with shock, though it also a tone of obvious approval. Hana could only laugh at his antics, before taking a good look at her own date. She too was rather awed at how different Naruto looked out of his shinobi garb. He looked good sure enough, she just wouldn't have thought this good. Naruto himself was wearing much more casual cloths, though still on the fancy side. He wore a white collared shirt with the top 2 buttons undone for breathing room. The shirt itself seemed to be strained in certain places, mostly his high upper torso and biceps, showing that he was rather muscular though not grotesquely so. He wore a simple pair of comfortable-looking black khakis, and a black belt, with black shoes of a design Hana herself never saw before. You don't look bad yourself there either, Naruto-kun, she answered with an approving smile when she finished drinking in his appearance in. Naruto smiled back, and stuck his arm out in an inviting gesture, making Hana giggle before wrapping her own arm around his and closed the door. The two were off to start their date, and while walking kept a rather awkwardly but serene silence between them. They soon reached the business side of the village. The two simply walked on while watching other people pass by, going into stores or restaurants, or whatever their business had been that night. Naruto eventually led Hana to a rather quaint and out-of-the-way little restaurant, that she herself had recognized from passing by it many times but never actually going in as a customer. Naruto opened the door for his date, but noticed she wasn't going inside, and looked a bit confused at her inaction. Something wrong, Hana-chan? Hana shuffled her feet while looking at the ground. She didn't want to admit it, but being on the dating scene once again was invoking a lot of self-doubt in her, and her mind kept coming up with excuses to run out on the date. Things only got worse when she saw happy couples through the window enjoying dinner together. Her mind was racing with doubts before a hand gently grabbed her arm, shaking her from her thoughts, and looked up to the concerned expression on her date. Anyo. It's just been a long time since I've been out with a guy. After what happened with Mizuki, it just seems self-doubt is settling in when going out like this. She confessed, looking away embarrassed. I see, he retorted lowly, before cupping her chin with his thumb and pointer finger, turning her to face him. Well, how about this? Let's just start our date, and if at any time you feel overwhelmed with whatever it is we are doing, you just say the word and I'll take you home. Sound like a deal? He offered with a large smile. Hana just stared into Naruto's amethyst eyes, those purple pools that seemed to go on forever, reaching into her very soul whenever they locked gazes. Her mind was screaming no, but those eyes of his held not only a charm but an honesty that kept her completely enraptured. The longer she looked into those orbs, the softer and softer her mind's outcries became, until they were as quiet as a whisper during a blizzard. Then the voice was no more and she shook her head as if waking up from a trance, before registering the last few minutes, and smiled at her date. Hi, arigato for being so patient with me, Arashi-kun, she finally answered softly. It's nothing, he retorted, his smile widening, before opening the door for her again. Ready? Hana was about to answer and take a step before she stopped when she noticed what everyone else was wearing in the little restaurant. She became self-conscious once more and looked down at what she was dressed in. Anyo, I think I'm a little overdressed for a place like this, she admitted with another embarrassed tone. Curious as to her meaning, Naruto looked inside the establishment towards all the patrons, before looking back at Hana and then smirked and grabbed her wrist. I don't. You look great. Besides, it'll be good for you to make all the girls jealous that you are the best looking women in the place, he said jokingly, hoping it would cheer her up. Thankfully he heard soft giggling, and taking that as her answer gently pulled her inside towards the host's booth. A few moments later, after confirming his reservation for Kazama Arashi, the couple were seated in the back of the restaurant. After they had ordered, they began with small chit-chat about their shinobi lives, just little things to break the proverbial ice. They laughed at their little stories, and soon fell into a comfortableness neither one of them would have thought they'd reach so quickly, but nonetheless did. Eventually the food came to the table, and while eating Hana decided to strike up a rather serious topic, but an important one to them both. What are your thoughts on the invasions during the Chunin exams, Arashi-kun? Hana whispered, knowing this information was sensitive to talk about. After taking a sip of wine, though she preferred beer, wine was something she only liked in certain circumstances, a date being one of them. Truth be told, I'm not all that worried, he answered before taking another fork full of chicken. Hana was taken aback by his answer, and couldn't help but blurt out her next thought. How can you be so lax with an invasion led by a Sanin no less? Over the horizon in a few weeks, she whispered excitedly, her appetite put on the side for the moment. Simple. I know what Natsu-chan and myself are capable of. If I didn't have faith in our abilities to handle the situation, I'd probably be a little more worried. And no, I'm not being egotistical or anything. But with the things I've learned in the last 6 years, I doubt there are many people that could take me if I became serious. Besides, he paused before smiling, we do have the backing of Konoha and her shinobi. Although this place was and probably still is corrupted, denying or underestimating the power of the Leaf Shinobi would be the last thing I would do, Hana-chan. Hana was rather surprised by his answer, though deep down was happy that Naruto wasn't being a chauvinist, while gallivanting how he was all-powerful like some of the infamous shinobi of the past have done and sometimes still do. But more importantly to her, he recognized the strength of Konoha itself and her shinobi, even though he hated the place. She appreciated the fact he didn't rag on the village just because of his rightful spite towards it. She couldn't help but smile at his words, and although improvised, it seemed to her when it came to things concerning her persons Naruto chose his words very carefully, making sure that nothing he said would hurt her feelings or anyone else's feeling he cared about by being apathetic. You know Arashi-kun, if anyone else had said that I probably would have laughed and not believed them. But something tells me to not only believe you, but that you aren't exaggerating one bit about how strong you've become with Natsumi-san's help, she said giggling a little. He smiled proudly. Well, I wasn't exaggerating, Hana-chan. And I'm glad I'm not. Because then I would have had to cancel our date so I could train to get stronger so I can protect you and all the other important people in my life. She said nodding. Once the invasion topic was close, the two just continued their dinner in blissful silence. It was around 9 when they finished dinner. Naruto paid the bill and unknowingly escorted Hana ironically towards the very park that she and Natsumi had had their little chat in earlier that morning about him. The walk through the woods was nice, it seemed the weather was perfect just for the occasion. The wind blew slightly, which cooled the slightly warm air, settling it at just the right temperature. The pair just continued to walk until Hana, for the first time being the dominant during the date, pulled Naruto to a nearby bench and sat down. Really was a good night to pick for the date, nay Hana-chan? Naruto questioned suddenly while gazing into the depths of the forest. Hi. Was perfect. She agreed softly, before falling to the side, resting her head against Naruto's shoulder. He smiled at her actions, and was honestly glad she was comfortable enough with him to do such a thing. He was honestly scared that because of past actions of men that should have been castrated at birth she would want to end the date as quickly as possible without seeming jumpy because she was alone with a man. A low peaceful moan knocked him from his thoughts, and he saw that Hana seemed to be dipping in and out of consciousness. Why do I feel so comfortable and safe around you, Naru-kun? The slightly incoherent Kunoichi whispered, making said Hanyu slightly blush since she just used Natsumi's public pet name. Granted, he didn't mind in the least, was just surprising. I don't know, Hana-chan, could just be my animal magnetism, he joked, making them both laugh at his corny attempt at a joke. Maybe, she cooed out, while nuzzling against his side. Naruto himself just enjoyed the closeness and warmth the vet medic provided. He let her rest, while he pondered on things looking towards the star-filled sky. They stayed like that for what Naruto surmised was an hour, before deciding that it was about time to get Hana home. Lest send out a search party. He couldn't help but chuckle at the image in his head about a frantic Sum sending out her entire clan for Hana. His jovial breathing, however, served his purposes and roused Hana from her sleep, with a blissful groan. Or still at the park? She asked with a tired voice while lightly rubbing her eyes. Hi, I was about to wake you, so it worked out that you did it on your own. She murmured in agreement, before her brain jump-started and realized what, or more specifically who she had just been using as her pillow. Goman. She lightly squeaked out before quickly pulling away, landing on the opposite end of the bench with an embarrassed blush clear across her cheeks, her reaction making the orange-haired Hanyu laugh. It's quite alright, Hana-chan, if I had minded it I would have simply moved you. He responded, while shaking his head in jest before standing up, and put out his hand. Let's get you home, before Ka-san kills me. He joked, making Hana calm down and giggle. Arigato, she said, grabbing his hand, and was brought to her feet. They began to walk out of the park, but Naruto noticed that Hana was lagging behind a bit, and saw she was looking quite tired. Nay, Hana-chan. Anyo, if you want you can, rest against me while we walk. He offered, while scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Normally Hana was a stronger woman in Kunoichi than this. But after all that's happened in the past 2 days she was just completely exhausted emotionally, which soon caused her to become physically tired as well. And although she did admit to herself Naruto made one comfortable pillow, she didn't want to seem too eager to go back to her former position. In response she just gave a small smile and nod, before she wrapped her arms around his and rested her head on his shoulder, letting him lead her back home. Naruto decided to take the short way back to the Inuzuka compound. Problem was that it also cut through the rather bad part of the village, very close to the red light district. He quickened his pace only slightly, knowing that a couple like them would seem to be easy targets for muggers and the like, and unfortunately for him, he was right. Well, look what we have here, boys. A raspy voice called out from an alleyway. Naruto was a few yards from walking past, before a small gang of men walked out of the alley. Naruto stopped, abruptly and sighed in agitation, before guiltily shaking Hana awake. And the night was going so well too. He lamented. Hana groaned from being awakened from her peaceful slumber, and opened her eyes to the scene before her. She was slightly confused, and looked to Naruto for an answer, but only got a warm smile on response. Alright, I'm sure you two love birds know the drill. Leave any of your valuables on the ground and go on your way lest we lose out. Good mo. Hey, wait a minute. The apparent leader of the group stopped before peering at Hana, and upon recognition grinned manically. Inuzuka. Hana. Well fucking well, look at what we've stumbled on here, boys. The bitch that constantly denied my hand at a date saying she didn't want to date anyone. Yet she seems to be quite chummy with this guy tonight, nay. He asked, only getting snorts and laughs from his minions. Well my friend, it's your lucky day. I'll tell you what, if leave that bitch here, we'll let you kept what you got and go on home. How's that sound? Or, you can try to be a fucking hero and get your skull crushed in after you're sodomized with my friend's metal toys, the leader said, posing his ultimatum to a rather blank-looking Naruto. I guess every village had scum like this, so I can't really blame Konoha for this. Naruto answered in an emotionless tone, an icy gaze that caused all to hear and see it, Hana included, shudder from his demeanor. Hana knew Naruto meant her no harm. But that still didn't compel her body to become any less rigid than it was the moment everything about him changed. She didn't want to admit it. But she was quite scared of her date at the moment. Something about him right then told her to run, and don't look back towards the orange-haired Hanyu, that her arms were still interlinked with. Seems you want to try the hard way. Fine then, Hiro-san, the boss mocked, as the rest of his gang brought out their weapons. Naruto's reaction stayed the same from the man's threat. His only physical response was to bite his thumb on his free hand and then outstretch his arm to his side as if he was leaning against an invisible wall. Kuchio's no jutsu, he said before seals spread out like a spider's web into air and what could only be described as a rift on the plane of existence opened up, to allow Shinku Kaijin through. Naruto gripped the sheath and pulled the rest of the sword out, allowing the rift to close quickly behind it. Oh ho, what's this? A shinobi? Well, don't think that will save you, kid. We're shinobi as well, so you're shit out of luck. The boss responded with a smirk, before his expression turned to shock when he saw the very sword Naruto just summoned fly past his face and into the shadows of the road behind the gang, making all of them look behind. Are you an idiot, kid? You just threw away the sword you just summoned. And you didn't even hit any of us. Are you retarded? He asked, turning back around to see the couple walking away from them. Do not kill them, other than that do as you like. The gang heard Naruto's voice call out in the same emotionless tone as he and Hana walked into an adjacent alleyway. Yo boss. Who was that kid talking to? One of the members asked. That would be me. A masculine, and quite familiar voice called out from behind the gang, making them turn around and gawk at who they saw emerge from the shadows. Naruto was now standing behind them, with Shinku Kaijin in hand, the sheath hanging from his belt. Ho. How the hell? The boss yelled. Naruto simply stood there before a demonic smile crossed his lip, and the next moment he vanished. With Naruto and Hana, Gomenasai about my bad judgment, Hana-chan, Naruto said lowly. It's alright, Arashi-kun, she responded, still a bit shocked at how quickly his personality could change. He is a completely different person when he is with people he doesn't like. She contemplated, thinking back to his facial expression and voice during the altercation. Anyo, Arashi-kun, who were you speaking to while we left? She asked, curiosity eating away at her. He shrugged, just a cage bushin I made. She gasped. What do you mean? You didn't even make hand signs or call the jutsu. And it's a Junin level ninjutsu that can only be taught by those who already know it or from the forbidden scroll of sealing. She questioned accusingly. I did say I was strong, didn't I? He smirked smugly. Hana was about to ask another question, but a rather painful scream filled the night air and stopped her. She looked back towards where they were confronted and noted that was the origin. Naruto himself just pulled his date along, making sure to steer clear of any unpleasurable areas now. Luckily for the couple, by the time that gang showed up they were only a good 5 minutes away from the Inuzuka compound, so it only took slightly longer with the new detour. Soon enough they entered the gates of the compound and reached the door, before stopping. Hana released her grasp on Naruto's arm and turned towards him. "Arigato Naruto-kun, I really enjoyed tonight," she thanked with a smile, and pink tinge on her cheeks. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, Hana-chan, and Gomen again about just now." He responded with a sheepish grin. "It's alright, they didn't ruin the night too much, I'll just have to make our next date even better." He retorted with a happy smile, making her look confused. "Next date?" she asked, making his smile disappear. "Anyo, well, I just thought maybe I could ask you out again later. But if you don't want to, that's alright too." He answered, a slightly hurt undertone in his voice, though keeping his smile up. Hana heard what he said, and quickly realized how her question might have been interpreted. "Oh no," she shouted a bit louder than she meant to, before slinking back and looked at the ground. "Gomen, I didn't mean it like that when I asked you," she said in a low voice, making him crack a small smile in understanding. He cupped her chin once again like he had in front of the restaurant, and made her look at him. "It's a date then," he said happily, making her smile. "Hi. It's a date," she answered back. Naruto released her chin, and an awkward silence rose between the two, since neither knew how intimate the end of their date should be. A full few minutes passed with each of them raging on how to destroy the silence. "Just kiss him already," Hana's conscience roared out of nowhere, apparently fed up with the pair's nervousness. Not one to ignore such a direct command, she did just that and out of nowhere quickly stepped forward, leaned up, and gave Naruto a quick chaste kiss on the lips before moving back. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was so strung up on his own thoughts, the kiss Hana gave him didn't register until after it was already over. "Damn it," he mentally shouted. "Arigato again for such a wonderful night, Naruto-kun," she thanked once more, with a small happy smile. "I enjoyed it immensely too, Hana-chan," he agreed with his own smile, before opening the door for her. Hana was about to go inside before a second and rather bloody Naruto with Shinku Kaijin in hand appeared on the porch, making her stop in her tracks and tilt her head in curiosity. "Here you go, boss," the clone said, while sheathing the immaculately clean sword, and handed it to Naruto, before puffing out of existence. "What did he do to them?" Hana asked out of morbid curiosity. Naruto shuffled through the clone's memories, before sadistically smiling. "Let's just say, you won't have to worry about them trying to get into your pants anymore, Hana-chan. Or any other woman's for that matter, since there would be no further point," Naruto said with a satisfied chuckle. It took a moment for Hana to decipher his coded message, but the moment she did, her own sadistic grin arose. That answer completely turning around the bad end to their date. "Well then, remind me to give you as little something special the next time out date rolls around," she said, giving the Hanyu a seductive wink. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she finished. "Sleep well, Hana-chan, I'll see you later," he retorted, before seeing her nod in affirmation and close the door. Naruto stayed at the door for a minute to think over the date, and his smile only widened. "I'm glad I could break her out of her shell, if even only a little, if that kiss and little tease at the end was any indication." He mused, happy that Hana enjoyed herself so much that she threw in that little tease just now. He walked past the gates of the compound, took one final look at the Inuzuka house, before shunshunning back to the Namikaze estate in his usual fashion of purple flames. With Hana, "Welcome home, Hana." Sooms called from the kitchen. Hana smiled at her mother's happy voice, before taking off her shoes and joined said female in the kitchen. "Hey Ka-san," Soom nodded in response and placed a cup of tea in front of her daughter, where she saw her plop down at the kitchen table. "So, how did your date with Namikaze-san go?" she teased, easily seeing a blush grow on her daughter's cheeks. "It was good," Hana responded, hoping her mother wouldn't embarrass her by making her divulge the entirety of first date she's had in nearly 3 years. Not dating for that long is embarrassing enough. "Oh, only good. That glow surrounding you and the blush on your cheeks tell me it was more than good. Tell me, did you show him a little of the infamous Inuzuka flexibility?" Her mother teased with a wink while laughing at the poor girl's expense. "Ka-san. Oh, I'm only kidding, Hana, stop being such a stick in the mud. You've been like that for far too long. Soom retorted with a genuine smile. I know, but still. She responded with a pout, leaving the sentence to hang in the air. Really though, did you have a nice time? Her voice now supporting and warm even if it was her own mother. To answer a question about a date you just had was still rather embarrassing for Hana. Perhaps because she was still afraid of what would happen if things went bad. Nonetheless, after such a nice night, she threw away her negative thoughts, and hoped just for one more time things would work out. She smiled happily, with a flush on her cheeks. Hi, I had a really wonderful night with him. Wonderful night with who? A boyish voice called out from the archway of the kitchen. And you guys really need to keep it down. Some of us have missions in the morning, you know. Ah, Gomen Kiba, and Hana just got back from a date. Soom said excitedly. Kiba was quite groggy from being woken up due to his sister's scream. However, the moment he heard Hana and date in the same sentence, his senses went on high alert. Although Kiba was the younger sibling of the two, he was almost religiously protective of his older sister. Especially when it came to men because of her past. So anytime he hears about Hana dating someone, he says he wants to have a little talk with the guy. Nothing too serious, you know, just the, if you hurt her in any way no one will find you once I'm done with you, talk. His senses on high alert now, his teeth bared, and claws elongated, he asked the quickest question that came to mind. Where is he? Soom scoffed lightly. Oh, calm down, Kiba. You said it yourself, Hana had a wonderful time with him. So leave it be, though I'm glad you were protective of her nonetheless. She answered, making him calm down, and take a seat next to his family. So who is he? He asked in a more subdued tone this time. Knowing he was asking seriously this time, Hana, who by her expression was debating on telling him the truth or use the ruse they concocted on the Hokage's office earlier in the day. She made her decision and sighed. Actually, it was the man that saved me from Mizuki, if you remember the story. His name is Kazama Arashi. We bumped into each other yesterday, and after a short chat he asked me out to dinner, and here we are. She explained, with a happy smile and a slightly glazed over look in her eyes while she reminisced over the date. Ah, I'm happy for you then, Hana. I'd like to meet him sometime, so I can thank him in person for what he did. Kiba responded with a smile. Truth be told, he had wanted to meet the man that saved his sister's life 3 years ago ever since she told him about it. If nothing else, the Inuzuka were a prideful and honorable clan, and when they cannot give appropriate appreciation, good deeds won for them, they feel it only right to look for that person until they find them and give their rightful thanks. And for Kiba, other than the dream of growing up to be the clan heir after Hana steps down, was to find the man that saved her and thank him earnestly. He felt it his duty, since he was the alpha male in the clan, to do this and not rest until it was done. We'll see, Kiba, we'll see. Soom answered, happy that Kiba was still holding on to the clan's pride, but worried that meeting Naruto now may cause unneeded problems in the future. If they do meet, she will be forced to tell him everything that went on in the Hokage's office. But for now I think we should let Hana go. I'm sure she is tired from her date. Arigato ka-san. Squirt, she thanked with a bow and laughed, seeing Kiba spouting curses at her nickname for him. She always loved riling up Kiba, it made her feel so much better. Stop calling me that, he shouted back to her as she headed up the stairs to her room. Hana closed the door to her room and let out a sigh. Although she did greatly enjoy her date with Naruto, she found herself quite exhausted afterwards, and was thankful to finally reach her room where she could just relax and get some rest. She wiped off her lipstick with a tissue, before stripping off her dress, leaving her only in her panties. A bra just didn't go well with the dress she wore, so she mentally thanked God that the weather wasn't too cold out, lest Naruto get the wrong idea should her body have reacted accordingly. Once getting the dress in the laundry bin, she plopped herself down on her comfy bed and let out a satisfied sigh, while just looking at her ceiling. Tonight really was incredible. I didn't think I'd be so comfortable with him so quickly, she mused before a small blush crept on her cheeks. I'm really glad I said yes, and that we are going to go out again. I wonder where he'll take me, and if we'll kiss again. She let her mind drift back to the quick kiss they had, before she squealed uncharacteristically. I really hope I can kiss him again, she finished with a happy and rather girlish smile. Hana repositioned herself on her bed, raising the covers above her, and before she even noticed just how tired she was, had drifted off to sleep with the same smile on her face. With Naruto reappeared in the front gates of his home, deactivated the traps and shuffled inside. He quickly disrobed, leaving himself only in his usual boxer briefs while scaling the stairs to the master bedroom. He opened the door to find Natsumi sleeping on the bed in a cute, but quite seductive position, wearing only a bra and panties, making him smile while shaking his head. I swear even when she sleeps she teases me, he thought, walking to the bed. Like the shinobi he was, he slid into the bed without so much as a sound, and only the barest of movements registering on the mattress. He smirked at just how vulnerable she was. He was almost tempted to let her sleep. But he knew with what he had planned she'd be more than happy to wake up for. With a vengeful smirk he leaned over the vixen, bared his teeth, and sunk them into her exposed inner right thigh before suckled on both her skin and the small trickle of blood that flowed out. He quickly earned a quiet moan from the sleeping goddess. He released her thigh, which quickly healed and moved up to her throat and began to sensually nip and lick the skin, making the redhead writhe in an unknown frustration. Smirking in satisfaction, he moved to his last resort, which always worked to wake her up if he needed her to. He sent a hand down the middle of her body, before reaching his desired location, and with his middle finger slid it across the middle of her panties from bottom to top. A quick inhaling gasp, slight jerk of her body, and low exhaling moan told him she was finally awake. Her eyes fluttered open as another small moan escaped her lips, seeing Naruto there with a shit-eating grin on his face. She smiled back gently, letting her eyes get used to the dark room. "So I take it the date went well, Naru-kun," she rasped out, his answer only being a kiss, which she returned quickly. "Hi," besides the very end when a group of villagers decided to be insolent. He paused, that is until it turned around when she kissed me anyway, he finished with a happy smile, which she returned in kind. "See, I told you had nothing to worry about as long as you were yourself." He scolded him good-naturedly. "Hi, now not that I'm complaining. But why did you wake me up for?" she asked, but whimpered when he removed his hand from her nether region. He smirked. 3 reasons. He then paused, putting up the same hand he was just rubbing her with while raising his pointer finger. 1 to tell you that the date went great. Put up his ring finger. 2 to get you back for teasing me even while sleeping. Raised his middle finger. And lastly, to reward you for your demon limit, since it was so helpful after the meeting. He explained huskily, licking the slight juices on the finger that he stimulated her with, making what his intentions were overly obvious, which caused Natsumi's body shiver in anticipation. "Well then," she paused to lick his still slightly blood-soaked lips. "I certainly can't argue with those reasons now, can I?" she questioned seductively, making him evilly smirk, before crushing their lips together. The demon pair enjoyed the rest of the night making love, knowing that their fun would soon have to be put on hold thanks to the oncoming storm that was brewing just over the horizon. 1 week later, day of Genin test. It had been a week since Naruto and Natsumi's return, and thankfully the village was still blissfully ignorant. During the week, they reacquainted themselves with the village, and any possible places a sneak attack could occur during the invasion. Both of them stayed in their genjutsu ed forms to not rouse any suspicion of who they really were or what they really looked like. But it was finally the day for their evaluation to become genin, and were waiting in the designated training field transformed in their child versions. They had decided to get to field 7 before the designated time, and just wait. In the meantime they rested against one of the large trees that lined the area, with Natsumi resting against her mate sleeping soundly. Naruto was quite awake, rather curious as to who the Junin he was supposed to be evaluated by was. Soon his thoughts shifted to a certain brown-haired Inuzuka, that he wasn't able to see much of because of the necessary preparations. With Hana, said Inuzuka herself was currently treating herself to a lunch of beef stir-fry in one of the many quaint bistros after a long shift at the veterinary hospital. Unfortunately for her though, her quiet lunch was about to be interrupted by a pair of women that were the closest things she had to best friends, despite the age gap between them. "Ha, na, cch-shan." A sultry, but playful voice cooed out to the young woman from the front of the bistro. Hana looked up from her lunch to spot Mitarashi Anko, and Yuhi Kurenai standing in the doorway waving to her. She waved back with a smile in response. The 2 women headed over to her table, took a seat and waited until the waiter came to get their order. "So how is our little pet doc doing? We haven't seen you around lately." Anko asked in her usual bubbly self. I've been good. The office has been busy as hell lately, Gomen. Guys. She responded with an apologetic smile. It's okay Hana, we know your responsibilities keep you away for long periods of time, considering you're one of the few animal doctors in Konoha, Kurenai's smooth voice responded assuringly. Arigato, she said with a smile, you'll just need to hang out with us more. Anko said with a shit-eating grin, while slinging her arm around Hana's shoulders. And the first thing we can do is have you tell us about this mystery guy you were out with last week. She offered with an evil glint in her eye. How did you know I was out with someone? Hana almost yelled out, embarrassment clearly evident on her face. You know gossip travels fast in this village, especially when it comes to reputations. And yours is even worse than mine when it comes to men. Some people in that restaurant you went to apparently recognized you, and here we are, Kurenai said with a smirk. Well, it's none of their business, Hana spat out angrily, though more embarrassed than anything. Maybe not, but what's done is done, Anko said, giving the girl a reassuring squeeze. Now then, who was it? He must have been really gorgeous if he was able to get you out on a date. She finished with a joke. You know I'm not that superficial, Anko. Hana said with a huff. But yes, he is very handsome, and his name is Arashi, she confessed. Arashi-kun ne? Anko asked excitedly. She was always interested in such juicy gossip as this was turning out to be. He was the man that saved me 3 years ago. She explained in a low, embarrassed voice. Oh, you finally found him. That's great, I'm happy for you. But you're gonna have to describe him to us again to refresh out memories, and introduce us later too. Anko stated, getting a nod from Kurenai. Hana nodded as well and took a moment to think about how best to describe Naruto. Soon her gaze went distant and her lips seemed to move on their own. Anyo, well, he is rather tall. Muscular but not bulky. Has a mop of dark orange hair, that kinda looks like the Yondimes. Beautiful amethyst-colored eyes you could completely lose yourself in, a smile that could melt you to the core, an ass you just want to squeeze. And Kami-sama and his lips. She drawled on before hearing a cough, which knocked her out of her daydream. I think we get the picture, Hana, Kurenai said with a blush on her cheeks, from her friend's rather open description. Gomen, Hana said, her face completely red after registering what she just said. Nai-chan, why did you make her stop? She was just getting to the juicy bits. Anko whined, with a pout, while both girls noticed that Anko's hands weren't currently visible on the table anymore, as well as the blush now adorning the snake Junon's face. Well, I just thought that before you start freaking out the other customers with your moans, that you'd want to see the real thing instead of just imagining, Kurenai said with a laugh, making Anko's smile widen even more with the idea. You're such a good friend, Nai-chan. So how about it, Hana-chan? Can we meet this mystery man of yours sometime? Anko asked, eagerness and playful lust hanging from every word. Anyo, well, I'll have to ask Arashi. He is quite anti-social, I guess you could say, aside from a few people. So I'll have to ask him about meeting. Hana said before pausing when a thought struck her and she looked at her watch to read 11:55. Shit. Gomen, I have to go. I'll see you guys around, okay? She finished with anxiety written on her face, while grabbing her things, paid her bill, and ran down the road so fast that it would make the Yondaime nod in praise. Both older women just looked at each other confused, before contemplating what just happened. Anyo, Nai-chan, do you know what that was all about? No clue, Anko, think we should follow her. What kind of friends would we be if we didn't? Anko responded with a mischievous smile. Both women got up, left the little bistro, and followed their panicked friend towards strangely Training Ground 7. Hana was rushing through the streets to get to Training Ground 7 before 12 p.m., the designated time for Naruto and Natsume's Genin test. Baka. I can't believe I forgot. She mentally berated herself, while hitting the tree line for Field 7. She jumped through into the clearing, to find much to her relief the test not even begin yet. However, it was soon the time for the pseudo-exam and everyone that was supposed to be there was. Sarutobi in his cage robes, with Yamato garbed in his Anbu gear and mask on, Naruto and Natsume just standing in the middle of the clearing, and lastly Sume, who wanted to watch the fight. A quick rustling could be heard in the bushing behind everyone, making them look until they saw Hana come out. Hana-chan, you made it. The Naruto's boyish voice shouted, while waving to her, which she returned with a smile. Hana strolled next to her mother, and took a seat on the grass. Has the Junin they were supposed to fight come yet, Ka-san? She asked, only getting a no in the form of a head shake. And Hokage-sama is still keeping it from us, Tsume said, slightly annoyed, making Hana pout, wanting to know as well. A few yards back in the bushes, Anko and Kurenai were crouching down to stay hidden and just watched the spectacle unfold before them. What do you think is going on? Anko asked. I don't know. But if I were to guess, it looks like the alternative version for testing out a possible genin. And I only guessed that because the Hokage has to view each case personally when it comes to this. Kurenai said, it's sometimes paid to be currently dating the son of the current Hokage. Anko could only nod before looking back into the clearing. Oji-san. Naruto called out in his childish voice, getting the attention of the aged leader. When is whoever you picked getting here? He asked, noting that it was already 1 minute past the designated time. Just be a little more patient, Naruto-kun, I promise it'll be worth the wait. He answered back with an almost evil smile on his face, making both Naruto and Natsumi look at him oddly. Suddenly in front of the Hokage a puff of smoke appeared before a rather tall silhouette showed. Gomen for being late, I got lost on the road of life, was the man's excuse, making everyone that recognized both the voice, and excuse sweat drop, but made the demon pair each arch an eyebrow. The smoke soon dissipated, leaving someone both Naruto and Natsumi knew intimately standing there. Naruto's immediate reaction was to clench both his teeth and fists in anger. Sure, Naruto had only been 6 at the time, but the memory that man implanted in his mind was forever scarred into him. He would never forget that sight. On anger alone, Naruto was sorely tempted to release his chakra and ki and go berserk on the silver-haired man. But a gentle hand cupping his cheek caused him to lose focus and redirect to the owner of the hand. He turned to see the sympathetic smile of his mate, as she caressed his whiskered cheeks, making his anger recede. Calm down, Naru-kun, remember what I taught you, anger will only dull the blade of your strength. I know how much that man has hurt you, but letting your anger erupt will only cause you to fail. Natsumi mentally berated him in a soft tone. Naruto visibly calmed and let both his teeth and hands relax, before he took on a monotone demeanor, after smiling to his mate. Arigato Natsu-chan, he said, getting a smile from her. Kakashi-san, I'm sure you know why you are here today. The Hokage spoke, getting a nod from the seasoned Junin. Hi Hokage-sama, I'm to test 2 teens to see if they are capable of becoming genin. And if I deem it so, will be added in my genin cell. He recited his mission objectives, getting an affirmed nod from his commander. If I speak freely, Hokage-sama, who are the 2 you wish me to test? He asked, only to see a rare sight. The Hokage smirking sadistically before nodding behind him. Kakashi turned his good eye behind him to see someone, who caused an actual physical reaction to the usual stoic Junin. Namikaze Yu. Uzumaki, Naruto. He mentally questioned, his good eye open wide in shock. Hokage-sama, forgive my brashness, but that can't be who I think it is. I mean, he hasn't been heard of or seen by anyone for the past 6 years and is presumed dead. The silver-haired man stuttered out. Well, as you can see, Naruto-kun is quite alive and is back along with a companion he joined up with during his 6-year hiatus. I hope you aren't thinking of backing out of your mission after finding out who you'd be testing, Kakashi-san, Sarutobi threatened in an almost sinister voice. Nay, Natsu-chan, remind me to get Oji-san something nice after this. I owe him one, Naruto mentally asked her with a smirk on his face. No Hokage-sama, I just. Kakashi said, but letting his sentence drop. I can't believe he is back after so long. Kakashi lamentingly thought. After Kakashi was punished for his transgression towards Naruto that day 6 years ago, and after he heard that Naruto ran away, he realized what a fool he had been for his feelings towards the boy. He was only 15 and was still brash even though he was Anbu. The Kyuubi took his sensei away from him, and he had no one to set his anger upon except the boy who contained the demon itself. Back then he was foolish to think that the boy was somehow the Kyuubi in human form now. Or that by hurting the boy he hurt the demon as well. He was honestly no better than the other villagers. But after that day, he realized his idiotic mistake. All he had accomplished was crush the already weakened and battered mind of a 6-year-old boy who had just then seen his Kazan leave him. Ever since then Kakashi tried in vain to repent for his mistake. He even began following the examples of the Inuzuka which he had in the past ironically ridiculed for being nice Tachi boy, trying to protect his persona in the village after he left. But now even though most people thought the boy dead, he still tried to protect his persona whenever ignorant villagers badmouthed their savior. Seeing that very boy he crushed in front of him again threw the Junin's emotions into haywire. Even being the seasoned Junin he was, something so deeply rooted inside himself was hard to keep in check when the object of said emotions was staring him right in the face. Kakashi took a deep breath to try to calm his raging feelings, and succeeded if only slightly, walking to the middle of the field to meet his opponents. The rules of the test are simple, you must use any means possible to strike a single blow on Kakashi-san. There will be no killing allowed. You will have 3 hours to do so, understood? Sarutobi ordered, getting nods from the demon pair. Very well. The 3 hours will begin now. Hajime, begin fight. Neither the shinobi moved from their spots, with the audience on their toes to see who attacked first. Although most of the audience knew this test was staged, it was still rather exciting to see what the demon pair were made of when it came to fighting a seasoned shinobi like Kakashi. After a full minute of nothing, Natsumi was the first to move, only not in the way anyone would have expected. She simply smirked at Kakashi in a knowing way before leaning over, kissed Naruto on the cheek and strolled towards to Hana and Sume on the sidelines, making everyone but Naruto quirk an eyebrow. Natsumi-san, I know this is staged, but shouldn't you be helping Naruto-kun beat Kakashi? I mean, you are both suppressing your chakra and ki, so Naruto will have trouble, won't he? Hana whispered into the ear of the vixen girl. Naruto and I planned for this, granted Kakashi himself wasn't in our calculations. But nonetheless, we were here a good hour before needed and I set up a Onipo Genjutsu surrounding the entire battlefield. The Genjutsu will conceal Naruto's normal chakra amount from anyone, meaning that Naruto could use up to his 5-tailed state, and no one would feel anything but a high Genin's chakra amount coming from him. The only problem with it is that with my own chakra suppressed, the Genjutsu will only last for another hour. Granted, I have a feeling that he won't need that long. Natsumi whispered back, making Hana look shocked at their plan. Anyo. But if Naruto is fighting normally, then won't it be obvious that he is much stronger than a Genin? You'd be absolutely right in normal circumstances, Hana-san. But because of my Genjutsu's second ability, the entire fight to everyone watching but those I allow will look like Kakashi has the upper hand. So no one would be the wiser as far as Naruto's full strength. Wow, Naruto-kun must be really strong if he had you for a sensei for 6 straight years. Hana said, still shocked. You have no idea. Natsumi said, her smirk widening, before a thought came to her. Actually you will, here let me sit where you are, she commanded, confusing Hana with her request but complied anyway. The pair switched seats, so now Natsumi was in the middle of Sume and Hana, and quickly grabbed both of the women's hands. Both women's eyes bulged at now seeing a large red dome surrounding the entire field that wasn't there a second ago, only looking bewildered at the young girl sitting between them. Sume, long story short, I set up a Genjutsu around us and the only way to see through is if we are touching. Natsumi explained, getting nods from the women. Good, now then just watch. She finished with a sadistic smirk. Throughout all of this, Naruto and Kakashi hadn't moved an inch from their positions. Kakashi because he was still battling his feelings about the entire situation he was thrown into. Naruto because he was waiting for exactly what Natsumi had done with Hana and his mother, making him smirk at the signal. Naruto suddenly went into a commonly known taijutsu stance, and was about to kick off the ground when Kakashi began to speak. Naruto. The older man began, before his face scrunched into thoughtfulness. Naruto, I want to apologize. He finished, letting the boy in front of him digest his words. Naruto was rather taken aback at Kakashi's confession. That was the last thing he expected to come out of the man's mouth. He figured something about him being a demon or the like, not an apology. Naruto furrowed his brows in suspicion, before voicing his opinion on the matter. Why is that, Kakashi-san? Because you weren't able to finish the job of destroying what was left of my mind those 6 years ago. He questioned emotionlessly, making Hana recoil at remembering quite vividly the last time he used that same tone. No, he shouted desperately, before his one visible eye drooped, it's because of what I did to you back then, that I want to apologize. He explained, making Naruto cock his eyebrow and get out of his stance, signaling for the man to continue. I was young, brash and stupid back then. And I was so angry at losing my sensei. All I saw was red whenever you came onto the scene. I treated you like trash for housing the Kyuubi inside you, instead of revering you as the hero you should be in this village. It wasn't until a rather harsh lesson thanks to Hokage-sama, and hearing that you ran away from the village did I realize my stupid mistake about how I treated you. He confessed before sighing. I know that saying this and simply saying, I'm sorry, will not allow you to forgive my transgressions against you. But I hope that after returning that I can somehow make it up to you, but still Gomenasai. He finished, before letting his fallen eye look up to see the boy's reaction. Naruto's expression hadn't changed while he heard the rather emotional confession of the silver-haired man. Choice after choice ran throughout Naruto's mind about what his answer should be. But he finally settled on at least giving the cycloptic man a second chance, if only because it was his ignorance that caused him to meet Natsumi. Forgiveness, however, was on a whole other pedestal that an I'm sorry just wouldn't reach. I won't ever forget what you did, Kakashi-san. He began, making everyone but Natsumi flinch at his tone. However, after thinking about it, because of your brash and stupid actions, as you called it, one of the best things that has happened to me in my life occurred. He said, pausing again, and saw the happy smile of his mate in his peripheral vision. So I will give you one and only one chance starting after this test to repent for your past against me. And if I deem so fit, I will forgive you for your stupidity. Do not get the wrong idea with my words, however, I do not like you, and I doubt I ever will. But if you prove your repentance to me, I'll be tolerant of you. He offered, making the flinches turn into very faint smiles. Arigato for the chance, Naruto. Kakashi answered, relief in his voice, before his demeanor changed into his normal one. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I still have to test you and your girlfriend over there if you are eligible to become Genin of Konoha. He finished with a smile, though only able to tell via his closed eye in an N shape. She will not be participating in this test anymore, so I'll be fighting for the both of us. She is stronger than me anyway, so if I pass we both will, Naruto countered, getting into the same stance as before. Kakashi made no verbal counter, and only looked at the Hokage, who simply nodded. Kakashi sighed, before taking out his famous orange-covered book and began reading. Attack when you wish, Naruto. Kakashi offered as he turned a page. Naruto just shook his head and vanished from his position, before reappearing in front of Kakashi, his arm extended towards his opponent's face. Kakashi just leaned to the side and let the fist fly by, before Naruto tried to knee him in the stomach with his momentum, but Kakashi just jumped back, while never taking his eye off his book. You're better than I expected, I'll give you that, Naruto, Kakashi said offhandedly, while swerving to the side to evade a roundhouse kick. On the sidelines, all the audience save for Natsumi had raised brows. Yamato, Sarutobi, Anko and Kurenai, because for a genin Naruto was actually doing pretty well against Kakashi. He may not be hitting him. But it was the closeness of his attacks that impressed them. Most genin couldn't get within 6 inches of hitting their senseis during tests like these, and that was 3 versus 1 battle. Naruto, however, was easily getting to within an inch of the Junin, and by himself no less. Sum and Hana, on the other hand, had their eyes raised because in reality Naruto had accomplished his task after his first attack. Because of the genjutsu, the blows Naruto was connecting with didn't register in anyone's vision. And although it looked like Naruto was only missing by an inch, he was actually landing a blow with each attack. He's this good? Sum rhetorically asked, still shocked. Good. Natsumi whispered with a scoff. I wouldn't be a very good sensei if this was the best my Naru-kun could do. Although all his normal Charka reserves are unleashed, he is still greatly holding back in this fight. If he went full out against Kakashi, he'd knocked him too far, like into the trees. My genjutsu would then be pointless because everyone else would see the trees breaking but Kakashi standing right next to Naruto, which would make them begin to suspect something was wrong. Naruto is working with my genjutsu to keep up the visual illusion for anyone watching, and the physical illusion to Kakashi himself so that he can have his revenge on Kakashi, without being stopped by anyone. She explained, as her smirk widened after a rather vicious kick to the ribs of Kakashi, that only the three women saw. The test had gone on for close to an hour, and Naruto was getting rather bored playing with Kakashi. He knew he would have to end it soon, but decided to play just a little more, but wanted to add a few weak jutsu to spice it up. He quickly made a few hand seals that Kakashi recognized and just went back to reading. Kaiten. Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style. Great fireball technique. He shouted before a ball of fire shot towards Kakashi, who waited until the last second to shunshin out of the way. The only problem that Kakashi had was that Naruto had actually used the distraction of the jutsu to shunshin himself behind Kakashi and get a solid punch in his shoulder, thus ending the test. Not bad, Naruto, Kakashi stated, feeling the fist in his shoulder. The fighting pair lazily walked towards the Hokage, who had an approving smile on his face. Congratulations Naruto-kun, you and Natsumi-san are now officially genin of Konoha under the leadership of Hitaki Kakashi of Team 7. He said with pride. Arigato Oji-san, Naruto said with a small smile. The girl trio went over and congratulated Naruto on a good fight, with Natsumi giving him another kiss on the cheek. Well, this test is officially over, so you are all dismissed. Kakashi, you and your new team are to report to my office tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for your next mission, understood? Hi, Hokage-sama. Good, now you three have the rest of the day off to recuperate. Sarutobi said, shooing everyone back to do whatever. Everyone was preparing to leave when Naruto shouted to Kakashi, getting everyone's attention. Kakashi, remember what I said before our fight? He paused to see the Junin nod. He would try his best to repent. Oh, and Oji-san, you might want to get Kakashi some medical attention. Oh, and Kakashi, now we are even. Naruto finished with a sadistic smile, before both he and Natsumi shinshined away in a swirl of leaves. Everyone was confused at Naruto's words until a feeling of dizziness overcame all of them and a pained scream resounded in the field. At first no one knew what happened, everything seemed the same, that is until Yamato noticed Kakashi. A few seconds ago Kakashi was physically fine, but now, he had purple bruises and cuts that were bleeding, covering nearly all of the skin that was shown on him. A pained and surprised look on Kakashi's face showed that they weren't seeing things. Everyone present but Tsume and Hana looked on worriedly at seeing what happened to Kakashi. He was already on one knee letting out grunts of pain, looking like he was about to fall unconscious any second. What the hell happened to him? Sarutobi yelled out. Revenge, Hana said, simply making everyone but Kakashi look at her. What do you mean? Yamato questioned, not quite understanding. It's rather simple, granted understandable that none of you noticed. We didn't either at first, until Natsumi let us. Tsume answered before sighing. The entire fight was veiled in a genjutsu, although you all saw Kakashi dominate the fight. The truth of the matter was that is what the genjutsu wanted you to see, and Kakashi to feel. But in reality every attack Naruto launched at him had connected. The evidence is right there, you can see. And as Hana said, the reason was for revenge for the emotion pain Kakashi put Naruto through. But in this case using physical pain. The group, along with Anko and Kurenai, were taken aback at the pair's actions. And although their reasons were understandable, was still quite harsh in their eyes. Kakashi however thought about Tsume's words, and despite still in pain smiled under his mask at the deeper meaning of their plan. I understand, he said, making everyone look at him like he was slightly crazy. This was Naruto's olive branch to me. He did this to not only get revenge for what I did when I was younger, but to swipe the slate clean for me, to try to earn his trust. He explained. The rest of them nodded in understand, but still finding it an odd way of starting over, although Tsume and Hana were quite happy with how it turned out. Alright, well, now that we know, let's get Kakashi here some medical attention. Sarutobi said, sighing at Naruto's lack of discretion on his plan. Yamato took Kakashi to the hospital, while the Inuzuka duo escorted the Hokage back to his office, to get the official papers of the demon pair official. Meanwhile Anko and Kurenai were still disturbed at everything that occurred. That was interesting, Anko stated disbelievingly. Hi. But things are going to get a lot more interesting around here now that he is back. The village isn't going to like this at all, Kurenai responded, making Anko growl. Yay, well, these assholes can just suck it. If they try anything against him and I'm around, there is going to be hell to pay. She vowed. Well, nothing to do but see what happens, I guess. And what's this? Does the snake bitch of Konoha have a soft spot for the wandering boy? Kurenai teased. No. But he is a lot like me, Anko stated in a low tone, while subconsciously rubbing her curse mark, which Kurenai noticed and nodded in understanding. Well, he seems to be able to take care of himself anyway, so there shouldn't be too much to worry about, she answered back reassuringly, trying to cheer up her down friend. Hi, I guess you are right, she said solemnly. But damn, did you see how bad Kakashi was beat? I'd hate to be on Naruto's shit list right now, she finished, reverting to her usually self, making Kurenai laugh. Hi, I haven't seen Kakashi like that since the time he accidentally went into the girl's side of the onsen. The pair just laughed while shaking their heads at the memory, walking away from the training field to go about the village. It seems, however, that no one noticed three other presences watching the fight with strict scrutiny before disappearing. Later that night, for the rest of the day, Naruto just lounged around the Namikaze compound with Natsumi, relaxing after the fight. Not that he really needed it, but it was always nice to see your smokin' hot significant other in a skimpy bikini while relaxing in the onsen. That night, while the demon pair were snuggling in bed, Naruto decided to have a small chat with Natsumi. Natsu-chan. He cooed out, only getting a sleepy moan as an answer. Did you sense those 5 other presences watching us? He asked, feeling her rise from his chest. MMNN. Hi, however, I could recognize 3 that were from Konoha. 2 had Hana's scent on them, so I guess they just followed her, and the last was that boy Sai Sarutobi told us about. The last 2 I didn't recognize, though the one smelled of snake, so I guess he was a spy for Orochimaru. She responded while coyly drawing circles on his chest with her clawed finger. He frowned slightly, though still enjoyed her motions. I see. Was kinda hoping you recognized the last 2, since I also noticed the same 3 as you. Well, your return has and will turn a lot of heads, I'm sure, Naru-kun. Personally, I'm surprised there weren't more spies watching us today. I suppose. But still, something about the one farthest away is bothering me, he said, his face scrunching in disapproval. It bothered me too. But it was too far away for me to get a good read on it before it ran. Don't worry though, I'm sure we can handle whatever it was if it comes for us, she said reassuringly. Hi, he answered, before shivering as he felt her beginning to lick his stomach and seal sensually. Now let me just make you forget about all this spy business. She cooed seductively, positioning herself so she now sat between his thighs, and excruciatingly slowly began to rub him against the fabric of his boxer briefs, making him groan slightly. You're insatiable, you know that, my Benny Kisai? He questioned with a strain. You're not one to talk, my Foxy-sama. She shot back with a smirk, before pulling down his underwear and squeezed him, making him growl in pleasure. I suppose not, he conceded with his own smirk now. Natsumi just leered back at him, before taking him in her mouth, making him forget anything for the rest of the night. Underneath Konoha, a teenage boy with deathly pale skin was currently walking down a dilapidated hallway, with only the thoughts of reporting to his superior. He reached the door of the office he was looking for, opened it, and walked in before kneeling in a bow before the desk. What is it that you have to report? A gruff voice called out from behind the desk. It appears that the Hokage left to attend a special genin examination for 2 new teenagers. The boy reported. I see. What weaklings does Sarutobi wish to invite to become this pathetic village's new shinobi? The older man growled out. Naruto and Natsumi, I could not get their last names. But I believe the boy to be Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. A devious smirk crossed the aged man's face. Is that so? So the prodigal Jinchuriki returns. And with a partner no less. Interesting, I thought he died after so long without a word. But this can work in my favor if I can get him to trust me, the old man chuckled with schemes already running through his mind. Hi. You should know, however, that Naruto was assigned my Junin instructor Hitaki Kakashi to be tested against. And while at first seeming to be decent for what a genin can be capable of. After the match, Kakashi himself became oddly bruised and bleeding all over, which makes me think that Naruto is much stronger than he wants people to know. They are now both assigned into my genin cell with Kakashi. the boy explained. A long silence filled the room before the man stood up, and looked down upon the boy. Good work, this information will help if I deem the Jinchuriki worthy enough for my cause to join. However, for now, go back to your assigned mission, but keep an eye on them. And if an opportunity presents itself, have them come to me, Sai. The man ordered before the pale boy stood up. Hi, Danzo-sama, Sai bowed before leaving the office. Danzo fell back into his seat and interlocked his fingers in front of his now smirking face. Sarutobi, you old fool. You should have let me have the boy the moment his bitch of a Ka-san relinquished him to the village. But now he may be too strong to control. But we'll see, I still have a few cards to play that may allow me control of that boy. Danzo said with an evil smirk, before grabbing a manila folder from within his desk with top secret stamped on the top and a picture of a 6-year-old Naruto on it. River Country, report. A cloaked man said. It appears that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune is alive and has finally returned to Konoha after 6 years of self-exile, and is trying to become a shinobi. A plant-looking man replied. I see, good, then our plans can still commence without so much of a delay. The first man mused before turning to look at a certain pair of men. You two, go and greet the Jinchuriki, observe him for now only. However, if during the month hiatus for the Chunin exams he can be captured, do so. Hi, both men responded before phasing out of the cave. Is there anything else? He asked the rest of the people. Only that he appears to be stronger than a mere genin, but failed to show any of his true potential. He was however able to best Hitaki Kakashi, if only partly. That is of no concern, those two will be more than enough. The rest of you, you know your assignments now, go. Hi, the rest of the people in the room said before phasing out of it. All except one. Are you sure those two can handle it alone? A feminine voice asked. Itachi knows Konoha the best of out any of us, and Kisame is simply back up. Even if it is Konoha, there will not be a problem. Konan, understood, Pain-sama, she conceded, before both images vanished from the cave. Clan compound, a maid wearing a light blue outfit was running through the house of her mistress, with a scroll in hand with top secret written on it. She ran past the other maids, and tried her best to weave in and out, but her haste caused many crashes. But at the moment none of that mattered. The only thing that did was getting the scroll to her mistress. She finally reached the dojo doors, and knocked, hoping to not interrupt. Enter. A strong feminine voice called out. The maid quickly entered the dojo and saw 3 teenage children sitting down on pillows in front of their sensei, who also happened to be her mistress, whom sat in the front of the dojo. The maid made her way across the wooden floor, stopping to the side of her mistress, bowing in respect. Gomenasai. For interrupting, but a top secret scroll just arrived from one of your spies in Konoha. The maid explained with the utmost respect. She opened her eyes from her meditative position and grabbed the scroll, which silently signaled for the maid to leave. Once the maid was gone, she opened the scroll and read it, letting no emotion dress across her visage. What is it, Ka-san? The young girl in the middle of the other 2 teens asked. The young girl was a carbon copy of her mother. She had red shoulder-length hair and blue eyes. She wore a white training gi that hid her curves well, which she was thankful for. For only being a 12-year-old girl, she was rather nicely endowed, a fact that she hated, because of all the male attention she had gotten because of it. She was on the short side, however, only reaching about 4 feet 11, but her looks weren't a concern for her. Her personality was a lot like her mother's, where only her strength as a shinobi counted for anything to her. She hated being weak, and despised others that chose to be weak to live a simpler life than that of a shinobi. The woman looked up from the scroll and the ghost of a smile crept onto her lips. It appears you may yet be able to accomplish your dream, Kasumi-chan. You mean? The boy to the now identified girl's left yelled. The woman turned towards him and nodded. Hi, Valios-kun, your dear Oni-chan appears to be alive, and now a shinobi of Konoha at that. She answered, making the 2 teens who spoke grin evilly. Valios had silver hair that he brought into a ponytail ending around his shoulders. His eyes were a very light hazel, and belied his rather sadistic nature. Ever since he was young he was fascinated with blood, though not to the point of insanity, but enjoyed seeing it no matter the form. So becoming a shinobi where blood was a regular occurrence seemed the perfect profession for him. He too wore a white gi. His build was rather large and muscular. He enjoyed being physical in anything he did, especially when it revolved around blood, so naturally his physique complemented that need. So we are finally going to be able to meet, Oni-san. The last teen spoke with an emotionless tone. The woman looked to the last of her children, that you will, Kiyoshiro-kun. Kiyoshiro was the rather odd ball of the trio. While his siblings at least enjoyed something, he enjoyed nothing. He was an enigma, his expression was always dead, never a smile nor a frown dressed his face. He had green hair that he kept short, never letting it go past his neck, he had the same colored eyes, that just seemed lifeless. Of the trio, no one knew why he wanted to become a shinobi, one day he just said he wanted to and that was that. He as well wore a white gi. I'll finally be able to take my revenge. Kasumi whispered in an excited and hateful voice. Only if you are strong enough, the elder female chided, making all three teens stand up quickly. Hi, Kushina-sama. They yelled in unison with shit-eating grins on their faces, before going back to their training with renewed vigor, making Uzumaki Kushina look on proudly. If only you could have turned out like them, Naru-chan. But don't worry, soon, very soon we will exorcise that unholy demon from within your body so that your soul may finally rest, along with Minato-kun's. The Uzumaki matriarch thought, smiling at her children's performance, knowing that it would be these three that would bring back her firstborn from his hellish torment as the vessel of the Kyuubi no Kitsune.